Traversing the Douluo continent, Tang Ge, who initially intended to cling to Tang San's coattails, unexpectedly activated a shocking system. Ding Dong, using the chaotic hammer technique, shocked Tang Hao, earning 5,000 shock points. Ding Dong, awakening martial spirit with innate full soul power, shocked Su Yuntao, earning 100 shock points. Ding Dong, consuming shock points to draw treasures, successfully obtained a universal crossing talisman. With the aid of the system, Tang Ge began to astonish the myriad worlds from the Douluo realm. Chapter 1. Shocking Tang San, the system awakens outside Holy Soul Village. In the early morning, amidst a misty sky, two boys clad in patched clothes dashed out from the tranquil village entrance. The boy in front, named Tang San, had sun-kissed skin and appeared robust, with piercing eyes that gleamed with vitality. In contrast, the boy behind him lacked the same vigor. Particularly when he jogged, his body swayed unsteadily, as if he might topple at any moment. Soon, the two arrived at a small hillside outside the village. Tang Ge, I'm off to practice. After telling his companion, Tang San ventured into a vacant area to begin honing his body technique, and, as the sun rose, he promptly settled into a meditative pose on the ground. Tang Ge was the name of the boy with a leg helmet. Observing Tang San in deep practice, he moved a few meters away to engage in physical training. However, it wasn't long before he grew weary, breathless, and sat down on a large stone at the hillside's edge to rest. Turning his head, he gazed at Tang San, who was exuding purple energy, and an expression of envy crept into his eyes. Why must there be such disparity among fellow traversers? Tang Ge sighed, his face clouded with dejection. One possesses a profound inheritance and a promising future of divinity, the other, abandoned by his parents since childhood and burdened with congenital paralysis, has a bleak fate. To make matters worse, I've traversed to the world of Douluo continent without any golden fingers or remarkable talents. Am I destined to remain a mere idle fish in Holy Soul Village for life? Indeed, like Tang San, Tang Ge was also a traveler. Yet, before his arrival, he was merely an ordinary recluse, and upon his arrival, he became an orphan, utterly devoid of skills and lacking any golden fingers. In desperation, Tang Ge could only rely on his sole advantage of congenital disability to forge a bond with Tang San, hoping for future assistance. Moreover, he diligently practiced alongside Tang San every day, showcasing his resilient spirit, in hopes of evoking Tang San's sympathy. Perhaps, in a moment of kindness, he might share the secrets of the Xiantian skill with him. Even a lesson in lightness would suffice. At the very least, it would allow him to flee faster when foraging in the mountains for firewood and herbs, should he encounter wild beasts. However, the reality proved Tang Ge's thoughts to be wishful. Tang San, possessing the soul of an adult, had not even disclosed the Xiantian skill to his biological father, let alone an outsider. Thus, as the years passed and days turned into a cycle on that hillside, Tang San grew increasingly formidable, while Tang Ge remained an idle fish. Yet, 6 years had elapsed, and the true reason for Tang Ge's perseverance lay in his shared surname with Tang San. This Tang surname was not bestowed by the village chief, who adopted him, but derived from a jade token hanging around Tang Ge's neck. The token itself held no remarkable value, but the front bore the character Tang, while the back was adorned with swirling cloud patterns, with a faint hammer emblem at its center. This hammer symbol remained a secret, even to the village chief. Tang Ge had stumbled upon it accidentally at the age of 4. In the Douluo continent, if the hammer symbol denoted a martial spirit, there was only one place it could signify. Rubbing the jade token hidden beneath his clothing, Tang Ge's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Soon, the plot of the Douluo continent will commence. If it unfolds as I believe, perhaps this idle fish still has a chance to turn the tide. At that moment, the sun rose fully in the east, casting golden rays that dispelled the mist on the hillside. As the dew evaporated, a warm sensation enveloped him, prompting Tang Ge to stretch his waist. Never mind, 6 years have already passed, there's no need to rush. I should first solidify my bond with Tang San. Muttering to himself, Tang Ge prepared to descend from the large stone. Yet, perhaps due to the morning dew or his impaired legs as he stood, his foot unexpectedly slipped, and he tumbled down the steep slope. The mournful cry startled Tang San, who had just completed his training a dozen meters away. Tang Ge, seeing his companion plummeting down the slope, Tang San could not help but exclaim in shock. His small face was filled with astonishment. He never expected the usually resilient Tang Ge would suddenly choose to end his life here. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Witnessing Tang Ge's fall, he swiftly activated his ghostly shadow technique and dashed forward. Whoosh, 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 the wind howled past his ears. At the base of the slope, Tang Ge, in midair, spread his arms wide as he descended, furious enough to curse the heavens. As he plummeted faster, his face turned ashen. Could I be the first traverser in the Douluo continent to meet my end by falling? Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have shocked Tang San, and the shock system has successfully activated. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have completed your first shock and received a luxurious shock gift package, now stored in the system space. At that moment, a notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind. Shocking. System? With the emergence of this voice, Tang Ge, who was plummeting, momentarily froze. Then his pale face transformed with excitement. The system has activated? Hearing the notification in his mind, Tang Ge felt a surge of disbelief alongside his exhilaration. He never anticipated that the system he had yearned for over 6 years would manifest at the moment of his descent. Yet, he was about to meet his demise. In a rush of urgency, Tang Ge shouted, "System, save me." Ding dong, imminent death detected for the host. According to the first binding rules, a protective measure against death has been automatically granted to the host. Buzz. As the system's voice resonated, a transparent shield suddenly enveloped Tang Ge. Then, in the blink of an eye, the 100-meter drop was traversed. Tang Ge, hurtling downward, finally crashed heavily onto the ground. There was no excruciating pain, nor was there any spurting blood. As the shield dissipated, Tang Ge, lying flat in a starfish position, cautiously opened his eyes, only to be met with blinding light that brought tears to his eyes. Ha ha! My fortune has finally turned. 6 years. A full 6 years. From the day he arrived in this world with his memories intact, Tang Ge had been troubled by his congenital leg disability, feeling utterly lost. Despite the village chief, who sheltered him, treating him like his own child and never neglecting him due to his physical shortcomings, Tang Ge harbored an unshakable burden in his heart, especially during each outing. When Tang Ge felt the peculiar glances from other children in the village, he was engulfed by an unbearable sorrow. At that moment, he yearned to unleash a primal scream, exclaiming, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, do not mock the youth for their poverty. However, Tang Ge understood that lamentation ultimately resolves nothing. Succumbing to despair would not elicit the sympathy of others. Thus, upon realizing that he had entered the world of Douluo continent, Tang Ge gritted his teeth and endeavored to overcome his physical shortcomings, engaging in daily training. Alongside Tang San, he sought not only to glean knowledge from Tang San, but also to use him as a benchmark to inspire his own diligence. One must have a purpose in life. Without a goal, what distinguishes one from a mere shell of existence? And now, with a sudden plunge from the cliff, the system activated, and the bitter trials gave way to sweet rewards. Lying on the slightly cold ground, Tang Ge was both weeping and laughing, appearing almost deranged. So much so that Tang San, who had just slid down the steep slope, found himself halting abruptly, hesitant to advance another step upon witnessing such a scene. After a considerable pause, he cautiously approached. Tang Ge, are you all right? I'm fine, San. Tang Ge replied, regaining his composure and shaking his head. Tang San, still concerned, inquired, are you truly okay? Should I fetch Grandpa Village Chief? With a sense of resignation, Tang Ge stood up and, in front of Tang San, performed several stretching exercises, bouncing and leaping to demonstrate that he was indeed unscathed. Remarkably, he was truly unharmed. Relief washed over Tang San, yet astonishment filled his heart. He gazed at the towering cliff that soared over 100 meters, then at Tang Ge, who bore not a single mark of injury, and could not fathom how he had emerged unscathed. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. Tang San is astonished, earning 5 points of shock value. The system notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind. Chapter 2. The Might of the Sacred Body. In the realm of Douluo, Chu Bai finds himself reborn as an ordinary blue-silver grass within the territory of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Fortuitously, he activates the Devour evolution system. By incessantly consuming other living beings, he can accelerate the enhancement of his soul power and acquire an array of formidable abilities. Thus begins his journey of evolution. First, he devours the Blue-Silver King, then resurrects and enslaves the Blue-Silver Emperor. Meanwhile, his avatar continues to cultivate in the human realm, encountering figures such as Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and Tang Yuehua. Years pass, and Tang San, having made significant progress in his cultivation, unexpectedly intrudes upon the blue-silver territory. Upon seeing a woman who exists solely in his memories, he exclaims in astonishment, "Mother!" At that moment, Chu Bai, who had been feigning slumber on the throne, slowly opens his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, not for the sake of becoming a deity, but merely to await a yin's call, yearning for her to utter his name. Hearing the system notification, Tang Ge recalls the luxurious surprise package still residing in the system space. He hastily tells Tang San, "Little San, I wish to train a bit longer here. You may return first." But Tang Ge did not even think about jumping off a cliff again. Tang San earnestly warns, "Why would I think of jumping off a cliff? That was merely an accident." Tang Ge retorts, feigning annoyance as he waves his hand dismissively. I know. Little San, you truly are a nag. If you don't leave, I might just jump." Tang San, both amused and exasperated, ultimately departs, bidding farewell to Tang Ge as he returns to Holy Soul Village. As soon as he leaves, Tang Ge eagerly inquires, "System, I wish to open the luxurious surprise package." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the luxurious surprise package and received a mysterious weapon soul, which has automatically fused with your selection. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the luxurious surprise package and received the chaotic cloak hammer technique, which is automatically integrated into your memory. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the luxurious surprise package and obtained the powerful sacred body, which has automatically merged with your body. Within the 10 square meter system space, a package quietly lay. Yet, at this moment, as the notification sounds, the previously motionless package suddenly erupts with blinding light, and 3 beams of light shoot forth. One beam intertwines like a sword, tearing through the heavens and the earth. Another emits the resounding noise of a hammer striking. The final beam radiates dazzling golden light, revealing 4 distinct phenomena that continually morph. As these 3 beams emerge, they violently surge into Tang Ge's body. Caught off guard, he lets out a painful scream and collapses to the ground. His body curls up, engulfed in excruciating anguish, as if his very being were about to explode, his eyes bulging. Ultimately, unable to withstand the torment, he begins to crash against the rock wall. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of impact reverberate beneath the cliff. Strangely, with each collision, Tang Ge's body, once frail, begins to strengthen within the golden light. His height increases. His hair lengthens. Even as his clothing tears apart with a resounding rip, he reveals a perfect physique radiating a bronze sheen, imbued with terrifying power. However, due to the intense pain torturing him, Tang Ge has slipped into a semi-conscious state, oblivious to his bodily transformation. Moreover, with each collision against the once immovable rock wall, it begins to tremble, fragments of stone cascading down. Cracks multiply. Finally, when the golden light enveloping Tang Ge suddenly surges and then swiftly recedes, a thunderous roar erupts. Boom! With a violent impact, Tang Ge creates a massive human-shaped pit in the rock wall. Countless fragments fly in all directions, startling distant birds into frantic flapping as they take flight. Dust swirls. Accompanied by fits of violent coughing, a figure bursts forth, revealing Tang Ge, who has just smashed a large hole in the rock wall. Now fully awakened from his semi-conscious state, he appears not only unscathed but brimming with vitality. Yet, as he surveys the scene before him, he is struck with astonishment and disbelief. Did I truly do all of this? Gaping at the human-shaped pit he has created, Tang Ge is filled with incredulity. Moments ago, he felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind, as if a volcano had erupted within him, the searing pain nearly robbing him of consciousness. He barely registered the system's notifications. Now, regaining awareness, Tang Ge senses a surge of power coursing through him. He suspects that with a single punch, he could fell a bull. More importantly, he discovers that the congenital disability in his right leg, which had plagued him for 6 long years, has completely healed. The solid feeling of his foot on the ground fills him with exhilaration. Finally, it's finally healed. Ding! The luxurious surprise package has been fully distributed, and the host's personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? At this moment, the system notification chimes in. Hearing it, Tang Ge suppresses his excitement and mentally commands view. Instantly, a virtual interface materializes before his eyes. Shocking system. Host, Tang Ge level, none. Weapon soul, Unawakened Mysterious Weapon Soul. Martial Technique. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Physique. Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree. 10 Shocking Value. 5. As this virtual interface appears, the information regarding the previous luxurious surprise package resurfaces in Tang Ge's mind. 3 treasures. 1 is a mysterious weapon soul, which will only manifest upon the awakening of his own weapon soul. The second is the Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, a martial art created by the Haotian sect for the Haotian hammer. If he can execute 81 consecutive strikes, even domains may be shattered. Tang Ge did not expect to acquire this hammer technique. However, if he does not awaken the Haotian hammer as his weapon soul, he will be unable to fully unleash its true power. Yet, regardless of the mysterious weapon soul or the chaotic cloak hammer technique, it is the third treasure that truly sends Tang Ge into a frenzy of joy: the ancient sacred body, a legendary human combat body from the ancient era, unparalleled and extraordinary. Once fully realized, it rivals that of an emperor. Moreover, the ancient sacred body possesses advantages such as invulnerability to myriad evils, the ability to counteract anomalies, unparalleled strength at the same level, and physical invincibility. Contemplating the ancient sacred body's prowess in the realm of the heavens, Tang Ge is left without doubt. Even if he does not awaken his weapon soul, should he cultivate the ancient sacred body to its zenith, he will dominate the Douluo world. But alas, the formidable nature of the ancient sacred body signifies an immense consumption of resources, with the likelihood of attaining enlightenment being almost non-existent. However, for Tang Ge, the prospect of enlightenment is still a distant thought. His primary concern lies in the resources required for cultivating the ancient sacred body. After a recent endeavor, he has only achieved a fusion degree of 10. It is only after complete integration that the awakening phase can commence, and the resources consumed in this process are incalculable. Fortunately, the system includes a lottery function utilizing shock points, allowing him to draw various treasures from the Myriad Realms once he accumulates 10,000 shock points. Acquiring sources and sacred herbs from the world of Zhetian is not beyond possibility. Nevertheless, Tang Ge cannot help but chuckle wryly, realizing that he must prioritize the awakening of his martial soul for the time being. As he contemplates this, a sudden low growl pierces the air. His attention is drawn to a nearby thicket, where 8 gray wolves emerge, their ferocious eyes fixated on him. Among them stands a towering wolf king, reaching a height of 2 meters. In the past, such a sight would have prompted Tang Ge to flee in terror. Yet now, he feels no fear. Instead, a smile forms on his youthful face. This presents a perfect opportunity to test the power of the sacred body. As if understanding his thoughts, the Wolf King's cunning gaze turns furious, emitting a low growl. Following its command, one of the gray wolves leaps from the pack, transforming into a gray blur as it lunges toward Tang Ge. In midair, the wolf opens its jaws to reveal menacing fangs, and a foul stench assails Tang Ge's senses, causing him to grimace in disgust. Without any preparation, he clenches his right fist and swings it forward, producing a thunderous crack as air bursts around him. The wolf, which had just pounced, lets out a wretched howl as it spirals through the air, crashing to the ground several meters away. Its insides shattered and its gray fur drenched in crimson. With a single punch, the gray wolf lies lifeless. Tang Ge, invigorated by the thrill of battle and the need to release 6 years of pent-up frustration, lets out a bellow and charges into the wolf pack. Despite having no formal combat training, his formidable physique, enhanced by the ancient sacred body, far surpasses that of these beasts. As he enters the fray, the wolves witness the terror of the ancient sacred body firsthand. One punch obliterates a gray wolf's skull, while another collapses the abdomen of a second, its eyes bulging in horror. Moving through the pack like a demigod, accompanied by explosive bursts of air, anguished howls resonate continuously. In a matter of moments, the once ferocious 7 gray wolves lay dead. Even the Wolf King, attempting a surprise attack, is sent flying by a single blow. Attempting to flee? As the Wolf King, tail tucked, turns to escape into the woods, Tang Ge, recovering from the exhilaration of battle, narrows his eyes. Spotting a fist-sized stone nearby, he swiftly kicks it with force. The stone transforms into a blur, hurtling toward the fleeing Wolf King. The Wolf King emits a piercing howl, releasing a burst of white light. The stone collides with the white light, resulting in a chaotic explosion. Yet the power of the ancient sacred body strikes the Wolf King hard. The Wolf King emits a final, anguished cry, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Drenched in scarlet. Simultaneously, a white halo begins to emerge from the deceased Wolf King. Tang Ge, upon seeing this halo, raises his brows in surprise. A soul ring? He had not anticipated that the Wolf King was a 10-year soul beast. Following his astonishment, excitement surges within him. The ancient sacred body is indeed incredibly powerful. He has only just begun to fuse it, yet he can effortlessly slay a 10-year soul beast. Once awakened, could he not hunt 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts? And if he were to add his martial soul and techniques into the mix? A true god of slaughter. After a while, the white soul ring dissipates into nothingness. Tang Ge, observing the spectacle, feels no sorrow. A mere 10-year soul ring holds no value in his eyes. If he were to integrate a soul ring, it would have to be of at least 1,000-year caliber. However, knowing that it will be a while before anyone from the martial soul hall arrives, Tang Ge realizes that pondering these matters serves no purpose. He mutters to himself, "Never mind, I shall return first." I wonder if Tang San has informed Grandpa about my fall. Looking up at the sky, he notices the sun has risen high. Not wishing to linger any longer, he collects the corpses of the wolves into the system space and turns to leave. At the entrance of the Holy Soul Village, as the morning fades, the villagers awaken and emerge from their homes. A bullock cart laden with goods approaches the village entrance. Upon his return, Tang Ge does not see Grandpa, and his worries ease. Spotting a middle-aged man driving the cart, he greets him with a shy smile. "Uncle Lee, and in a nodding city, so early? The sooner you go, the sooner you return. The roads can be treacherous after dark." Uncle Lee reflexively responds, but as soon as the words leave his mouth, he realizes something. Wait, who is this sturdy lad with tattered clothes? Do I know him? Confused, Uncle Lee contemplates calling out to ask for the boy's name, but he has already disappeared into the village. Never mind, perhaps my memory has been failing me lately. He shakes his head and continues on toward Nodding City. On his way back to the village, buoyed by his excellent mood, Tang Ge runs through the village, greeting the villagers he encounters. When he meets an adorable 3-year-old girl, he pauses to play with her for a while. As he departs, he finds himself holding a candied hawthorn stick that she had just bitten into. Behind him, a loud wailing ensues. "Wah, my candied hawthorn!" Upon hearing the cries, a burly man with a beard rushes out from a nearby butcher's shop, brandishing a cleaver. "Which little brat dares to bully my daughter? I'll chop him into pieces." Feeling guilty, Tang Ge hurriedly quickens his pace. Before long, he returns to the village chief's home. "Grandpa, I'm back," he shouts as he approaches the entrance. "It's Tang Ge. I'll open the door for you." An elderly voice replies from within. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the previously closed door swings open, revealing an old man, white-haired and leaning on a cane. It was indeed Jack, the village chief of Sacred Soul Village. He was about to inquire why Tang Ge had returned so late, but upon lifting his gaze and seeing Tang Ge's appearance, his murky eyes instantly filled with confusion. "Who is this little fellow?" "Grandfather, it's me, Tang Ge." "You don't even recognize me?" Tang Ge replied with a grimace. His voice did indeed sound somewhat familiar, yet his stature prompted old Jack to furrow his brow and adopt a serious expression. "Come, take a few steps so this old man can see." Tang Ge thought to himself that if it were anyone else, he would have long since given them a slap. So it seems my limp has become my personal trademark. Nevertheless, he complied with the village chief's request, not only walking a couple of steps, but also recalling some childhood memories that only he and old Jack shared, conveniently concocting an excuse about having consumed a miraculous herb that transformed him. Eventually, old Jack was persuaded and finally accepted that this robust young lad truly was Tang Ge. Tears of joy welled in his clouded eyes as he embraced Tang Ge tightly. "Ah, the heavens have opened their eyes. At last, my Tang Ge has regained his health." "Grandfather!" Tang Ge felt a pang in his heart, desperately holding back tears. After a while, the pair reluctantly parted. Old Jack gazed at Tang Ge, who had grown stronger and taller than many children of 13 or 14, his wrinkled face breaking into a broad smile. "Come, let's go home. I shall tidy up your hair, and you need a fresh set of clothes. Oh, and Tang Ge, you mustn't eat indiscriminately anymore." "I understand, Grandfather." Tang Ge nodded earnestly. He then assisted old Jack as they carefully made their way into the house. In the afternoon, as the sun began its descent, Golden rays of light bathed the entire Sacred Soul village. The villagers, who had been busy with their own affairs, suddenly began to murmur among themselves. Did you hear? The village chief's boy has miraculously recovered from his limp. Can a limp truly be cured? Are you pulling our leg? I heard that not only has Tang Ge's limp healed, but he seems to have transformed into a completely different person, strong and handsome. Could it be that some esteemed spirit master intervened to heal his leg? I'm not sure, but ISNT that little Tang Ge. If you want to know, just ask him directly. Goodness, with such a physique and looks, if I had a daughter, I would surely want him as a son-in-law. A mere 10 meters away, Tang Ge, cautiously moving forward, suddenly found dozens of curious eyes fixated upon him. The mixture of astonishment, curiosity, and eagerness made his scalp tingle. As the villagers began to encircle him, he hastily turned and ran, only stopping when he reached the western edge of the village. Reflecting on the earlier chatter, he couldn't help but chuckle. Grandfather Jack truly had spread the word of his recovery throughout the entire Sacred Soul village. Now, Tang Ge had become something of a celebrity. Indeed, the news of his recovery had reached every corner of the village. Initially unaware of the situation, upon waking from his afternoon nap, he saw Grandfather Jack returning with a beaming smile and thought he must have encountered some good fortune. It was only then that Tang Ge learned that while he had been asleep, old Jack had shared the news of his recovery with the villagers. He bore no resentment towards this. He understood that Grandfather Jack's intentions were purely for his benefit, wishing to spare him from the unusual stares of the townsfolk. Yet, the memory of his grandfather exhausted and sleeping in a recliner before he departed tugged at Tang Ge's heartstrings. He clenched his fist, silently vowing, "Grandfather, rest assured, Tang Ge will not disappoint you." Chapter 4. May I give a try? After a while, Tang Ge managed to compose himself, reminded of his purpose for venturing out. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he continued his journey toward the western part of the village. Soon, 3 exceedingly modest earthen houses came into view. Atop the central house, a wooden sign depicting a crude hammer stood prominently. This was the residence of Tang San. Tang Ge's visit today was primarily to relay a message from old Jack. In 3 days, a spirit master from the Wuhuan Temple would arrive in Sacred Soul Village to oversee the awakening ceremony. At that time, both Tang Ge and Tang San, along with any children of the appropriate age, would participate in the awakening ceremony, which would ultimately determine their destinies. Tang Ge had initially thought it would be some time before this event transpired, but during lunch, he learned from old Jack that it was happening sooner than expected. After 6 years of waiting, the story was finally set to unfold. The thought of the momentous events about to transpire filled his heart with excitement and anticipation. Since old Jack intended to inform Tang San about the awakening ceremony as well, Tang Ge willingly took on this task. Given his innate advantage of knowing the plot, he was not concerned about Tang San's father intervening. However, he had another purpose for visiting today. With this in mind, Tang Ge unconsciously quickened his pace. As he drew nearer to the earthen house, the once faint sound of hammering grew increasingly distinct. Upon arriving at the door of the house, marked by the hammer sign, the heat enveloped him, and the sound of striking iron transformed into a delightful melody. The rhythmic clangs resonated, and even through the door, Tang Ge seemed to catch sight of a small figure vigorously raising and striking the hammer, the motions fluid and practiced as if it were second nature. Could he already be practicing the hammer technique? Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he cleared his throat and called out, "Little San, it's me, Tang Ge." His voice rose above the clanging. The hammering persisted, but with a soft creak, the door of the blacksmith shop swung open, revealing a sturdy figure at the threshold. "What brings you here to see little San?" The disheveled Tang Hao, bearing a somewhat inebriated gaze, looked at Tang Ge and spoke in a monotone. Tang Hao, a title Douluo exceeding level 90. Even though this marked the 5th encounter with Tang San's father in 6 years, Tang Ge's heart raced with anxiety. He spoke hesitantly. "Uncle Tang, I am Tang Ge. Grandfather Jack sent me to deliver a message. In 3 days, a spirit master from the Wuhuan Temple will come to conduct the awakening ceremony." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, a glimmer of interest flickered across Tang Hao's previously listless face. He wasn't particularly invested in the awakening ceremony itself. Rather, he scrutinized Tang Ge's figure before saying, "The little one from old Jack's family? Cool me. Take a few steps for me to see." Good heavens. Just because you're a title Douluo, does that grant you the right to tease children? Tang Ge fumed internally. Yet in an effort to display his respect for his elders, he complied without hesitation and walked a few steps back and forth. At the end, Tang Ge, with a bashful expression, sheepishly remarked, "I accidentally consumed a fruit today and suddenly transformed like this. Since you're here to find a third party, please come in." After retracting his gaze, Tang Hao did not inquire further. He merely nodded and turned to re-enter the house. Only then did Tang Ge, who had been tense, finally relax. However, upon realizing that no notification sound had echoed in his mind, he couldn't help but pout. Truly stingy. Inside the blacksmith shop, by the blazing furnace, 6-year-old Tang San was wielding a large iron hammer, repeatedly striking a fist-sized block of iron. With each blow, the iron block visibly shrank and brightened. Upon returning, Tang Hao observed this scene, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes before they reverted to their usual murkiness. He spoke in a calm tone. "Cease your work. Your friend Tang Ge has come to see you." "Tang Ge? He has come to see me?" Hearing his father's words, Tang San recalled the events of the morning. After the hammer fell once more, he gradually stopped. He set down the hammer, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned around. "Father, where is Tang Ge?" "I am here, Xiao San." Before Tang Hao could respond, Tang Ge's figure appeared at the doorway, waving cheerfully at Tang San. However, upon seeing Tang Ge, Tang San's previously puzzled handsome face instantly transformed into one of shock. He stared incredulously at Tang Ge. "Why, you are really Tang Ge?" "Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have astonished Tang San, earning 5 points of astonishment value." The system notification rang out suddenly. Hearing this, Tang Ge felt immense satisfaction. Indeed, Tang San was quite agreeable. He then recounted to Tang San the words he had previously shared with Grandpa Jack. After listening, Tang San was immediately moved. However, he did not harbor any jealousy, but rather sincerely said, "Congratulations, Tang Ge." "Thank you." Tang Ge nodded in acknowledgement. Nearby, Tang Hao furrowed his brows, unable to watch any longer. He impatiently urged, "What are you two children babbling about? Speak plainly." Tang San was accustomed to this and felt no offense. But Tang Ge appeared quite embarrassed. Thus, he hastened to steer the conversation towards the purpose of his visit. Upon learning that an awakening ceremony would be held in the village in 3 days, Tang San, who lacked information on the matter, promptly seized the opportunity to inquire further. With a title Douluo observing, Tang Ge dared not divulge too much. He could only share what Grandpa Jack would know. Martial souls are divided into weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Upon awakening a martial soul, one generates martial soul power, which is categorized into 10 titles based on strength: Soul Master, Soul Scholar, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Douluo, and Title Douluo. Each title is further divided into 10 ranks. Finally, Tang Ge proudly lifted his chin, declaring, "Of course, our Holy Soul village is quite formidable as well. According to the village elder, a century ago, our village even produced a soul saint of the 8th rank." Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice chimed in. "Little fellow, that is merely a legend." The word were from Tang Hao. If old Jack were present, he would undoubtedly be furious. Yet, Tang Ge pretended not to hear, eagerly looking at Tang San. "Xiao San, there's still 3 days left. Will you go?" Tang San hesitated for a moment, unable to resist glancing at his father. Noticing the anticipation and trepidation in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao ultimately refrained from rejecting him. He calmly replied, "There are still 3 days. Continue forging." "Yes, Xiao San will certainly work hard." With his father's approval, Tang San immediately nodded excitedly. Meanwhile, standing aside, Tang Ge's eyes darted around, landing on the forging table nearby. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly spoke, "Uncle Tang, may I give a try?" Chapter 5, The Chaotic Wind Hammering Technique, astonishing Tang Hao. As soon as the words left his mouth, both father and son turned their attention to Tang Ge. "You want to try forging?" Tang Hao questioned, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Tang Ge quickly nodded yes. "Yes, Uncle Tang, I have heard that many of the farming tools in the village are crafted here, so I've always been interested in forging. In the past, my health was weak, and I could not do many things, nor did I dare to entertain such thoughts. But now I truly wish to give it a try. Uncle, what do you think?" By the end, his voice brimmed with pleading. Even Tang San couldn't help but interject, "Father, please let Tang Ge give it a try." "Very well then, let him try." Tang Hao cast a deep glance at Tang Ge and chose to agree. However, he did not believe that this little fellow, who had recklessly consumed a fruit and gained strength, could easily wield a hammer he had never encountered before. Forging may seem simple, but it is genuinely a skillful endeavor. Hopefully, that hammer will teach the little guy a lesson. Tang Hao leaned against the wall, adopting a languid demeanor as he waited. Meanwhile, under Tang San's accompaniment, Tang Ge approached the forging table. Pointing at the hammer and the fist-sized iron ore on the table, Tang San remarked, "This is the hammer I used, along with the half-forged iron ore. Should we swap for something new?" "No need. These will do." Tang Ge was eager to try. Without waiting for Tang San to instruct him, he grasped the hammer from the forging table. Seeing Tang Ge handle the hammer so carelessly, Tang Hao, initially hopeful, shook his head and closed his eyes. Even Tang San could not bear to watch and couldn't help but remind him, "Tang Ge, could you take this seriously?" "All right, I'll be serious." Upon hearing Tang San's reminder, Tang Ge's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. As information about the chaotic wind hammering technique flooded his mind, he began to adjust his stance. The moment he felt a unity of mind and body, Tang Ge's legs, positioned at an angle, suddenly sank. Using his legs as a starting point, he channeled power through his waist. He then propelled his back strength as he leaned back, raising the hammer high with his right arm. At the instant of bringing it down with great force, he struck the iron ore on the forging table with tremendous impact. Bang! A deep, resounding thud echoed. For a novice, using such force without sufficient experience would undoubtedly lead to disaster. The hammer could rebound, causing them to stumble backward. Or worse, they might injure their waist. However, Tang Ge was not truly a beginner. Thus, as the hammer descended and rebounded, he swiftly engaged his calves, swung the hammer, turned, and dropped it, creating a perfect cycle. In an instant, a rhythmic clanging began to resonate throughout the room. Tang San, who had been learning forging techniques in the blacksmith shop for days, now stared wide-eyed, utterly captivated by Tang Ge's performance as he forged the iron ore. His eyes filled with disbelief. The technique of exertion demonstrated was such that even Tang San, who had been slouched against the wall in a state of feigned slumber, stood upright in astonishment. His previous despondency evaporated, replaced by profound shock. The chaotic wind hammer technique. It was indeed the chaotic wind hammer technique. Had it not been for the fact that the one forging at that moment was merely a 6-year-old child, Tang Hao might have been unable to restrain himself and rushed over to seize the child. He had never anticipated that, in the remote village of Shenghan, someone would wield the chaotic wind hammer technique, a skill he believed was uniquely his own. Yet, Tang Hao was no ordinary man. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. He gazed intently at Tang Ge, who was executing the forging technique with remarkable finesse, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be that this young lad was unaware he was employing the chaotic wind hammer technique, and instead possessed an innate talent for forging, mastering such techniques without a mentor? Furthermore, sharing the surname Tang, could it truly be mere coincidence that he exhibited such prowess? Initially, Tang Hao paid little heed to the emergence of another child with the Tang surname in Shenghan village, for the Tang name was not exclusive to his lineage. However, after witnessing the scene before him, he began to ponder Tang Ge's origins. In that moment, the small forge was enveloped in rhythmic sounds of hammering, leaving no other noise to be heard. Only the figure of the child continuously swung the hammer, striking the iron again and again. Meanwhile, the father and son duo stood quietly, observing this remarkable display. Without realizing it, nearly 5 minutes had passed. Ultimately, due to the limitations of his physical condition, Tang Ge had to cease after 34 strikes, feeling drained. Nevertheless, the once fist-sized piece of iron ore had diminished significantly in size. Upon seeing his handiwork from those few minutes, Tang Ge wiped the sweat from his brow and could not suppress his satisfaction. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astonished Tang San with the chaotic wind hammer technique, earning 10 astonishment points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astonished Tang Hao with the chaotic wind hammer technique, earning 5,000 astonishment points. Goodness! Truly, the great ones are extraordinary. Even their astonishment yields such substantial rewards. The thought of the 5,000 astonishment points garnered from Uncle Tang's reaction filled Tang Ge with delight akin to honey. If another opportunity arose, perhaps he could unlock a grand lottery. With anticipation, he turned to the nearby Tang Hao and shyly inquired, "Uncle Tang, how did I perform? Was it satisfactory?" At that moment, Tang Hao was reluctant to speak, yet he feigned calmness and nodded. "Yes, not bad. Keep up the good work." Hearing the affirmation from the esteemed title Duo, Tang Ge's face blossomed into a radiant smile. He clenched his fist, declaring, "I shall continue to strive for excellence. Uncle Tang, I must return home now. Grandfather is waiting for me. Little San, I shall return to see you in 3 days." With that, Tang Ge merrily bounded out of the forge. As he watched Tang Ge disappear beyond the door, Tang Hao refrained from questioning how the child had acquired such forging skills. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally. However, once his gaze returned, he fixed it upon Tang San, who had just regained his composure. Feeling the weight of his father's intense gaze, Tang San suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Unable to contain himself, he stammered, "Father, it is getting late. Shall I prepare dinner? You need not concern yourself with the meal. You have been forging iron here since the awakening ceremony began. You shall not leave without my consent." With that cold admonition, Tang Hao turned and departed. Alone in the room, Tang San wore a pained expression. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Spirit Hall. Seeking Recommendations. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the morning of the 4th day, Tang Ge, accompanied by Grandfather Jack, ventured to the western edge of the village, arriving outside Tang San's home. "Little San, come out quickly," called Tang Ge loudly. After a brief wait, the forge door swung open, revealing a yawning Tang San, who emerged looking weary, dark circles under his eyes. "Little San, did you not rest well last night?" Tang Ge asked, surprised. At this inquiry, Tang San's fatigued face was instantly clouded with resentment. These past 3 days had felt like an eternity, as he had abandoned all plans for outdoor training. Aside from meals, he had spent every moment forging iron. Now, the sight of hammers and iron made him feel nauseous. Yet, the effort had not been in vain. Recalling the successfully forged iron ingot and the approving nod from his father, Tang San could not help but smile. Tang Ge observed this scene and chuckled inwardly. It seemed that Tang Hao's accidental witnessing of the chaotic wind hammer technique had indeed spurred him to push his own son to such extremes. Yet, the fact that little San could still smile suggested he had a natural affinity for adversity. Meanwhile, old Jack, unaware of the events from 3 days prior, greeted Tang San with a warm smile. "Little San, Grandfather has come to fetch you." "Thank you, Grandfather," Tang San replied bashfully. He then turned to glance at the room beside him, where Tang Hao's voice could be heard. "Return promptly." "Yes." Tang San's face lit up with joy as he nodded vigorously. After leaving the forge, under old Jack's guidance, Tang Ge and Tang San soon arrived at the Spirit Hall in the center of the village. Outside the Spirit Hall, 7 children from the village were already gathered, all of whom were of the appropriate age to undergo their spirit awakening. Village Chief, they called upon seeing old Jack approach. However, when their eyes fell upon Tang Ge accompanying him, a flicker of fear crossed their expressions. Tang Ge, noticing this, curled his lip in disdain. Just a few days prior, these little ones had dared to speak of him as a monster behind his back. Yet after a few punches, they had been reduced to calling him Brother Tang in tears. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. They beheld a young man clad in white martial attire, a black cloak billowing behind him, striding towards them, prominently displayed on his chest with a fist-sized character for soul. Tang Ge felt a jolt of recognition. He knew that the storyline of Douluo was commencing with the introduction of the first supporting character, Su Yuntao. As expected, after old Jack greeted the young man, he promptly addressed the children. "Children, this is a battle spirit master from Nodding City, here to guide you through your spirit awakening." A battle spirit master from Nodding City? The children's eyes brightened at this announcement, and they hurriedly mimicked old Jack's earlier gestures to pay their respects to the young man. "Greetings, master. Greetings, master." Su Yuntao, taken aback by the children addressing him as master, was momentarily stunned. The title of master was not one that just anyone could claim. If the colleagues from Nottingham were to learn of this, Su Yuntao would undoubtedly be the subject of their ridicule. Thus, he swiftly waved his hand, urging impatiently, Enough. My time is limited. The sooner we awaken, the sooner we conclude this. Follow me inside." With that, he stepped into the Hall of Spirits first. Encouraged by old Jack, Tang Ge, Tang San, and the other 7 children followed suit. Within the Hall of Spirits, At Su Yuntao's behest, the 9 children who entered lined up in a row. Aware of Tang San's innate full spirit power and dual spirit, Tang Ge, eager to fulfill his ambitious designs, swapped positions with Tang San, placing himself ahead. However, there were no additional children behind them. Observing Tang Ge's relaxed demeanor, Tang San couldn't help but whisper, "Tang Ge, aren't you nervous? What is there to be nervous about? I, Tang Ge, possess innate full spirit power, destined to become a peerless genius titled Douluo," Tang Ge declared with unwavering confidence. At his words, Tang San found himself at a loss for a response. He realized that this childhood companion, after indulging in reckless eating, seemed to have transformed entirely, growing increasingly self-absorbed. Yet, recalling the punishment he had received from his father, Tang San felt a surge of indignation. He couldn't resist asking softly, "What do you think of me, then? You?" Tang Ge's gaze fell upon Tang San, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded and replied, "Though you are slightly inferior to me, you're still a genius. Having innate, full spirit power is certainly within your grasp. However, little San, I have a premonition that your spirit might very well be blue silvergrass." His voice was barely audible, and apart from Tang San, the other children did not hear. However, Su Yuntao, who was preparing the ceremony, caught the remark and, finding it amusing, couldn't help but laugh aloud. Tang Ge, oblivious to any embarrassment, thought nothing of it, for after all, who could understand the aspirations of a humble sparrow? Yet, when Tang San felt the mocking gaze of the spirit master upon him, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into a hole in the ground. Anger bubbled within him at Tang Ge's earlier comment. How dare he suggest that his spirit was blue silvergrass? This was a betrayal of their friendship. At that moment, Su Yuntao had arranged the 6-pointed star formation with black stones and held a crystal ball in hand. He suppressed his laughter, scanning the 9 children before him, and gestured towards the formation, speaking calmly, "Step inside from left to right." A soft glow emanated from the formation as the first child stepped forward. Subsequently, as Tang Ge recalled, the narrative unfolded without deviation. After Su Yuntao unleashed his spirit, the first child who had entered the formation awakened a spirit that was either a scythe or a hoe, while one girl awakened blue silvergrass. All these spirits were deemed worthless, and none possessed spirit power, rendering them incapable of cultivation. Initially harboring a glimmer of hope, Su Yuntao was soon engulfed in disappointment. When it was Tang Ge's turn, he impatiently urged, "You, the future genius titled Douluo, come and finish quickly so you can return home for your milk." His words elicited laughter from the group of children, who had been downcast due to their lack of spirit power. Even Tang San struggled to suppress his laughter. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge's expression darkened. "Laugh now. In a little while, you won't be able to laugh at all." Chapter 7. Graphical Spirit. Innate Full Spirit Power. Facing his first spirit awakening, Tang Ge's confidence was genuine. After all, even Tang San, who had diligently practiced the Shantian skill, could awaken with innate full spirit power. So how could he, possessing the ancient sacred body, be any less? Innate full spirit power? A mere trifle. Of course, Tang Ge held a small hope regarding the type of spirit he might awaken. He wondered whether it would be the Haotian hammer or perhaps a combination of the Haotian hammer along with a mysterious spirit gifted by the system, resulting in a dual spirit awakening. Lost in these thoughts, Tang Ge stepped into the 6-pointed star formation. Without any further ado, Su Yuntao activated the formation's power, and a beam of golden light, far brighter than before, erupted forth. Standing within the formation, Tang Ge felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, and soon, an object materialized in his left palm. Peering down, he was astonished to find a scroll manifesting in his hand. The scroll was simple, depicting the Taiji symbol, entirely in black and white, not the Haotian hammer. Tang Ge was taken aback by the spirit he had awakened. However, as he focused his consciousness on the spirit, a flood of information regarding it flooded his mind, nearly causing him to leap with excitement. It was indeed this. Yet, due to the presence of others, he ultimately suppressed his exhilaration, feigning confusion as he turned to Su Yuntao. "Spirit Master, my spirit is merely a graphical spirit. While it is somewhat superior to those scythes and hoes, it hardly qualifies as a remarkable spirit." Su Yuntao shook his head in response. Suddenly, Tang San's voice emerged from behind. "Tang Ge, don't be disheartened. This graphical spirit is quite good. Perhaps our Holy Spirit village will rely on you to craft the couplets for the New Year celebrations. Tang Ge turned to glance at Tang San, who wore a smug smile while offering encouragement. Such a child. I shall not stoop to your level. Tang Ge scoffed internally, refraining from any explanation. After retracting his spirit, he placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Boom! The golden light erupted, illuminating the entire hall of spirits. The children shielded their eyes from the brilliance. But Su Yuntao's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Innate full spirit power." After a prolonged moment, the golden light gradually subsided. Su Yuntao regained his composure, his gaze falling upon Tang Ge, a mix of shock and slight disappointment dancing in his eyes. Noticing the confusion in Tang Ge's expression, he took the initiative to explain. To become a spirit master, spirit power is paramount. Without it, regardless of whether the spirit is good or bad, one cannot cultivate through meditation to become a spirit master. You, born with a spirit power of level 10, possess what is termed innate full spirit power. Once you select a spirit ring to fuse with your spirit, you shall become a spirit master. At this juncture, Su Yuntao's eyes reflected a complex emotion. He had not anticipated that, after visiting several villages, he would encounter a child with innate full spirit power at this final stop. Innate full spirit power, rare in a century. Unfortunately, the child's spirit was an uncommon graphical spirit. However, Su Yuntao kept these thoughts to himself, resting a hand on Tang Ge's shoulder. Little one, you are indeed a prodigy. I hope, as you claim, you will become a revered title Douluo in the future. Yes, I will strive diligently. Tang Ge nodded earnestly. Yet, within, he was already reveling in joy, as a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have astonished Su Yuntao, earning 200 points of astonishment value. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Shocked Tang San, earning 20 points of shock value. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Shocked Xiao Hu, earning 1 point of shock value. In an instant, the group within the Spirit Hall provided Tang Ge with a staggering 227 points of shock value. The most generous was Su Yuntao, followed by Tang San. The 7 children were the stingiest, each contributing merely 1 point. However, Tang Ge held no disdain for this, and had already planned to spread the news of his innate full soul power throughout the entire Holy Spirit village once the ceremony concluded. Innate full soul power, a future title Douluo even more formidable than a soul sage. Once these sensational topics circulated, it would be astonishing if the villagers remained unfazed. Tang Ge could already envision his shock value soaring rapidly. For the moment, he dismissed Tang San's earlier mockery of his martial soul. Returning to his side with a smile, he patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "Go on, Xiao San, Brother Tang is counting on you." Seeing Tang Ge's proud demeanor, a hint of annoyance crossed Tang San's brow. Nonetheless, he said nothing, taking a deep breath before stepping into the hexagonal formation. A golden light illuminated the space. In the palm of Tang San's right hand, a blue silver grass appeared. Upon seeing this representation of his martial soul, Tang San, who had initially been filled with great expectations, suddenly froze, his expression darkening. It truly was blue silver grass. He never anticipated that his martial soul would indeed be accurately guessed by Tang Ge. What a poisonous tongue he had. Tang San felt helpless, wanting to shoot Tang Ge a glare. Yet upon noticing something, he couldn't help but glance down at his left hand. To his astonishment, a silver hammer had suddenly manifested in his palm. 2 martial souls? Tang San's heart raced wildly. However, he was not an ordinary child. He tightly gripped his left hand and immediately began to circulate his Xiantian skill, gradually calming his emotions. Not far behind, Tang Ge, who had been observing Tang San, noticed the movement of his left hand and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Twin martial souls. Should I reveal this secret later to astonish Xiao San? Just as he was contemplating this, Su Yuntao, with a look of disappointment, presented the glass ball before Tang San. Blue silver grass, a useless martial soul. Let us measure your soul power. All right, Tang San nodded. Then, another dazzling golden light surged forth. The spirit hall echoed with the gasps of the children. Su Yuntao's heart tightened, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He could hardly fathom that in this spirit awakening ceremony, 2 children of innate full soul power had emerged from the humble Holy Spirit village. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Reflecting on his own awakening years ago, he recalled having only reached 2 levels of soul power. A wave of jealousy washed over Su Yuntao. Yet, as his gaze swept over Tang San and Tang Ge, he couldn't help but shake his head at the thought of their martial souls. What a pity that they were both deemed useless. Nevertheless, Su Yuntao refrained from uttering any discouraging words. Instead, he patted Tang San's shoulder, just as he had done with Tang Ge. "Little one, work hard. I'll look forward to your growth." "Thank you, Master Soul Master," Tang San replied. Su Yuntao nodded, choosing not to say more. After canceling the martial soul fusion, he waved his hand, collecting the 6 round stones and crystal ball used for the formation. Chapter 8. The Yin-Yang Diagram of Life and Death. The 4 Swords of Zhanxian. Creak. With a soft sound, the long-closed doors of the spirit hall finally swung open once more. Old Jack, who had been waiting outside, immediately bowed upon seeing Su Yuntao exit. "Master Soul Master, thank you for your hard work." Su Yuntao nodded, a slight smile breaking his typically stoic expression. "Congratulations. Your village has produced 2 children of innate full soul power this year." 2 children of innate full soul power? From our village? Old Jack froze in disbelief. Astonishment etched across his aged face. Understanding Old Jack's reaction, Su Yuntao refrained from interrupting, instead placing a certificate in the folds of his clothing before stepping away. "Remember, your village has 1 work-study student each year, so keep that certificate well. It allows for an additional work-study student. Work hard. For innate full soul power is a rare gift. Do not squander this talent." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from view. At this moment, the children who had participated in the awakening ceremony began to emerge. Old Jack hurriedly tucked the 2 certificates away with care, his gaze shifting to the children. "Greetings, Village Chief." "Village Chief, I'm home." Before Old Jack could inquire, the 7 children who had not awakened their soul power left, visibly disappointed. Only Tang San and Tang Ge remained. "You too." Old Jack's voice trembled with emotion. Tang Ge stepped forward to embrace Old Jack, tilting his head back to reveal a row of bright white teeth, smiling broadly. "Grandpa, I've awakened innate full soul power." "And me too, Village Chief," Tang San chimed in. Upon hearing this, Old Jack burst into hearty laughter. "Wonderful. It seems our Holy Spirit village is about to gain 2 more soul sages. Kulme, Xiao San, I'll take you home. Your father must know this good news." Soon, the trio left the spirit hall, heading west towards the village. After safely returning Tang San, Old Jack hurried home, eager to prepare a lavish lunch to celebrate. However, since Tang Ge remained preoccupied with thoughts of his martial soul, he did not accompany Old Jack back. He promised to return for lunch, but set off to leave the village instead. At the cliff's edge, when Tang Ge arrived at the location where the system activated, confirming that no one else was around, he eagerly summoned his personal profile panel. Shock system. Host, Tang Ge level, 10th level soul master, innate full soul power, martial soul, twin martial souls, yin-yang diagram of life and death. The 4 Swords of Zhanxian, martial technique, chaotic wind hammer method, physique, ancient sacred body fusion degree, shock value, 5247, compared to before. Tang Ge's profile had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had he surpassed 5,000 in shock value, but he had also ascended from an ordinary individual to a 10th level soul master with innate full soul power. With the awakening of his soul power, Tang Ge could distinctly feel the flow of soul power within him. However, he focused less on that and directed his attention to the martial soul section. Twin martial souls. Gazing intently at his awakened martial souls, Tang Ge's eyes shone brightly. The yin-yang diagram of life and death. Transformed from the 4 extraordinary manifestations of the ancient sacred body, 1 yin and 1 yang, converging into the grand Taiji formation, profound and enigmatic. The 4 Swords of Zhanxian. A mysterious martial soul bestowed by the system, a treasure of the saints from the primordial world, disregarding the enigmatic yin-yang diagram of life and death. Even a single blade from the 4 Swords of Zhanxian possesses the power to obliterate the Haotian hammer and the 6-winged angel. Presently, Tang Ge possesses all of them. Should the Spirit Hall become aware of this, coupled with Tang Ge's innate full soul power, they would undoubtedly resort to every conceivable means to claim him for their own. Alas, the rarity of the diagram of life and death combined with Su Yuntao's comparatively low rank, renders the profundities of this diagram imperceptible to him. Tang Ge silently laments the missed opportunity for a harvest of astonishment points. Although he does not harbor any animosity towards the Spirit Hall, he has no intention of joining them at this early stage. After all, strength is paramount, no matter the location. With this thought, Tang Ge retracted his personal information panel and, with a flicker of inspiration, extended his hands, revealing a radiant glow. In his left palm, the yin-yang taiji slowly rotated within an unfurling scroll, where the interplay of black and white energies coursed in a continuous flow. The power of life and death, perhaps? Tang Ge murmured, sensing the information conveyed by the yin-yang diagram of life and death. He then turned his attention to his right palm, where a sword materialized. The moment this sword appeared, a menacing and terrifying aura emanated from it, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. In that instant, a poem involuntarily surfaced in Tang Ge's mind. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once hidden beneath the Sumi mountain. No need for the inversion of yin and yang to forge. Could it lack the tempering of water and fire? The Zhuzhen sharpens, slays the celestial. Red light ignites in all directions. The transformation of the immortal is infinitely marvelous, stained in blood of the great Luo immortal. This poem vividly captures the boundless power of the four swords of Zhuzhen, especially when they form the Zhuzhen sword array, the foremost killing formation under the heavens. Unmatched in its ferocity and might, Tang Ge is uncertain if he will ever witness the grandeur of the Zhuzhen sword array. However, he suddenly realizes that, at his current level, he is utterly incapable of manifesting all four swords of Zhuzhen. Furthermore, when he contemplated wielding them, an overwhelming dread engulfed him. Even the mere attempt to use a single sword might lead to his essence being drained. In that moment, gazing at the four swords of Zhuzhen, which could transform at will, Tang Ge's expression turned bitter. Is it disdain for my inadequate strength? As if in response to his thoughts, the Zhuzhen sword quivered slightly before vanishing from his palm. The fierce aura lingering in the air gradually dissipated. Tang Ge took a deep breath, suppressing his disappointment. Though he currently lacks the strength to wield the four swords of Zhuzhen, he has nonetheless made a commendable start compared to others. Moreover, the four swords of Zhuzhen compose a formidable martial soul, with each sword capable of independently merging with a soul ring. If he were to incorporate the yin-yang diagram of life and death, he would possess the unprecedented quintuple martial souls in history. Thus, it is imperative to first comprehend the abilities of the yin-yang diagram of life and death, preparing for the selection of his inaugural soul ring. With thoughts of the impending journey to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy in 3 months, Tang Ge felt a surge of anticipation. He dismissed further musings and dashed toward the distant forest. Chapter 9. The Yin Master Dies. The Young Master Lives. Several miles from the Holy Soul Village lies a dense forest, teeming with wild beasts, attracting hunters from the village. This also accounts for the scarcity of soul beasts in that woodland. Before long, Tang Ge entered the forest. Beneath the towering, lush canopy, the blaring sun could not penetrate, casting the surroundings into a twilight gloom. Faint roars of distant beasts echoed through the air. Tang Ge, unarmed, felt no fear. Instead, he was stirred by a thrill. After all, his grandfather, the village chief, was preparing a feast at noon, and he intended to hunt a wild boar or other game to bring back while testing his martial soul. He soon arrived at a clearing, and with a mere thought, a wolf carcass appeared on the ground. This was the remains of the Wolf King, previously slain. He had stored it within the system space along with the other wolf corpses. Now, freshly extracted, the still warm blood emanated a peculiar scent, wafting through the air. At that moment, Tang Ge took the opportunity to assess the spatial capabilities bestowed upon him after his martial soul awakening. Originally confined to 10 cubic meters, his space had expanded to 30 cubic meters following his awakening. The 7 wolf corpses, once crammed together, now spread out comfortably. He realized he could still accommodate many more beast carcasses. Satisfied with the ample space, Tang Ge exhaled deeply. With his upcoming enrollment in the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy in 3 months, it was essential to prepare for his financial needs in advance. A howl pierced the air from the front, interrupting Tang Ge's thoughts. He quickly turned his attention toward the source of the sound. In the dim woods, accompanied by the rustling of dry leaves, a mangy lone wolf emerged. The scent of the Wolf King's blood drove it to salivate, its eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Yet, it seemed hesitant to approach, deterred by Tang Ge's presence. Well, a wolf is better than nothing. Although somewhat disappointed by the lone wolf's appearance, Tang Ge quickly shook off the feeling. He raised his left hand, summoning the yin-yang diagram of life and death from his palm. In power go! With a surge of soul power, a jet-black thread, slithering like a serpent, shot forth from the yin-yang diagram, racing toward the lone wolf several meters away. As the thread approached, an overwhelming sense of impending doom sent the wolf's sparse fur bristling in alarm. Its eyes turned crimson, and with a low growl, it lunged at Tang Ge. However, the black thread deftly shifted, intercepting the wolf mid-leap. Upon contact, the wolf emitted a chilling scream, crashing to the ground. Under Tang Ge's watchful gaze, the wolf, ensnared by the black thread, appeared as though it had plunged into potent acid, its remaining sparse for shedding rapidly. Its flesh withered at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, the lone wolf was reduced to nearly a desiccated corpse, barely clinging to life. Tang Ge could not help but gasp at the overwhelming might of the yin power. Remarkably, he had only harnessed a fraction of it. Should he unleash its full potential, even century-old soul beasts would stand no chance. Let us test the yang power. With this thought, Tang Ge promptly drew 2 strands of white light from the yin-yang diagram toward the lone wolf. The moment the white light entered its body, the yin power was swiftly expelled. Instantly, a surge of vitality enveloped the wolf. In that moment, the creature, once on the brink of death, let out a contented howl, its emaciated form rapidly revitalizing. By the end, the lone wolf not only fully recovered but also boasted a thick, lustrous coat, exuding the presence of a true wolf king. Awoo! In an instant, the lone wolf, rising from the ground, could not resist letting out a joyous howl towards the sky. However, it swiftly turned and fled into the depths of the forest. Tang Ge, witnessing the wolf's retreat, refrained from intervening. After a while, he shifted his gaze towards the yin-yang life and death diagram that manifested in the palm of his left hand, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. The essence of the martial soul's yin-yang life and death diagram was clear. Yin master dies. Yang master lives. Tang Ge even drew a sliver of yang energy into his own body, experiencing the overwhelming vitality it unleashed, which was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that it could completely restore the lone wolf, which had barely a breath left. Furthermore, as his own strength increased, the transition from life to death and from death to life was not beyond possibility. At that moment, Tang Ge suddenly thought of the 7 treasures glazed sex 7 treasures glazed tower. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. The continent's premier support type, martial soul, encountering my yin-yang life and death diagram, it may have to concede its position. Subsequently, the scent of the soul beast wolf king's corpse attracted numerous wild beasts. Yet, without exception, they all succumbed to the power of yin, only to be completely restored by yang energy afterward. By the end, these beasts gazed at Tang Ge as if he were a demon, their eyes filled with terror. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ge tested the limits of the yin-yang energy without the fusion of spirit rings. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shockingly C, gaining 2 points of shock value. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shocking Wong Wu, gaining 3 points of shock value. At that moment, a series of system prompts suddenly resounded. Tang Ge, who was familiarizing himself with his martial soul's capabilities, was pulled back to reality. He glanced at his data panel, discovering that in such a brief time, his shock value had surged by over 100 points and was still climbing. Could it be that Grandpa Villagehead had informed the villagers of my innate full spirit power? Tang Ge pondered, a thought flashing through his mind. He looked up at the sky, noting that it was approaching noon. Considering that Grandpa Villagehead was waiting for him at home, Tang Ge decided not to linger any longer. After stowing away his martial soul, he swiftly carried the hefty corpse of a wild boar that remained on the ground and made his way out of the forest. Upon returning to Shanghun village, the sight of the 6-year-old Tang Ge hoisting a wild boar larger than a calf drew astonished exclamations from passing villagers. What a massive wild boar! Did little Tang Ge kill this himself? This is innate full spirit power? At such a young age, he's already this formidable. If he goes to Notting City, old Jack will be incredibly fortunate. Unfortunately, my own child is such a disappointment. The surrounding chatter coupled with the incessant system prompts in his mind, made Tang Ge burst into laughter. It seemed he needed to repeat such feats several more times. He then quickened his pace, disappearing like the wind before the villagers' eyes. Chapter 10. The challenge from Tang San with the imminent journey to Notting City for enrollment in the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in 3 months, and the necessity to prepare for hunting soul beasts in the soul hunting forest to acquire martial souls. Tang Ge spent the time following his martial soul awakening either at home, accompanying Grandpa Village Head, or outside, honing his physique and martial soul abilities. Regrettably, being at the pinnacle of spirit masters with innate full spirit power, he could not break through to the next level without fusing spirit rings. Thus, during this period, Tang Ge's spirit power showed no signs of growth. However, his ancient holy body, which had only a 10 fusion degree, remarkably increased by 2 points, thanks to his frequent excursions into the mountains beyond the village. Utilizing the strength of the ancient holy body and the abilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he nearly eradicated the beasts in the relatively small forest. A plethora of wild animals he hunted became sustenance for his own body. Their pelts were entrusted to Uncle Li from the village to sell in Notting City for currency, part of which supplemented household expenses while the remainder was saved for future academy life. Of course, Tang Ge did not forget about acquiring shock value. Thus, each time he hunted large beasts in the forest, he carried their corpses back to the village through sheer personal strength. The villagers were indeed supportive, providing him with numerous points of shock value. However, as time passed, perhaps due to becoming accustomed to it, the villagers no longer reacted when they saw Tang Ge returning with the carcasses of wild beasts. Tang Ge felt disappointed and had to turn his attention to Tang San's father. Whenever he had the chance, he showcased the chaotic wind hammer technique in front of the once generous Su Yuntao, who had initially bestowed upon him 5,000 shock points. Yet it was all in vain. The once open-handed Su Yuntao had transformed into a miser, giving not a single point of shock value. Conversely, Tang San provided Tang Ge with dozens of points of shock value. However, if Tang Ge had been observant, he would have noticed that every time he performed the chaotic wind hammer technique, Tang Hao, watching from a distance, had his facial muscles twitching, a clear sign of his suppressed urge to strike. Thus, time passed unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, only 10 days remained until their journey to Notting City. On a crisp morning, atop the hillside outside Shenghun village, Tang Ge, having exercised for nearly an hour, paused to catch his breath. He opened his personal panel, and with a thought, a virtual frame materialized before him. Shock system, host, Tang Ge, level 10 spirit master, innate full spirit power, martial soul, twin martial souls, yin-yang life, and death diagram. 4 swords of extermination, martial technique, chaotic wind hammer technique, physique, ancient holy body fusion degree 12, shock value, 6,884. Gazing at his current status, Tang Ge felt quite satisfied. The only regret was the slow accumulation of shock value. He wondered when he would amass the required 10,000 points for a lottery draw. It appeared he could only accumulate it gradually, he mused. At that moment, Tang San, practicing not far away, also halted. Seeing Tang Ge, he approached directly. "Little San, are you heading back to the village?" Tang Ge inquired as he stowed away his personal panel. Tang San shook his head. Then, his gaze sharpened, and with utmost seriousness, he said to Tang Ge, "If you don't mind, shall we spar here?" As he spoke those words, Tang San seemed to shed a heavy burden, feeling remarkably lighter. Over the past 3 months, Tang San had watched Tang Ge grow stronger from nothing, easily dispatching the beasts in the forest outside the village. If it were anyone else, he would not have felt anything. However, Tang Ge was his childhood companion. Witnessing his friend become not only powerful, but subtly surpassing him, even with 2 lifetimes behind him, Tang San began to feel the pressure, especially with the constant praises from the village uncles and aunts regarding Tang Ge. Along with his father's admonishments, every time he saw Tang Ge perform the hammer technique, Tang San felt increasingly unbalanced. Likewise, this gradually ignited the battle spirit that had been suppressed within him. Today, the two ended their morning training once again here, with their time in the village growing shorter. Tang San finally decided to stop suppressing himself and prepared to engage in a fair fight with Tang Ge. He did not seek to defeat Tang Ge, but merely to prove that he was not lacking. The wind blew past him. Aside from the sound of the wind, all other noises seemed to have vanished. At this moment, Tang San's gaze was solely fixed on Tang Ge. He stepped forward, slightly bending his knees, and instinctively assumed a fighting stance, his expression serious as he spoke again. Tang Ge, please enlighten me. At this point, Tang Ge finally regained his composure. He looked at Tang San, who had already adopted a fighting stance, and was taken aback by the unexpected challenge. Could it be that my exceptional prowess has led the girl next door to develop feelings elsewhere? Despite the surprise brought on by Tang San's challenge, Tang Ge did not refuse. In fact, he had long wished for an opportunity to test the might of Tang San's Xiantian skill. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. I, Tang Ge, humbly accept your challenge. As the words fell, a massive fist hurtled toward Tang San's face. The tremendous force unleashed a series of thudding sounds that echoed through the air. Faced with Tang Ge's sudden assault, Tang San showed no signs of panic. With the rapid activation of Xiantian's skill, he swiftly gathered the power of his martial soul into his legs and leapt into the air. In the instant of his body flipping, Tang San's outstretched right foot collided harshly with Tang Ge's incoming fist. A resounding thud reverberated through the air. Utilizing the recoil from the impact, Tang San performed several flips before landing approximately 7 to 8 meters away. Upon touching down and seeing Tang Ge remain steadfast at his original position despite his strike, Tang San was taken aback, though he had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. What a formidable physique. Instead of feeling fear, it ignited his fighting spirit. Tang Ge, it is now my turn. With a low shout, Tang San accelerated as he charged toward Tang Ge, his speed reaching its zenith through the assistance of Xiantian skill. In the blink of an eye, he was before Tang Ge. Without hesitation, Tang Ge unleashed a punch, the surging power creating ripples in the surroundings. However, as soon as he threw the punch, a sense of dread washed over him. He had missed. Simultaneously, laughter echoed around him. Tang Ge, I am aware that you possess greater strength than I, but unfortunately, you cannot land a hit on me. Tang Ge turned his gaze to see that the once charging Tang San had transformed into a series of afterimages that darted around him with incredible speed, making it difficult to discern which was the real one. Suddenly, one afterimage appeared behind Tang Ge. He spun around and threw a punch. But the afterimage seemed to possess foresight, dodging his strike while simultaneously delivering a punch to his armpit. Chapter 11. The Sacred Body Crushes. The hidden weapons are useless. The armpit is a human's weak point, and an attack there has a more significant impact than elsewhere. However, Tang Ge possessed the bloodline of the ancient sacred body, granting him an incredibly powerful physique. Thus, Tang San's attack did not inflict any harm on him. Just as Tang Ge prepared to counterattack, Tang San had already retracted his fist and transformed back into an afterimage, swiftly retreating from his attack range. This left Tang Ge feeling quite vexed. One exceptional Xiantian skill. Tang Ge understood that Tang San was employing the lightness technique, ghostly shadow, from the Xiantian skill, combined with the observational technique. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The combination rendered Tang San's figure elusive and filled with illusory shadows, while granting him extraordinary observational prowess. It is worth noting that, in the narrative Tang Ge was familiar with, Tang San had once subdued a soul beast, the mandala snake, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, using only this Tang clan secret skill and a dagger. Yet, despite Tang San's strength, Tang Ge was not without advantages. Before utilizing his martial soul, the ancient sacred body was his greatest asset. Thus, while fending off Tang San's attacks, Tang Ge pondered, while Tang San is swift and can anticipate my movements, he also dares not clash with me directly in strength. Therefore, rather than exhaust myself searching for him, it would be wiser to shift from offense to defense and wait for the moment he tires and reveals a flaw, allowing me to seize victory in one fell swoop. Having formulated his counter-strategy, Tang Ge's furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile graced his face. He decided to remain still, allowing Tang San, transformed into afterimages, to strike at him repeatedly. However, for Tang Ge, who possessed the strongest battle body among humans, this series of attacks felt like mere tickles, having no effect whatsoever. Instead, as Tang San continued to strike, he began to exhaust himself. Eventually, after yet another attack, his evasion speed noticeably slowed compared to before. Seeing this opportunity, Tang Ge could not allow Tang San to retreat any longer. His right arm, hanging down, shot out like a striking serpent. The afterimages dissipated, and Tang San's unwieldy right wrist was firmly grasped by Tang Ge. Little San, after hitting me so many times, it is now your turn to experience what it feels like to be struck. Without waiting for Tang San to react, Tang Ge executed a powerful shoulder charge, colliding forcefully with him. The ground trembled from the impact, causing Tang San's complexion to shift dramatically as he attempted to withdraw his hand. But the immense force gripping his wrist nearly suppressed his soul power. In desperation, Tang San had no choice but to channel his soul power to protect his body. Bang! Just as he completed this, Tang Ge barreled into his chest, sending him flying. In midair, Tang San tasted blood, almost on the verge of spitting it out. But he managed to suppress it. Upon landing, he stumbled back several steps before finally stabilizing himself, experiencing a body that felt as if it were about to fall apart. A bitter smile appeared on Tang San's pale face. It seems I'm still not strong enough. More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge did not pursue. Instead, as Tang San steadied himself, he smiled and spoke. Little San, if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to use them, or this match will be yours to lose. This statement was deliberately intended to provoke Tang San, as Tang Ge was aware that within the Tang clan's Xiantian treasure record, the most formidable aspect was the hidden weapons, with the most elite among them capable of slaying gods. Thus, he sought to test whether his ancient sacred body could withstand the assault of Tang San's hidden weapons. After all, with the yin-yang life and death diagram in hand, Tang Ge was not worried about injury. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San could no longer contain himself. He furrowed his brows, raised his head to look at Tang Ge, and spoke gravely. Tang Ge, I do possess other means, but are you certain you wish to test them? If I strike, you will be injured. Tang Ge did not respond, but instead summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram, drawing forth a wisp of yang energy and directly infusing it into Tang San's body. Initially, Tang San felt nothing, but soon, shock spread across his face. My injuries. They are completely healed, and that vibrant life force from earlier. He could not help but glance at the scroll that had materialized in Tang Ge's palm. Tang Ge, is this the ability of your martial soul? You should be able to rest easy now, Tang Ge replied, smiling as he retracted his martial soul and nodded in affirmation. In his mind, the system notification sound indicating the arrival of shock value echoed once more. With Tang Ge's confirmation, Tang San finally set aside his lingering worries. He flicked his right hand, producing a 4-inch small arrow. The arrow bore a distinct blood groove, glimmering with a chilling light, evoking a sense of unease. This was a sleeve arrow crafted by Tang San, and there were 2 more like it, currently housed within the sleeve mechanism on his wrist. According to the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record, the second principle states, what constitutes a hidden weapon is a special armament used covertly to vanquish foes. If the enemy is aware of its impending use, it ceases to be a hidden weapon and becomes an overt one. When facing an adversary, Tang San would never directly reveal the sleeve arrow. However, in the presence of Tang Ge, he solemnly declared, Tang Ge, I shall unleash this single strike. If you can withstand it, I concede. Very well, let it be. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Ge's smile faded. Without further ado, Tang San stepped forward, his body slightly turning. At the moment when Xiantian Gong reached its zenith, the 4-inch sleeve arrow shot forth from his jade-like hand with great force. Whoosh! The arrow spun rapidly through the air, creating a piercing sound as it cut through the atmosphere. In an instant, it closed the distance of several meters. Sensing the arrow hurtling towards him, Tang Ge did not take it lightly and immediately activated the ancient saint body. Buzz! A bronze glow radiated within the flow of soul power. The muscles across Tang Ge's body twitched rapidly, becoming increasingly dense, while his blood surged audibly. Clang! A resonant sound akin to a bell rang out. The swiftly launched arrow struck Tang Ge's abdomen with great force. Yet, amidst the shimmering bronze light, his abdomen resonated like an ancient bell, sending invisible ripples that dissipated the arrow's impact in an instant. The arrow fell to the ground, while Tang Ge's abdomen remained unscathed, with only his clothing torn, leaving no mark on his 8-pack abs. Did he block it? Tang Ge lowered his head to inspect, confirming that he was indeed unharmed. He could not help but exhale in relief, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Chapter 12. Do you desire it? Having successfully intercepted the arrow, Tang Ge emerged unscathed, and the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Tang San, earning 50 points of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Tang Hao, earning 1,000 points of shock value. A total of 1,050 points of shock value was instantly credited. Yet, Tang Ge's expression momentarily faltered. His heart filled with confusion. Why was there shock value from his father in addition to that from Tang San? Could it be that Douluo had secretly followed them? In a moment of impulse, Tang Ge turned to gaze into the distance. However, apart from the shadowy outlines of trees, he saw nothing else. Perhaps the other party wished to remain unnoticed. This thought crossed Tang Ge's mind, and he refrained from searching for Douluo's presence, directing his focus back to the still stunned Tang San. Observing Tang San, Tang Ge felt immense joy. The other was like his little lucky star, selflessly assisting him in activating the system and repeatedly providing him with shock value alongside his titled Douluo father. This challenge had brought unexpected delight. As the shock value approached the threshold of 10,000, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly exclaiming, "Little San, shall we continue?" "Continue?" Tang San finally snapped back to reality. He glanced at the fallen 4-inch sleeve arrow, then at Tang Ge, whose skin remained unbroken, a bittersweet smile appearing on his youthful face. A single sleeve arrow had contained nearly 70% of his strength, yet it was effortlessly blocked. Moreover, the opponent had not even dodged, choosing to absorb the impact with his body. Such terrifying physical prowess left Tang San lacking any confidence that he could penetrate even with the remaining 3 sleeve arrows. Furthermore, he and Tang Ge were not enemies. Thus, upon hearing Tang Ge's invitation, Tang San shook his head. "Forget it, I concede." Tang Ge felt a twinge of disappointment at the missed opportunity to extract more shock value. However, Tang San, who had just declared his concession, suddenly turned serious, fixing his gaze on him. "But this is merely the beginning. I shall surely defeat you in the future, Tang Ge." "Very well, I shall await your challenge," Tang Ge replied, a smile fading from his face as he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two engaged in further sparring before departing together back to Holy Spirit Village. As they left, a figure suddenly appeared amidst the flickering shadows. It was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Due to Tang Ge's use of the chaotic wind hammer technique, he had been observing the situation in secret for the past few months, hoping to uncover some clues. However, to his dismay, both his findings and information from Old Jack confirmed that Tang Ge was indeed merely an orphan adopted by the village. Furthermore, over the years, no suspicious individuals had entered Holy Spirit Village. Could it be that the boy had not executed the chaotic wind hammer technique, but instead had an innate talent for harnessing such power? Tang Hao was perplexed. Yet, he soon set aside his thoughts, recalling the moment Tang Ge had blocked Tang San's hidden weapon with his body. Tang Hao was well aware of the peculiar nature of these so-called hidden weapons crafted by Tang San, though they did not seem particularly formidable in his eyes. They posed a significant threat to children. Even soul masters would hesitate to absorb such a blow with their bodies. Yet, Tang Ge had not only absorbed the impact, but had emerged completely unscathed. This revelation genuinely astonished Tang Hao. What kind of fruit could empower a mere 6-year-old child to achieve such remarkable physical strength in a mere 3 months? If only Tang San could consume one. A glimmer of determination sparked in Tang Hao's eyes as he suddenly leaped down the slope, racing towards the distant woods below. Time passed swiftly. Following the sparring session on the hillside, 10 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. The next day, before dawn, an eager Tang Ge and Tang San, accompanied by Old Jack, departed Holy Spirit Village for Notting City. After nearly half a day's journey, the trio finally arrived at Notting City. Along the way, Old Jack had shared numerous tales about soul masters and the educational institutions. Topics ranged from graduation requirements to the challenges of obtaining soul rings and the status of soul masters within the empire, causing Tang Ge to stifle yawns. He had long been acquainted with this foundational knowledge. In contrast, Tang San displayed an inquisitive demeanor, attentively absorbing every detail and occasionally interjecting with questions. Upon entering Notting City, Old Jack's incessant chatter finally came to a halt. The bustling atmosphere that greeted them was a stark contrast to the tranquility of Holy Spirit Village. The streets, paved with bluestone, were lined with shops, and a cacophony of vendors' calls filled the air, capturing the trio's attention with a myriad of enticing goods. Old Jack could not help but lament, if only my holy soul village could flourish like this nodding city. Even a century from now, I would feel worthy of my title as village chief. His voice was low, as if he feared being overheard by those around him. Yet Tang Ge heard him. He promptly patted Tang San on the shoulder and assured, "Grandpa, don't worry. This task shall be entrusted to little San. Once he becomes a title, he will buy Nodding City and present it to you. At that time, you will transform from village chief to city lord. Ha ha. Then Grandpa can look forward to little San fulfilling this wish of mine." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, old Jack couldn't suppress his laughter. Tang San, however, rolled his eyes at Tang Ge, expressing his discontent at being treated as a pawn. Nevertheless, a fleeting glimmer of hope crossed his eyes. Could his future self truly achieve this as a title Douluo? The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was situated to the west of Nodding City. After a bit of inquiry, the three found themselves at the academy's entrance. When Tang San regained his senses, he was greeted by a grand archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed entirely from sturdy stone. At the center above the archway were 4 bold characters. Nodding Academy. Quite impressive. Tang San couldn't help but exclaim. Impressive? Tang Ge glanced at it and curled his lip. It's just SOSO. In his eyes, this ancient Nodding Academy paled in comparison to some secondary schools from his past life. The 2 iron gates blocking the entrance were already starting to peel. At this moment, old Jack had begun conversing with 2 academy guards stationed at the entrance. Tang Ge, familiar with the storyline, knew that one of the guards would soon make a jest about old Jack's innate full soul power. So he hurried over before that could happen. Approaching old Jack, he noticed a guard who had just received a certificate but hadn't yet opened it. Tang Ge suddenly produced a gold soul coin from his pocket. Ding! The gold coin flipped into the air, producing a clear, ringing sound. The eyes of the 2 guards were instantly drawn to it. Tang Ge caught the falling coin and smiled at them. Want it? Chapter 13. This kid has such a thick skin. This is a gold soul coin, enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for several months. The monthly salary of the 2 guards likely didn't even amount to that. Thus, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, they couldn't help but nod eagerly. What? What a pipe dream. Just not happening. Unexpectedly, Tang Ge's expression changed, and he suddenly pocketed the gold coin while mocking little Guyu. Hearing Tang Ge's words, old Jack's face turned anxious as he reached out to pull him back. However, before he could finish, the 2 guards' expressions darkened completely. One of them, snapping back to reality, glared at Tang Ge with gritted teeth and menacingly proclaimed, "You little brat, how dare you toy with us? Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson today." With that, the guard reached out to grab Tang Ge's shoulder. Old Jack attempted to intervene, but unbeknownst to him, Tang San had already arrived at his side. "Grandpa, it's fine," Tang San reassured old Jack. Old Jack smiled wryly. "I'm not worried about little Ge. I just fear he might hurt them too badly, which could complicate your enrollment." Just then, the guard hand had already made contact with Tang Ge's shoulder. Upon hearing old Jack's words, the guard, who had previously held back, turned pale with rage and squeezed harder. But at that moment, a second hand suddenly appeared and firmly grasped the guard's wrist. No matter how he struggled, it was all in vain. When he looked down at the smiling 6-year-old before him, the guard was filled with astonishment. How could this child possess such strength? In a panic, the guard involuntarily exclaimed, "Let go of me." Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Lu San, for being shocked, earning 8 shock points. The system's prompt echoed in Tang Ge's mind. His smile broadened as he looked at the guard and cheerfully replied, "You want me to let go, right? Very well." Before the guard could react, Tang Ge suddenly exerted force, spinning him around effortlessly. Tang San and old Jack instinctively shut their eyes at the sight. Too tragic. I can't bear to look. The next moment, a wailing scream echoed in their ears as the guard was hurled 4 to 5 meters away, crashing to the ground and leaving a crack in the earth, rolling in agony. Without a glance back, Tang Ge strode directly to the other guard. "Are you shocked?" "What shock?" The bewildered guard responded as Tang Ge inquired. Hearing this, Tang Ge shook his head in disappointment. "It seems you're not shocked at all." Suddenly, he reached out and gently pushed the guard's chest. This time he didn't apply much force, but the guard still flew backward, crashing against the academy's iron gate, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. When he finally fell to the ground, a wave of intense pain surged through him, and he finally regained his senses. What a terrifying child! This thought flashed through his mind as he clutched his chest, crying out in agony. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Guo for being shocked, earning 8 shock points. The system's prompt arrived belatedly. Upon hearing it, Tang Ge finally wore a satisfied smile. It seems I misjudged. Tang Ge, were you just showing off? Suddenly, Tang San's voice came from behind. Tang Ge's expression momentarily faltered, and the smile vanished from his face. We turned to face Tang San. His gaze was filled with a dangerous glint as he asked, "Little San, would you kindly repeat what you just said?" A chill ran down Tang San's spine. Could this guy be considering hitting me too? He quickly changed his tone. Tang Ge, while I know you was putting on a show, you looked incredibly cool doing it. The moment those words left his mouth, Tang San felt so embarrassed he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Yet, Tang Ge found it quite gratifying. With a smile, he approached Tang San, draping an arm around his shoulder, as expected of my good brother Tang Ge. I love hearing that. Not far behind, old Jack, listening to the banter between Tang Ge and Tang San, found himself both amused and exasperated. These two children, even at such a moment, still had the leisure to joke around. Leaning on his cane, he walked over to them, observing the two guards still writhing on the ground. Old Jack's expression grew somber. Although their status was not comparable to that of Soul Masters, they were still Academy guards. He couldn't help but worry about the potential impact on their enrollment application. Just as Tang Ge was about to offer some comforting words, he suddenly caught a faint sound with his keen ears. His youthful face, which still bore a hint of innocence, instantly transformed with righteous indignation, pointed at the two guards lying on the ground, wailing in agony, and spoke with indignation. "Grandfather, these two have abused their authority as Academy guards, causing countless work-study students like us to lose our chance at enrollment. Just now, they not only attempted to seize the gold soul coin from me, but also sought to strike me. I am but a mere 6-year-old child. How could they be so heartless? What manner of conscience would allow one to harm a child of such tender age? Grandfather, you need not worry. I believe that even the Academy's leaders will not shelter these scoundrels after learning of today's events." Jack, the old village chief, and Tang San were completely taken aback by Tang Ge's words, their gazes filled with bewilderment. Even the two guards, who were still howling in pain, momentarily ceased their cries. They stared wide-eyed at the indignant Tang Ge, as if it were he who had been struck rather than themselves. With a final, exasperated gasp, the guards spat blood, their wails becoming increasingly desperate. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge was momentarily startled, sensing the peculiar glances from old Jack and Tang San. He quickly asserted, "Grandfather, you see, these two must have committed so many misdeeds that even heaven could no longer tolerate their actions and has come to punish them." At the Academy, due to the commotion at the entrance, a slender middle-aged man with short hair was approaching. Upon hearing Tang Ge's impassioned words, especially the last statement, the man paused mid-stride, his unique aura momentarily disrupted. His gaze fell upon Tang Ge, and recalling the earlier scene he had witnessed, he felt a slight shock. What audacity this child possesses, he thought, before continuing toward the entrance. Chapter 14. Master, do not overthink Ding Dong. Congratulations, host. You have astonished Yu Xiaojiang, earning 1,000 astonishment points. At the Academy entrance, just as Tang Ge finished speaking, a system notification echoed in his mind. The accumulation of 1,000 astonishment points genuinely surprised him. This marked the second individual capable of granting him such a sum at once, aside from Tang San's father. Yu Xiaojiang hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan on Douluo continent, but was expelled due to a malignant mutation of his martial soul. Nevertheless, his profound research into martial souls led him to propose the 10 core competencies of martial souls, earning him the title of an unrivaled theorist despite his lack of strength. In the realm of martial souls, he was revered as the master. Tang Ge had noticed the master's arrival earlier, which prompted him to seize the opportunity to voice his comments, intentionally allowing the master to overhear. But why was the master so astonished? Could this be the legendary might of a simple tremor that reverberates throughout the land? As Tang Ge pondered this, excitement surged within him. He was ever closer to unlocking the celestial lottery with his accumulated astonishment points. Lost in thought, a commanding voice interrupted. What kind of disorder is this at the Academy's entrance? Instantly, all attention was drawn toward the speaker. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two guards on the ground appeared as if they had spotted a savior, immediately bursting into tears. "Master, you must stand up for us. Look at what this child has done to us. One cried, "Yes, master, he not only attacked us, but also slandered our academy. We cannot let this go unpunished." Listening to the guard's accusations, old Jack's expression shifted, and he attempted to explain. However, Tang Ge swiftly stepped in front of one guard, startling him with his sudden appearance. "What do you want?" The guard stammered in panic. "Don't worry, I won't hit you," Tang Ge replied dismissively as he snatched the admission proof from the guard's grasp. He then approached Yu Xiaojiang, holding the document aloft. "Master, this is the proof issued by the Martial Soul Hall for me and Little San. Those two villains almost tore it up, and they even tried to rob me." With a look of grievance, Tang Ge faced Yu Xiaojiang. The two guards, overhearing this, nearly spewed blood again, wanting to shout, "That's not true. We didn't." However, under Yu Xiaojiang's imposing gaze, they dared not utter a word. Taking the proof from Tang Ge, Yu Xiaojiang struggled to suppress the urge to thrash the little rascal. Slowly unfolding the document, suddenly, a piercing light burst forth from his previously calm eyes. Impossible. They are both innate full soul power. Yu Xiaojiang's heart surged with astonishment. Simultaneously, another notification resonated in Tang Ge's mind. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have astonished Yu Xiaojiang, earning 500 astonishment points." Hearing this, Tang Ge's heart blossomed with joy, though he feigned anxiety on his face. "Master, is there an issue with this proof?" Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. He closed the document and shook his head. "There is no problem with the proof." He then turned to old Jack, saying, "Sir, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. I shall take these two children under my wing." Hearing an apology from someone of Yu Xiaojiang's stature, old Jack hurriedly waved his hands. "There is no need for apologies. They haven't committed any egregious offenses. Master, you may take these two children." He then instructed Little San, "Little Ge, follow the master inside, and be sure to behave." Understood, they both nodded in agreement. After old Jack imparted a few more words of guidance, he turned to leave. One of the guards could no longer contain himself. "But, master," however, before he could finish, Yu Xiaojiang shot him and the other guard a cold glare, speaking in a low voice, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your past transgressions. Today's beating is entirely of your own making, so do not whine to me about injustice. Furthermore, if I catch you abusing your power again, you need not keep this job." Cold sweat broke out on the two guards as they quickly promised never to offend again. Yu Xiaojiang withdrew his gaze from them, forcibly mustering a smile as he addressed Tang San and Tang Ge. "Let us proceed inside." Thus, the three of them entered the nodding academy together. The ensuing events unfolded much as Tang Ge had anticipated, without significant deviation, save for the inclusion of his presence. As the master, Yu Xiaojiang adeptly unveiled the secret of Tang San and Tang Ge's twin martial souls. While Tang Ge feigned ignorance, Tang San was taken aback. Initially believing the master was merely making guesses, he was ultimately captivated as the master elaborated on the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Though in this world, the master was only the second soul master Tang San had encountered aside from the Martial Soul Hall soul masters, he found himself resolute in that moment. Suddenly halting, he took a step back and knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing 3 times to the master. "Master, please accept me as your disciple," Tang San implored. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, but a satisfied smile soon graced his face. He bent down, extending his hand to lift Tang San up. "Foolish boy, there's no need to bow your head when becoming a disciple. A simple bow will suffice. Bowing is reserved for kings and parents." However, Tang San shook his head solemnly, declaring, "Once a master, forever a father, you deserve my reverence." Yu Xiaojiang felt a stir of emotion within him. Although it was their first encounter, this brief interaction had led him to wholeheartedly recognize Tang San as a child worthy of his utmost dedication. Unable to contain his laughter, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, "Very well. It seems I have indeed made the right choice. Come, Little San, let us proceed to the administrative office for your registration." With that, he took Tang San's hand once more. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had been largely ignored, finally spoke up as he watched the two prepare to leave. "Master, but before he could finish, Yu Xiaojiang waved him off. "You can come along, but I have enough with Little San. I shall not take on any additional disciples." Tang San opened his mouth, wanting to speak in favor of Tang Ge, yet the latter preempted him, saying to the seemingly aloof Yu Xiaojiang, "Master, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of becoming your disciple. I merely wish to inquire if you could assist me with the registration process." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Yu Xiaojiang's composed demeanor faltered, and he glared in anger. "You little rascal, do you think I am unaware of your antics at the academy's entrance? Do you dare to challenge my authority? Believe me, I can easily revoke your admission." This was the first time someone had dared to confront him so boldly. Had it not been for the need to maintain his image before his newly accepted student, he would have certainly seized Tang Ge by the ear for a lesson. It was utterly infuriating. Did he truly believe that his title of master was merely for show? Seeing the master's fierce gaze, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle nervously. "Master, please do not be angry. I only thought that since you already have little San as a disciple, I did not wish to distract you with another student, especially one as talented as him." Yu Xiaojiang felt a headache coming on. He chose to ignore Tang Ge and turned his attention to Tang San. "Little San, how well do you get along with this boy? We grew up together. Our bond is quite strong," Tang San replied, puzzled by the master's inquiry, yet he spoke truthfully. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned serious. "A good relationship is not enough. I advise you to keep your distance from him. This boy is trouble. If you get mixed up with him, your master will have no choice but to stay indoors." Tang San believed that Yu Xiaojiang was genuinely upset with Tang Ge and quickly interceded on his behalf. Yet Tang Ge merely rolled his eyes in response. "Little San, could you please be a bit more confident and drop the not bad from your description of me?" Yu Xiaojiang noticed Tang Ge's eye roll and huffed. "You little brat. I will let this slide on account of your relationship with little San. But are you certain you do not wish to join us for registration? While I will not take you as a disciple, there are other teachers in the academy who could greatly benefit your future cultivation. Indeed, Tang Ge, come with us," Tang San encouraged. However, Tang Ge shook his head. "Thank you, master, but I've decided to wait here for little San to return." "Very well. I shall not press you further, but I hope you do not come to regret this decision," Yu Xiaojing replied, casting a lingering gaze at Tang Ge before he grasped Tang San's hand and turned to leave. Once they departed, Tang Ge felt a wave of relief wash over him. Stretching his limbs, he smiled. "If I were at Shrek Academy, it would be different, but here, who needs a teacher? I am perfectly fine on my own." Moreover, had it not been for the narrative's demands and the desire to gather shock value, Tang Ge would have preferred to avoid the academy altogether. In fact, if he showcased the formidable power of his martial soul, the Spirit Hall might even extend an invitation for him to join, potentially allowing him to teach as a title de law. Alas, at present, he held no interest in joining the Spirit Hall, particularly not in the likes of Bibi Dong, nor her daughter Qianren Xue and disciple Hulaina. Deciding to leave this place, Tang Ge noted the increasing number of students passing by and refocused his thoughts, heading directly into the academy. As the village head, Old Jack, had said, very few could become soul masters, especially in a remote city like Notting. Thus, the number of students and teachers at Notting Academy was quite limited, with only a single dormitory building where both teachers and students resided. The student dormitory consisted of merely 7 rooms, and due to the generally young age of the students, for ease of management, all students of the same grade were housed together in one large dormitory. Among these, there existed a special dormitory known as the 7th dormitory. It was not only the least accommodating, but also housed working students, regardless of gender or grade. As a working student, Tang Ge would be assigned to this dormitory as well. Although Tang San had yet to return for registration, Tang Ge, having the advantage of knowing the plot, arrived in front of the 7th dormitory ahead of time. Hearing the raucous sounds from within, a smile broke across Tang Ge's face. It's time to seize the opportunity. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The spacious dormitory was lined with beds against the walls. Some were bare, while others were covered with bedding, though the latter represented only a small fraction. At that moment, 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were causing quite a commotion. When Tang Ge entered, he immediately captured their attention. Due to the ancient sacred body, he towered over his peers, even surpassing some who were 2 or 3 years older. As the children quieted down, one of the older boys, whose height was comparable to Tang Ge's, approached him with a hint of wariness in his eyes. "I am Wang Sheng. Are you the new working student? Are you the leader here?" Tang Ge did not answer, but instead countered with a question. Upon realizing that the newcomer could deduce his status as the dormitory's leader, Wang Sheng couldn't help but puff out his chest proudly. "Of course I am." But before he could finish, Tang Ge interrupted, "Enough. Regardless of who you are, From this moment on, I am the leader of 7th Dormitory. What audacious words. The moment those words left his mouth, not only did Wang Sheng's expression change, but the other 7 children watching also could not contain their anger. In an uproar, they shouted, "Leader, he is underestimating you. Teach him a lesson. Who does this newcomer think he is, trying to claim leadership in our 7th dormitory? This is sheer arrogance." As the group of subordinates echoed in agreement, Wang Sheng felt his authority being challenged. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You aspire to be the leader of the 7th dormitory? Let's see if you possess the strength to defeat me." "Very well," Tang Ge replied with a grin, then gently thrust his palm towards Wang Sheng. The gesture appeared so feeble, akin to someone who had skipped a meal, that Wang Sheng almost burst into laughter. Was this an attempt at humor? Thus, he refrained from using his soul power and casually extended his right hand to grasp Tang Ge's wrist, intending to throw him aside. In that instant, however, Tang Ge swiftly evaded Wang Sheng's grasp. When his palm landed on Wang Sheng's chest, an overwhelming force erupted, propelling Wang Sheng through the air. With a thud, he crashed onto a bed against the wall. Fortunately, the thick bedding cushioned his fall, sparing him from serious injury, though he grimaced in pain. "Boss! Boss!" The other 6 children, who had been momentarily stunned, rushed over in surprise. Supported by 2 of his subordinates, Wang Sheng, gritting his teeth, descended from the bed with a grim expression. He glared at Tang Ge, who stood at the doorway, a smile on his face that pierced Wang Sheng's heart like a dagger. How dare he humiliate me in front of my dormitory subordinates? Wang Sheng could not contain his fury any longer. "You little brat, you dared to ambush me," he shouted, charging towards Tang Ge. As Wang Sheng rushed forward, throwing a punch aimed at Tang Ge's chest, Tang Ge chose not to evade, eager for the system prompt to resonate more forcefully in his mind. As he activated the ancient sacred body, a golden light shimmered beneath his skin, and he met Wang Sheng's attack head-on. The moment Wang Sheng's fist struck Tang Ge's chest, it felt as though he had struck a bell, reverberating with a resounding clang. Tang Ge remained steadfast, a smile adorning his face. How is this possible? Wang Sheng's fist trembled with shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for shocking Wang Sheng, earning 20 points of shock value. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Tang Ge's smile grew more radiant as he teasingly remarked, "Little Wang, didn't you drink your milk this morning? You insolent fool. I don't drink milk. How dare you insult me? I will make you beg for mercy." Wang Sheng trembled with rage, his expression twisted. Yet, he realized that this new work-study student possessed formidable strength. Without employing his martial soul, he could never hope to defeat him. Thus, Wang Sheng let out a furious roar. "Power of the battle tiger. Bow down, brat." At that moment, he unleashed his martial soul, the power of the battle tiger. As yellow light flickered, Wang Sheng's fist transformed into a claw, which he directed towards Tang Ge's collar, intending to hurl him onto the bed where he had earlier fallen. So close. Sensing the surge of energy from Wang Sheng, Tang Ge did not shy away. Instead, anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Has he activated his martial soul? Then the effect should be even more pronounced. With that thought, a peculiar smile graced Tang Ge's lips as he concentrated all his strength into his feet, firmly grounding himself. In that moment, Wang Sheng's claw grasped Tang Ge's collar, and excitement flickered across his face. "Now you shall witness my might." He eagerly pulled upward with all his strength. Yet, Tang Ge remained unmoved. Wang Sheng paused, bewildered, and exerted more force. Still, Tang Ge did not budge. Wang Sheng's initial excitement faltered, his arm quivering as he grasped Tang Ge's collar. Refusing to yield, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of remaining strength. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as a piece of torn cloth was successfully ripped away. At that moment, Wang Sheng's expression froze in disbelief. Tang Ge, glancing down at his torn clothing, released an unutilized, innate, full soul power from within him. With a cold glare fixed on Wang Sheng, Tang Ge slowly raised his right hand. In an unexpected turn of events, Wang Sheng dropped to one knee, clasping his fists in salute, exclaiming, "Long live the boss." This sudden shift startled Tang Ge, nearly leaving him breathless. The other 7 children in the 7th dormitory stared in stunned silence. The boss has surrendered? In that moment, they seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. However, Wang Sheng paid no mind to this. Seeing Tang Ge's hand raised, but not falling, He sighed in relief and shouted to the other 7 former subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Can't you see the boss's clothes are ruined? Hurry and fetch my new outfit." Upon hearing Wang Sheng's call, the 7 roommates finally snapped back to reality. As they glanced at the newcomer, the initial disdain in their eyes was replaced by astonishment and respect. One of them swiftly retrieved a brand new outfit that Wang Sheng had yet to wear. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Wang Sheng, earning 30 points of shock value. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Li Shi, earning 7 points of shock value. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Ho Sai, earning 6 points of shock value. Listening to the continuous system prompts in his mind, Tang Ge's frustration over his torn clothing dissipated. With shock value in hand, he felt everything was negotiable. Thus, he readily forgave Wang Sheng and, upon successfully ascending as the leader of the 7th dormitory, finally enjoyed the privileges reserved for the elite. Once he donned the new outfit and the bed was covered with fresh bedding, Tang Ge found himself surrounded by Wang Sheng and his companions, who eagerly inquired about his martial soul and soul power. When they discovered that their new leader possessed innate full soul power, the 8 children erupted in exclamations, their gazes towards Tang Ge growing ever more fervent. At the same time, Tang Ge seized the opportunity to collect a considerable amount of shock value. Taking advantage of the moment, he brought up his personal data panel. Shock system. Host. Tang Ge level 10 soul master, innate full soul power, martial soul, dual martial soul of yin-yang life and death diagram. 4 swords of extermination, martial technique, chaotic cloak hammer method, physique, ancient sacred body fusion degree 12, shock value, 95 ninium. Only a little over 400 shock points remain before I can unlock my first multidimensional lottery. Upon seeing his current shock value, Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback, followed closely by a wave of excitement. According to the unfolding storyline, tomorrow would mark the time when Tang San, alongside the master, ventured into the soul-hunting forest. At that point, not only would Tang San seek to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, but Tang Ge would also select suitable soul rings to fuse with his martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, to enter the soul-splitting forest. Apart from acquiring the order from the Spirit Hall, the only remaining option is to follow the master. Naturally, Tang Ge intends to accompany them. If he could activate the celestial lottery before their departure, his chances of obtaining a favorable soul ring would significantly increase. However, he pondered where he could possibly gather the remaining 400 points. As he listened to Wang Sheng and the others chattering away, Tang Ge couldn't help but delve into deep thought. Just then, a delightful and melodious laughter suddenly wafted in from outside the 7th dormitory. Upon hearing it, Tang Ge's eyes brightened. Eureka! Chapter 17. The startled Xiao Wu. The door to the 7th dormitory swung open. Accompanied by laughter and footsteps, 2 figures appeared at the entrance. One of them was Tang San, who had previously parted ways with Tang Ge to report to the master. Beside him stood a charming young girl. This girl, of similar height and age to Tang San, possessed a rosy complexion and an enchanting little face. With a little more growth, she would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating beauty. However, what drew the most attention was her long black hair, styled into a single braid that cascaded down past her waist, and her large, curious eyes brimming with wonder. The moment she appeared, she instantly captivated the 8 young boys in the 7th dormitory, rendering them speechless. Although it was Tang Ge's first encounter with this girl, he quickly recognized her as Xiao Wu. Yet, in his eyes, she was merely an immature little girl, incapable of sparking any interest. What intrigued him, however, was how Tang San had come to be with Xiao Wu after supposedly reporting. At that moment, Tang San spotted Tang Ge sitting on the bed inside the dormitory. His smiling expression faltered, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Tang Ge, what are you doing here?" "Oh, little San, there is someone you know in here," Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Without waiting for Tang San to respond, she bounded inside with her pink backpack, her bunny ears bobbing with each leap. Upon entering the dormitory, Xiao Wu showed no shyness, confidently introducing herself. "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu. Dance and dance." Hello. This is my big brother, Tang Ge." Wang Sheng, regaining his composure, nervously introduced Tang Ge instead. Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was it necessary to be so anxious over a mere 6-year-old girl? Nevertheless, he stood up and, with a smile, addressed the petite Xiao Wu. "Hello, I am Tang Ge." "Tang Ge, You share the same surname as Tang San. Are you his brother? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang Ge nodded with a beaming smile. Yes, I am his brother. He listens to me the most. How about it? Do you wish to be the boss of this dormitory? If you can defeat my brother, you will be the boss of the 7th dormitory. And once you become the boss, you can do whatever you desire. Having little San fetch you tea, warm your bed, or even wash your feet would be no issue. Becoming the boss of the 7th dormitory? That sounds quite interesting. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu's big, sparkling eyes lit up, and she immediately turned to Tang San. Placing her hands on her hips, as she declared in a sweet voice, Little San, I challenge you. Tang Ge, please be reasonable. At this moment, Tang San could no longer remain silent. He hurried to Tang Ge and pulled him aside to a secluded area, his face darkening as he said, Tang Ge, my teacher was right. You truly have a thick skin. Not too bad, Tang Ge replied nonchalantly, smiling. Seeing this, Tang San was left utterly helpless. He decided not to dwell on the matter further and quietly asked, Tang Ge, I thought you had gone somewhere else. I searched for you, but couldn't find you. It turns out you were already here. But since you didn't report, how did you know we would be assigned to the 7th dormitory? As the only working student dormitory at New Oding Academy, it was obvious that we, as working students, would reside here. Was this a question you truly needed to ask? Tang Ge looked at him in astonishment, replying, You mean you didn't know? Tang San fell silent for a moment, pursing his lips. Of course I knew. I was just worried you might not be aware. Not far away, Xiao Wu grew bored waiting. After a while, noticing that Tang San and Tang Ge were still whispering, she could no longer resist bouncing over. What are you two talking about? I was discussing how Xiao Wu is a rabbit. Tang Ge responded with a smile as Xiao Wu approached. Huh? When did I say Xiao Wu was a rabbit? Tang San replied, bewildered by Tang Ge's statement. However, the once curious Xiao Wu now appeared startled, as if she might turn and flee, her rosy cheeks paling. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Tang Ge caught sight of this scene, and simultaneously, a notification chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Startling Xiao Wu has earned you 1,000 shock points. 1,000 points. Could this be due to Xiao Wu being the reincarnation of a 10,000-year-old beast, the soft-bone rabbit? Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification, but excitement soon followed. He had finally accumulated the necessary 10,000 shock points. At that moment, when Tang Ge gazed at Xiao Wu, it was as if he were looking at a treasure trove of precious wool, eager to glean it all. This terrifying expression only further drained the color from Xiao Wu's face. Beside them, Tang San finally sensed something was amiss and couldn't help but voice his concern. Xiao Wu, are you all right? I am fine, Xiao Wu replied, biting her lip softly. Seeing Xiao Wu so frightened by his words, Tang Ge ultimately suppressed his thoughts and burst into laughter. Haha, I was just joking. I was actually talking to little San about matters concerning the 7th dormitory. Yes, Tang Ge was discussing the 7th dormitory with me. Tang San added, sensing something was off, but unable to pinpoint it, he nodded along. Observing Tang San's earnest demeanor, Xiao Wu finally relaxed her tense posture. A faint smile appeared on her pale face as she said, Big Brother Tang is truly impressive. You managed to guess that my martial spirit is a rabbit. Xiao Wu, your martial spirit is indeed a rabbit? Before Tang Ge could respond, Tang San couldn't contain his surprise. Xiao Wu shyly nodded. Yes, a very cute little white rabbit. What about you, little San? My martial spirit is blue silvergrass, which is actually the food of your martial spirit, Tang San replied with a wry smile. Tang Ge chuckled. I never anticipated that your martial spirits would be so complimentary. Since Xiao Wu didn't bring her bedding, why don't you two merge your beds and lie together? Sure, I'll follow Big Brother Tang's arrangement. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. However, Tang San could not help but exclaim in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at Tang Ge. You want me to lie with Xiao Wu? What? Do you find Xiao Wu undesirable? Tang Ge inquired playfully, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Xiao Wu, with her small hands on her slender waist, puffed out her cheeks and glared at Tang San. Tang San, do you dare to look down on me? Chapter 18, The Heavenly Lottery. The 9 Orifices Golden Dan. Faced with the inquiries from Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, even the seasoned Tang San found himself flustered. His face flushed crimson as he waved his hands in a panic. No, how could I possibly look down on you, Xiao Wu? I would be overjoyed just to share a bed with you. Really? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes sparkled, and a joyful smile graced her delicate face. The shadow cast by Tang Ge moments before dissipated significantly. Seeing Xiao Wu so delighted, Tang San eagerly nodded. Indeed, beside them, Tang Ge couldn't help but tease Tang San. I never expected that you would start thinking about the young lady right after meeting her. Quite impressive. I must inform a master about this. Are you a devil? Tang San widened his eyes at Tang Ge's words. In that moment, he finally understood why the master had been so adamant about not accepting Tang Ge as a disciple. With such audacity, did he even need a teacher? Taking a deep breath, Tang San suppressed the urge to retaliate and glared at Tang Ge. I don't have any bedding. Are you going to buy some for me? Don't worry, it will be here soon. You two should combine those two beds first, Tang Ge instructed with a smile. Here soon? Doubt clouded Tang San's face. Yet he and Xiao Wu, with the enthusiastic assistance of Wang Sheng and others, chose two empty beds and merged them together. Just as they finished, a teacher in his 30s entered the room, carrying a set of bedding. Scanning the children in the dormitory, the teacher spoke calmly. Which one is Tang San? Step forward. Tang San promptly stood up, but was more focused on the bedding in the teacher's hands. Without further ado, the teacher handed the bedding directly to him. I am M.O. Hen. You may call me Teacher M.O. Tang San. This bedding is from the master. Additionally, there are duties for work-study students. He then went on to assign Tang San, Tang Ge, and Xiao Wu work-study responsibilities, cleaning the southern garden of the playground. He also solemnly reminded them about the opening ceremony the next day before turning to leave. Once the teacher departed, clutching the bedding, Tang San couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and turned to Tang Ge. Tang Ge, how did you know the teacher would bring me bedding? It was a guess. Tang Ge replied with a smile, though internally he felt a bit frustrated. It was astonishing that he received no shock value for this. Tang San was becoming increasingly stingy. Xiao Wu, however, was unconcerned with such thoughts. Upon seeing the bedding, her face lit up with joy. Hurry up, Tang San, let's make the bed. All right, Tang San replied, momentarily stifling his curiosity and carrying the bedding over. As expected, once the two beds were merged, Xiao Wu and Tang San established a boundary with a bundle, officially commencing their shared sleeping arrangement as students. This spectacle evoked immense envy from Wang Sheng and the other roommates. Even Tang Ge, the instigator, unwittingly found himself feeling a pang of jealousy as he observed their playful banter. Fortunately, the time for lunch arrived at last. Upon hearing that food was ready, Xiao Wu jumped off the bed excitedly. Where are we going? What delicious food awaits us? Where else would work-study students go? Naturally, it was the school canteen. Wang Sheng chuckled wryly. After all, children from poor families like us can hardly afford good food, so we can only make do with something cheap at the canteen. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ge chimed in, I have something to attend to later, so you all go ahead. Just bring me something when you return. Tang Ge, you're not going? Is it because you dislike the food at the canteen? Tang San looked at him with skepticism. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. Brother, if I dislike the canteen food, would I ask you to bring me some? Am I foolish? Tang San chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further inquiries. After promising to bring back food, he left with Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng. In an instant, the dormitory was left with only Tang Ge, relishing the sudden silence. A smile spread across his face. Finally, they were all gone. He eagerly closed the dormitory door behind him and sat cross-legged on his bed. Immersed in the system panel, he noted the accumulation of 1,000 shock points and silently declared, System, I wish to initiate the Heavenly Lottery. Ding! The system acknowledged the host's eligibility for the Heavenly Lottery, and the lottery wheel commenced its rotation. Buzz! A magnificent wheel appeared before Tang Ge's consciousness, resonating with the essence of countless worlds. As he watched, the wheel began to spin slowly, each treasure glowing with a dazzling golden light. Though he couldn't discern the details, his heart raced with anticipation. What would he draw? 10 seconds, 20 seconds. After over 2 minutes of rapid spinning, the Heavenly Lottery will gradually came to a halt. The golden light faded, leaving only one treasure on the wheel. The system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a 9 orifices golden dan. A 9 orifices golden dan? Could it be a pill from that world? Tang Ge's heart stirred upon hearing the system's notification, and the treasures on the wheel vanished in an instant. The vast wheel of the heavens also dissolved into nothingness. As Tang Ge's consciousness disengaged from the system, he looked down to find a golden pill, the size of a longan, resting quietly in his palm. Simultaneously, Information about the golden pill surged into his mind. 9 Orifices Golden Dan, the supreme foundational enhancement elixir in the eternal life world, crafted by the Emperor of the Yellow Springs, possessing transformative powers. A mortal at the 10th level can consume it to ascend directly into the realm of divine abilities. At that moment, merely inhaling the rich fragrance emanating from the 9 Orifices Golden Dan sent shivers down Tang Ge's spine, instilling a sense of ethereal bliss. Regrettably, while the 9 Orifices Golden Dan was extraordinary, it ultimately paled in comparison to treasures from the myriad worlds. If only he could have drawn the 9 turns Golden Dan that could grant immediate transcendence to mortals. This slight difference in wording meant a vast chasm in efficacy. Glancing at his nearly depleted shock points, Tang Ge couldn't help but shake his head. Oh well, considering I already received the 4 swords of the Immortal Slayer and the Primordial Sacred Body at the outset, I shouldn't be too demanding. This 9 Orifices Golden Dan isn't too shabby. It will suffice for my current needs. Without hesitation, he pressed the 9 Orifices Golden Dan against his heart. Chapter 19. Healing System? Control System? The 9 Orifices Golden Dan is not to be consumed nor externally applied, but rather, it is to be integrated directly into the heart. This is the method used by Feng Han in the Eternal Life world. However, Tang Ge is not Feng Han, so he need not follow this approach. With the assistance of the system, the 9 Apertures Golden Pill was just imprinted upon Tang Ge's heart when an unexpected force of suction emerged, drawing the elixir directly into his being. In that instant, Tang Ge felt his heart begin to throb violently. As a thought struck him, he swiftly rose, shedding all his garments while the effects of the elixir were still potent. Ultimately, he sat cross-legged on the ground clad only in a pair of shorts. The vigorous beating of his heart propelled the blood within him to circulate rapidly, each pass through the heart continuously flushing the absorbed 9 Apertures Golden Pill. The surging medicinal power gradually infused into his bloodstream, spreading throughout Tang Ge's limbs and bones. An intense sensation of coolness enveloped his entire body, even causing sweet saliva to accumulate in his lips, which he swallowed with a satisfying gulp. However, from his pores, a foul odor began to emanate. In mere moments, a layer of dark filth clung to his bronze-toned, healthy skin. This was the transformative effect of the 9 Apertures Golden Pill on Tang Ge's physique. Furthermore, with the assistance of the pill's potent energy, even the previously dormant ancient sacred body began to enhance alongside him. The blood was boiling. The strength was amplifying. Tang Ge, overwhelmed with comfort, involuntarily closed his eyes, relishing the transformative process initiated by the 9 Apertures Golden Pill. Time drifted slowly by. After nearly half an hour, the surging medicinal power of the 9 Apertures Golden Pill began to wane. Tang Ge opened his eyes and promptly accessed his personal data panel. Shocking System, Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination, Martial Techniques, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 30, Shock Value, 590. His gaze lingered on the fusion degree of the Ancient Sacred Body, and Tang Ge was instantly taken aback. An increase of merely 18 points in fusion degree. He could clearly sense that, with the assistance of the 9 Apertures Golden Pill, his power had almost multiplied several times. He had originally thought that the Ancient Sacred Body had surpassed the fusion degree and entered the awakening stage. Yet, it seemed to still linger in the fusion phase. This revelation filled Tang Ge with both surprise and immense joy. There remained a substantial amount of medicinal power from the 9 Apertures Golden Pill, which could further enhance his Ancient Sacred Body. It was likely that he would achieve even greater strength in no time. Moreover, his confidence in hunting high-aged soul beasts in the soul hunting forest had significantly increased. After dismissing the data panel, Tang Ge took a moment to assess himself and discovered that his speed of cultivating soul power had also accelerated considerably. If he could fuse with the first soul ring, he believed he would enter a peak phase of soul power enhancement. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tang Ge couldn't help but reflect on the fact that collecting shock value to unlock the celestial lottery was indeed the swiftest method to elevate his strength. However, realizing that a considerable amount of time had passed, and that Ma Xiaotao and Tang San might soon return from their meal, Tang Ge stood up from the ground. Time for a shower. Noticing the unpleasant odor emanating from himself, Tang Ge grimaced in distaste and hurried barefoot into the shower of his 7th dormitory. Another half an hour slipped by. After cleansing himself and changing into fresh attire, Tang Ge lay languidly on his bed, when the sounds of footsteps announced the return of Wang Sheng and the others from their meal. However, upon glancing over, he realized Tang San was not among them. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Where's Tang San? Did he not return with you?" At Tang Ge's question, the other children instinctively turned their gazes towards Wang Sheng, who suddenly appeared embarrassed. Observing this, Tang Ge contemplated briefly before grasping the situation. That fellow must have spoken ill of the master in the cafeteria and was subsequently warned by Tang San. Thus, it was likely that Tang San had been called by the master, not only to discuss the plan for the following morning's expedition to the soul-hunting forest, but also to address matters regarding the development of martial souls. With this in mind, Tang Ge chose not to address the issue directly, instead focusing on the meal container that Wang Sheng held, urging with a smile, "Hurry up. I've been waiting so long. I'm famished." "Don't worry, boss. There's more than enough," Wang Sheng replied, visibly relieved, as he swiftly handed over the meal container. As the afternoon waned, Tang San, who had been absent for half a day, finally returned to the dormitory. Surveying the space, he noticed that only Tang Ge remained. Confusion etched on his face, he asked, "Tang Ge, why are you the only one here? Where's everyone?" "They went out to have fun." Tang Ge sat up, looking at the returning Tang San. "As for me, I was here waiting for your return. Did you confirm the plans with the master for our expedition to the soul-hunting forest tomorrow? How did you know? Were you eavesdropping?" Tang San's expression shifted to one of astonishment at Tang Ge's words. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. "Eavesdropping? I possess foresight." Yet, the system's notification sound resonated in his mind, leaving him quite satisfied. "I've successfully reaped the rewards again. How delightful." Unable to suppress a grin, Tang Ge urged, "Stop dawdling. Share the arrangements for tomorrow. Don't you already know everything? Why should I say anything?" Tang San, regaining his composure, regarded Tang Ge with a complex gaze. This was not the first instance. If they weren't childhood friends, Tang San might have suspected that Tang Ge was a parasitic worm residing in his belly. How else could he know everything about his affairs? Tang San longed to inquire further, but after knowing Tang Ge for so long, he understood that his friend would say whatever he wished to share. Perhaps it was akin to keeping secrets that could not be divulged to others. With a deep breath, Tang San calmed his thoughts and recounted the master's previous instructions regarding the development paths for martial souls, emphasizing aspects like food type, reconnaissance type, combat type, healing type, and control type martial souls. In conclusion, Tang San looked at Tang Ge with curiosity, asking, "Your martial soul can heal injuries. Are you planning to choose the healing path?" Having witnessed Tang Ge's martial soul abilities, Tang San felt compelled to inquire. However, Tang Ge merely shook his head with a smile. "No, I choose the control path." "The control path?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, images flashing in his mind of Tang Ge using an enlarged martial soul scroll to ensnare someone. That should certainly qualify as a control path ability. Chapter 20. I have it too. Seeking donations. Noticing Tang San's moment of contemplation, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The healing capability of his yin-yang life and death diagram was merely one facet. To designate it solely as a healing martial soul would be a gross underutilization of its potential. Yet, the yin-yang life and death diagram was distinct from those aggressive weapon-type martial souls. While it possessed no lack of offensive power, it was less suited for a combat-oriented path. Thus, Tang Ge opted for the control path. Moreover, considering the capabilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he had already roughly determined the direction for his first soul ring selection. If chosen wisely, his martial soul's healing abilities could serve not only as a life-saving asset for allies, but also transform into a death sentence for enemies. Additionally, in addition to the yin-yang diagram of life and death, Tang Ge possesses the primordial sacred body and the currently unutilized four swords of Juxian, ensuring he lacks for offensive capabilities. The control aspect? Merely a fa concealing his true strength. As a delightful scene crossed his mind, a peculiar smile crept onto Tang Ge's lips. Observing this, Tang San involuntarily shuddered, retreating 2 steps. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge and remarked, "What are you thinking?" "Tang Ge, your smile is rather terrifying. Rest assured, I am not contemplating you, so do refrain from looking so frightened. Since you have returned, I shall take my leave." With that, Tang Ge rose and made his way outside the dormitory. Having spent nearly a day at the academy, he had yet to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Once Tang Ge departed, an overwhelming fatigue washed over Tang San, prompting him to lie down on his bed and swiftly drift into slumber. The following morning, as the students of the 7th dormitory remained ensconced in their dreams, Tang Ge and Tang San had already left their quarters and arrived at the entrance of the Nodding Academy. A figure awaited them there, Master Yu Xiaojing. Upon seeing Tang Ge accompanying him, Yu Xiaojing displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated it. He gestured for them to follow and began to speak. Our destination today is the Soul Hunting Forest, where the Imperial Estate raises soul beasts. You are certain to find suitable soul rings there, dressed in a fitted outfit. Master appeared more imposing. However, his rigid countenance still conveyed an unsettling dissonance. Before Tang San could interject, Tang Ge eagerly inquired, Master, please enlighten us about soul beasts. You needn't prompt me. I intend to elaborate regardless. Moreover, you must remember this information, as it will significantly aid your future choices concerning soul rings. Yu Xiaojing glanced at Tang Ge and nodded. He commenced detailing the intricacies of soul beasts, covering aspects such as their age, the colors of soul rings, and the requirements for hunting soul beasts to acquire their rings, all while integrating the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. As it was the first time Tang San heard such fascinating information, he listened intently. Regrettably, he lacked a notebook. Otherwise, he would have diligently recorded every detail to ponder later. In contrast, Tang Ge appeared relaxed, possessing an inherent advantage from his prior knowledge of the narrative. For him, this was merely a reinforcement of memory. However, Yu Xiaojing perceived a flicker of disappointment in his gaze. What of genius? How many prodigies have succumbed to mediocrity due to their own complacency, even falling short of ordinary individuals? Hopefully, he would awaken to this truth sooner rather than later. Shifting his focus from Tang Ge to his earnest disciple, Yu Xiaojing felt a wave of relief. Ah, little San, what a commendable child. As Nodding City lay 400 miles from the soul hunting forest, walking was impractical. Thus, Yu Xiaojing led Tang Ge and Tang San to the commercial street of Nodding City to hire a carriage before procuring a plethora of supplies for their adventure, including water, cured meat, flatbreads, and fruits. Notably, he purchased an astonishing 20 pounds of white radishes. Yet, Tang San was puzzled. Although these supplies had been loaded onto the carriage, they mysteriously vanished once he boarded. Sensing Tang San's confusion, Yu Xiaojing wore a knowing smile. Are you wondering where the supplies went? Upon hearing his master, Tang San nodded, curiosity evident in his eyes. Yu Xiaojing reached for his waist, about to speak, when Tang Ge interjected, Master, I know. The belt you wear is a legendary soul guide device, used for storage. Thus, the items we just bought must be stored within your belt. Am I correct, Master? Initially indifferent, Yu Xiaojing was taken aback, his body jolting in surprise as he gazed at the 6-year-old boy before him. Unable to contain his astonishment, he asked, How do you know that I possess a storage soul guide? I heard from my grandfather. Tang Ge beamed with pride. Moments ago, the system's notification echoed in his mind, awarding him 500 points for astonishment. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojing and Tang San, the latter's incredulity stemmed from the realization that someone could discern the nature of a soul guide was no ordinary feat. Consequently, Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted to one of sternness. As he spoke with respect, Who is your grandfather? Is he perhaps a titled Douluo? Master. The grandfather Tang Ge mentions is merely the village chief of our Holy Soul Village. He is an ordinary man, and you saw him yesterday when he brought us to the academy. Tang San interjected, unable to restrain himself. At this revelation, Yu Xiaojing's mind conjured the image of the frail old man leaning on a cane from the day prior. Suddenly, he understood. The boy who had so readily identified his soul guide was merely jesting. When he looked back at Tang Ge, Yu Xiaojing's eyes narrowed with disapproval. He resolved to seize this opportunity to teach the boy a lesson in respect towards teachers and elders. The atmosphere within the carriage grew slightly tense. Yet, Tang Ge seemed oblivious to the shift, retorting to Tang San. What of it if my grandfather is an ordinary man? Can he not possess knowledge? Besides, it's merely a storage soul guide. I have one too. With that, he extended his left hand, and the yin-yang diagram of life and death materialized from his palm. With a clatter, a copper basin tumbled into the carriage. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astonished Yu Xiaojiang, earning 800 astonishment points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astonished Tang San, earning 70 astonishment points. The system's notifications rang out. Unbeknownst to him, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were wide-eyed, fixated on the yin-yang diagram in Tang Ge's hand. The copper basin had been summoned directly from the system's space, with the manifestation of the martial spirit serving merely as a superficial cover. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, unaware of this, were left in awe, believing they had witnessed a martial spirit with storage capabilities. Tang Ge could hardly suppress his laughter at the unfolding astonishment, yet he maintained an innocent demeanor, stating, "Master, look, my martial spirit can store items just like your soul guide. Moreover, I sense that it can hold up to 30 cubic meters." 30 cubic meters. Yu Xiaojiang's face twitched. That capacity exceeded even that of his own jade belt. He realized he could not pursue this line of conversation any further, or he might very well succumb to frustration. Thus, with a strained smile, he complimented Tang Ge's spirit and swiftly redirected the topic, removing the jade belt coiled around his waist. "Xiao San, this jade belt is a gift for you. Teacher, it is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Upon seeing the jade belt presented by the master, Tang San was taken aback and quickly waved his hands in refusal. Had he remained unaware, it would have been one thing. However, now that he understood the belt was a soul guide capable of storing items, he dared not accept it. "Take it. If the teacher has given it to you, you should accept it." Without heeding Tang San's objections, Yu Xiaojiang firmly placed the jade belt into his embrace. Tang San felt a surge of gratitude and could not help but express, "Thank you, teacher." He then began to examine the jade belt in his hands. The belt was entirely black, adorned with subtle dark stripes, and evenly embedded with 24 pieces of milky white jade. Furthermore, a faint flow of energy seemed to circulate, seamlessly connecting the 24 jade pieces. As he was observing, Yu Xiaojiang's voice reached his ears. "This is a soul guide that can store items. By channeling your soul power into it, each piece of jade can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space. Xiao San, try channeling your soul power and experience how the belt works." Tang San nodded and gently infused a thread of soul power into the belt. To his astonishment, he could indeed perceive the existence of the spaces within each piece of jade, some containing a considerable amount of supplies. With a thought, a radish tumbled out. After several attempts, Tang San had grasped the belt's functionality, and his gaze towards it grew fervent. With his storage belt, he would no longer need to worry about concealing his hidden weapons, and his desire to enhance his Xiantian skill reached an unprecedented level. Noticing Tang San's emotions, Yu Xiaojiang assumed it was merely affection for the belt and chuckled. "Let us give a name. How about the 24 bridges under the bright moon?" Tang San suppressed his excitement, pondering for a moment before deciding. The 24 bridges under the bright moon? Yu Xiaojiang was slightly taken aback, and although he did not understand the meaning, he nodded. "It's a beautiful name, albeit a tad lengthy." Tang Ge resonated with this sentiment. Subsequently, seizing the lengthy journey ahead, Yu Xiaojiang imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts and the direction and significance of selecting soul rings. During this time, he inquired about Tang Ge's martial soul abilities and proposed corresponding developmental paths. Tang Ge expressed his gratitude, but had already formed his own choices in his heart. Thus, time passed gradually. By noon the following day, Yu Xiaojiang had led Tang Ge and Tang San for 400 miles, finally arriving at their destination, the soul hunting forest. Due to the preciousness of time, they bypassed the outer market and, using their tokens, entered the forest directly. Within the forest, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the external bustle. Enveloped in tranquility, and the air was remarkably fresh. However, remembering the master's warnings, Tang San and Tang Ge understood that upon entering the soul hunting forest, danger lurked at every corner, demanding their utmost vigilance. As they proceeded, Yu Xiaojiang, who was leading, suddenly halted, his previously despondent gaze lighting up. He clasped his hands before his chest and swiftly spread them apart, calling out, "Come forth, Luo Sanpao," accompanied by a wave of soul power. A creature materialized before the trio. It resembled a dog, but was the size of a pig, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, with light purple fur and 2 small ears. Yet its pale blue eyes blinked gently, exuding both warmth and undeniable cuteness. Upon its appearance, the creature dashed to Yu Xiaojiang's feet nuzzling its head against his leg. Teacher, is this your mutated martial soul, Luo San Pao? It looks quite adorable, Tang San remarked, unable to contain his words. Having been prompted by Tang Ge's earlier inquiries during their journey, he was aware that the master's beast martial soul was a mutation that could be summoned, albeit towards an unfavorable direction. However, witnessing this creature now, it seemed devoid of any negative traits. Yet Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing Tang San's words, twitched slightly. It was the first time someone had referred to his martial soul as cute. Luo San Pao, lead the way. Without responding to Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang issued a command. Luo San Pao let out a series of chirps and began to stride forward, sniffing the air in search of soul beast traces. Yu Xiaojiang followed closely behind with Tang San and Tang Ge in tow. Thus, an entire day passed. Thanks to Luo San Pao's keen sense of smell, they continually discovered hidden soul beasts, though unfortunately, they were either too young or unsuitable for them, preventing any battles from occurring. As night fell, the trio sought a clearing to set up camp and rest. However, shortly after, Luo San Pao, who was on watch, seemed to detect something, suddenly stiffening and emitting a series of chirps towards a specific direction. Yu Xiaojiang was instantly alerted and stood up. When he saw a dozen faint green lights approaching from the darkness, his expression remained calm, merely stating in a low tone, "It's the Nether Wolves, do not worry." Upon hearing the master's voice, Tang Ge felt invigorated, for he knew the appearance of the Nether Wolves was merely an appetizer. The real challenge was yet to come. At that moment, 6 wolf-like soul beasts, each measuring around 1 meter and 6 in length, emerged from the shadows. Yu Xiaojiang, observing the scene, could not help but snort. A pack of level 10 pups dares to disturb me. San Pao. With a low growl, Luo San Pao inhaled deeply, transforming into a large balloon. Simultaneously, a yellow halo shot forth and enveloped it. A commanding voice resonated in the night. Fart like thunder, shake the heavens and the earth, Luo San Pao. As Yu Xiaojiang's voice faded, a brilliant light erupted from Luo San Pao's blue eyes. The yellow halo around it transformed swiftly, almost becoming a luminous curtain. Amidst the surge of soul power, Luo San Pao's balloon-like body sprang into the air. Boom! With a deafening sound, a burst of yellow gas erupted from its rear, hurtling towards the pack of netherwolves. Put on. Unbeknownst to Wen, 2 masks had appeared in Yu Xiaojiang's hands. He quickly donned one for himself while offering the other to Tang San. In his moment of confusion, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the mask before Tang San could react. When he regained his focus, he was astonished to see the mask originally intended for him now adorning Tang Ge's face. Noticing Tang San's gaze, Tang Ge turned his head and chuckled. Tang San gritted his teeth in frustration. However, before he could voice his displeasure, the yellow gas had already detonated within the midst of the nether wolves, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! Accompanied by a sound akin to thunder, the 6 ferocious-looking nether wolves were flung away as if they were mere ragdolls. 2 of the nether wolves collided painfully with a tree, crashing to the ground and emitting mournful cries, yet they could not rise again. The remaining 4, though wobbling as they rose from the ground, were stained with a considerable amount of blood around their mouths and noses. They cast a glance filled with terror in this direction, and with a sudden howl, they swiftly turned and fled. Luo San Pao dropped from midair, while Tang San's eyes sparkled with astonishment, unable to comprehend the immense power of that last strike. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, San Pao has vomited." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a gust of wind swept by, and the unique scent in the air immediately provoked him to double over and retch. Luo San Pao dashed over joyfully, but upon witnessing Tang San's reaction, he wore a look of grievance. Yu Xiaojiang, too, was visibly embarrassed and could not resist turning to shoot a fierce glare at Tang Ge. After a considerable while, Tang San regained some composure, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale. The thought of the mask that had been taken from him made him glare furiously at Tang Ge. Tang Ge, the master was right. You are truly wicked. That odor was simply too peculiar. Even now, Tang San felt haunted by it, instinctively wanting to distance himself from his teacher's spirit beast. In response to Tang San's complaints, Tang Ge shrugged innocently. The master simply offered 2 masks. How could I refuse such goodwill? Besides, what's wrong with smelling San Pao's fart? Are you actually disgusted by it? As he spoke, Tang Ge bent down and patted Luo San Pao's head. The spirit emitted a series of chirps, displaying an expression of enjoyment. and took the opportunity to glance at Tang San with a look of dissatisfaction, as though accusing him of disdain for his gas. Tang San noticed this and was momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly blame Sanpao for the foulness of its fart, especially since it had been Sanpao's flatulence that had sent 6 spectral wolves flying earlier. On the side, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer bear to watch. He sensed that if this continued, his innocent disciple would surely be bullied to death by this audacious little creature. Approaching the 2 immobile spectral wolves with a dagger in hand, Yu Xiaojiang swiftly cut across their necks, sprinkling some realgar powder to mask the bloody scent. Behold, the spirit rings were about to appear. Upon hearing the master's reminder, Tang San and Tang Ge ceased their bickering and redirected their focus. Sure enough, shortly after the 2 spectral wolves had perished, 2 white halos rose from their bodies, ethereal and seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Tang Ge, having previously slain wolf-type spirit beasts in Saint Soul Village, was not surprised to see the spirit rings. However, for Tang San, it was his first experience, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Seizing the moment, Master Yu Xiaojiang demonstrated the method of absorbing spirit rings, which circled around him without integrating into his body. After the master's explanation, Tang San understood that this was due to his master's insufficient soul power to advance, thus preventing him from absorbing the spirit ring. An hour passed. As the 2 white spirit rings dissipated, Yu Xiaojiang instructed Tang San to feed Luo Sanpao 2 white radishes to restore the soul power expended earlier. Observing the contented expression on Luo Sanpao's face as he consumed the radishes, Tang San's face twitched. He finally grasped why that earlier fart had been so foul. However, at that moment, freshly finished with his radishes, Luo Sanpao suddenly emitted urgent cries. Luo, 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 be careful. The spirit beast approaching this time is formidable. Hearing Sanpao's cries, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed dramatically as he grasped Tang San and Tang Ge's hands, warning them. Simultaneously, Tang San heard the rustling sound coming from the dark ahead. Moreover, he detected a bloody scent in the air, accompanied by a faint sweetness and tea fragrance. This indicated the presence of toxins. Tang San's expression shifted slightly as he promptly activated his Xiantian skill and summoned his purple extreme magic eye, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. There, upon spotting a shadow of a snake in the night, he pointed it out. Hearing Tang San's warning, Yu Xiaojiang, disregarding the reasoning behind the creature's early detection, lit a firecracker and hurled it forward. In the firelight, a nearly 4-meter-long giant snake was illuminated. Even with his 29th level soul power, Yu Xiaojiang could not help but gasp in shock at the sight of the serpent. Xiao San, Xiao Ge, let me impart a theory to you. More souls, more bones, strong techniques, fewer souls, fewer bones, and it's time to flee, he exclaimed. What should we do now? Tang San couldn't help but inquire. In truth, he felt little fear toward the toxic giant snake. Rather, he was eager to engage. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang's expression was grave as he swiftly placed his 2 spirit rings upon Luo Sanpao and hurriedly instructed, this is a nearly 400-year-old mandrake snake. Let Sanpao hold it off while we escape. Farts like thunder, shaking the heavens. But before he could finish, Yu Xiaojiang felt something slip from his grasp as a figure suddenly dashed toward the distant mandrake snake. Realizing it was Tang Ge, he was taken aback and shouted, Tang Ge, what are you doing? Come back immediately. Tang San's expression also changed, and a sharp dagger involuntarily appeared in his hand. 5 or 6 meters away, Tang Ge, having just rushed out, heard Yu Xiaojiang's anxious shouts, but did not hesitate. Observing the approaching mandrake snake, he felt no fear. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. It's merely a spirit beast under 400 years, he declared. Today I, Tang Ge, shall perform a barehanded snake tear. Chapter 23. The Master's Doubt, Seeking Donations. Tang Ge was not a reckless individual, and he would never charge headlong into danger. It was because, upon the appearance of the mandrake snake, he felt no sense of threat emanating from it. Thus, considering that Tang San had previously slain the mandrake snake unscathed, Tang Ge saw this as an opportunity to test the might of his ancient sacred body at a 30% fusion rate. Master, there's no need for you to intervene. This snake is mine to handle. With that proclamation, Tang Ge accelerated his pace. However, Yu Xiaojiang was unaware of this. Watching Tang Ge charge toward the mandrake snake, he was filled with rage. Has this brat lost his mind? The mandrake snake is nearly 400 years old, Even I am no match for it. Is he seeking his own demise? Master, I know Tang Ge. He will be fine. Tang San, hearing the master's worried and frantic shouts, couldn't help but offer reassurance. However, he tightened his grip on the dagger in his right hand, silently vowing that if Tang Ge were to encounter danger, he would rush to assist. In that moment, both watched with wide eyes, scarcely daring to blink, fearing that Tang Ge might inadvertently be swallowed whole by the mandrake snake with a single bite. More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge was oblivious to the thoughts of his master and Tang San. At that moment, he had reached the front of the mandrake snake, and the resilience of his ancient sacred body rendered him immune to the toxic gas permeating the air. With a resounding thud, Tang Ge unleashed a punch that struck the mandrake snake with tremendous force. The terrifying power erupted, and despite the iron-hard scales of the mandrake snake, they shattered upon impact, causing its body to cave in. The intense pain instantly elicited a wretched cry from the mandrake snake. In the elongated, chilling eyes of the mandragora serpent, a cold fury ignited, causing a faint yellow glow to shimmer upon its dark green scales. In an instant, its robust tail transformed into a fleeting shadow, striking fiercely towards Tang Ge, the air crackling with the impact. Simultaneously, the serpent's nearly 4-meter-long body coiled into a circular form, its triangular head pivoting as it opened its massive jaws to lunge at Tang Ge. The sharp fangs glimmered ominously in the firelight, with venom visibly dripping from them. Faced with the mandragora serpent's dual onslaught of rage, Tang Ge remained utterly unfazed. As the colossal jaws descended upon him, he merely waved his hand, and a gigantic stone materialized unexpectedly in midair. This stone was the very one he had rested upon before slipping down the steep slope, which had allowed him to successfully activate the system. Keeping it as a memento, he had stored it in the system's space. Now he summoned it once more, positioning it perfectly in the path of the serpent's bite. With a resounding crack, the stone lodged itself in the serpent's mouth. Though the stone remained intact, the mandragora serpent's gaping jaws were now firmly trapped, unable to close or expel it. Tang Ge couldn't help but burst into laughter as he retaliated with a punch against the descending tail of the serpent. A thunderous impact reverberated through the air, scattering shattered green scales in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ge swiftly grasped the serpent's retreating tail, his powerful arms lifting the entire creature effortlessly. With the aid of his formidable ancient sacred body, the nearly 4-meter-long mandragora serpent was tossed downwards repeatedly. The ground trembled, leaves scattered from the trees as the once mighty serpent lost its ferocity, transforming into a green whip, wailing as it soared and crashed back to the earth, its bloodied scales flying in all directions. The previously smooth ground began to fracture under the relentless assault. From a distance, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San stood, their eyes wide in disbelief, witnessing the mandragora serpent rendered powerless in Tang Ge's grasp. Tang San, already aware of Tang Ge's exceptional strength, felt only astonishment at the sight. However, Yu Xiaojiang's heart raced tumultuously as he grappled with the reality that a soul beast nearing 400 years was being overwhelmed by a mere 6-year-old child. Was he in a dream? Yet, the resounding crashes confirmed the truth of the scene before him. He swallowed hard, glancing at Tang San. Little San, are you sure this child you've grown up with is human and not a soul beast transformed from the Stardew Forest? I suppose he is human. Tang San replied, uncertain. Over 10 meters away, after relentless impacts with the ground, the mandragora serpent finally ceased its struggles, blood pouring from its mouth as it gnawed on the stone. Unbeknownst to Tang Ge, he had released the tail and approached the serpent's head, seizing its upper and lower jaws. With a forceful tear, he ripped the serpent's mouth apart. Just as he was about to split the creature in two, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shocked Yu Xiaojiang, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shocked Tang San, earning 100 shock points. The system's notification jolted Tang Ge back to reality. He halted his assault and called out to Tang San in the distance. Little San, hurry over and finish off this serpent. Let me kill the serpent. Tang San was taken aback by Tang Ge's request. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang's face brightened with anticipation as he urged, Little San, your first soul ring is at hand. This mandragora serpent is perfect for you. With your innate full soul power, absorbing the ring from this nearly 400-year-old serpent will be a breeze. But my martial spirit is the plant blue silvergrass. Can I absorb a beast type soul ring? Tang San expressed his concern. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing relaxed entirely, his eyes glowing with confidence as he explained the theory of martial spirit mimetic transformation among the top 10 core competitive abilities in the martial spirit realm. He spoke rapidly, eager not to keep Tang Ge waiting. After hearing the Master's words, Tang San's previous worries dissipated. Without hesitation, he swiftly approached Tang Ge and plunged the sharp dagger through the serpent's head. As Tang Ge released his grip, the massive body of the Mandragora serpent crashed to the ground. Soon after, as faint yellow light points emerged from the serpent's body, a ring of yellow light coalesced above it. Little San, the serpent has paved the way for you. The process of absorbing the soul ring is now entirely in your hands. Tang Ge smiled at Tang San, grateful for the 100 shock points he had earned from this encounter. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San felt a surge of emotion. He had not expected Tang Ge to risk so much in battle with the Mandragora serpent solely to help him obtain his first soul ring. Though the battle was brief, the Mandragora serpent was indeed a formidable creature, nearly 400 years old and highly toxic. A single misstep could have placed Tang Ge in mortal danger. Perhaps this was what the master meant by having trustworthy teammates and friends. Tang San thought to himself, nodding earnestly. Tang Ge, rest assured, I will not let you down. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing approached. Observing the formed soul ring, he urged Tang San, begin now, before anything changes. All right, Tang San, no longer hesitating, called forth his martial spirit, the blue silvergrass, and guided his soul power. The soul ring above the Mandragora serpent flew towards him, enveloping him. Instantly, a tremendous pressure bore down upon him. Tang San furrowed his brow, suppressing the discomfort of his bones being compressed, and sat cross-legged on the ground. The soul ring began to shrink, gradually merging into the blue silvergrass. After a while, seeing Tang San's furrowed brow finally relax, Yu Xiaojing breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that everything from this point onward rested solely on Tang San, and his only role was to stand guard and await the outcome. Shifting his gaze from Tang San, he looked at Tang Ge. The events that had unfolded had altered his perception of Tang Ge, who was no longer the brazen, unreliable child he once thought him to be. Tang Ge's display of bravery and responsibility had greatly pleased Yu Xiaojing. However, maintaining his stern demeanor, he admonished. This was merely luck. Do not act so recklessly again. Do you understand? Master, I will keep that in mind, Tang Ge replied, accepting the criticism with humility. A smile finally graced Yu Xiaojing's face. He nodded and said, once the third soul ring successfully merges, it will be time to seek a suitable soul beast for you. My dear child, your martial soul. Before Yu Xiaojing could finish his sentence, Tang Ge interjected earnestly, Master, I have already determined a clear direction for my soul ring. Therefore, I plan to venture alone in search of a suitable soul beast. After the third soul ring merges, you need not wait for me. You may head back to the academy first. This decision had been made long before arriving at the soul hunting forest. With Tang San's first soul ring located and the master's crisis averted, it was time for him to separate and pursue his martial soul on his own. After all, equipped with the ancient sacred body and the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge felt confident that he would not encounter insurmountable soul beasts in the forest. Had Tang Ge made such a request earlier, Yu Xiaojing would have surely disagreed. However, having witnessed Tang Ge effortlessly slay a nearly 400-year-old mandala snake, he realized that, with his own level of soul power at 29, he would likely be no match for him. The fact that Tang Ge was merely a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his soul power left Yu Xiaojing in awe, accompanied by a profound sense of melancholy and loss. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen behind the times. Thus, after a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not persuade you further. Just remember to think twice before acting. I will wait for you outside the soul-hunting forest with Tang San. Yes, I will be cautious, with the master's consent. Tang Ge wasted no time and turned toward the dark forest ahead. It was only after he had vanished from sight that Yu Xiaojing returned his gaze to Tang San, watching as the latter absorbed and merged with his soul ring, his eyes shining with hope. Perhaps the dreams I have long cherished will find their realization through them. With the separation from his master and Tang San, Tang Ge felt an overwhelming sense of relief and freedom, no longer needing to conceal his aura. As he traversed the path, soul beasts actively avoided him, while any that dared to provoke him were met with a fierce punch from Tang Ge. However, he refrained from killing these beasts, allowing them to flee in terror instead. Unbeknownst to him, as night faded into dawn, warm sunlight pierced through the thick canopy of trees, illuminating the soul-hunting forest. Tang Ge had thoroughly left the outskirts and ventured deep into the forest. Beneath a grand tree, a crackling campfire accompanied him as he took a rare moment to rest, roasting a rabbit that had turned a golden hue. Sprinkling seasonings over it, a rich aroma wafted into the air. Tang Ge inhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Soul beasts truly possess a fragrance far superior to ordinary wild animals. After a while, the roasted rabbit was finally ready. Just as Tang Ge prepared to indulge, the sound of footsteps drew his attention, and 4 figures emerged from the thicket ahead. Among them were 2 men and 2 women, all clad in adventure attire. One man, a towering figure standing at around 6 feet, was in his 30s, his muscular frame exuding formidable strength. He held a large shield that was over a meter high. The other young man was considerably shorter, wielding a dagger, his cold eyes reflecting vigilance. However, his gaze often drifted toward his stunning female companion clad in red, revealing his unabashed interest. Upon seeing them, Tang Ge instantly realized that these 4 were the adventure team mentioned by his master, engaged in hunting soul beasts for soul rings. Yet, what puzzled him was the presence of a seemingly fragile little girl who appeared to be only 8 years old among the team. At the same time, the 4 adventurers also spotted Tang Ge roasting meat. Due to his activation of the ancient sacred body, his physique far exceeded that of typical children, making him appear much older than his 6 years. The adventurers, taken aback by his presence, paused momentarily. However, the burly man with the shield soon fixed his gaze on the golden roasted rabbit in Tang Ge's hands, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he boomed, "Little brother, fate has brought us together. Would you mind sharing this delectable food with us?" Chapter 25. A unique martial soul with a hearty laugh, the burly man approached and, without waiting for Tang Ge's consent, squatted down and reached for the golden rabbit meat. However, his other hand remained firmly on his shield, clearly indicating that despite the child's youthful appearance and lack of visible soul power, the jovial giant maintained a sense of caution. Just as he was about to grasp the roasted rabbit, a hand suddenly seized his wrist. The burly man's brow furrowed, a hint of mockery flashing his eyes as he attempted to exert more force in his arm. Yet, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. How was he so strong? The man was filled with astonishment. As he looked at Tang Ge, who held his wrist firmly, a forced smile appeared on his face. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing much. Merely wishing to inform you that this roasted meat is quite expensive. You cannot afford it," Tang Ge replied coldly. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, with a sudden exertion of strength, he sent the burly man tumbling, shield and all, several meters away. "Zhou-san, brother-son." The remaining 3 adventurers gasped in surprise as they rushed over to where the burly man had just seated himself. Zhou-san propped himself up with a shield, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and awkwardly shook his head. "No need to worry, I'm fine." Yet, when he turned to look at Tang Ge, his eyes were filled with apprehension. Noticing Zhou-sen's gaze, the 3 companions shifted their attention to Tang Ge. The graceful girl in red furrowed her brow and then smiled as she addressed him. "Little one, are you here to hunt soul beasts for a soul ring as well? Where are your elders? Are you not with them?" Tang Ge ignored her, his stomach growling as he picked up the roasted rabbit and began to eat with delight. The rich aroma wafted through the air, causing the young girl beside the woman in red to swallow hard, her bright eyes fixated on the meat in Tang Ge's hands. The other 3, left standing there, exchanged uncertain glances. Yet, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the young boy from Zhou-sen's expression, they suppressed their dissatisfaction. After a while, once Tang Ge had devoured the roasted rabbit, he looked up and noticed the 4 still standing nearby, perplexed. "Why are you still standing there? Are you waiting for me to toss you my leftover bones?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the young man wielding a dagger was so enraged that he could hardly refrain from shouting back. However, before he could utter a word, the little girl beside the enchanting woman suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, little Tuan Tuan has responded. A century-old soul beast has appeared nearby." Unbeknownst to them, a gelatinous, transparent entity had taken form in the girl's hand. At that moment, with her exclamation, a yellow glow began to emanate from the entity, forming a luminous arrow that pointed decisively in a particular direction. Both the enchanting woman and the burly figure, Zhou San, displayed expressions of excitement upon witnessing the emergence of the yellow arrow. The young man with the dagger eagerly urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find this old beast. It could be just what we need." As he spoke, he dashed towards the direction indicated by the glowing arrow, followed closely by the other three companions. In an instant, only Tang Ge remained, feeling somewhat awkward as he realized he had been so readily overlooked for the first time. Yet, his greater concern was the astonishing ability of those four adventurers to ascertain the presence of a century-old soul beast, as well as its precise location. Contemplating the gelatinous entity in the girl's grasp, a spark of intrigue ignited in Tang Ge's eyes. How remarkable is this martial spirit that can sense the age and positioning of soul beasts in advance? Could it be akin to the mutated beast martial spirit of Luo Sanpao? Without further ado, he hastened in pursuit of the direction the adventurers had taken. 100 meters away lay an open space. As a massive iron net, adorned with hooks, descended from above, a rampaging hedgehog martial spirit was ensnared within it. The creature curled into a ball, its sharp quills embedding themselves in the fine mesh of the net, effectively trapping it. Not far off, the once mighty Zhou San lay on the ground, groaning in agony. His body was pierced by at least 3 slender, sharp quills, blood seeping continuously from the wounds, while a large shield, similarly perforated, lay discarded beside him. Upon seeing the hedgehog ensnared in the iron net, Zhou San could not help but shout, "Quickly! Kill that iron-spiked hedgehog! I can hardly bear the pain." The iron net had been thrown by the young man with the dagger. In his effort to capture the century-old iron-spiked hedgehog, had also sustained a wound from a quill, now leaning against a nearby tree with a hand pressed to his injury. Presently, the only unscathed individual was the enchanting woman, while the little girl beside her, pale with fear, possessed little combat power apart from her gelatinous martial spirit. Upon hearing Zhou San's urgent plea, the enchanting woman glanced at the hedgehog trapped in the iron net, her face reflecting her dilemma. Although this old beast was merely a century old, and she was a level 23 soul master, the strongest in their quartet, the hedgehog's defensive posture, with its quills protruding outward, left her with no viable means of attack. Unless she could use a shield-type weapon to strike forcefully, it was improbable that they could defeat it. However, Zhou San, who wielded the large shield, was injured and incapacitated. Their other companion, possessing an agile martial spirit, was equally ill-equipped to assist. The enchanting woman wielded a whip, which could strike the hedgehog from a distance. But how long would that take? After all, they were in the soul-hunting forest, fraught with hidden dangers, and no one could guarantee that attacking the iron-spiked hedgehog wouldn't attract other soul beasts. In that moment, uncertainty clouded her mind. Must they abandon their pursuit? Just then, she was startled by footsteps behind her, followed by a familiar voice. "Need my assistance?" "Who?" The enchanting woman jumped, instinctively activating her 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, before turning to face the source of the voice. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Ge had appeared about 7 or 8 meters away. Observing the enchanting woman activating her soul rings, Tang Ge felt a surge of astonishment. A true soul master. Yet, he was unfazed, smiling as he spoke again. "I am a healing-type martial spirit. If you don't mind, I can assist in treating your companion." The appearance of Tang Ge surprised the enchanting woman momentarily. She had not anticipated his following them. However, she did not lower her guard, her gaze scrutinizing Tang Ge as she skeptically inquired, "Are you truly a healing-type martial spirit?" "Indeed, but before I can treat your companion, I require a promise from you." Tang Ge nodded affirmatively. The enchanting woman furrowed her brow, asking, "What is the condition?" "Help me locate a millennium-old soul beast that meets my criteria," Tang Ge stated plainly. "Absolutely not. A millennium-old soul beast is far beyond our capacity to handle," she replied without hesitation. Meanwhile, the brooding young man leaning against a tree, recovering his soul power, noticed Tang Ge as well. Recalling their previous unpleasant encounter, a glimmer of malice crossed his face as he coldly remarked, This kid looks weak. Why waste time on him? Just capture him. If he refuses to treat us, we could dispose of him. Am I truly so weak?" Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, a smile breaking across his face. Before the enchanting woman could react, he swiftly left his position and charged towards the brooding young man. Tang Ge moved with remarkable speed, reaching the young man in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful palm strike. The wind from his strike howled. The brooding young man, startled, instinctively lunged with his dagger. Bang! With a dull thud, the dagger was knocked from his hand, and he was thrown to the ground. The impact caused him excruciating pain, his head ringing. After a moment, he began to regain his senses, but found a foot pressing down on him, accompanied by a mocking voice. How does it feel now? Do you still perceive me as weak? You coward! You attacked me unprovoked. The young man's face flushed with humiliation as he gritted his teeth in defiance. In the distance, the enchanting woman had regained her composure. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not intervene as she observed the brooding young man pinned beneath Tang Ge's foot, while Zhou San, already familiar with Tang Ge's prowess, feigned ignorance of the unfolding scene. Tang Ge, noticing their reactions, wore a satisfied smile. The cold, aloof youth, regardless of his precarious position, continued to assert himself as he gazed at the graceful woman. Rest assured, I merely require your assistance in locating a Millennium Soul Beast. As for the task of hunting it, that shall be left to me. In return for your aid, I shall not only provide free treatment for your injuries, but also handle that spiny creature for you. Initially, the graceful woman hesitated to agree, but upon hearing the mention of resolving the issue with the spiny beast, her resolve wavered. Casting a glance at the frail, frightened little girl nearby, she clenched her teeth and ultimately nodded. I cannot guarantee their compliance, but if you can leave the final blow against the iron-spiked hedgehog to Xiao Chan, I will agree to lead you in the search for the Millennium Soul Beast. It appeared that Xiao Chan was the name of the little girl. Tang Ge discerned that the girl with the unique martial spirit shared a special bond with the graceful woman before him. Thus, upon hearing her request, he nodded in agreement. The cold youth and the hulking Zhou San, who had been subdued, had no choice but to relent and accept Tang Ge's treatment. Once it was confirmed that their injuries had fully healed, both the cold youth and Zhou San were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that this relatively young boy possessed a healing martial spirit. Yet, they pondered why his power was so formidable. Could it also be a mutated martial spirit? At that moment, Tang Ge had already dealt a final blow to the iron-spiked hedgehog, which was ensnared in barbed wire, leaving it barely alive before the little girl, eyes closed, delivered the fatal strike. As the yellow halo emerged from the hedgehog's body, the graceful woman's expression lit up, and she urged, Xiao Chan, quickly absorb this soul ring. The little girl nodded bravely, summoning the soul ring to herself and beginning the process of absorption. The cold youth and Zhou San observed this scene with a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Meanwhile, the graceful woman's gaze shifted to Tang Ge. Biting her lip, she introduced herself. I am Lin Yue. Thank you for helping my sister. It is merely mutual assistance, Tang Ge replied, shaking his head. The group fell silent, awaiting the outcome. After approximately half an hour, the little girl successfully absorbed the soul ring and joyfully leaped to her feet, running towards Lin Yue. Sister, look, I have gained a soul skill. As she spoke, she summoned her translucent jelly martial spirit, and a nearly transparent arrow formed from her soul power shot forth with a swift whoosh, piercing through the trunk of a distant tree. Witnessing this spectacle, the cold youth and Zhou San were consumed with envy. Lin Yue, however, let out a sigh of relief and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Xiao Chan, you are amazing. Hee hee. The little girl couldn't contain her laughter. At that moment, Tang Ge interjected, now that the soul ring has been absorbed, shouldn't we embark on the quest for the Millennium Soul Beast? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the laughing little girl, recalling the previous events, quickly hid behind Lin Yue in fright. Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do I look that terrifying? Lin Yue comforted the little girl, reassuring her not to be afraid. She then turned to Tang Ge and nodded. With Xiao Chan's current level of soul power, locating the Millennium Soul Beast should pose no issue. However, once we find the soul beast you seek, I will take Xiao Chan and depart. Yes, as long as we locate the Millennium Soul Beast I require, you are free to leave at any time, Tang Ge replied without refusal. Without further ado, they decided not to linger and waste time. Following the little girl's summoning of her jelly martial spirit, they ventured deeper into the dim forest. Chapter 27. The Millennium Soul Beast, Dream Fox. Although Tang Ge had already witnessed the little girl's jelly martial spirit's ability to sense soul beasts, he remained in awe upon seeing it again. The master's words rang true. There are no utterly useless martial spirits, only those who do not know how to wield them. Throughout the journey, Tang Ge observed the once transparent jelly martial spirit continuously shift from white to yellow and back again. A cycle that indicated the presence of 10-year and 100-year soul beasts nearby. Moreover, atop its form, a light arrow pointed towards the direction where the soul beasts were concealed. It was undeniable that with such a jelly martial spirit, one need not worry about finding a suitable soul beast in the vast hunting forest. Tang Ge felt fortunate to have encountered this adventurous team. Otherwise, he could only imagine the time it would take to find a Millennium Soul beast on his own. During this time, the cold youth and Zhou's son also expressed their desire to hunt a 100-year soul beast for a soul ring, as both had reached level 20 in soul power. Their purpose for entering the hunting forest was to acquire their second soul ring and ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. Thus, when they witnessed the emergence of a 100-year soul ring from the slain iron-spiked hedgehog, envy flickered in their eyes. Regrettably, Tang Ge completely disregarded their request and did not permit them to leave. As time passed, a day and night slipped by unnoticed. Despite the assistance of the little girl's jelly martial spirit, they encountered numerous quality 100-year soul beasts, yet the Millennium Soul beast remained elusive. Tang Ge even began to doubt whether there were any Millennium Soul beasts within the hunting forest. He nearly reconsidered and opted for a 100-year soul beast instead. Fortunately, by the following morning, a turn of events occurred. In a shadowy grove, Zhou's son, the giant, led the way with his great shield, while the cold youth circled around, vigilant for sudden attacks. Tang Ge, Lin Yue, and the little girl, Lin Yuchan, walked in the center. Suddenly, the jelly martial spirit cradled in the little girl's arms trembled gently, its originally white glow shifting drastically. Faintly, purple light dots began to emerge within the white radiance. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge was momentarily stunned, then elated. He exclaimed, "Stop right there!" At his command, everyone immediately halted and focused their attention on the jelly martial spirit in the little girl's embrace. The purple light dots signified the presence of a Millennium Soul beast. Their emergence indicated that the jelly martial spirit had sensed the nearby existence of a Millennium Soul beast. Instantly, all were filled with tension, attentively observing the jelly martial spirit's changes while scanning their surroundings. However, as the purple light dots were few, the white glow dominated. Tang Ge furrowed his brow, intending to instruct the little girl to concentrate the light arrow and indicate the location of the Millennium Soul beast. Suddenly, a series of plaintive cries rang out ahead, capturing everyone's attention. Unbeknownst to them, perched on a robust, lush tree several meters away was a fox adorned with vibrant, multicolored fur. It was nestled on a branch, its slender eyes gazing quietly in their direction. The jelly-like martial spirit, which initially shimmered with faint purple light in the little girl's embrace, underwent a dramatic transformation, swiftly morphing into a deep violet hue, an indication of a Millennium Soul beast. Upon witnessing the appearance of the multicolored-haired fox and the metamorphosis of the jelly spirit, the dagger-wielding youth stammered in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee into the distance. However, fate was unkind. He had scarcely covered a few meters when, accompanied by another plaintive cry, he suddenly froze in place. Strangely, there was no fear on his face. Instead, it bore an expression of rapture. In that moment, not only was the dagger youth ensnared in a peculiar paralysis, but Lin Yue, the little girl, and the shield-bearer Zhou's son also wore similar expressions of bliss. As if lost in a delightful dream, the fox, a soul beast, emitted another sound, gracefully leaping from a branch to the ground. It approached the nearest dagger youth, and with each step, a faint purple soul power radiated from its being. With a swift motion of its forepaw, the fox stood upright before the dagger youth and effortlessly severed his head. Blood gushed from his severed neck, instantly staining the emerald grass crimson. Following suit, the shield-bearer Zhou's son met a similar fate, becoming a headless corpse. A few meters away, Tang Ge's still form suddenly trembled. His previously shut eyes flew open just in time to witness this horrifying scene, leaving him utterly astonished. How could two soul masters, both possessing level 19 soul power, be so easily vanquished? However, his attention quickly shifted to the soul beast fox, and a fervent desire ignited within him. At that moment, Tang Ge recognized the fox as a Millennium Soul beast, the dream fox, known for its ability to confound opponents with soul power. Once ensnared, adversaries would find themselves entrapped in a blissful illusion, allowing the dream fox to harvest them effortlessly. Caught off guard, Tang Ge had also fallen prey to its enchantment. Fortunately, his ancient sacred body granted him significant resistance to such mental assaults, enabling him to break free swiftly. For Tang Ge, a soul beast capable of mental manipulation like the dream fox was precisely suited for him. If he could absorb its soul ring and acquire similar soul abilities, it would greatly enhance his martial spirit, the yin-yang life and death diagram. He never anticipated such fortuitous luck that his first encounter with a Millennium Soul Beast would be the most fitting for him. As for whether he could slay it, he held no concerns. Simultaneously, the Dream Fox, having just dispatched the Dagger Youth and Zhou's son, noticed Tang Ge's eyes had opened. A hint of confusion flickered in its elongated eyes, as if perplexed by how this human had awakened. It emitted another cry, and in an instant, a strange force surged toward Tang Ge. This time, forewarned, he remained unaffected but feigned a joyful smile, closing his eyes once more. Satisfied by this, the Dream Fox elegantly approached him, the distance between them diminishing. Finally, the Dream Fox stood before Tang Ge, rising on its hind legs and revealing the sharp claws concealed within its paw. At that very moment, Tang Ge abruptly opened his eyes. As he extended his right hand, a miniature sword materialized slowly from his palm. Chapter 28. The Decapitation. First Soul Ring. When he chose to strike, it was with the force of thunder. Faced with the Millennium Soul Beast, the Dream Fox, Tang Ge, despite his immense confidence, dared not be complacent or hold back in the slightest. As a mini-sword, one of the 4 swords of slaying immortals, namely, the Slaying Immortal Sword, was summoned, the already dim forest grew darker still. An overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from the Slaying Immortal Sword. The winds howled violently, wreaking havoc in the woods with a mournful wail. The skies darkened with heavy clouds, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. In that instant, soul beasts within a several-mile radius trembled in fear, cowering to the ground. As for the Millennium Soul Beast, the Dream Fox, it found itself paralyzed under the weight of the murderous aura, its eyes wide with terror. Seeing the Dream Fox immobilized, Tang Ge was taken aback. The Slaying Immortal Sword, as his most formidable martial spirit, could not be wielded at full strength due to his current limitations. However, summoning the sword itself was feasible. Thus, he resolved to call forth the Slaying Immortal Sword, enduring the agonizing backlash that threatened to tear him apart, forcing his soul power to activate the sword and release a fragment of its essence. Merely this slight emanation not only altered the weather, but also robbed the Millennium Dream Fox of its ability to move. Nevertheless, the ancient sacred body, with a mere 30% fusion rate, could not sustain the backlash from summoning the Slaying Immortal Sword for long. Observing the Dream Fox ensnared, Tang Ge wasted no time. As he retracted the Slaying Immortal Sword, he swiftly summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram, infusing it with his soul power, causing it to expand immensely. Capture, he shouted, as the enormous yin-yang life and death diagram descended like a hand, ensnaring the Dream Fox. As his soul power dwindled, it transformed into dark energy that invaded the Dream Fox's body. The fox, just regaining its senses, emitted a piercing cry. Feeling the intense pain of its essence being corroded, a stark reminder of its impending demise, and it began to struggle desperately. Tang Ge's soul power also rapidly diminished, but he refused to allow the fox to escape. Seizing the opportunity while it was trapped, he called upon the strength of his ancient sacred body and charged forward. With a series of resounding impacts, Tang Ge unleashed relentless punches against the Dream Fox's body. Each blow infused with terrifying force and dark energy that ruptured its internal organs. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the fox's mouth and nostrils, staining its once vibrant fur a deep scarlet. Its anguished cries grew increasingly unbearable. Finally, as the soul power within the Dream Fox nearly depleted and the yin-yang life and death diagram wavered, the beleaguered creature sought to break free. After delivering countless punches, Tang Ge Disorderly Cloak Hammer Technique. In that moment, harnessing the formidable constitution of his ancient sacred body, he transformed his fists into hammers, channeling all his strength into a single right fist, executing the chaotic cloak hammer technique with a thunderous impact. With a resounding crash akin to thunder, Tang Ge's fist struck the Dream Fox's skull. It emitted a final, desperate wail before falling silent. When the yin-yang life and death diagram dissipated, a headless corpse collapsed to the ground, its blood pooling around it. Exhausted from the near depletion of his soul power, Tang Ge sank to the ground. Yet, upon witnessing a purple halo coalescing above the dream fox's lifeless body, a smile emerged on his pale visage. At last, I can take a moment to rest. With that thought, Tang Ge closed his eyes, commencing the restoration of his depleted soul energy. During this period, due to the lingering aura released by the slaughtering immortal sword, no soul beasts were present in the vicinity. Lin Yue and the little girl, who had narrowly escaped disaster, remained unconscious and had not yet awakened. Thus, Tang Ge was unperturbed by potential disturbances, allocating only a fraction of his focus to remain aware of the external dynamics while he recuperated his soul energy. Half an hour passed. When Tang Ge reopened his eyes, his previously pallid complexion had regained its rosy hue, feeling the soul energy within him fully restored. He glanced at his personal data panel and couldn't help but murmur in admiration. The 9-aperture golden Dan truly lived up to its reputation. Not only had his soul energy recovered swiftly, but the fusion degree of the ancient sacred body had also increased by 2 points following this battle. Indeed, with adequate resources, combat serves as the optimal means to enhance the ancient sacred body. At that moment, Tang Ge even entertained the notion of remaining in the soul-hunting forest to engage with thousand-year soul beasts. Naturally, this was merely a fleeting thought. Not only was it uncertain if the potency of the 9-aperture golden Dan would suffice, but finding a thousand-year soul beast would also be a stroke of immense luck. Take, for instance, the recently slain dream fox. Just as he thought of the dream fox, Tang Ge immediately quelled his wandering thoughts, redirecting his focus to the purple thousand-year soul ring before him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This soul ring was perfectly compatible with his martial soul. He decided to absorb the soul ring without delay. Sensing that his body and mind were in peak condition, Tang Ge sat cross-legged and, summoning his soul power, gestured with his hand. The thousand-year soul ring, which had been hovering over the dream fox's corpse, swiftly flew toward him. As soon as the soul ring enveloped him, a haunting cry echoed in his mind, and a phantom of the dream fox lunged at him menacingly. "Oof! Even in death, you dare to cause trouble? You shall be obediently absorbed." Tang Ge snorted, releasing a trace of the slaughtering immortal sword's aura once more. It was immediate and decisive. Not a second was wasted. The recently manifesting phantom of the dream fox was instantaneously torn apart and vanished without a trace. The soul ring, which had initially resisted fiercely, now calmed and began to merge with the emerging yin-yang life and death diagram. Strangely, the seemingly monochrome diagram had inexplicably sprouted additional colors. However, Tang Ge remained oblivious to this development, his consciousness entirely focused inward as he rapidly channeled the soul energy within his body. Time slipped away unnoticed. When a resounding crack reverberated within him, Tang Ge, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly felt an epiphany and opened his left hand. The yin-yang life and death diagram materialized from his palm. Below him, a distinct purple halo coalesced and began to ascend, encircling his form in a graceful rotation. This was indeed the hallmark of a first-ring soul master. Chapter 29. Milk can save lives. It can also take lives. Tang Ge opened his eyes, beholding the swirling purple soul ring around him. His gaze burned with intensity, and suppressing an impulse to laugh, he summoned his personal data panel. Shock system, host, Tang Ge level, 13th level soul master. Martial soul, twin martial souls, yin-yang life and death diagram. Slaughtering immortal sword. Soul ring, yin-yang life and death diagram purple. Soul skill, joy, martial skill, chaotic wind hammer technique. Physique, ancient sacred body fusion degree 32. Shock value, 3,120 in comparison to before. The personal data panel had undergone a significant transformation, with an additional soul ring and soul skill option now present. More importantly, Tang Ge had finally surpassed the stagnation of being a 10th level soul master, leaping 2 levels to become a 13th level soul master. Furthermore, his first soul ring had exceeded the theoretical research of his master, reaching the purple thousand-year level. Feeling the boundless surge of soul energy that had broken through limitations, Tang Ge couldn't help but murmur in delight. He yearned to find his master at that moment and witnessed the astonishment on his face. Then, his attention shifted to the soul skill section. In an instant, information about the soul skill flooded into his mind. Soul skill, joy and active skill. When wielding the yin-yang life and death diagram, invoking yin or yang energy infused with joy can render the opponent's spirit in a state of bliss, lowering their guard. Perhaps due to the fusion of the martial soul, the ability originally belonging to the thousand-year dream fox had undergone some alterations. Yet, Tang Ge was thoroughly pleased with this transformation. This was precisely the skill he had envisioned for his first soul ring, capable of seamlessly integrating both yin and yang energies. The only perplexing aspect was the emergence of additional colors within the fused yin-yang life and death diagram. Could it be a consequence of the soul ring's influence? However, recalling how Tang San's blue-silver grass had transformed after merging with the mandala snake soul ring, he decided to set aside his concerns for the time being. Observing the headless corpse of the thousand-year dream fox on the ground, Tang Ge wasted no time in storing the body within the system space, reclaiming his martial soul and soul ring into his body as well. Just as he completed these actions, a groan broke the silence, and Lin Yue, who had fainted due to the aura of the slaughtering immortal sword, gradually regained consciousness. Alongside her, a soft voice filled with confusion inquired, "Sister, what just happened?" Hearing the question from the little girl who had awakened beside her, Lin Yue did not respond. Instead, she gazed in shock at the two headless corpses not far away. She recognized them as her companions who had come with her. Yet now, both lay lifeless on the ground. Could have been that thousand-year soul beast. Recalling the fox soul beast she had glimpsed before losing consciousness, Lin Yue's body trembled, instinctively pulling the little girl into her embrace. She immediately began scanning the surroundings for traces of the thousand-year soul beast. To her surprise, Lin Yue did not see the soul beast, but she did spot the young man who had hired them to hunt the thousand-year soul beast. He was still alive? Overcome with astonishment, Lin Yue blurted out, "Where's the thousand-year soul beast? Did it not kill you? I must be too handsome. Even the thousand-year soul beast couldn't bear to kill me. So it left after dispatching those two ugly ones," Tang Ge replied with a dark expression. Had another man dared to speak in such a manner before him, he would have surely dealt a swift blow. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Lin Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. "So, shall we continue searching for the thousand-year soul beast? I have completed my task and no longer need to search. Thus, you and your sister can safely depart from the soul-hunting forest," Tang Ge replied, shaking his head. However, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, "By the way, where do you plan to go after leaving the soul-hunting forest?" With the reassurance of not needing to continue the search for the thousand-year soul beast, Lin Yue felt a weight lifted from her heart. She did not ponder why the other person asked where she was headed. Instead, she reached out to gently ruffle the little girl's hair, her face adorned with a tender expression. This time, the primary objective was to assist Xiao Chan in locating her soul ring. Now that she had successfully fused with her soul ring, I plan to take her to live in Soto City. Soto City, you say? A glimmer of intrigue flickered within Tang Ge's eyes. He then nodded calmly, "Yes. Let us go." "Thank you." Although Lin Yue was uncertain about the preceding events, she understood that her and her sister's survival was undoubtedly linked to the enigmatic youth before her. However, she refrained from asking further questions. After expressing her gratitude, she sought a place for the temporary companions' bodies to rest before hastily departing with her sister. In that instant, only Tang Ge remained. As he absorbed the tranquility of a now quiet forest, he scanned the surroundings and could not help but smile softly. What a splendid place to experiment with soul techniques. He chose not to leave, but instead found a clean spot to sit down and began his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and before long, afternoon arrived. The scorching sun finally pierced through the dense canopy, illuminating the dim forest with a hint of brightness. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, a wild boar spirit beast, adorned with two sharp tusks, suddenly emerged from a thicket. This marked the first appearance of a century-old spirit beast since the slaying of the Millennium Spirit Beast, the Dream Fox. However, the lingering scent of the Millennium Beast's blood had not yet dissipated. Upon spotting Tang Ge sitting cross-legged on the ground, the wild boar's spirit hesitated, its fierce eyes betraying a sense of wariness. At that moment, Tang Ge opened his eyes. Upon seeing the wild boar spirit beast merely 7 or 8 meters away, a slight smile crept onto his face. "I've been waiting for you." With that, Tang Ge raised his left hand, and the intricate diagram of life and death materialized before him. A surge of vibrant solar energy, infused with the joy of his soul technique, shot forth. The wild boar spirit, startled, prepared to charge with its hooves. Yet, at the moment the solar energy penetrated its body, its towering frame stiffened momentarily before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Oomph, oomph. Under Tang Ge's peculiar gaze, the once ferocious wild boar spirit lay on its back, legs in the air, emitting sounds of comfort. Even when Tang Ge approached it, it showed no reaction, observing the wild boar spirit basking in its own contentment. Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He then channeled his soul power, raising his palm to deliver a swift strike, which instantly shattered the beast's heart. Nurturing can both heal and harm. The wild boar passed away peacefully, unaware of any suffering. Tang Ge was quite pleased. Although his chosen subject was merely a spirit beast and not a human, the earlier scenario had confirmed that his selection of the first soul ring's characteristics was indeed correct. With the joy-enhancing soul technique, it was plausible that the dark energy might provoke the enemy's defenses to a lesser extent. However, the solar energy fundamentally represented the essence of life, brimming with vitality, capable of healing wounds. If Tang Ge were to wield solar energy against foes, even if it permeated their bodies, its rich life force would not incite any resistance within them. Essentially, he was healing his adversaries. Yet, when accompanied by the joy technique, the treated enemies would find themselves irresistibly entranced. Consequently, they would meet their demise, much like the century-old wild boar spirit, in a state of bliss. Thus, nurturing can indeed both save and slay. However, if my nurturing attracts too many enemies, would I be bestowed the title of poisonous nurturer upon reaching the rank of title Douluo? The mere thought sent a shiver down Tang Ge's spine. He dared not indulge in further fanciful musings and calculated that he had lingered in the soul-devouring forest for quite some time. The master and Tang San might still be waiting outside. Concerned for their peace of mind, Tang Ge collected the wild boar spirit's remains and departed. At the exit of the soul-devouring forest, two figures awaited, Master Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. After emerging from a forest the previous night, they had opted to remain, patiently anticipating Tang Ge's return. Yet, their wait had stretched close to 2 days. Observing that the academy's students had commenced classes the day prior without any sign of Tang Ge's emergence, Tang San's anxiety began to mount. He was not only worried that their status as part-time students might be jeopardized due to absences, but also feared for the safety of his childhood companion. Noticing Tang San's distress, Master Yu Xiaojiang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not fret. That boy is remarkably resilient. Even spirit beasts would struggle to harm him. Let us wait a little longer, and if he does not appear, we shall venture in to find him. All right. Heeding his teacher's words, Tang San nodded. Thus, they continued to wait in place for another 2 hours. As the sun dipped lower, signaling the approach of evening, Master Yu Xiaojiang could not help but grow uneasy. Had something truly gone awry? Just as he contemplated this, Tang San suddenly exclaimed in delight. Over here, against the backdrop of the golden sunset, a figure darted swiftly from the depths of the dark soul-devouring forest, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before them. Who but Tang Ge could it be? Seeing Tang San and Master Yu Xiaojiang waiting for him, Tang Ge could not suppress a broad grin. Xiao San, Master, I apologize for making you wait. Master Yu Xiaojiang's worries dissipated at once. He stepped forward to squeeze Tang Ge's arm and pat his shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. You're as sturdy as ever. It seems you've not been bullied by any spirit beasts during your absence. So, did you find a suitable soul ring? Why would I be bullied by spirit beasts? I'm not the type to be trifled with. Tang Ge silently scoffed at his master's words. Nevertheless, he had no intention of concealing the matter of the soul ring. Ensuring there were no onlookers, he swiftly revealed his soul ring. With a hum, the air shimmered, and the diagram of life and death manifested from the palm of his left hand. Following this, a multitude of purple light particles emerged from beneath his feet, swiftly coalescing into a purple ring that ascended and began to swirl around him. Beneath the setting sun, the purple radiance illuminated the surroundings, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Master Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San stared wide-eyed at the swirling purple ring encircling Tang Ge, as though witnessing a ghost. What is this? A Millennium Soul Ring? Ding! Congratulations to the host for astonishing Yu Xiaojiang. earning 1,000 shock points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Tang San, earning 150 shock points. The moment the soul ring was revealed, the system notifications echoed in his mind. With a sudden surge of over 1,000 points of astonishment, Tang Ge was immensely satisfied. He looked at the astonished master and Tang San, grinning as he spoke. It seems I've been rather fortunate. I inadvertently fused with a Millennium Soul ring and acquired a new soul skill. Tang San regained his composure, glanced at the purple soul ring on Tang Ge's body, and frowned slightly before turning to his mentor, Yu Xiaojing. Master, didn't you say the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years? Goodness, that was merely a theoretical result. 99% of soul masters fall within that range. Who could have anticipated encountering such an anomaly today? Yu Xiaojing grimaced, unable to suppress a sharp glare at Tang Ge. He then turned to Tang Ge, his expression darkening as he reprimanded. At such a young age, you've already begun to go astray, dyeing your soul ring. Why not dye it red while you're at it? Nonetheless, let this one slide, but refrain from using dyed soul rings to frighten others in the future. Kulme, I recall there are unfinished projects awaiting me at the academy. Let us return. With that, Yu Xiaojing turned on his heel and strode towards the market ahead. Tang Ge stood, utterly stunned, at the audacity of the esteemed master, the strongest theoretical figure in the world of martial spirits, claiming his Millennium Soul ring was merely dyed. Could he not maintain some dignity? At that moment, Tang Ge felt an overwhelming urge to shout, Master, wait! Create a red soul ring for me. Beside him, Tang San could only manage a wry smile upon hearing his mentor's remarks, realizing he should have remained silent. Yet, gazing at the purple soul ring adorning Tang Ge, he knew it was certainly not a mere dyed job. Intrigued and astonished, he inquired, Tang Ge, would you share the tale of how you acquired this soul ring? Of course, Tang Ge replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. He then embellished his narrative, sharing everything except what should not be spoken of. The extraordinary martial spirit that could perceive soul beasts, along with the appearance of the Millennium Soul Beast, the Dreaming Fox, captivated Tang San, who regretted not being by Tang Ge's side during the experience. Reflecting on Tang Ge's extraordinary physical prowess that allowed him to tear apart a mandala snake, the fusion with a Millennium Soul ring seemed almost natural. However, Tang San was taken aback to discover that, despite merging with a Millennium Soul ring, Tang Ge's soul power level had only just reached 13. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from Tang San. He had learned from his mentor that while his soul power strength required official assessment at the Spear Hall, it was speculated to be at least at level 12. Thus, he mused, the gap between himself and Tang Ge wasn't as vast as he had initially feared. Chapter 31. Big Brother, Avenge Us. That evening, Master Yu Xiaojing did not linger in the market outside the soul hunting forest, hiring a carriage to swiftly transport Tang Ge and Tang San away. The carriage moved at an impressive pace, and even after pausing for lunch, they arrived back at the New Oding Academy by 1 o'clock the following day. Upon reaching the academy, Yu Xiaojing departed for other matters, leaving Tang Ge and Tang San to head directly to Dormitory 7. To their surprise, Dormitory 7 was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Upon entering, Tang Ge, taken aback by the absence of anyone, remarked, "Where is everyone?" "They're probably still eating," Tang San replied, stifling a yawn. After a day spent in a carriage, he felt utterly fatigued and longed to collapse onto his bed for a restful slumber. Observing Tang San's exhausted demeanor, Tang Ge was also inclined to seize the opportunity for a nap. Yet before they could act on this plan, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted outside, accompanied by anguished shouts. How infuriating! Absolutely intolerable! That Lu Long lost the duel through his own negligence and blames Brother Sheng for ambushing him. He even summoned Senior Xiao to exact revenge. Ouch, it hurts! Senior Xiao is too brutal. My face is still swollen. Brother Sheng, Sister Xiao Wu. When will Tang San and the others return? If only they were here, we wouldn't have suffered such a beating. Indeed, why haven't they informed us of their whereabouts? As Tang Ge and Tang San stepped out of Dormitory 7, they were met with the sight of their fellow dormitory members, each supporting one another as they approached, their faces bruised and battered. Among them, Wang Sheng appeared almost unrecognizable, his face swollen and his academy uniform torn and tattered. In that moment, Tang Ge was momentarily stunned before quickly grasping the situation. Before he could speak, Tang San furrowed his brow and asked, "What happened? Who attacked you?" The returning 8 members of Dormitory 7 recognized Tang Ge and Tang San standing at the door, their expressions shifting from despair to excitement. Wang Sheng, in particular, reacted most dramatically. He burst into tears, breaking free from the support of his companions, and stumbled towards Tang San. As he lunged toward Tang San, tears flying everywhere, Tang San instinctively stepped back. However, Wang Sheng suddenly halted in his tracks, pivoted, and collapsed at Tang Ge's feet, clutching his legs as he sobbed uncontrollably. "Big brother, I've been beaten so badly. Look at my face, look at my stomach. It was all that Shao fellow's doing. Big brother, you must avenge me." Tang San, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch of irritation. At that moment, he too was tempted to give Wang Sheng a good thrashing. Tang Ge, oblivious to Tang San's inner turmoil, looked down at Wang Sheng, crouched weeping at his feet, and could not help but chuckle. "What on earth are you crying about? Get up. Wah, big brother, it hurts. If you don't promise to avenge us, I want to get up." Wang Sheng wailed, disregarding the situation, his tears continuing to soak Tang Ge's trousers. Feeling the increasing dampness, Tang Ge could no longer tolerate it and reluctantly agreed. "All right, I promise. Now get up. If you don't, I might just hit you myself." At these words, Wang Sheng immediately sprang to his feet, appearing far less like someone who had just been beaten. He looked at Tang Ge, stuttering. "So, shall we go now? Are the ones who attacked you still there?" Tang Ge furrowed his brow. Wang Sheng eagerly nodded yes. "They're in the woods behind the academy. I'll take you there right now." "Tang San, do you want to come along?" Tang Ge asked, turning to the side to address Tang San with a smile. With no choice but to acquiesce, Tang San nodded. "Since you're going, how could I not join? Then let us depart." Wang Sheng lead the way, and so, the group from Dormitory 7, under Wang Sheng's guidance, set off towards the woods behind the academy, their spirits lifted by the prospect of retribution. Especially upon learning that Tang Ge and Tang San had merged their soul rings to become soul masters, Wang Sheng and his companions were filled with newfound confidence, eager to soar over to confront them in a grove behind Nodding Academy. The aftermath of a lopsided battle had left the defeated work-study students from Dormitory 7 in tears as they fled the scene. The onlooking students, realizing there was no further entertainment to be had, gradually dispersed, leaving only a handful of upperclassmen who were busy lavishing praise upon one student with an air of arrogance and self-satisfaction. Shao Ge is indeed Shao Ge. With just one move, he sent those work-study students crying like babies. Let us see if they dare to oppose us again. One of the students, Xiao Kolang, basked in the compliments. Hearing such flattery, he puffed out his chest, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. However, at that moment, one of the upperclassmen casually glanced into the distance and could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Hey, aren't those the work-study students who just got beaten? Why are they coming back?" Upon hearing this, the other students turned to look, and sure enough, 10 figures appeared about 10 meters away, striding purposefully towards them. Among them were the 7 students who had just been defeated, but intriguingly, there were also 2 additional individuals, seemingly reinforcements summoned by Wang Sheng and his group. Shao Ge, it appears those work-study students haven't had enough of a beating yet. Lu Long, who had previously suffered at Wang Sheng's hands, sneered. Unfazed by Lu Long's words, Xiao Kelang calmly shook his head, stating, "Beating them isn't the goal. I merely wish to teach them the importance of humility." Chapter 32. The Milk of Your Madness. Before long, Tang Ge and his group of 10 reached a spot mere meters away from Xiao Kelang and the others. Once they halted, Wang Sheng immediately pointed at Xiao Kelang, his voice seething with resentment. "Boss, that's Xiao Kelang. Everyone calls him Shao Ge. Shao Ge? What a charming name." Tang Ge mused, a smile creeping onto his face, though he maintained a calm exterior. "Now that I am here, I won't allow the students from Dormitory 7 to be bullied by anyone." The moment Tang Ge's declaration left his lips, laughter filled the air from the opposing side. Lu Long, standing beside Xiao Kelang, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Wang Sheng, if I'm not mistaken, those 2 beside you are new students at the academy, right? I never imagined you, an upperclassman, would call a freshman your boss. If I were you, I'd turn around and find a hole to crawl into to save myself the embarrassment." The other upperclassmen burst into laughter, directing scornful and disdainful glances at Wang Sheng, whose expression darkened considerably. He shouted at Lu Long, if you have the guts, come out. This time, I'll make you cry for your mother. Don't think that just because you got lucky once, you can beat me, Lu Long retorted with a cold smirk. Yet he did not accept Wang Sheng's challenge, which only fueled Wang Sheng's desire to charge forward. However, as Tang Ge placed a hand on his shoulder, he gradually calmed down. After sending Wang Sheng to the back, Tang Ge stepped forward, addressing the posturing Xiao Kolang with a smile. So you're Xiao Ge. I hear you're already a soul master? Level 11. One-ring battle soul master, with a wolf martial spirit, Xiao Kolang proclaimed with pride. As a newly enrolled student, you should understand that neither you nor your companions can match my strength. Lu Long chimed in. Did you hear that? My Xiao Ge is a level 11. One-ring battle soul master. If you don't want to end up like that Wang Sheng, you'd better scram. Tang Ge's eyes glinted coldly as he glanced at Tang San. Little San, teach him a lesson. Why me? Tang San protested, unable to suppress his confusion. Tang Ge shrugged. I am the leader of Dormitory 7. Have you ever seen a leader take the stage at the start of a duel? Besides, this is for the sake of our brother's vengeance. Surely, you wouldn't refuse, would you? At this, Wang Sheng and the other 7 turned their gazes toward Tang San, as if questioning his reluctance. Feeling a wave of frustration, Tang San reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll go. He then picked up a handful of stones from the ground and stepped out of the formation, addressing Lu Long coolly. I'm going to hit your left arm. Do you believe me? What a joke. Lu Long scoffed, but before he could finish, a stone whizzed through the air and struck his left arm with a resounding thud, causing him to yelp in pain. Now I'm hitting your right arm. Tang San persisted, seemingly determined to vent his pent-up frustration. Without pause, another stone shot from his hand. Lu Long, having just endured a hit, quickly concealed his right arm, but the incoming stone appeared to have a mind of its own, curving midair to strike his right arm once again. Wow, stand still if you have the guts. I'll break your legs with my stick. Lu Long howled, his face contorted in pain. He summoned his martial spirit, a staff, and charged toward Tang San. Tang San continued to unleash stones with precision, hitting your right leg, hitting your left leg. The distance of 5 to 6 meters transformed into Lu Long's most excruciating ordeal, as stone after stone, imbued with soul power, left him unable to advance. In the blink of an eye, he found himself battered and bruised, unable to endure the torment any longer. Lu Long turned and fled back to his group, no longer daring to show his face. Xiao Kolang's previously proud demeanor darkened. To salvage his pride, he dispatched several more upperclassmen to confront Tang San, including the notably strong Ling Feng. Yet, like Lu Long, they all met defeat at Tang San's hands, who had yet to even employ his martial spirit. At this point, Xiao Kolang, despite his dim-wittedness, realized that Tang San was also a soul master who had merged a soul ring, leaving him utterly astonished. How could a mere newly enrolled student possess such prowess? While he pondered this, Tang San suddenly called out, only you remain. Aren't you coming out? Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Kolang, determined to uphold his dignity, stepped forward, maintaining an air of arrogance despite the uncertainty churning within him. He gazed at Tang San and said, Xiao Kolang, 6th grade academy, Wuhuan Wolf, 11 level. One-ring battle spirit master. Xiao Kolang repeated his situation, demonstrating respect for an opponent of equal rank. A few meters away, Tang San, having learned this custom from the master, nodded and introduced himself, Tang San, 1st grade. Just as he began to speak, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind, Xiao San, come back. I'll take it from here. Did you not say to let me handle it? Tang San turned to face Tang Ge, a frown of displeasure crossing his face. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. King against king, general against general. Since you've dealt with those minor characters, this final opponent, Xiao Laoda, should naturally be left to me. What? Does my expression suggest otherwise? No, you are entirely correct. I, Tang San, have no retort. Faced with Tang Ge's reasoning, Tang San felt a surge of frustration boiling within him, gritting his teeth in anger. Ultimately, he turned and rejoined the group. Thus, the expansive area was left with only Tang Ge and Xiao Kolang. Observing the nonchalant and unserious demeanor of Tang Ge, Xiao Kolang couldn't help but furrow his brow in irritation, demanding, reveal your Wuhuan. What Wuhuan? To deal with you. I need only to unleash my milk to drive you mad. Tang Ge replied dismissively. This was his first experience of being underestimated. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Kolang, son of the Lord of Nodding City, could no longer suppress his fury and barked, "You seek death." Suddenly, a beam of white light surged forth, piercing into his body. In an instant, Xiao Kelang, who was poised to charge at Tang Ge, froze in place, his previously furious expression shifting to one of inexplicable delight. Chapter 33. I shall call you the strongest. Seeking recommendations. As Xiao Kelang faced the 7th dormitory students, the transformation of his expression did not go unnoticed. Why is he so suddenly joyful? Wang Sheng and the other 7 could not help but wonder. Only Tang San, being a one-ring spirit master, understood something and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be a soul skill? He pondered. However, the group of senior students behind Xiao Kelang were oblivious to this, perplexed by their leader's inaction after his bold words. Someone could not help but whisper Lu Long. Take a look at Xiao Laoda. What's going on? Lu Long was somewhat reluctant, but feeling the fierce gazes of his seniors urging him forward, he steeled himself and approached. Standing behind Xiao Kelang, Lu Long hesitated before extending a finger and gently poking Xiao Kelang's back. Xiao Laoda. No response. Lu Long poked again, yet still no reaction. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly jabbed harder. Ha ha ha. With an unbearable burst of laughter, the previously motionless Xiao Kelang spun around, delivering a slap that sent Lu Long sprawling to the ground, his face swelling instantly. At that moment, the confusion on Xiao Kelang's face gradually faded, and as his gaze regained focus, he beheld Lu Long, whose face now resembled that of a swollen pig. He frowned, displeased, and inquired, "Who hit you?" "It was you." "Lauda," Lu Long replied, stunned, tears of grievance welling in his eyes. "I did." Xiao Kelang's face showed a hint of confusion. Yet, as if struck by a sudden realization, his bewilderment transformed into alarm as he turned sharply to face Tang Ge. "What did you just do to me?" Gazing at Tang Ge, Xiao Kelang was both terrified and enraged. He could only recall a beam of light entering his being, after which he felt as if he had fallen into an endless embrace of tenderness, losing all awareness. Several meters away, Tang Ge heard the system notification chime in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Xiao Kelang, earning 120 shock points. Perfect. Another opportunity taken." To express gratitude to Xiao Kelang, he waved his hand again, unleashing a surge of delightful soul power that surged into his opponent. Once more, the face of the previously furious Xiao Kelang transformed into one of enjoyment. This time, even the senior students behind him, no matter how dense, finally understood why their leader was standing idle. That beam of white light was indeed peculiar. Thus, their collective gaze fell upon Lu Long, who had just risen from the ground. However, Lu Long was no fool. Upon witnessing this situation, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground once more. The group of students exchanged glances, each unwilling to approach Xiao Kelang to awaken him. Consequently, the atmosphere in the small grove grew tense. Fortunately, Xiao Kelang, being a one-ring battle spirit master, had developed a degree of resistance after experiencing the gentle embrace once. Before long, he regained consciousness. Upon awakening, without a word, he charged directly at Tang Ge. Midway, another beam of white light approached. Xiao Kelang let out a mighty roar, woohoo in possession. Instantly, a phantom battle wolf howled, enveloping him entirely. The wolf's claws slashed through the air, creating streaks of claw shadows. Unfortunately, the incoming white light seemed no more than mere light. Even with the aid of his wuhuan, Xiao Kelang could not fend it off. Thus, as the white light entered his body, the once fierce Xiao Kelang became once again paralyzed, his face awash with pleasure. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Kelang awoke once more, staring in shock and anger at Tang Ge, shouting, "What on earth have you done to me?" "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Xiao Kelang, earning 180 shock points." Hearing the system notification echo in his mind again, Tang Ge chuckled, releasing another beam of white light. Finally, under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding students, the overwhelmed Xiao Kelang could no longer endure the torment of the white light after being subjected to it 6 or 7 times. This time, as he regained consciousness, he dropped to his knees without waiting for the white light to reappear. Looking at Tang Ge, who was still several meters away, the completely exhausted Xiao Kelang wept, shouting, "I, Xiao Kelang, shall call you the strongest. Do as you will. I beseech you, cease tormenting me." Upon hearing these words, Wang Sheng and the others from the 7th dormitory were momentarily stunned before erupting in ecstatic cheers. Ha ha ha! Our leader is indeed the leader. I knew that Xiao was no match for him. Look, even Xiao Kelang is begging for mercy. Who would dare bully our 7th dormitory from now on? Leader, I adore you. Finally, spurred by Wang Sheng's antics, the 8 of them rushed over, lifting Tang Ge above their heads without hesitation. Tang San did not join the commotion, but gazed on with envy, wondering why, despite having contributed, he was not included in the celebration. As for the over a dozen senior students across from them, they were utterly astonished to see the formidable Xiao Laoda, who was usually invincible, kneeling in submission at this moment. In an instant, the towering image they held of Xiao Laoda crumbled. However, their greater fear lay in Tang Ge's bizarre abilities. They had witnessed firsthand how he had mercilessly tormented a first-ring Battle Soul Master to the point of utter breakdown, a process that was nothing short of terrifying. No, this person must not be provoked. After silently committing Tang Ge's appearance to memory, the seniors, feeling utterly humiliated, hastily departed. The exhausted Xiao Kelang was also assisted away by the swollen-faced Lu Long. Under the blinding sunlight, Tang Ge, celebrated by the 7th dormitory students for his victory, squinted his eyes slightly, and a radiant smile broke across his face as the system notification chimes echoed in his mind. How delightful! Another day of reaping abundant rewards. Following the exhilarating moment, after the excitement had subsided, when it was mentioned that Tang Ge and Tang San had just returned from the outside with their first soul rings, the usually frugal Wang Sheng surprisingly decided to be generous, to commemorate their successful revenge. He took out his savings and treated everyone from the 7th dormitory to a sumptuous feast at a fine restaurant in Notting City. It was not until nearly 3 in the afternoon that the group of 10 returned to the academy. Chapter 34. A sudden inspiration, seeking recommendations. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The duel that took place in the small woods behind the academy had just concluded, and this rumor swiftly circulated throughout the entire academy. In no time, everyone learned that Xiao Kelang from the 6th grade had been defeated by a newly admitted freshman, and quite miserably at that. According to the rumors, the freshman had not even activated a soul ring, merely waving his hand, and the first-ring Battle Soul Master Xiao Kelang had knelt in surrender. It sounded unbelievable, yet there were witnesses who confirmed the truth of the matter. Consequently, many curious senior students sought out Xiao Kelang to learn more about the specifics. However, Xiao Kelang was reluctant to divulge such a disgraceful incident, and after dismissing those classmates, he hurriedly fled the academy with a grim expression. In fact, he did not show his face for several months thereafter. Nevertheless, the gossiping students learned much of the details from the lower-grade student Lu Long. The story became increasingly exaggerated. Eventually, even the teachers at the academy were stirred, and when one of them personally stated that the lower-grade student who had defeated Xiao Kelang possessed a soul skill, many students were astonished. A soul skill. It is known that even when a soul master merges with their first soul ring, not every soul master is capable of acquiring a soul skill. This depends not only on the quality of the soul ring, but also on the innate talent of the soul master. Yet now, a newly admitted work-study student unexpectedly possessed a soul ring, which was truly astonishing. Could it be that he hailed from some prestigious family? In Notting City, the group from the 7th dormitory had just concluded their meal and was merrily making their way back to the academy. Suddenly, Tang Ge came to a halt, an odd expression on his face. Tang San, noticing this, couldn't help but inquire, "What's wrong, Tang Ge?" The others looked at him with similar curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ge replied, "I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I can't return to the academy just yet. Why don't you all head back first? Aren't you attending afternoon classes?" Tang San asked, surprised. Tang Ge playfully pulled Tang San into an embrace and joked, "Classes? Do you really think the teaching abilities of those academy instructors can compare to the masteress?" He continued, "So once you've gained insights from the master, come back and share them with me." Upon hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he did not refuse. After extricating himself from Tang Ge's embrace, he nodded, "Regardless, since we've just enrolled, it's best not to skip too many classes." "Understood. Hurry back," urged Tang Ge. Thus, Tang San refrained from saying more and left with Wang Sheng and the others. Meanwhile, Tang Ge turned back, swiftly retracing his steps to find a modest inn, where he paid a few copper soul coins for a temporary room. As soon as he closed the door, Tang Ge stood at the entrance, eagerly redirecting his focus to the system. Instantly, the notifications he had previously muted began to resound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shokid, Sai Li. Gained 6 points of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shocked Wu Liao. Gained 8 points of shock value. The system notifications continued, ringing out over 100 times. Had Tang Ge not converted the auditory prompts into information flow, the incessant clamor would surely have driven him to madness. However, his attention now fixated entirely on the newly acquired shock value. Although each individual gain was modest when tallied together, he discovered that his shock value had increased by a staggering 50 points, filling him with immense joy. Yet soon after, a look of confusion crossed Tang Ge's face. What on earth had he done to suddenly amass such a significant amount of shock value? Was it due to his earlier confrontation with Xiao Kelang and his associates? He pondered the multitude of names that had appeared in the notifications, seemingly all of them belonging to the students of Notting Academy. If that were the case, how could those who were not present at the scene still provide him with shock value? Could it be that his enhanced strength had unlocked a new feature of the system, allowing him to indirectly acquire shock value? As he contemplated this, he pulled up a chair and sat down. With a thought, his personal information panel was summoned. Shock system, host, Tang Ge, level, 13th ring soul master, martial soul, twin martial souls, yin yang life and death diagram. Exquisite sword of immortality, soul ring, yin yang life and death diagram purple. Soul skill, joy, martial skill, chaotic wind hammer technique. Physique, ancient sacred body fusion rate 32. Shock value, 7,050 as his gaze landed on the shock value section. Tang Ge's face lit up with delight. Had he unknowingly approached 10,000 points? He felt that, with a bit more effort, he might be able to accumulate enough shock value today to trigger another celestial lottery. But how could he continue to gain shock value? Tang Ge couldn't help but ponder. After a while, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he raised his right hand. Yes, it was his right hand. With the activation of his soul power, a mini sword, constantly shifting in form, gradually emerged from the palm of his right hand. This was his martial soul, the exquisite sword of immortality. As the exquisite sword manifested, a terrifying sword aura radiated from it, immediately imposing immense pressure upon Tang Ge's body. He fixated on the exquisite sword, memories flooding back to when he had wielded the Lucian sword in the soul-hunting forest, causing a transformation in the environment for miles around. Since he could indirectly acquire shock value from the duel, it stood to reason that he could also obtain shock value from wielding his martial soul. With anticipation etched upon his face, Tang Ge not only refrained from retracting the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, but also began to channel his soul power into them. A low hum resonated through the air as the once tranquil swords trembled, seemingly on the verge of splitting into 4. The pressure around him surged exponentially. Accompanied by a violent surge of sword energy, the table nearest to Tang Ge was suddenly crushed into splinters, and the ground bore deep, interwoven scars from the onslaught. Startled by this spectacle, Tang Ge felt compelled to divert some of his focus to contain the rampant sword energy. Otherwise, the inn would surely be reduced to ruins before he could achieve his intended results. Fortunately, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian were Tang Ge's own martial soul. Despite the terrifying energy surging forth, it posed no threat to him. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure enveloping him, he continued to amplify his input of soul power into the swords. Then the skies transformed. At this moment, it was a sunny afternoon, with the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, casting blinding rays that left the residents of Notting City languid and reluctant to move. Abruptly, it seemed as though an invisible hand summoned all the dark clouds from afar, shrouding the city in an ominous gloom. A fierce wind swept through, and the heavens turned dark in an instant. The townsfolk, witnessing this phenomenon, exchanged looks of surprise, their flushed faces filled with excitement at the prospect of rain. Vendors hastily began to gather their wares, seeking shelter from the impending downpour while hoping to find respite from the heat. However, as time passed, not a single drop of rain fell, and instead, the clouds that had merely obscured Notting City rapidly spread in all directions. By the time the citizens realized something was amiss, the entire sky had plunged into darkness, devoid of any sunlight. Suddenly, the sound of a sword's resonance pierced the air. An indescribable and terrifying aura swept through like a tempest. The citizens of Nodding City felt as though an unseen hand had descended upon them, pinning them to the ground. The chilling sensation of a blade hovering at their throats left them in a state of sheer terror. What was happening? Were they to perish? Within the Lord's mansion, a tall and formidable man sat in the hall. Beside him was Xiao Kelang, who had previously been driven to madness by Tang Ge, with a face full of grievance. Xiao Kelang wailed, "Father, I want to transfer schools. I can no longer attend Nodding Academy." The mighty man, Lord Xiao, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What on earth is going on?" Just as Xiao Kelang was about to recount the events at the academy, the once bright hall was suddenly engulfed in darkness, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping in from outside. As a soul master, Lord Xiao was also taken aback, springing from his chair, assuming a formidable enemy was approaching. He dashed from the hall, shouting, "Who goes there?" In no time, a multitude of the Lord's guards arrived. "My lord, what are your orders?" they asked. Yet, Lord Xiao was oblivious to their presence, his gaze fixed upon the sky, now completely covered by ominous clouds, his face a portrait of astonishment. The air was thick with a razor-sharp sword energy that even he, despite not being a sword martial soul, could distinctly perceive. A treasure? A powerful being? Moreover, the darkening skies over Nodding City had not only alarmed the Lord's mansion, but had also startled the powerful individuals within Nodding Academy and the leaders of the Martial Soul Hall, who, due to their formidable strength, did not succumb to the oppressive aura like the ordinary townsfolk. Nevertheless, the potent sword energy that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality filled even the Grand Masters and Soul Masters with shock and awe. Consequently, these factions dispatched personnel to investigate the situation and promptly informed higher authorities of the upheaval in Nodding City. Meanwhile, in an unassuming inn, Tang Ge, who was forcibly channeling the energy of the Zhu Xian swords, also became aware of the changes occurring outside. After all, the room had suddenly darkened. It would have been impossible not to notice. He raised an eyebrow, astonished that the energy of the Zhu Xian swords could incite such a commotion. Suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've shocked Wang Er, earning 1 point of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've shocked Zhao Wu, earning 1 point of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've shocked Lu Feng, earning 200 points of shock value. In the span of a mere moment, the notifications flooded in, and Tang Ge had never found the incessant buzzing of the system so irksome. He quickly muted the notifications, allowing them to transform into a stream of information on the panel. The cacophony subsided, and he let out a sigh of relief. Yet, upon seeing the deluge of information cascading on the system panel, his complexion flushed with excitement. He had never felt such exhilaration before. In just a brief period, the shock value had surged by over 1,000 points, and it showed no signs of abating. Furthermore, among the continuously refreshing system notifications, Tang Ge noted that several unfamiliar names had contributed several hundred, even thousands, of shock points directly to him, one of which bore the surname Xiao. Glancing out the window at the sunless scene, Tang Ge realized that the uproar sparked by his activation of the Zhu Xian sword energy was indeed substantial. Otherwise, he would not have amassed such an abundance of shock value. A quick glance at the system panel revealed that his shock value, which had once stood at over 7,000, had now soared to over 40,000. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, disregarding the immense strain on his body, and caused a mini Zhu Xian sword to elongate slightly. However, this seemingly insignificant act appeared to provoke the heavens. With a deafening roar, a bolt of azure lightning, as thick as a barrel, manifested in the sky, forcing all of Nodding City's inhabitants to shield their eyes. Even some soul masters and grand masters who had initially ventured out to investigate hastily recoiled in fear, trembling in terror. The thunderous clamor rolled on, as if it sought to consume the entirety of Nodding City, the residual force of the lightning bearing down on the inn where Tang Ge resided. In Tang Ge's grasp, the Zhu Xian sword, which had merely exuded energy, suddenly trembled violently upon sensing the thread of the lightning's residual power, as if it had perceived a challenge. A slender thread of sword energy was unleashed, slicing through the window and aiming directly at the sky. With a thunderous crash, an immense sword light emerged, not only cleaving through the lightning, but also tearing apart the oppressive clouds. The sky was momentarily pierced, revealing a gaping hole that took some time to mend and vanish. At that moment, the entirety of Notting City fell into an eerie silence. Yet, within the inn, Tang Ge, overwhelmed by the self-rebounding force of the sword of extermination, could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. After this release, he collapsed from his seat, lying flat on the ground. He felt as though countless hammers were mercilessly pounding his body, the pain swelling to an unbearable degree. Tang Ge's face, devoid of color, bore a bitter expression. This time, he had truly overindulged. Chapter 36. Celestial Lottery, 10 consecutive strikes. At this very moment, the once thundering roars outside had completely vanished, and the thick clouds that had shrouded Notting City dispersed entirely, revealing the sun behind them. However, the lingering aura in the air made it clear to all the inhabitants of the city that the apocalyptic scene they had just witnessed was no mere dream. It had indeed transpired in reality. Fortunately, the dreadful calamity they feared had not come to pass, as the scorching sunlight bathed them once more. The residents of Notting City had never felt the warmth of the sun more profoundly. Unbeknownst to them, the terrifying sword aura that had shattered the thunder not only frightened them, but also stirred some of the most formidable beings on the continent. In a distant, mysterious palace, a woman clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns reclined lazily in a chair, wearing a crown of purple gold. She possessed an almost flawless visage, exuding an aura of nobility and sanctity that inspired instinctive reverence. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, furrowing her brows slightly, her delicate lips parting to emit an almost inaudible sound. Is this energy coming from the north? Immediately, orders were dispatched from the palace, heading towards the north. In another city, a sharp-witted middle-aged man practiced his swordsmanship, wielding a blade that transformed into 12 distinct sword shadows, each strike causing the nearby hills to diminish in stature. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, a small hill dozens of meters high collapsed entirely, leveling into the ground. The man inhaled deeply, preparing to retract his weapon spirit. To his surprise, the sword spirit let out a low growl, attempting to break free from his grasp and soar into the distance. His expression shifted as he quickly bound the spirit with his soul power, yet he could still distinctly sense the overwhelming emotion of submission emanating from it. Such formidable sword intent! He gasped in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if witnessing a magnificent display of sword energy. A mix of shock and battle fervor igniting within his eyes. Deep within an expansive and boundless forest, a girl who was supposed to be at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu, inexplicably found herself there, still adorned in her charming pink attire. Yet, at this moment, her expression was filled with worry as she muttered to herself, "I just started at the academy, and I haven't even revealed that my martial soul is a rabbit. How could Brother Tang know my true identity? If I am discovered, will I still be able to attend?" She pondered. "Erming, you suggested I bring him here and deal with him decisively? No, he is my friend. I cannot harm him. But if I don't, and he truly knows and exposes my identity, what should I do?" Her face was fraught with inner turmoil, uncertain of her next steps. Just then, the ground trembled as a colossal shadow emerged from the pitch-black forest. It was a Titan giant ape. Upon its emergence, it did not glance at Xiao Wu, but instead raised its head to gaze toward the north, suddenly emitting a deafening roar as if feeling threatened. In the unassuming inn of Notting City, behind the tightly shut door, Tang Ge lay sprawled on the floor in a starfish position, blood seeping from his previously enhanced body. He felt as though a massive boulder had lodged itself within him, expanding to the point of threatening to burst his body apart. The pain was excruciating. Tang Ge had not anticipated that his whimsical attempt to harness the aura of the Sword of Extermination for a bit of gain would lead to such consequences. He had indeed overindulged. As he lay there, utterly drained, unable even to move a finger, a bitter smile escaped him. He vowed never to act so recklessly again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Sword Douluo, Chan Xian, and gained 5,000 shock points. Just as the system's sound barrier was lifted, a prompt resonated. That commotion was so significant that even Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was astonished. Tang Ge's pale face revealed a hint of surprise at the notification. However, a question nagged at him. If even Sword Douluo was shocked, it was illogical that other entities of similar caliber did not sense the sword aura released by the Sword of Extermination. Why then? Did only Sword Douluo trigger the system's prompt? Was it perhaps because he possessed a sword martial soul? Tang Ge was baffled. Yet, as waves of intense pain washed over him, he could no longer afford to ponder the shock points and hastily summoned the remaining power of the 9 orifices Golden Dan within his heart. The medicinal energy of the 9 orifices Golden Dan was activated, slowly working in tandem with his soul power to mend Tang Ge's body. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Time passed, and when Tang Ge awoke once more, the medicinal power of the 9 orifices Golden Dan had finally been expended, vanishing completely. In its place, he found that his injuries had healed significantly, and the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body had increased slightly. Despite this, he still felt an overwhelming fatigue. He understood that complete recovery would take some time. Remembering the sword of extermination, Tang Ge felt a stirring within him and summoned his personal data panel. Shock system, host, Tang Ge, level 13 Soul Master, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. Sword of Extermination, Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram Purple. Soul Skills, Joy, Martial Skills, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 33. Shock Points, 103. 500. The shock points displayed a staggering 6-digit number that nearly blinded Tang Ge. He had anticipated a considerable amount, but never imagined it would be this substantial. An astonishing total of 103, 500 shock points. In an instant, excitement surged within him. Ignoring his recently regained strength, he sprang to his feet. Once seated on the bed, Tang Ge silently uttered, "System, activate the celestial roulette. I wish to perform 10 consecutive draws. Detected host shock points meet requirements. Celestial roulette activated successfully. Commencing 10 consecutive draws. Please be patient." The system's prompt echoed. Soon, akin to the first lottery, an indescribably massive wheel appeared, beginning to spin slowly. With his gaze firmly fixed upon the celestial wheel, Tang Ge could not help but clench his fists, murmuring to himself, "A 10-fold draw. Even if I were to acquire just a single 9-orifice golden pill, it would justify my investment this time." Chapter 37. A sense of reaching the pinnacle of life, the celestial wheel began to spin slowly, the treasures upon it shrouded in a veil of light, rendering their specifics indiscernible. Soon enough, the first draw concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a 9-orifice golden pill. The system's prompt echoed in Tang Ge's ears. Momentarily stunned by the notification, he found himself at a loss for words, instinctively delivering a light slap to his own face. Of course, he would never truly harm himself. He merely grazed his handsome visage. Nonetheless, Tang Ge felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. I was merely speaking out loud. How could the system take me seriously and actually grant me a 9-orifice golden pill? There are countless treasures in the celestial realm far more precious than that. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn another 9-orifice golden pill. The system's notifications continued. Crack! In a fit of rage, Tang Ge seized a piece of wood from beside his bed, his teeth grinding audibly in fury. He glared at the system, fuming. You dare, Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a feather from the holy Kaisha. Did I draw something magnificent? Before he could finish his thought, Tang Ge's tone shifted, and he declared with righteous fervor, I knew the system was the best. Such capability deserves my utmost respect. The system seemed quite pleased with Tang Ge's flattery. Consequently, it presented the results of the remaining 7 draws all at once. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a multiverse crossing talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a weak version of the Sea Goddess baptism. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a soul ring from the Millennium Soul Beast, Wind Swallow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the secret of a motion character. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Hell Furnace. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Celestial Fist fragment. A monumental explosion, an overwhelming burst of brilliance erupted from the wheel, nearly blinding Tang Ge. Especially upon hearing the names of the treasures he had drawn, he leapt from his bed, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. If it weren't for the fact that he was still in the inn, he would have shouted with glee. After a while, as the celestial wheel faded from view, the dazzling light subsided. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ge finally calmed his racing heart. Once seated again, he immersed himself in the system's space. eagerly cataloging the 10 treasures he had just acquired. First, the 3 9-orifice golden pills retained their original efficacy, capable of healing injuries and enhancing soul power, while gradually promoting the fusion of the primordial sacred body. At the very least, in the early stages, the 9-orifice golden pill could satisfy Tang Ge's needs. Next, the feather from Holy Kaisha, the angel king of the Super God Academy, radiated a potent divine aura, though its function remained unclear. The multiverse crossing talisman, true to its name, could transport the user to any realm within the myriad worlds, albeit with a high degree of randomness. The sea god's baptism, weak, could elevate a soul ring under 10,000 years to that of 10,000 years. Tang Ge planned to use it once his primordial sacred body reached full fusion or his soul power attained at least level 30. Thus, along with the Millennium Soul Beast soul ring, these 4 precious items were indeed valuable, but currently unusable, relegated to the system space for the time being. Now, let us examine the final 3 treasures. The secret of the motion character, one of the 9 secrets from the Shrouded Sky world, representing swiftness, capable of traversing formations and, at a certain level, even pausing time. The Hell Furnace, birthed from the supreme ruler of the Holy King world's mastery over Qi. This technique allows for the condensation of a hellish furnace within the body. Once established, it can refine and consume all. The Celestial Fist, fragment also originating from the Holy King world. This technique channels the ancient celestial powers, capable of overwhelming darkness and obliterating worlds. Yet its incomplete form prevents it from achieving the pinnacle of divine mastery. Even in the celestial realm, these 3 treasures are of the highest caliber, each one capable of stirring the attention of countless world-level powers. And now, they all belong to Tang Ge. Without hesitation, gazing at these 3 most precious treasures stored within the system space, Tang Ge focused his thoughts and immediately withdrew them all, choosing to fuse them. 3 beams of golden light surged forth, instantly rushing into his body. Fusion of the secret of the motion character complete. Tang Ge felt a newfound lightness, and with a mere step forward, he abruptly vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself standing at the door. Fusion of the Hell Furnace complete. Tang Ge sensed an immense furnace condensing within him, and upon activating it, an unimaginable force of attraction emanated from it. A 9-orifice golden pill was cast inside, instantly refined into a surge of medicinal power that began to enhance Tang Ge's soul power, nourishing his withered primordial sacred body. Fusion of the Celestial Fist complete. A divine, overwhelming aura radiated from Tang Ge, dispelling all shadows, and the room was instantly illuminated. Finally, upon the fusion of all 3 treasures, Tang Ge, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A tempestuous surge of power surged within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling in him an irrepressible urge, as if he had reached the zenith of life. It was imperative to release this energy. Thus, Tang Ge struck the ground with a punch. Boom! In the midst of panicked cries, the dilapidated 3-story inn in Nodding City could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed with a resounding crash. Dust billowed, scattering in all directions. During this chaos, a shadow flitted about, continuously hurling guests to safety. Only after ensuring no one remained in the ruins did this figure vanish with a few flickers. Under the piercing sunlight, a few shimmering coins spun in the air, swiftly darting into the debris. At a distance of about 100 meters from the fallen inn, a figure abruptly halted. It was Tang Ge, who had escaped the ruins using the secret of the motion character. Even from afar, he could see the dust swirling skyward as the structure crumbled. A bittersweet smile gracing his face. Impulsiveness truly is a devil. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the inn housed few guests, all of whom Tang Ge had managed to rescue in time. Thus, his impulsive act had not resulted in any harm. Observing the commotion that even drew the attention of the guards of Nodding City, Tang Ge did not linger and directly headed towards the academy. Chapter 38. First arrival at the Spirit Hall. Seeking recommendations. Nodding Academy. Upon returning to Dormitory 7, Tang Ge found it empty. He paid no mind, first taking a shower and changing into fresh attire before sitting on the bed to sort through the spoils of this tenfold lottery draw. It must be said, the hell refinement method within the divine elephant's prison strength is truly formidable. Refining the 9 orifices golden Dan is a matter of mere moments. There is no longer any need for Tang Ge to assimilate its medicinal power into his heart gradually. The single 9 orifices golden Dan, previously refined, not only aided in alleviating the physical injuries inflicted upon him by the backlash of the exquisite sword, but also propelled his recently attained soul power from level 13 to an astonishing level 17, leaping over 3 subsequent ranks. With 2 more 9 orifices golden dawn remaining, Tang Ge even speculated whether consuming them both at once might catapult him directly into the Great Soul Master tier. After all, there still lies a Millennium Soul ring within the system space. Yet, he ultimately restrained this impulse. With the Hell Refinement method at his disposal, he was confident that even without relying on medicinal pills for cultivation, no one could rival the speed at which he could enhance his soul power. It was prudent to keep the 2 remaining 9 orifices golden dawn for future contingencies. Furthermore, the fusion of the word secret and the heaven's divine fist had bestowed upon Tang Ge new and formidable offensive capabilities. When combined with the primordial sacred body, he would undoubtedly be an unstoppable force. Thus, Tang Ge resolved to reserve these 2 secret techniques as his trump cards, only to be employed when his martial soul techniques could not suppress his adversaries. Upon further reflection, considering the injuries sustained from the backlash of the exquisite sword, the acquisition of such a wealth of treasures made Tang Ge feel entirely justified. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he murmured to himself, as the saying goes, "The bold thrive, while the timid perish." Just then, the previously closed door was abruptly pushed open, and a figure stepped inside. Tang Ge's attention was drawn, and he immediately recognized the returning Tang San. He collected his scattered thoughts and greeted with a smile. "How was your time studying with the master?" Hearing Tang Ge's voice, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Soon, realization dawned upon him, and he expressed his astonishment. "Tang Ge, when did you return? You haven't been back long. Is there something you need from me?" Tang Ge replied with a smile, his question initially casual, yet Tang San nodded in reply. "The master said we have already fused our soul rings to become soul masters. We can now have our soul power levels assessed more accurately at the Spirit Hall. Moreover, upon registering as soul masters, we are entitled to a monthly subsidy of 1 golden soul coin from the Spirit Hall. Tang Ge, I plan to go. Will you join me?" "Go ahead," Tang Ge pondered briefly before agreeing. For him, assessing his soul power level held little significance, as the system had already displayed it directly. The key factor was indeed the monthly subsidy of 1 golden soul coin. Why not take advantage of free resources? It also promised an opportunity to reap additional shock value. What a delightful prospect. The weather was still early, and, in agreement, Tang Ge and Tang San wasted no time departing from the dormitory, heading straight for the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. As a paramount force on the Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall boasts countless registered soul masters, instilling fear even among the 2 great empires and various sects and families. The Spirit Hall is divided into several branches: the Spirit Branch Hall, the Spirit Sub Hall, the Spirit Main Hall, the Spirit Sacred Hall, and the Pope Hall. Above the Pope Hall lies the legendary Douluo Worship Hall, accessible only to those of the soul Douluo rank or higher, making it exceedingly prestigious. The Spirit Branch Hall represents the lowest tier found in cities across the continent, with the Spirit Hall in Nodding City belonging to this category. Nonetheless, when Tang Ge and Tang San arrived outside the Spirit Branch Hall, they were captivated by its grand and solemn presence. Regaining their composure, they articulated their purpose for visiting the Spirit Hall, and the guards at the entrance promptly granted them passage, advising them to seek out Master Myriad. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the timing, they did not encounter Su Yuntao along the way. Thus, Tang Ge and Tang San proceeded directly to the reception area on the first floor of the Spirit Branch Hall, where they found Elder Myriad. As Tang Ge had anticipated from the storyline, Elder Myriad began by explaining the ranking system of the Spirit Hall across the continent before assessing Tang San's soul power. He was not only astonished by Tang San's 13th level soul power, but was also taken aback by the fusion with the Mandala Snake's soul ring. Especially upon learning that Tang San's instructor was the illustrious master, he extended a warm invitation for Tang San to join the Spirit Hall. However, Tang San declined outright. This left Elder Myriad quite regretful. After momentarily relinquishing his invitation, he turned his attention to the still-standing Tang Ge. "Little fellow, it's your turn." Tang Ge nodded and stepped forward. However, unlike Tang San, he did not summon his martial soul. Instead, he first channeled his soul power into the soul-testing stone held by Elder Myriad. With a resounding hum, golden light surged forth, and a rune representing the number 17 materialized within. This is indeed 17th level soul power. How is this possible? Observing the response of the soul-testing stone, Elder Myriad's eyes widened in disbelief. If Tang San's 13th level soul power had astonished him, then Tang Ge's manifested 17th level soul power left him utterly astounded. How could a mere 6-year-old child, who had just absorbed a soul ring to break through to the rank of soul master, leap 7 levels? Could it be attributed to the soul ring? With this thought in mind, Elder Mu eagerly turned to Tang San, prompting him quickly. Let me see your martial soul and soul ring. Hey, I've struck gold again. Tang Ge couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction within as he complied and revealed his martial soul and soul ring. His martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, bore an appearance reminiscent of scroll. Elder Myriad, upon seeing it, was momentarily taken aback, but not overly surprised. After all, he had witnessed a myriad of peculiar martial souls while overseeing soul master assessments. Yet the purple soul ring encircling Tang Ge caused him to gasp in astonishment. A Millennium Soul Ring. He finally understood why this little fellow had achieved 17th level soul power upon becoming a soul master. However, it had been established by the master, who had researched the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls, that the first soul ring a soul master fuses with should not exceed 500 years in age. Yet here was evidence that refuted this theory. Could it be that the master was mistaken? With this realization, Elder Myriad could not help but exclaim, "Little fellow, come here. Let me examine your body." Chapter 39, Another Blind Eye, Seeking Recommendations. To examine my body? Upon hearing Elder Myriad's words, Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly grasped what the elder intended to do and did not refuse. After retracting his martial soul and soul ring, he approached directly, with the system's assistance. Tang Ge was unconcerned about any secrets within his body being uncovered. Elder Myriad, unaware of this, extended his hand to rest upon Tang Ge's shoulder as he approached. Ge felt a surge of soul power suddenly enter his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Once this energy dissipated, a voice filled with disappointment echoed in the air. Incessantly pursuing the age of soul rings without regard for the limits of your body. Young one, did your teacher not warn you of the consequences? The voice belonged to Matthew. Tang San, still reeling from the revelation of Tang Ge's 17th level soul power, was taken aback by Matthew's words. Casting a bewildered glance at Tang Ge suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and inform the elder that he was not in pain throughout his body nor on the verge of collapse. He merely sustained some internal injuries that would heal with time. Moreover, the injuries he bore were not due to forcibly merging with a Millennium Soul Ring, but rather a consequence of being inadvertently affected by the backlash of the Juxian sword. Thus, Matthew, while slightly stronger than Su Yuntao, failed to recognize that Tang Ge's martial soul, the yin-yang diagram of life and death, was anything but useless. However, it was unfortunate that Tang Ge possessed the formidable physique of the ancient sacred body, which allowed him to pursue the longevity of soul rings without significant repercussions. Consequently, the spirit hall merely gained another oblivious pawn. Regardless, Tang Ge sought this very outcome. He desired to remain undetected, much like Su Yuntao, regarding his true condition. Of course, he could not voice such thoughts aloud. Faced with Matthew's look of disappointment, he feigned stubbornness, resolutely shaking his head. I am aware of the cost of forcibly merging with a Millennium Soul Ring, yet my talent pales in comparison to others. Even if I exhaust my life, I doubt I can achieve great heights. Rather than that, I would prefer to learn from the ephemeral beauty of the night blooming Sirius, hoping to unleash a brilliance that dazzles the world, even if only briefly. Therefore, Matthew, there is no need to dissuade me. Given the opportunity, I will continue to merge with a second or even a third Millennium Soul Ring. Even if I perish, I believe the spirit world will remember me as a pioneer who was crushed by the weight of the soul rings. As he concluded, Tang Ge smiled joyfully. Matthew, moved by his words, shook his head with a resigned sigh. What a stubborn child. Alas, everyone has their fate, and the path is one we must walk ourselves. No one can force it upon us. I can only hope you do not regret your choices in the end. Seemingly affected by Tang Ge's determination, Matthew refrained from discussing the invitation to join the Spirit Hall further, simply registering the two before sending them on their way. Once outside the Spirit Hall and having walked a considerable distance, Tang San finally broke the heavy silence between them. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge, stating earnestly, "I don't believe you. What do you not believe?" Tang Ge replied, perplexed by Tang San's abrupt declaration. Tang San pointed back toward the Spirit Hall. "It's regarding what you said to Matthew. I know you did not forcibly merge with a Millennium Soul Ring, but why did you say that before?" This puzzled Tang San, yet Tang Ge merely chuckled and shook his head. "Little San, I spoke only the truth. Indeed, you are aware of my formidable physical prowess, capable of slaying even the mantis snake. However, do you think the master could ever be wrong? He is a great master of the spirit world, even revered by titled Douluos for his 10 core competencies of martial souls. The world is vast, and it is improbable that no one shares my physical aptitude. If that is the case, why do they not merge their first soul ring with a Millennium Level 1? If such examples existed, would the master still hold his esteemed position? Surely his 10 core competencies would have been dismissed long ago. Indeed, if anyone could merge a Millennium Soul Ring as their first, how could the master still be held in such high regard by spirit masters? If merging with a Millennium Soul Ring were possible, why would he have only allowed me to choose a soul ring of over 400 years? Could a master have done so deliberately? No, he would never act so recklessly. After Tang Ge's words stirred his thoughts, Tang San looked at him with newfound resolve. Tang Ge, while I do not understand your reasoning, I will seek out the master. I believe he will have a way to address the issues you face. Ah, yet another child I have led astray. Tang Ge observed the myriad expressions on Tang San's face and couldn't help but stifle a laugh within. Externally, he maintained a calm demeanor, as if entirely unconcerned about his injuries, and urged, "Enough of this. Were you not planning to find a blacksmith shop to practice your forging skills? It's getting dark. You should hurry and look for one. As for me, I shall return to the academy." As Tang San pondered the earlier conversation, he nodded in agreement to Tang Ge's words. Right, I must, but then he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, when did I ever mention to Tang Ge that I was looking for a blacksmith shop? His face displayed a look of astonishment. However, just as he intended to inquire further, he noticed that Tang Ge had already distanced himself, his laughter echoing in the air. Little San, strive diligently. The wool on your back is wearing thin. What wool? Tang San was left bewildered by Tang Ge's remark, but soon a wry smile appeared on his face. Tang Ge has certainly become increasingly eccentric. He decided to put thoughts of Tang Ge aside and proceeded to search for a blacksmith shop. Nodding academy. On the way back to his dormitory, Tang Ge took a moment to check the system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Matthew, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Tang San, earning 150 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Tang San, earning another 150 shock points. 3 notifications totaled 300 shock points. Seeing this, a smile spread across Tang Ge's face as he nodded. Indeed, my outing was not in vain. I am now closer to 5,000 shock points. With a bit more effort, I shall be able to activate the cosmic roulette once more. Lost in thought, he arrived at the entrance of the 7th dormitory, only to frown in confusion at the sight of a large crowd gathered. Chapter 40. The new generation of the Golden Iron Triangle in Wuhuan Hall. After Tang Ge and Tang San departed, they were unaware that Su Yuntao, who had previously assisted them in awakening their martial souls, had returned. In the reception hall on the 1st floor, upon seeing Su Yuntao's return, Matthew inquired, "How did it go? Have you made any progress in investigating the recent celestial events?" "Not yet," Su Yuntao replied, shaking his head. Matthew, undeterred, responded, "It is not surprising. After all, the incident occurred abruptly, and no one could have anticipated such an occurrence." Upon receiving the notification from above, it was conveyed that a messenger from the temple would come to investigate the matter. Additionally, the Grand Prince of the Empire would accompany him, and we must prepare in advance. Will this occur? Su Yuntao inquired. Matthew shook his head, stating, "We have only received the notification. Yet the specific timing has not been disclosed to us." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao felt a sense of understanding. "But Just as he was about to depart, something seemed to strike him, and he suddenly asked, "By the way, esteemed steward, I noticed your expression was quite heavy earlier. Has something occurred?" Sighing, Matthew replied, "Ah, this is indeed due to the two young souls who came to register as soul masters." He wore a look of helplessness and recounted his previous encounter. 1,000-year soul ring? Su Yuntao, unprepared for such news, was momentarily taken aback by the revelation that someone's first soul ring was 1,000 years old. Wait, a spirit with a graphic weapon and blue silver grass? Upon hearing the names of the soul masters, he suddenly recalled his own experiences in the Holy Spirit village and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know the names of those two children?" "Let me think. The names are Tang San and Tang Ge," Matthew replied after a moment's contemplation. Indeed, it was them. After confirming this, Su Yuntao couldn't help but smile wryly as he shared the information about Tang Ge and Tang San possessing innate full soul power. Matthew, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. He then shot a sharp glare at Su Yuntao. "This matter is of great importance. Why did you not inform me sooner? Esteemed steward, I have been exceedingly busy lately and simply forgot about it," Su Yuntao replied with a rueful smile. Matthew chose not to pursue the matter further, merely shaking his head in resignation. "Well, now that they are gone, there is no use in discussing it. If necessary, I will relay this matter to the temple messenger upon their arrival. Perhaps, with the capabilities of the main temple or the holy temple, they might resolve the issues surrounding that young man." Su Yuntao remained silent, his gaze flickering as if lost in thought. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Su Yuntao, earning 300 points of astonishment. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Matthew, earning 500 points of astonishment. At the academy, as Tang Ge approached the door of the 7th dormitory, he halted abruptly, surprised by the sudden system prompts echoing in his mind. How could he receive astonishment points from those individuals while being surrounded by his own people? Tang Ge was secretly astonished. However, his attention was swiftly diverted to the throng of academy students gathered outside the 7th dormitory. At that moment, the assembled students recognized Tang Ge. "Look, that's Tang Ge, the one who defeated Xiao Kelang." A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. "What? This person is Tang Ge?" Upon hearing the outcry, the gazes that had previously settled upon Tang Ge shifted dramatically, filled with surprise, skepticism, and, more predominantly, excitement and fervor. Under the weight of so many eyes, Tang Ge was startled and instinctively took a step back. "What do you want? Get him," an unknown voice shouted, and nearly 100 students gathered at the entrance of the 7th dormitory surged forward toward Tang Ge like a frenzied mob. Their eager demeanor suggested they wished to tear him apart. "Damn it, you're fierce," Tang Ge internally cursed before turning and fleeing into the distance. As night fell, the once serene Nodding Academy erupted into a lively scene. With the addition of numerous onlookers, the crowd pursuing Tang Ge grew larger and more chaotic. Fortunately, the Academy's teachers eventually appeared to quell the escalating farce. After narrowly escaping disaster, Tang Ge learned from Wang Sheng, who had experienced a similarly unfortunate encounter, that it was all due to Xiao Kelang's defeat in the duel. As a first-ring soul master, Xiao Kelang ranked among the top at Nodding Academy. Yet, he was vanquished by a newly enrolled freshman, and it was said that he ended up kneeling in supplication. Such news spread like wildfire, striking a blow to the pride of the upperclassmen. Coupled with the shifting affections of numerous senior female students, many among the students began to harbor resentment, pondering why a mere newcomer should stand above them. Thus, through the machinations of some instigators, Tang Ge quickly became the target of collective ire. The upperclassmen organized themselves into a united front, exhibiting a determination to teach Tang Ge a lesson he would not forget. Upon learning the circumstances, Tang Ge felt a surge of anger. He had intended to lay low and focus on his training, yet trouble had sought him out unbidden. Did they truly believe his earlier retreat was out of fear? After confirming with Master that he could act without causing lasting harm, Tang Ge resolved to remain within the academy. Initially, numerous upperclassmen sought to challenge him, hoping to enhance their own prestige by defeating him. Unfortunately for them, these challengers, much like Xiao Kelang before them, ended up kneeling before Tang Ge, weeping and begging for mercy. Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle, the subsequent challengers grew apprehensive and abandoned their attempts. Yet, Tang Ge would not acquiesce to their whims. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased? Did they assume his realm was a marketplace? Thus, Tang Ge began with the 6th-year students, regardless of whether they were soul masters or not, defeating each one who dared to challenge him. Later, finding the process too slow, he enlisted Tang San and the returning Xiao Wu into his ranks. Regardless of gender or year, they would face the same fate. Unbeknownst to them, a year slipped by. With relatively few students at Notting Academy, none were spared. They were all thoroughly bested by the trio of Tang Ge, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Whenever they passed by, the masses would retreat in fear, unwilling to approach. Even the 7th dormitory became an untouchable entity in the eyes of the Academy's students. Of course, the Academy's higher-ups did not intervene in this affair, particularly after noticing that the students trained with renewed vigor following their encounters. They welcomed such occurrences. Moreover, witnessing Tang Ge and his companions act in unison, a whimsical teacher dubbed them the Golden Triangle, a title that swiftly gained popularity throughout the Academy. Chapter 41. I am still the same boy I once was. A year elapsed, and Notting Academy welcomed its break. As numerous students departed for home, the campus became eerily quiet. One fine morning, at the Academy's entrance, Master Yu Xiaojing was bidding farewell to Tang Ge and his companions. Teacher, we are leaving. Take care of yourself at the Academy. We shall return soon, Tang San said, unable to restrain himself as he gazed at the solitary figure of Master. Yu Xiaojing reached out to pat Tang San's head, smiling as he spoke. Rest assured, I shall take good care of myself. As for you, having been away for a year, it is time to pay a visit to your families. Although the Academy is on break, your training must not wane. You must continue to strive. Let us depart while the morning is still young and return home early. Indeed, teacher, we shall take our leave. Tang San nodded gravely. Soon after Tang Ge and Xiao Wu bid farewell to the master, the 3 of them boarded the carriage that the master had arranged for them, heading towards the outskirts of Notting City. Yu Xiaojing stood at the entrance of the Academy, watching as the carriage gradually disappeared from view. Only when the figures of the 3 were no longer visible did he retract his gaze, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and an unprecedented anticipation. The Golden Iron Triangle truly hoped they could maintain this camaraderie, unlike my own fate. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojing turned and walked back into the Academy. As the morning sun rose, its gentle rays illuminated a solitary figure growing ever more distant. Creak, creak, accompanied by the sound of the carriage wheels grinding, Tang Ge and his companions, filled with excitement at the prospect of returning to Shenghan Village after a year, created a lively atmosphere within the carriage. The 3 of them chattered incessantly, with Tang Ge and Tang San listening as Xiao Wu animatedly spoke. The title Golden Iron Triangle, bestowed upon them after defeating the students of Notting Academy, was rather unappealing, evoking the image of a muscle-bound trio. It was a pity that with the Academy closed, their classmates and seniors had returned home. Otherwise, as their elder sister, Xiao Wu, would have insisted on a more fitting name for them. Alas, this carriage is quite uncomfortable. Little San, Tang Ge, where exactly is Shenghan Village? And how much longer until we arrive? The Golden Iron Triangle, as they were called, was a title earned by Tang Ge, Tang San, and Xiao Wu after their victories. However, like Xiao Wu, Tang Ge did not favor this moniker. Not only did it evoke a sense of a muscle-bound ensemble, but it was originally a title belonging to Master Yu Xiaojing, Lu Long, and Fran. Yu Xiaojing, the corner of wisdom. Fran, the corner of flight. Lu Long, the corner of slaughter. Such melodious titles. Moreover, these 3 possessed the powerful martial soul fusion ability of the Golden Sacred Dragon, a name both grand and formidable. Reflecting on their own martial souls, Tang Ge envisioned a comical scene of a little white rabbit dancing on a long overgrown yin-yang diagram. This mental image was quite jarring. Upon this thought, he could not help but shiver and quickly dismiss such fanciful musings. Tang Ge, what troubles you? Tang San inquired, noticing his friend's reaction. Tang Ge shook his head. It's nothing. He then turned to Xiao Wu with a smile, asking, upon our arrival in Shenghan Village, will you stay at my home or at Little Sands? Humph, I would never stay at your place. I want to stay at Little Sands, Xiao Wu replied, raising her chin proudly. Tang San, taken aback, replied honestly, but Xiao Wu, my family is quite poor and has little to offer. Moreover, my father has a rather temperamental disposition. That is fine, I'll be very well behaved, Xiao Wu giggled. Tang San could only shake his head in resignation. Let's hope so. What? Little San, are you unwilling for me to stay at your house? Regardless, I shall stay at your place, if you disagree. I shall bite you. With that, Xiao Wu lunged at Tang San. Tang Ge, who had already settled at the back of the carriage, silently chuckled at the playful antics of the two, who said that rabbits do not nibble on the grass nearby. Such ignorance. Thus, as the three rode in the carriage, their laughter and chatter filled the air, and before they knew it, half a day had passed. When noon arrived, the outline of Shenghan village finally came into view in the distance. The carriage came to a halt, and after the three disembarked, it turned around and returned to Nodding City. As they approached their hometown, an air of trepidation enveloped Tang Ge and Tang San. Little San, Tang Ge, why are you all dawdling? Let us hurry. Xiao Wu urged from ahead. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ge restored a smile to his face and turned to Tang San. You and Xiao Wu wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he dashed into the thick forest ahead. Xiao Wu, having appeared at Tang San's side unbeknownst to him, looked puzzled as she watched Tang Ge depart. Little San, where did Tang Ge go? I'm not sure, but let us wait here for a bit. He said he would be back soon, Tang San replied, shaking his head. Left with no choice, Xiao Wu accompanied Tang San as they waited in boredom. As time passed, approximately 15 minutes later, the lively Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing towards the woods. Little San, look! Tang Ge seems to be carrying back 2 large things. Carrying large things? Tang San was perplexed, but as he followed Xiao Wu's gaze, a bead of sweat formed on his forehead. Soon after, a familiar figure emerged before them. It was Tang Ge, returning with 2 wild boar carcasses, each the size of a calf, slung over his shoulders, still dripping with blood, evidently freshly slain. Apologies for the wait. Let's head back to the village. Tang Ge greeted with a smile upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu. Don't you have storage space? Why are you still carrying them? Tang San could not help but ask. Tang Ge mischievously shook the 2 large boar carcasses on his shoulders and, with a mysterious smile, chose not to respond, striding purposefully towards Shenghan village. Then, an odd tune began to emanate from him. I remain the same boy as before, unchanged in the slightest. Little San, what is Tang Ge singing about? I don't understand, Xiao Wu inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Tang San diverted his gaze from Tang Ge. Reflecting on their experiences from a year prior in the village, he could only shake his head in exasperation. Just consider it as him seeking recognition and praise from the villagers for some unspeakable reasons. Oh, so Tang Ge is quite pitiful. We should certainly offer him more praise from now on, Xiao Wu said sympathetically upon hearing Tang San's words. Chapter 42. The old village chief's secret stash unbeknownst to Tang Ge. He had not heard the exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Had he done so, he would surely have been infuriated enough to discard the boar carcasses and turn back to give Tang San, who was gradually learning mischief, a good thrashing. Before long, Tang Ge arrived back at Shenghan village ahead of the others. Upon his return, his imposing figure carrying 2 wild boar carcasses caught the attention of the villagers. After a year apart, the villagers quickly recognized Tang Ge. A wave of astonished gasps spread through the crowd. Oh, isn't that the little fellow from village chief Jack's family? I recall he went to school in Nodding City. Why has he suddenly returned? A year had passed, and the sudden return of little Tang Ge must certainly be due to the academy's break. Yet, one wonders if little Tang Ge has become a soul master. How foolish. Anyone who can carry such hefty boar carcasses must surely be a soul master. My goodness, young Tang Ge has become a soul master at such a tender age? Meanwhile, my child is still in the fields, using his awakened scythe to cut grass. It truly infuriates me. Should I go to the fields and give him a good thrashing? I'm tempted to discipline my child as well. How about we form a team? Listening to the villagers around me chattering excitedly, along with the incessant system notifications ringing in my mind, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, nothing is quite as exhilarating as the simple joys of the villagers. To celebrate his return from learning, he boldly demonstrated his prowess before the villagers, swiftly chopping 2 large wild boar carcasses into countless pieces with his hands, as blood flowed into an empty wooden barrel retrieved from the system space. The onlooking villagers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, erupted in astonished gasps. Tang Ge, satisfied with his bloodless hands, cheerfully announced, "Walk by, don't miss out. Free wild boar meat for everyone, limited to 1 piece per household. Hey, you with the knife. Uncle Fatty, I'm talking to you. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and claim your share." The uncle singled out by Tang Ge was the village butcher, accompanied by a little girl who was busy nibbling on her fingers. Upon spotting Tang Ge, she tilted her head in contemplation before bursting into tears. "Daddy, he stole my candied hawthorn." "What? How dare he take my daughter's candied hawthorn?" The butcher's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively raised his cleaver. Tang Ge felt a pang of embarrassment. He anticipated the little girl's excellent memory. But really, was it worth getting upset over a mere candied hawthorn? Seizing the moment before the villagers could comprehend the situation, Tang Ge discreetly gestured 2 fingers at the butcher. The butcher immediately understood and swiftly smacked his daughter's bottom. "What nonsense are you spouting? That big brother is such a good person. He wouldn't steal your candied hawthorn. Stand still. Daddy will get you some wild boar meat." With that, the butcher hurriedly approached Tang Ge, quickly wrapping a piece of meat in his apron while pretentiously using another piece to shield it. "Little Tang, do come by my house sometime. Yaya adores you. You must treat her well," feeling the weight of the meat in his arms. The butcher looked increasingly pleased with Tang Ge. However, hearing his daughter's cries, he reluctantly turned to leave. Tang Ge watched the butcher's retreating figure, bemused. Selling off his daughter at such a young age. Didn't he worry she might sell him when she grows up? With that thought, Tang Ge redirected his gaze to the gathered villagers. With the butcher leading the charge, the villagers eagerly surged forward to claim their wild boar meat. Observing their joyful faces as they departed, Tang Ge felt immense satisfaction. In the distance, unbeknownst to him, Tang San and Xiao Wu had caught up. Witnessing the genuine smile on Tang Ge's face as he distributed wild boar meat to the villagers, even Tang San couldn't help but feel moved. He nodded and said, "Xiao Wu, you were right earlier. We should treat Tang Ge better and praise him more." Indeed, Xiao Wu wholeheartedly agreed. They chose not to assist, but rather observed for a while before heading towards their home at the west end of the village. Tang Ge's distribution of wild boar meat didn't last long. The villagers were enthusiastic, and within less than 15 minutes, the meat was all but gone. Even the bucket of pig's blood was not spared, finding its way into various pots and bowls. Tang Ge, unperturbed, retained only the wild boar meat he required before turning and walking back home. Before long, he arrived at his house, calling out as he pushed open the courtyard door. "Grandfather, I'm back." However, there was no response. After a quick search around the house, he suddenly recalled that old Jack must have gone to Tang San's home. That meant Tang San's father had likely left Holy Soul Village for Nodding City by now. Reflecting on the progression of events, Tang Ge murmured to himself. He decided against seeking out old Jack and instead headed straight for the kitchen. It was just noon, and Tang Ge intended to prepare a sumptuous lunch himself. Soon, the delightful aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by the sounds of sizzling. Just as Tang Ge was busy cooking, old Jack returned, leaning on his cane. Upon catching a whiff of the savory scent, his aged face lit up with curiosity. Who is cooking? Could it be young Tang Ge has returned? With that thought, old Jack made his way toward the kitchen. Upon reaching the doorway and spotting the familiar little figure within, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Little Tang Ge has grown. As Tang Ge continued cooking, he seemed unaware of old Jack's return. Old Jack refrained from calling out to him, instead shutting the courtyard gate and retreating to the inner room. When he emerged again, he was carefully holding a long-forgotten box, its surface covered in mold. However, he treated it as a treasure, cradling it delicately. At that moment, Tang Ge finished his task in the kitchen and stepped out. Seeing old Jack, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Grandfather, when did you come back? I just returned not long ago. I didn't expect that after a year. Young Tang Ge has grown so tall." Old Jack reached out to ruffle Tang Ge's hair with pride. Then, as if recalling something, he handed the box to Tang Ge. "I don't have any precious items, but this is the only treasure I can give you." "A treasure?" Tang Ge's curiosity piqued as he accepted the box. "What's inside?" Old Jack smiled mysteriously. "Why don't you open it and see?" Watching his grandfather's enigmatic expression, Tang Ge's curiosity deepened. He glanced at the decayed lock on the box, exerting a slight pressure with his right hand, which caused the lock to crumble effortlessly. When he opened the lid and beheld the contents within, his heart raced in astonishment. It was a pair of dark golden gauntlets. Sensing the soul power radiating from the gauntlets, Tang Ge realized they were a soul tool, akin to Tang San's belt. But how could the village elder possess a soul tool? After the initial shock, Tang Ge looked up at the smiling old Jack, unable to contain his inquiry. "Grandfather, do you know what this is?" Smack! Before he could finish his question, Old Jack playfully tapped his head, accompanied by a reproachful tone. Little Tang Ge, how do you speak? How can I not know what this is? Though I may be old, my eyesight remains sharp. Besides, I was not without my adventures in my youth. It is a regret that I never became a soul master, but my experiences far exceed those of many. This fist is a soul guidance device, which you may have heard of if you attended the academy. Were it not for the fact that you are my grandson, I would be reluctant to reveal it. As the conversation drew to a close, Old Jack's face radiated pride. Tang Ge, having lived with Old Jack for 6 years, knew him well. Upon hearing his words, he momentarily thought that the legendary soul sage of the village must be Old Jack himself. However, if Grandpa the village chief was not a soul sage, how could he possess a soul guidance device? Unable to contain his curiosity, Tang Ge posed this question. In response, Old Jack merely shook his head. I cannot say much more. The events of those years are somewhat unclear. Just remember that our Holy Soul Village indeed produced a soul sage. The soul guidance device you hold, these gauntlets were left behind by that soul sage. So, Holy Soul Village truly had a soul sage. Tang Ge was secretly astonished by the village chief's revelation. Nonetheless, since the elder was unwilling to elaborate further, he refrained from pressing the matter. Following the usage instructions, he summoned the gauntlets and infused them with a trace of soul power. With a hum, as dark golden light flickered, the gauntlets he had worn on his right hand vanished in an instant. Yet, Tang Ge could feel that the gauntlets had not truly disappeared. They had merely transformed into another form and concealed themselves. As long as he activated his soul power, he could summon them at will. Moreover, as a legendary soul guidance device, the gauntlet's potential left Tang Ge in quiet awe. Although he had not tested them, he could distinctly sense that if these gauntlets were combined with the heaven's divine fist, he could easily defeat a soul master of the same rank in close combat with a single blow. How do you like them? Old Jack's voice broke through his thoughts. Tang Ge shifted his gaze from the gauntlets to his kindly grandfather and nodded earnestly. Yes, I like them very much. Thank you, Grandpa. What thanks? Come on. Didn't you make lunch? Let Grandpa taste little Tang Ge's culinary skills. With that, Old Jack took Tang Ge's hand and led him towards the kitchen. In the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, after the village chief had taken a moment to rest, Tang Ge quietly left home. He initially intended to visit Tang San, but considering that his friend was likely out with Xiao Wu to clear his mind after his father's departure, Tang Ge made his way out of Holy Soul Village, heading towards the small hillside where he and Tang San often trained. At that moment, on a hillside adorned with blue silvergrass, 2 figures were lying face to face on the ground, their eyes gently closed as they basked in the warmth of the sun. These 2 were Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the tranquil and comfortable atmosphere, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. Little San, can I not call you brother? Why not? Tang San, who had been resting, sat up abruptly, staring intently at Xiao Wu. Her face flushed under his gaze, and with a huff, she sprang to her feet and bounded away to a distance. In the midst of the sprawling blue-silver grass, she twirled with a playful air, declaring, At least in Nodding Academy, those I defeated call me Sister Xiao Wu. If they heard me calling you brother, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's reasoning, Tang San could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Fine, just call me Little San then, as long as I know in my heart that you are my sister. That is enough. He then caught up with Xiao Wu and handed her a peculiar device from his right arm. Here, Xiao Wu, this is for you. What is this? Xiao Wu inquired. Curiosity piqued as she accepted the strange device. Tang San smiled and explained, This is a hidden dart, also known as a silent arrow. Come, Xiao Wu. I will help you put on and teach you how to use it. He stepped behind her, lifted her arm, and affixed the hidden dart. Just as he was about to instruct her on its usage, a sudden coughing sound interrupted them, accompanied by teasing remarks. I wonder where you 2 were hiding. But what is this? It looks like you're about to embrace each other. The voice startled Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's face turned crimson as she quickly pulled away, retreating several meters. Tang San felt equally awkward, but upon seeing Tang Ge approach from a distance, he quickly composed himself and said, I was just teaching Xiao Wu some techniques, don't misunderstand. Indeed, I was just teaching him a unique technique, Xiao Wu chimed in, hands placed firmly on her hips, clearly flustered. Tang Ge chuckled and nodded. I understand you were teaching Xiao Wu a technique, a rather peculiar one at that. No need for explanations. Having spent so much time with Tang Ge, Tang San was well aware of his penchant for whimsical remarks. Although he found the comment perplexing, he sensed it was not meant to be taken seriously, igniting an urge within him to spar with Tang Ge once more. However, before Tang San could voice anything, Xiao could no longer contain herself and unleashed her beast spirit, enveloping herself in its power. With wide eyes, she fiercely declared, "Tang Ge, I challenge you." "Huh? You wish to challenge me?" Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wu's declaration, but then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Fine. You and Little San can join forces against me. I, Tang Ge, will take on two." Chapter 44, Level 24, Great Soul Master. After a year of training, Tang San's soul power had surged from the 13th to the 17th level, an extraordinary pace among his peers, thanks in part to his Xiantian skill. Thus, Tang San believed that, even if he had not quite caught up to Tang Ge over the year, the gap between them had certainly narrowed. At the very least, he did not think Tang Ge had acquired a second soul ring and advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had also experienced rapid growth after obtaining her first soul ring, now boasting a soul power level of 16. If the two joined forces, Tang San was confident that they could hold their own against even a Great Soul Master. However, now Tang Ge was audaciously preparing to take on both of them. That was quite presumptuous. In that instant, even with his good-natured temperament, Tang San could not help but feel irked by Tang Ge's words. He gazed intently at Tang Ge and asked earnestly, "Are you sure you want me and Xiao Wu to team up? If this is a challenge, we will certainly give it our all." "Exactly, Little San, and I will make sure to teach you a lesson and knock that arrogance out of you." Xiao Wu chimed in. Tang Ge listened to their banter and simply shook his head with a smile. "Come on. Let me see just how much you two have progressed over the past year." Little San, stop talking nonsense with Tang Ge and just attack him." With that, Xiao Wu charged forward. Midway, her yellow soul ring flashed, and with a push from her small shoes against the ground, she leaped into the air. In midair, her live form performed several flips before landing directly behind Tang Ge, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. First soul skill waist bow. With a hum, a powerful force erupted, causing the very air to quiver. However, in the face of this, Tang Ge maintained his smile, effortlessly extending his hand to seize the ankle of Xiao Wu's kicking foot with immense strength. A wave of pain surged through her, causing a slight change in her delicate face. She had no choice but to utilize her soul skill to transform her body into a boneless serpent, swiftly escaping from Tang Ge's grasp and forcefully kicking back to a distance of 5 or 6 meters. At that moment, the voice of Tang San echoed nearby. "Soul skill. Bind." With a flurry of yellow light, countless strands of blue-silver grass mutated rapidly under the influx of surging soul power, resembling serpents slithering across the ground towards Tang Ge. Behind Tang San, a faint illusion of a mandala snake materialized, emitting a series of hissing sounds. It was evident that many students from the Nodding Academy had previously collapsed and begged for mercy due to the peculiarities of Tang Ge's first soul skill. Tang San, not wishing to endure such a fate, seized the opportunity while Xiao Wu attacked Tang Ge to unleash his own martial soul skill. The blue silvergrass, fortified by the mandala snake's soul ring, moved with remarkable speed, ascending to Tang Ge's feet in the blink of an eye. Tang Ge appeared oblivious, allowing the rigid blue silvergrass to envelop him. In an instant, he was bound tightly, unable to move. Only then did Tang San exhale in relief. He looked at the ensnared Tang Ge with a smile, saying, "Tang Ge, ensnared by my martial soul, you cannot escape. Moreover, the blue silvergrass possesses a narcotic effect. Do you not feel your body growing weak, unable to utilize your soul power? Unable to utilize soul power?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming peculiar. He could distinctly sense the soul power within him, and channeling it posed no difficulty. As for the narcotic effect of the blue silvergrass that Tang San mentioned, when ensnared, Tang Ge indeed felt numerous fine thorns pricking into his body. However, regrettably, even without fully activating his ancient sacred body, its formidable defensive capabilities were impervious to the blue silvergrass. Thus, could a mere collection of grass restrain me? Gradually, Tang Ge began to exert strength, the surging power coalescing like a awakened beast, and with the operation of his soul power, he unleashed a tremendous explosion of energy. With a series of cracking sounds, the blue silvergrass which Tang San believed to be unbreakably sturdy, crumbled like fragile paper, rapidly torn apart one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the blue-silver grass entangling Tang Ge was obliterated, and he emerged unscathed from the remnants. Tang Ge, how witnessing the scene, Tang San was profoundly astonished and couldn't help but speak up. Yet before he could finish, a beam of white light suddenly descended upon him, flooding his body with a delightful sensation that forced him to shut his eyes in bliss. A sudden rush of wind came from behind. Tang Ge, having just granted Tang San a wave of euphoric light, did not even glance back but laughed as he flicked his hand, sending another beam of white light cascading down. Thud! Xiao Wu, who had prepared to ambush Tang Ge from behind, fell to the ground like Tang San, lost in a pleasant dream, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Ding! Congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, earning 150 shock points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, shocking Xiao Wu, earning 140 shock points. The sounds of the system notifications echoed in his mind. Tang Ge gazed at the subdued Tang San and Xiao Wu, unable to resist folding his hands behind his back and sighing lightly to the heavens. The heights are cold, and the solitude is unbearable. Before long, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Shock system, host, Tang Ge, level, 24th rank Great Soul Master. Martial Soul, dual martial souls of Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 swords of extermination, soul rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram purple, soul skills, delight flight, martial techniques, chaotic Gale Hammer Technique, walking secret hell refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist, physique, ancient sacred body fusion degree 65, shock points, 6,120. Looking at his personal data panel, Tang Ge's face beamed with joy. Indeed, with the assistance of the 9 orifices Golden Dan and the devouring power of hell refinement, Tang Ge's cultivation speed was remarkably swift. In just 1 year, he had transformed from 17th rank Soul Master at the time of his registration with a Martial Soul Hall to a 24th rank Great Soul Master. Moreover, with the Millennium Soul Ring of the Wind Swallowing Swallow, his breakthroughs were unbeknownst to anyone. Additionally, his ancient sacred body fusion degree had reached 65, merely 35 away from successfully entering the awakening phase. Thus, in the face of the combined assault from Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, Tang Ge was akin to an adult bullying a child, winning effortlessly. The only vexation for Tang Ge was that perhaps due to exhausting his luck in the previous 10 consecutive draws, he had received nothing but discarded junk in the subsequent 2 lotteries. Regarding the specifics of this, it was better left unmentioned. Chapter 45. The Overbearing Hell Refinement. Although Tang Ge's first soul skill, Delight, was remarkably effective, its duration was not everlasting. In just a brief moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu managed to extricate themselves from its grasp. Upon realizing she was lying on the ground, Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she hastily stood up. She refrained from attacking further, instead glaring fiercely at Tang Ge. Brother Tang, how could you treat a girl like this? You were the one who challenged me. Now you blame me? Tang Ge replied, bemused. He then turned to Tang San, asking, So, will you continue? Forget it, you win. Tang San replied with a shake of his head and a wry smile. He had originally thought that with both himself and Xiao Wu teaming up, even if they couldn't defeat Tang Ge, they could at least achieve a stalemate. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. They had lost too quickly and too miserably, especially considering the indescribable sensation he experienced after being hit by Tang Ge's soul skill. Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. Had they been facing an actual enemy, he and Xiao Wu would have perished. With this thought, Tang San couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Tang Ge, what level is your soul power now? I'm afraid to tell you, lest it dampen your spirits. Tang Ge replied with a smile. Afraid to dampen my spirits? At Tang Ge's response, Tang San felt a momentary halt in his breath, realizing the conversation was no longer viable. Xiao Wu, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, interjected, Little San, ignore him. Let him revel in his own triumph. Saying this, she grasped Tang San's hand and ran off. Watching the two depart, Tang Ge smiled faintly and followed suit. Due to Tang San's father's departure, he had only spent a day at home before returning to Nodding City with Xiao Wu. Tang Ge did not accompany them, but remained in the Holy Soul Village, spending several more days with Grandpa Jack. As the holiday neared its end, Tang Ge bid farewell to his grandfather and left the Holy Soul Village. When he arrived, he was with 3 others, riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Upon leaving, he was left entirely alone. However, even while walking, he swiftly traversed the jungle, and within just over an hour, Tang Ge returned to Nodding City. Yet, he did not hasten to Nodding Academy. Instead, after procuring some daily necessities within the city, he headed directly towards the soul-hunting forest. With some time remaining before the academy's term commenced, Tang Ge intended to seize the opportunity to further hone his skills. Team up. We urgently need a healing-type soul master. Join us and receive a beautiful companion. The excrement of the century-old soul beast, the nether leopard, is a guaranteed safety for your peaceful night's rest. For only 1 gold soul coin. As usual, the market outside the soul-hunting forest echoed with various vendors' calls. However, upon Tang Ge's arrival, the attention of the assembled soul masters instantly shifted towards him, their gazes filled with fervor. A leader of a team that had been calling out for a healing-type soul master rushed forward excitedly. Tang Ge, young brother, are you heading into the soul-hunting forest? Join our team. Look, we have a beautiful lady with us. Once you join, she will be yours for the adventure. He gestured toward his team. Tang Ge glanced in the indicated direction and indeed saw a charming woman attempting to catch his eye. Huh, does she think she can entice me? How naive. Tang Ge scoffed, ignoring the plea and continuing on his way. Soon, a multitude of soul masters approached, offering various enticing benefits for him to join their ranks. Yet, Tang Ge declined them all and swiftly exited the market, disappearing into the dimly lit entrance of the forest. In an instant, the soul masters at the market were left disheartened. They were well aware that this was not the first time Tang Ge had graced their presence in a year. Initially indifferent toward the boy barely in his teens, their perspective changed dramatically when one fortunate team had him join and witnessed his extraordinary healing arts. This technique not only healed injuries but also brought a sense of euphoric well-being, making them yearn to indulge in it endlessly. Regrettably, the news was carelessly leaked by some member of that team. Once other teams confirmed the rumors, soul masters flocking to the soul-hunting forest for soul rings became frenzied. Whenever Tang Ge appeared, he became the object of their competition. Alas, while priceless treasures are sought after, Tang Ge was a rarity. Not every team was fortunate enough to have him join. As for those who entertained sinister thoughts of abducting him, none returned after entering the forest, which made other adventurer teams increasingly wary of harboring such intentions. Within the depths of the soul-hunting forest, Tang Ge, oblivious to the happenings in the market, could only speculate about the commotion. Yet, for him, it was merely a trivial interlude. They cannot even discern my true age and still wish for my companionship? How absurd. With that thought, Tang Ge quickened his pace, bypassing the outskirts and heading straight into the depths of the forest. Having visited the soul-hunting forest numerous times over the past year with the hand order issued by the Spirit Hall, Tang Ge navigated it with ease. Before long, he arrived at a small valley deep within the forest. After driving away the soul beasts inhabiting the area, he surveyed the lush greenery adorning the hills, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This is the place. He promptly settled down into a meditative posture. With his soul power activated, a colossal furnace gradually formed within Tang Ge, beginning to whirl. This was Tang Ge's cultivation method, the Hell Furnace. As it spun, the furnace coalesced into a vortex resembling a tornado, generating an immense and terrifying suction force centered around his body. As soon as this force emanated, the verdant grass in close proximity transformed from vibrant green to a withered yellow, ultimately disintegrating into ashes scattered by the wind. Simultaneously, an exceedingly rich essence of life was drawn into the Hell Furnace. Even though this was not his first time cultivating, each encounter with the Hell Furnace's overwhelming, devouring power left Tang Ge in awe. It was precisely due to this that he had elevated his soul power to the 24th level within a year. The Hell Furnace continued to spin, expelling the refined essence of life outward. Feeling the unparalleled energy coursing through him, Tang Ge did not hesitate and immediately focused on absorbing this pure energy to enhance his soul power. In the valley, Tang Ge sat in serene meditation. But unbeknownst to him, a dense green vortex had formed around him. This vortex spun rapidly, its terrifying suction force devouring streams of emerald light emanating from all directions. The light appeared almost alive, struggling violently, yet ultimately succumbed to being absorbed into Tang Ge's body. As time passed, the life essence surrounding him grew increasingly potent. His exposed skin became exceptionally fair, translucent like exquisite jade, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. However, looking around, the valley that should have been a vibrant green was now reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster, devoid of any intact flora. Dried roots and gray ash littered the ground, and the ancient trees on the distant slopes stood stark and leafless. Yet peculiarly, despite the apparent death of all flora, the air was imbued with an overwhelming vitality. At some point, a pack of netherwolves had gathered at the valley's entrance, seemingly drawn by the intense life force, greedily observing Tang Ge enveloped in the green vortex. Among them was a 100-year-old netherwolf king, emitting low growls. However, influenced by the valley's eerie environment, the wolf king remained hesitant to enter. Before long, the suction force extended to the valley's entrance. The surrounding vegetation began to wither rapidly, turning from tips to roots into a brittle yellow. A palpable sense of danger loomed. Yet the netherwolf king did not retreat. Instead, it howled loudly. With its cry, the surrounding pack of netherwolves immediately echoed its roar and charged into the valley. Meanwhile, the netherwolf king's pace slowed considerably, its bloodthirsty eyes filled with cunning and caution. The rushing netherwolves moved swiftly like a dark tide, closing the distance to Tang Ge within mere moments. The wolfish eyes of the spectral wolves gazed upon Tang Ge with insatiable greed, as if consuming this human would elevate them to the status of a wolf king. However, these phantoms failed to notice that the moment they stepped into the valley, their vitality began to seep away bit by bit. As they drew closer, finally, when only 2 meters separated them from Tang Ge, a dozen spectral wolves could no longer contain their eagerness and lunged forward with a howl. They plunged headlong into the swirling, deep green vortex. In an instant, this vortex shuddered violently, erupting with an even more terrifying force of absorption than before. A chorus of lamentations echoed from within. The spectral wolves that had just entered the vortex found themselves suspended in midair, wailing and struggling, their once greedy eyes now filled with terror and despair. It was apparent to the naked eye that their bodies were withering away. Instead, vibrant life energy was being siphoned from them, merging with the surrounding green luminescence. And together, they penetrated into Tang Ge's being. Ultimately, as all vitality was drained, the spectral wolves, now desiccated and suspended, crumbled into dust as if eroded by the wind. Not far off, the spectral wolf king, who had been preparing to charge, witnessed this scene and was so frightened that it braced its massive claws against the ground, halting its advance. It then hastily turned and fled toward the valley's exit. Yet at that moment, Tang Ge, who had been immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Observing the retreating figure of the spectral wolf king, he smiled faintly, and the yin-yang life and death diagram materialized in his left hand, darting towards the wolf king. With a whoosh, under the impetus of his soul power, the diagram flew forth with the swiftness of a sword. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the fleeing wolf king, unfurling to envelop it, and then soared into the sky like a rocket. After an indeterminate time, a shadow descended from above, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The once smooth earth was instantly transformed into a deep pit. As the vortex dissipated, Tang Ge utilized the hell furnace to absorb the last remnants of vitality, finally concluding his cultivation. He rose and approached the pit, peering down at the spectral wolf king, now reduced to a near mire of flesh, and couldn't help but express his admiration. To have experienced the sensation of flight, you, O wolf king, have met your end justly. The technique Tang Ge had employed was his second soul skill, flight, which granted him the capacity for aerial movement through the aid of his martial soul. The yin-yang life and death diagram. Naturally, if one were to merely consider the name, they might presume it functions similarly to his first soul skill, as merely supportive, hardly worthy of 1,000-year soul ring's power. However, if an enemy dared to underestimate it, Tang Ge would swiftly make them aware that even supportive skills could turn lethal. Just as it had moments ago, with his mind refocused, Tang Ge ceased to dwell on the lifeless spectral wolf king in the pit. Observing the valley he had inadvertently transformed into a barren wasteland, he shook his head in resignation. The hell furnace, while immensely powerful, was indeed too domineering, wherever it passed. Not even a blade of grass would survive. Perhaps it was time to move on to a different location. Thus, Tang Ge summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram once more, preparing to depart. Just then, a piercing howl erupted from behind him, followed by an icy sensation that stabbed into the back of his head, causing a sharp pain. Tang Ge's expression shifted dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. He enveloped himself in the yin-yang life and death diagram and soared over 10 meters away. In the spot where he had stood, a blinding golden fist materialized, crashing violently into his afterimage. Boom! As the golden fist detonated, the space reverberated with a thunderous crack. Then, a slender figure emerged from behind the golden shield, revealing a strikingly handsome youth with golden hair, appearing to be around 16 years old, radiating an air of nobility. More importantly, upon seeing this mysterious youth who had suddenly appeared and attacked him, Tang Ge felt an unmistakable familiarity emanating from him. Divine, radiant. It was identical to the aura of the feather he had previously drawn from the divine Kasha. In the Douluo continent, there were no others apart from that clan who could possess such a sacred presence. Realization struck Tang Ge, and he couldn't suppress his astonishment. Could it be her? Chapter 47. A fierce beating. As soon as the mysterious youth appeared, his icy gaze fell upon Tang Ge, who stood a dozen meters away. What an evil soul master! Do you dare to brazenly appear in the soul-hunting forest? Don't you fear for your life? His voice brimmed with murderous intent. Yet, upon hearing the mysterious youth's words, Tang Ge, who had been deep in thought, was momentarily taken aback. When did I become an evil soul master? However, upon observing the state of the valley, he quickly understood. It was all due to his earlier cultivation. Tang Ge was well aware of the concept of an evil soul master, knowing them to be beings who practice by devouring soul power, spirit rings, mental energy, flesh, souls, and martial souls. In the Douluo continent, evil soul masters were universally condemned. By that definition, his method of directly absorbing the life force of plants and soul beasts was indeed akin to that of an evil soul master. Thus, the moment the mysterious youth appeared, he immediately sought to strike him down. Nevertheless, even so, Tang Ge would not consider himself an evil soul master. He would merely concede that his cultivation method appeared somewhat domineering. Thus, he gazed resolutely at the mysterious youth and declared, I can eat whatever I wish, but I won't tolerate false accusations. Have I killed anyone or set anything ablaze? You label me an evil soul master? I assure you, I am a person of integrity, never given to lies, so do not wrongfully accuse me. It will only anger me. Oof, you're grasping at straws. I'll subdue you first and extract the truth behind your powers. The mysterious youth's expression turned frosty. He was not swayed by Tang Ge's assertions. With a cold grunt, he lunged toward him. The distance of several meters vanished in an instant. When mysterious youth materialized before Tang Ge, a yellow halo emanated from him. Instantly, blinding golden light shimmered as the mysterious youth unleashed a punch, transforming into a golden fist imprint that surged toward Tang Ge's heart. At this moment, Tang Ge distinctly felt his soul power being suppressed with a tendency to dissolve. He was secretly astonished, but remained unafraid. As the golden fist imprint closed in, a purple halo manifested beneath his feet. With the yin-yang life and death diagram resonating, the power of yin descended like a black pillar from the heavens. When it collided with the golden fist imprint, it emitted a sizzling sound, akin to water meeting fire. In the blink of an eye, the golden fist imprint corroded and vanished, while the remaining yin power surged directly towards the mysterious youth. Unfortunately, just as it approached, a golden shield appeared before him, effectively blocking the yin energy. Standing behind the shield, the mysterious youth's gaze fell upon the purple halo swirling around Tang Ge. He was inwardly astonished, yet his expression grew even colder. I never anticipated that your first soul ring would be a Millennium Soul Ring. Thus, I cannot let you go. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have shocked Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, and earned 1,500 shock points. The system notification suddenly rang out. Indeed, it is he/she. Upon hearing the name mentioned in the system prompt, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with realization. From the very beginning, he had sensed the divine aura emanating from the other party, sparking his suspicion. Now, with the system's confirmation, the identity of the mysterious youth became glaringly clear. Qianren Xue, the daughter of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. And at present, she is also the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire. Tang Ge never imagined that he would encounter Qian Rinxue in the soul-hunting forest at this moment. However, despite his confusion, it did not hinder Tang Ge from indulging in his little whims, such as wanting to give Qian Rinxue a good beating. On the opposite side, the mysterious youth, who was actually Qian Rinxue disguised as Xue Qinghe, remained oblivious to the fact that her identity had been exposed. She merely sensed that the boy across from her had suddenly fixed a scorching gaze upon her, making her feel as if she were stripped bare, rendering her extremely uncomfortable. Qian Rinxue's expression darkened, and she snapped lightly, looking for death. Immediately, a yellow light ring emerged from her body. Yet, before Qian Rinxue could make her move, Tang Ge swiftly activated his movement secret technique. With unparalleled speed, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear behind Qian Rinxue. Heavenly Divine Fist. A deep voice resonated, followed by an overwhelming aura of divinity surging forth. Tang Ge unleashed a punch, a milky white light fist crashing toward Qian Rinxue's heart. The wind from the punch, imbued with a rich divine essence, struck her with astonishment. In that moment, she felt as though she were facing her grandfather. Could it be that he and I belonged to the same lineage? However, there was no time for Qian Rinxue to ponder further, as the sacred light fist approached rapidly. In a flash, her second soul ring illuminated, and wings began to materialize behind her, rendering her incorporeal. This was Qian Rinxue's second soul skill, Wings of Void. In this state, she could almost become immune to attacks, and her speed would surge. Yet, when Tang Ge's glowing fist made contact with her heart, her expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? He can actually harm me? Who on earth are you? In that moment, Qian Rinxue could not help but gaze at Tang Ge, her voice tinged with shock and anger. Simultaneously, a third soul ring materialized beneath her feet, a purple millennium soul ring. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's too late. Suddenly, a white beam of light descended from above, directly infusing Qian Rinxue's body. Her shocked and furious expression froze for a moment as her previous injuries healed instantly. A wave of exquisite comfort washed over her, causing her to involuntarily moan, her face reflecting sheer ecstasy. Observing this, Tang Ge showed no mercy. Seizing the opportunity while Qian Rinxue was still entrapped in the pleasurable effects of her soul skill, he transformed his fist into a palm and grasped her delicate neck. Then, with a swift motion, he lifted and then slammed her down. A resounding thud echoed as Qian Rinxue, lost in her state of pleasure, was forcefully driven into the ground, creating an imprint in the shape of a person. Crack! In that instant, something seemed to shatter, and in Tang Ge's view, Qian Rinxue's golden short hair transformed into cascading long locks. Even her previously handsome face morphed into an unparalleled beauty, akin to that of a celestial being. Her once flat physique rapidly expanded, transforming into two majestic peaks, precariously swaying. Tang Ge could not help but rub his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. Qian Rinxue was indeed a stunning beauty, though still young. She bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, she had now fallen into his hands. With that thought, Tang Ge couldn't suppress a triumphant smile as he gazed at the unconscious Qian Rinxue, lifting his palm to deliver a swift slap. Chapter 48. The astonishing appearance of a 10,000-year soul beast. In the now quiet valley, accompanied by the howling winds, was a rhythmic sound of slapping. The unconscious Qian Rinxue lay unresponsive on the ground, her enchanting face covered in dust, her golden hair a tousled mess. Meanwhile, Tang Ge crouched beside her, his hand raised, rhythmically landing slaps on her backside. Each slap felt bouncy. Tang Ge found himself reluctant to stop. Furthermore, to leave no trace. He occasionally activated the sun's power to heal Qian Rinxue. Consequently, by the end, Tang Ge felt exhilarated, while the injuries on the unconscious Qian Rinxue healed, her skin showing no scars, and her once pale face turned rosy with comfort. However, perhaps due to her inherent divine attribute soul power, as the healing continued, Qian Rinxue gradually built up resistance against the limiting soul skill. Finally, upon fully recovering from her injuries, she suddenly opened her eyes. Tang Ge's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair, and he swiftly retreated. As he moved, The spot he had occupied was struck by a golden light fist, creating a deep crater. Unbeknownst to him, Qianren had already regained her footing. She gazed at her restored self, and the peculiar sensations coursing through her body. Suddenly raising her head to fix a piercing glare on Tang Ge. "What did you do to me?" Qianren's expression was as cold as frost, her teeth clenched. Tang Ge shrugged nonchalantly. "I did nothing. In fact, I even healed your injuries. How does it feel? Quite comfortable, isn't it? Go to hell." Qianren erupted, unleashing all her fury. In that moment, she held nothing back as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose from beneath her, illuminating the surroundings with golden light. And 6 snowy wings unfurled behind her. Martial spirit. 6-winged angel manifested. With her wings unfurling, Qianren began to rise slowly off the ground. It appeared she was preparing to unleash her ultimate move. Tang Ge's brow furrowed at the sight, his eyes revealing a sense of gravity. However, at that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have shocked Qianren and earned 2,000 shock points." "Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have shocked Qianren and earned 1,700 shock points." One was the previous notification, and the other was the current alert. However, the sound of the alert not only elevated Tang Ge's astonishment from over 7,000 to more than 10,000 points, but also nearly compelled him to burst into laughter. Glancing at the figure opposite him, whose face was smeared with dirt and whose demeanor was as icy as the frost, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in Tang Ge's mind, seemingly composed, yet inwardly in a state of panic. Although he perceived this, he chose not to expose it, instead speaking in a calm tone. "I am not an evil soul master. You must have realized that by now, hence our situation is entirely." But before Tang Ge could finish, a thunderous roar of a tiger suddenly resounded through the once quiet soul-hunting forest, sending terrifying sound waves that stirred up a tempest. Tang Ge and Qianren, who were locked in confrontation, exchanged startled glances and turned toward the source of the roar. Floating high above, they beheld countless towering trees in the soul-hunting forest collapsing in rapid succession, as if the ground itself had caved in, with clouds of dust billowing upward. Amongst this chaos, a multitude of soul beasts had gathered into a stampede, abandoning their prior skirmishes and frantically fleeing in one direction. At that moment, with another tiger's roar, an immense force of suction emerged, sweeping a large number of fleeing soul beasts backward. In midair, these soul beasts were reduced to mere skeletons, their essence and vitality coalescing into a dense mass. Suddenly, a colossal beast descended from the sky, opening its maw to devour them whole. Above the valley, Tang Ge and Qianren finally discerned the nature of this giant beast, a massive tiger, entirely black, with dark wings and a scorpion-like tail. Yet, upon realizing this, both of them instinctively gasped in shock. Tang Ge exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that the dark devil, evil god tiger? Wasn't it supposed to be in the Stardow forest? How did it suddenly appear in the soul-hunting forest?" It was no wonder Tang Ge lost his composure. The monstrous tiger in the distance was no ordinary soul beast, but a dark devil, evil god tiger with a soul age of 10,000 years. Tang Ge was well aware of the narrative, knowing that this tiger ranked among the elite soul beasts in the Stardow forest. Impervious even to the likes of the 100,000-year soul beasts, the heavenly blue bull python and the titan giant ape. And now, this top-tier soul beast had inexplicably ventured into the soul-hunting forest. Was it merely out for a leisurely stroll? A little over 10 meters away, Qianren heard Tang Ge's exclamation. Although she had never heard the name of the dark devil, evil god tiger, she could sense the overwhelming aura of malevolence radiating from the beast, accompanied by the dark glow that manifested when it utilized its soul power. This was an aura only possessed by a soul beast of 10,000 years. Qianren was profoundly astonished. Moreover, she instinctively believed that the sudden appearance of this 10,000-year soul beast in the soul-hunting forest had a significant connection to the mysterious youth before her. Just as she was pondering this, a voice of urgency suddenly reached her ears. "That foolish girl, hurry and run. Can't you see the giant coming this way? Do you really wish to be devoured, only to become a pile of excrement?" Snapping back to reality, Qianren caught sight of the boy before her, rapidly soaring away on a painting. She glanced back in fear, her body trembling, and hurried after him. Deep within the soul-hunting forest, The dark devil, evil god tiger continued to consume soul beasts, absorbing their soul power and vitality to heal its injuries. Suddenly, it appeared to sense something, its wicked eyes turning toward the distance. In its perception, there was a weak yet exceedingly loathsome aura, contrasted by another that brimmed with vibrant life force. The dark devil, evil god tiger surmised that by devouring this life force, not only would its injuries heal, but its power would also ascend to new heights. Then, it could return to the Douluo forest and exact vengeance on those two detestable figures. Chapter 49. The Method, Seeking Recommendations. With a roar of excitement, the dark devil, evil god tiger couldn't help but unleash a jubilant growl, terrifying the multitude of weaker soul beasts around it, before taking flight toward the two sensed auras. Its black, malevolent wings flapped, stirring up fierce winds that caused swathes of the forest to collapse. The emitted evil aura transformed the affected soul beasts, their eyes turning crimson as they lost all semblance of reason and began to fight amongst themselves. Meanwhile, numerous soul master teams venturing within the soul-hunting forest were caught off guard by this calamity, meeting their demise at the jaws of the soul beasts before they could react. Yet, many others desperately sought to flee the forest. In midair, over 100 meters away from the valley, Tang Ge and Qianrenxue, who had been making their escape, found themselves halted, not by choice, but because they had run out of options. The dark devil, evil god tiger, was in pursuit, even without exerting its full strength. The 10,000-year soul beast could cover the distance to Tang Ge and Qianrenxue in mere moments. Its colossal form loomed just dozens of meters away, an oppressive aura radiating from it that nearly suffocated the two. What should we do? Qianrenxue, a mere 16-year-old girl, despite her years of experience in disguise, found herself overwhelmed with panic. Unable to contain herself, she whispered to Tang Ge beside her. Tang Ge, hearing her, couldn't help but feel exasperated. Sister, I'm just a 7-year-old child. Why are you asking me now? Nonetheless, he kept this thought to himself, recognizing that this was not the time for banter. He decisively resolved that since the dark devil evil god tiger was clearly targeting them, they must muster all their strength for a desperate struggle. That said, Tang Ge had quietly concealed a talisman within his sleeve, a talisman that was a universal traversal charm he had drawn earlier, should any threat of death arise. He was prepared to activate this talisman and send the dark devil evil god tiger to another realm. Would he use it for himself? Tang Ge was not foolish. In addition to the universal traversal charm, he also possessed the ultimate weapon, the exquisite sword. However, he would not deploy it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if he failed to slay the dark devil evil god tiger, he would risk being consumed by its backlash. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue was oblivious to Tang Ge's thoughts. Upon hearing his determination to fight to the death, she wasted no time. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized beneath her feet. With a surge of her soul power, a rich golden light enveloped her, and she flapped her 6 wings vigorously, transforming into a golden streak that hurled toward the dark devil, evil god tiger, with a colossal punch. This was Qianrenxue's 3rd soul skill. Even though Tang Ge had just delivered a fierce beating to her, witnessing this powerful strike left him silently awestruck. What a formidable punch! Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Qianrenxue, having just reached the dark devil evil god tiger, was swatted down with a single paw. Boom! With a deafening crash, a cloud of dust erupted into the air. Witnessing this scene, Tang Ge felt a violent jolt in his heart. Yet, even so, with gritted teeth, he charged towards the dark demon evil god tiger, eager to test the limits of his primordial sacred body, augmented by the secret technique of action words, combined with the explosive power of the heavenly divine fist. Boom! In an instant, Tang Ge, with the physique of his primordial sacred body, stepped into the void, creating a thunderous sound. Subsequently, he broke through the fabric of space at an astonishing speed, generating ripples in the air. Finally, he enveloped his fist in a sacred aura, condensing an overwhelmingly potent fist shadow. As he arrived before the dark demon, evil god tiger, Tang Ge suddenly shouted, "Heavenly divine fist." Simultaneously, a trace of the aura from the exquisite sword was secretly released. The moment this aura emerged, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. The dark demon, evil god tiger, which had previously exhibited a mocking glint in its eyes, was now stunned, its massive frame frozen in place, a look of terror etched across its grotesque visage. Even Qian Rinxue, who had just soared out from the pit below, momentarily forgot her disheveled state. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Tang Ge, filled with astonishment. A year ago, a striking aura that caused a celestial upheaval had emerged, astonishing countless powerful beings. Qian Rinxue had received a message from her mother. Arriving in Nodding City in her capacity as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire to investigate the matter. Yet a year had passed, and just as she was about to give up, she found herself once again sensing that same astonishing aura emanating from the boy before her. Who on earth was he? How could he wield attacks imbued with the same divine attributes as the angelic race? At that moment, a sudden urge to leave the Tiando Empire and seek her grandfather arose within her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a tremendous roar of fury reverberated through the air. Qian Rinxue looked up to see the enormous dark demon, evil god tiger's nostrils spewing blood. At the same time, a figure was hurled away by the shockwave generated from a roar. The realization that someone could injure a millennium-old soul beast left her utterly astounded. However, witnessing the figure hurtling towards the looming mountain peak, she gritted her teeth and swiftly unfurled her 6 wings, pursuing with haste. In midair, the earlier roar had sent Tang Ge tumbling uncontrollably, unable to halt his descent. The towering mountain peak loomed dangerously close, and, just as he was about to collide, a figure shot past and caught him, skidding an additional 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a stop. "Are you all right?" A melodious yet somewhat frigid voice resonated beside him. Tang Ge rubbed his dazed head and turned to see that it was Qian Rinxue who had embraced his waist, prompting him to shake his head. "I'm fine for now, but if we can't deal with that millennium-old soul beast, we're in trouble." At this moment, Qian Rinxue became aware that she was still holding on to Tang Ge. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly released her grip. After stepping back a couple of meters, her expression returned to its usual cool demeanor, her gaze shifting to the distant dark demon, evil god tiger. Perhaps due to Tang Ge's earlier punch, the creature was now thoroughly enraged. Bolts of thunder erupted, and waves of malevolent energy surged forth from it. Witnessing this, Qian Rinxue's face grew solemn. It harbors an immensely sinister aura. The sacred energy can counter it. If only I had sufficient strength. If my grandfather were here, he could at least drive it back. Even if he couldn't defeat it. Sacred energy, you say? Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Tang Ge's heart stirred, suddenly recalling the feather from the Sacred Kaiser, which he had kept in his system space. Chapter 50, Sacred Kaiser, Heavenly Blade Judgment. Tang Ge had always been at a loss as to how to utilize the feather he had drawn from the Angel King of the Super God Academy, Sacred Kaiser. Although he had attempted to activate it with his soul power, it had yielded no response. Now, with Qian Rinxue mentioning sacred attribute soul power, he was reminded of the heavenly divine fist he had unleashed earlier. The two energies resonated with one another. Perhaps it could prove effective. Thus, Tang Ge focused his thoughts, and the feather, previously stored in his system space, materialized in his right hand. Instantly, an exceptionally potent sacred aura radiated from the feather, purifying the encroaching waves of malevolent energy. Not far away, Qian Rinxue, sensing this sacred aura, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. She fixed her gaze on the feather in Tang Ge's hand, as if confronted by the deity her clan revered, her body trembling uncontrollably. "How do you possess such a thing? How can this be possible?" The system prompt echoed once more in Tang Ge's mind. But he was too preoccupied to pay it any heed, disregarding Qian Rinxue's shock. He took the feather and immediately activated the heavenly divine fist, channeling the power of the heavens into the feather in a continuous flow. At last, the feather from Sacred Kaiser appeared to have absorbed enough energy, glowing with golden brilliance. It shot from Tang Ge's palm into the sky, and under the watchful eyes of both him and Qian Rinxue, it erupted in a dazzling display of golden light. The two were compelled to close their eyes against the brilliance. However, the radiance did not last long. When they reopened their eyes, they beheld a figure composed entirely of condensed sacred power. This was a woman, adorned with cascading golden locks, yet unlike Qian Rinxue, she exuded an aura of noble sanctity. Simply standing there, she seemed to embody the center of the world, both captivating and untouchable. Behind her, a pair of snow-white wings fluttered gently, stirring sacred winds. She was none other than Sacred Kaiser, known as the Angel King and King of Gods within the Super God Academy. To think he had summoned Sacred Kaiser. Though Tang Ge understood through the system that the Sacred Kaiser before him was merely a manifestation of the feather, he was still taken aback. So, this was how the feather was utilized. Yet, a pang of regret surged within him as he realized he had expended a hard-earned trump card. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stood utterly entranced at the sight of Sacred Kaiser, a true divine angel, stirring a tempest of emotions within her heart. In the distance, the dark demon evil god tiger, its nose no longer bleeding, fixed its crimson gaze upon the figure in the sky that exuded an aura it found utterly repugnant. With a millennium of soul age, it sensed a formidable threat emanating from this presence. Without hesitation, the dark demon evil god tiger let out a roar and propelled itself forward, its dark wings unfurling. Dense waves of sinister energy quickly coalesced around it, forming a cloud of malevolence. Lightning crackled down, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Seeing this, Tang Ge was alarmed and swiftly pulled the still-dazed Qian Renxue backward, retreating several miles in the blink of an eye. The place they had just occupied was now left with only Sacred Kaiser standing serenely, her indifferent gaze settling upon the rapidly approaching dark demon evil god tiger. All malevolence must be purified, whispered from the sacred lips of Kaiser. She then elegantly raised her palm before bringing it down with a gentle yet forceful motion. Boom! A surge of divine power erupted, coalescing into a colossal hand that enveloped the dark demon god tiger. In an instant, the malevolent clouds surrounding the dark demon god tiger were dispersed and purified. The divine hand continued its descent, striking fiercely upon the dark demon god tiger. A mournful howl escaped its throat as the intense pain from the divine energy coursed through its body. Its immense form crashed down like a collapsing mountain into the forest below. Countless bolts of lightning fell, yet were intercepted by a golden barrier before reaching Kaiser. The cacophony of thunder added an air of majesty to the Sacred Kaiser. Tang Ge, who had retreated several miles away, hovered in the air, witnessing the spectacle unfold. He was astounded by Kaiser's feat of swatting the dark demon god tiger down. Truly, the might of the angelic king was formidable. This was merely a manifestation composed of feathers. If the true form were to descend, even the gods of this world might be unable to withstand it. Yet he could not help but wonder if the dark demon god tiger had perished. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a shadow soaring into the sky from the cloud of dust kicked up by the fallen beast. Suddenly, everything around him seemed to still, as if time had momentarily frozen. Upon regaining his senses, Tang Ge beheld the golden barrier protecting Kaiser shatter, revealing her ensnared in the claws of the dark demon god tiger. With a deafening roar, the beast opened its maw wide, preparing to sink its teeth into the trapped Kaiser. Alarm surged within Tang Ge. Could disaster befall them? In that moment, a figure darted past him, racing towards the dark demon god tiger. Returning to his senses, Tang Ge recognized the figure as Qian Renxue. He could not help but shout, "What are you doing?" "Save her." Qian Renxue responded with a resolute 2 words before hastening her pace. Bang! As expected, Qian Renxue, who had not even brushed against the dark demon god tiger's fur, transformed into a falling light, struck down by the beast's paw. Tang Ge's expression twitched as he prepared to pursue and rescue her. However, sensing something amiss, he abruptly halted and turned his gaze back to the divine Kaiser, still ensnared by the dark demon god tiger. Unbeknownst to him, a brilliant golden light erupted from Kaiser once more. This golden glow ascended into a pillar of light before gradually coalescing into a towering sword ablaze with divine flames. Buzz! At the same time, the air trembled, and a faceless knight, also formed from golden light, appeared behind the celestial sword. As it grasped the hilt of the sword, a voice resonated through the heavens, striking at the very soul. Heavenly blade judgment. With the echo of that soul-stirring command, the faceless knight began to slowly raise the celestial sword. Though its movements were deliberate, the dark demon god tiger felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. To its fury and astonishment, an invisible force completely locked onto it. No matter where it tried to escape, it could not evade the celestial sword. Finally, the faceless knight lifted the sword high and brought it down with tremendous force. The blinding golden light expanded. The celestial sword cleaved through the fabric of space, appearing above the dark demon god tiger in an instant, its divine radiance purging all evil. Cracks formed across the dark demon god tiger's body, and as crimson blood erupted, it transformed into swirling mist. A chilling roar erupted from its maw. Yet, seemingly spurred by the excruciating pain that pierced its very soul, the beast's ferocity ignited. Faced with death, it did not flee. Instead, it swallowed the ensnared Kaiser whole. In that moment, the dark demon god tiger unleashed all its power, flapping its dark wings and colliding fiercely with the descending celestial sword. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the heavens. The entire realm was engulfed by the opposing forces of the divine and the malevolent, intertwining, gradually dissolving and disintegrating. Miles away, Tang Ge forced his eyes open against the blinding light. He gazed at the sky still shrouded in gold and black, his mind replaying the image of the faceless knight raising the sword. Having watched Super God Academy, he understood that the heavenly blade judgment was an ultimate attack derived from the pinnacle technology of the angelic race. Yet he was astonished that, in this world devoid of such civilization, Kaiser, merely a manifestation, could invoke the heavenly blade judgment once more. The terrifying power that seemed capable of rending the heavens left him utterly awestruck. Did the dark demon, god, tiger perish? Even if it survived, that blow would undoubtedly leave it gravely wounded. As he gazed at the battlefield still engulfed in gold and black, anticipation and trepidation filled his heart. Time passed slowly. After about 15 minutes, the lingering dark malevolence was completely purified, leaving only the fading golden light. Then a familiar figure emerged, the angelic king, Kaiser. However, compared to the beginning, her once solid form had become ethereal, as if a mere breath could disperse her. Realizing her predicament, Kaiser glanced down with her radiant eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. The essence of our kin with a wave of her hand. A sphere of divine light detached from her and transformed into a golden silhouette racing towards the ground. Having completed this, Kaiser herself dissipated into golden light, leaving behind only a dim feather in the place she once stood. Before the feather could fall, Tang Ge, who had just flown in from afar, swiftly reached out to grasp it as information about the feather appeared in his mind. Sublime feather, a fragment of divine power left by Kaiser, the king of gods. From Super God Academy. Upon absorption, it can enhance the quality of soul rings. Enhance soul ring quality? Tang Ge was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. However, now is not the time for detailed contemplation. He temporarily stored the sublime feather in the system space and descended towards the deep pit below, where he soon discovered Qian Rinxue lying flat at the bottom. At this moment, Qian Rinxue was in disarray, her clothing tattered and torn, revealing large swathes of her alabaster skin, which was now marred by dirt mingled with blood. Her hair lay in disheveled strands, adding to her pitiful appearance. Initially, Tang Ge had been concerned that the dark demon, evil god tiger, might slay Qian Rinxue with a single swipe, but upon observing the faint rise and fall of her chest, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Not only that, but he could sense a holy aura suffusing Qian Rinxue's body, continuously healing her injuries. This, no doubt, was the result of the divine light bestowed upon her by the holy Kesha before its dissipating. Following this path, not only would Qian Rinxue's wounds be mended, but her bloodline and martial soul would likely undergo a significant enhancement as well. After all, it was a gift from the King of Angels. However, a pang of bitterness settled in Tang Ge's heart. The divine Kesha had been formed from a feather he had extracted, which could have served as a trump card, only to be consumed by a sudden appearance of a millennia-old soul beast. It was one thing to be consumed. It was another that the dark demon, evil god tiger had left no trace behind, and the soul ring had failed to materialize. All Tang Ge could claim was the feather that could elevate the quality of a soul ring. Was this an advantage or a loss compared to the holy Kesha's feather? Tang Ge was uncertain. He only knew that, in contrast to himself, Qian Rinxue, who lay in the pit, was the true beneficiary of this encounter. In a moment, a lang of emotions surged within Tang Ge, ultimately transforming into a bitter smile that graced his face. He could not help but shake his head. It was enough that they had survived. Why dwell on it further? Perhaps the dark demon, evil god tiger, had chosen to perish in the end. After a brief moment of self-consolation, Tang Ge, wary that the previous commotion might attract stronger foes, refrained from lingering any longer. He swiftly carried the unconscious Qian Rengshu from the depths of the pit and soared into the sky, propelled by his martial soul, departing at a remarkable speed. Not long after Tang Ge had left the battlefield with Qian Rengshu in his arms, two figures rushed from the distance. Judging by the display of their soul rings, they were undoubtedly two soul emperors. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the devastated scene, resembling an apocalypse, the two soul emperors could not suppress their gasps of shock. Could it be that a titled Douluo and a millennia-level soul beast had truly clashed here? They resolved to locate the crown prince first. Other matters would be handled by even stronger soul masters. Once one of the soul emperors regained his composure, a grave expression settled upon his face as he spoke. The other soul emperor, hearing this, could not help but let out a rueful laugh, a shadow of worry flickering in his eyes. However, he refrained from speaking further, nodding before the two split up to search the area. After the two imperial soul emperors separated, they began their search within the ravaged area, seeking the disguised Qian Rengshu, who had taken on the identity of the crown prince, Shui Qinghe. Yet Qian Rengshu had long been whisked away by Tang Ge, rendering their search futile. Furthermore, the two imperial soul emperors did not believe that, in such a devastated locale, if the crown prince had been present, he could have emerged unscathed. They were merely making a final effort. However, during their search, one of the imperial soul emperors failed to notice a shadow slowly approaching him. It was only when the eerie shadow crept up his leg that he sensed something amiss. What is this? He attempted to shout, but before he could complete his thought, the sinister shadow swiftly burrowed into his mind. The expression of terror on the imperial soul emperor's face froze, and after a brief moment, an unsettling smile emerged. Yet, within his eyes glinted a chilling intent. Humanity must perish. In the distance, the other soul emperor seemed to have heard the commotion and called out. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qiuming, what has happened? Nothing much, just encountered something intriguing, but I have dealt with it, replied the soul emperor named Qiuming, suppressing the murderous intent in his gaze and restoring calm to his features. After notifying his companion, he resumed his search. After a time, the two had no choice but to abandon their efforts. Upon returning to the imperial capital with news of the crown prince's predicament, the entire empire was thrown into turmoil. Consequently, the soul-hunting forest was sealed off, with a multitude of imperial soldiers commencing a comprehensive search. However, all of this was merely a postscript. While the catalyst of the incident, Qian Rengshu, lay quietly in a secluded cave. After a considerable duration, accompanied by a low groan, Qian Rengshu finally stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes, she abruptly sprang to her feet, the sacred attribute of her soul power instinctively igniting within her. Once she confirmed that her clothes were tattered yet intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, she felt no strange sensations within her body. Recollecting the events that had transpired, she found herself in this tranquil cave. The mysterious young man, who had repeatedly astonished her, flashed through her mind. Was it he who brought me here? A complex and indescribable feeling blossomed within her heart. Not only that, but in this moment, Qian Rengshu felt a more intense and potent soul power coursing through her veins than ever before. She was certain that her strength had risen at least 3 levels. Especially the divine light imbued within her soul power evoked memories of that being, akin to a deity. It was undoubtedly the spirit of her angelic lineage. This matter is of great significance. I must return to see grandfather, Qian Rengshu murmured to herself, her eyes shimmering with fervent resolve. Without hesitation, she departed from the cave. Tang Ge, unaware of the magnitude of the events that had transpired, had inadvertently led Qian Rengshu to forsake the identity she had concealed for years. After ensuring Qian Rengshu's safety in the secluded cave, he soared towards the periphery of the soul-hunting forest. The emergence of the dark demon, Evil God Tiger, had thrown the area into chaos. A soul beast rioted. Adventurers fled in every direction. As Tang Ge approached the outskirts, he descended from the sky, blending seamlessly with the throng of adventurers, remaining inconspicuous. Upon exiting the soul-hunting forest, he traveled nearly 100 miles before temporarily settling in a hotel within a small town. After securing a room and closing the door, he finally exhaled deeply as he sat on the bed. He did not rush to bathe, but instead summoned his personal information panel. Shocking system, host, Tang Ge level 25 Grand Soul Master, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination, Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram purple, black, Soul Skills, Joy Flight, Martial Skills, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, Walking Secret, Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist, Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 66, Shocking Value, 15,820, gazing at his information. Tang Ge noted not only an elevation in soul power by 1 level, but also a slight increase in the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body. Most importantly, the shock value has once again surpassed 10,000, reaching over 15,000 points. Tang Ge felt that this expedition into the soul-hunting forest could be deemed a thrilling yet safe endeavor. However, the deeper he ventured, not only did the increase in soul power slow down, but the resources required for the fusion of the ancient sacred body grew increasingly extravagant. It is worth noting that he had previously utilized the Hell Furnace to refine a substantial amount of life energy, with nearly half being absorbed by the ancient sacred body, resulting in only a slight enhancement. One can only imagine, to successfully navigate the fusion phase of the ancient sacred body, Tang Ge was uncertain how much life energy he would need to consume, perhaps an entire valley's worth. If at that moment, he inadvertently attracted a titled Douluo who accused him of being an evil soul master, he would find himself in dire straits, akin to a mouse scurrying through the street. Met with disdain from all, the thought of such terrifying scenarios sent a shiver down Tang Ge's spine. No, he needed to be more cautious. He could not afford to be so unprepared again. After silently reminding himself, Tang Ge shifted his focus from the data panel and reached out to retrieve the feather of sublimation from the system space. How should he use it? As he contemplated the feather in his hand, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding dong, does the host choose to use the feather of sublimation? Use. Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, suppressing his astonishment, and consented directly. No sooner had he spoken than the feather of sublimation, which lay quietly in his palm, transformed into a golden radiance and swiftly penetrated his body. Following this, the second 1,000-year soul ring, which Tang Ge had fused during his time as a great soul master, materialized before him. This 1,000-year soul ring emitted a dazzling purple glow, gradually beginning to absorb the golden light emanating from the feather of sublimation. At the moment the golden light was completely consumed, the purple glow surged dramatically, revealing specks of black. Witnessing this, Tang Ge's heart raced, and he could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Before his astonished gaze, the previously sparse black specks rapidly spread, enveloping the entire purple 1,000-year soul ring in the blink of an eye. Boom! The void trembled, and the purple hue instantly faded, replaced by a profound black light. At that moment, the 1,000-year soul ring successfully ascended to a 10,000-year soul ring. Simultaneously, the martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, autonomously emerged, manifesting 2 black and white wings of life and death behind Tang Ge. Chapter 53. 5 years later, seeking recommendations. Tang Ge had not harbored high hopes for the feather of sublimation. He would have been content if it merely enhanced any of his soul rings by a few hundred years. Yet now, witnessing the transformation of his second 1,000-year soul ring from purple to black, he was utterly astounded. If the shock system had any effect on him, it would surely be reflected by the staggering figure of 100 shock points appearing above his head. Furthermore, he noticed that 2 wings of soul power, one black and one white, had sprouted from his back. With a mere thought, the wings began to flap, lifting him off the bed and into the air. Eventually, as the second soul ring successfully ascended to a 10,000-year ring, the black light settled, and the information regarding the soul skill associated with this ring appeared in Tang Ge's mind. Second soul ring, soul skill, yin-yang wings. Upon activating the soul skill, 2 luminous wings appear behind him, one black and one white, allowing for flight and the capability to unleash a life and death array that could be transformed at will. Standing within the life array, allies would receive continuous healing, while within the death array, every attack on enemies would cause persistent corrosion from soul power to physical form and even the spirit. Remarkable, unprecedentedly powerful. Upon reading this information, Tang Ge understood that his second soul ring had undergone a qualitative transformation. A 10,000-year soul ring. 2 formidable soul skills. If not for the dark aura surrounding the soul ring, one might mistake it for a 100,000-year soul ring. In this moment of exhilaration, Tang Ge lost his balance and fell from the air. With a crash, the already fragile bed collapsed beneath him. Yet, Tang Ge paid it no mind. It was but a trifling expense. In fact, he felt like demolishing the entire hotel. Nevertheless, he continually reminded himself to remain calm. Slowly, his heart finally settled. Glancing at his disheveled appearance, Tang Ge stored the soul ring and proceeded to take a shower. After changing into a fresh set of clothes and taking a brief rest, he departed the hotel and left the small town. Outside the town, on a secluded path, Tang Ge paused, scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one was in sight. He could not help but smile. This was the place. With a flick of his mind, he activated the second soul skill, and the black and white wings materialized behind him. As the yin-yang wings flapped, a surge of life and death energy cascaded, creating a gust of wind. Tang Ge soared into the sky like a cannonball, transforming into a streak of interwoven black and white light as he sped away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Thus, 5 years passed in silence. 5 years later, at the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there lay an expansive and boundless forest, home to countless powerful soul beasts. It was known as the Star Do Forest, a place deemed forbidden on the continent. However, it was precisely the abundance of soul beasts that attracted numerous adventurers. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, 5 adventurers were besieging a wind wolf. The purple hue of its soul power indicated that it was a 1,000-year-old wind, a tribute soul beast. Surrounding it were swirling wind tornadoes, attempting to fend off the attacks of the 5 adventurers. Unfortunately, all 5 adventurers were soul lords with 3 soul rings each, and their roles were clearly defined. In less than half an hour, through their seamless cooperation, the 1,000-year soul beast wind wolf sustained considerable damage. Conserve your strength. Leave the final blow to Little Chan. A middle-aged man, seemingly the leader, suddenly called out. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 immediately slowed their attacks. Meanwhile, standing about 7 or 8 meters away, a boy and a girl had been quietly observing from the start. The two appear to be around 13 years of age. With the middle-aged man's declaration, the boy's face broke into a smile as he turned to the girl. Little Chan, a 1,000-year soul ring. Are you ready? Of course. The girl, referred to as Little Chan, shyly shook her head. However, she quickly regained her composure, and as she summoned her soul power, her emerald green dress billowed, and she underwent a remarkable transformation. Ultimately, she fully transformed into an elf, her long black hair cascading down and pointed ears adorning her head. 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath her feet, and she conjured a vibrant green longbow in her hands. Drawing the bowstring, she knocked an arrow, and with a swift release, the arrow shot towards the wind wolf, 7 or 8 meters away. There were no surprises. Under the relentless assault of 5 adventurers, the wind wolf, despite being a 1,000-year soul beast, was swiftly pierced through the skull by a long arrow. With a thud, the body of the wind wolf collapsed, and a purple soul ring immediately emerged from its carcass. Observing this scene, the 5 wounded adventurers sighed in relief. They then turned their gaze toward the young boy across from them, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. The boy, noticing their attention, smiled faintly, and a purple soul ring appeared beneath him. With a wave of his hand, 5 beams of milky white light surged into the bodies of the adventurers. Even though it was not their first encounter with such a phenomenon, the adventurers marveled at the boy's formidable soul abilities. However, they soon found themselves immersed in the bliss of healing, witnessing their injuries rapidly mend before their eyes. Once the healing light subsided, the boy's gaze shifted back to the elven girl. Go ahead, he urged. The elven girl nodded and approached the fallen wind wolf. Sitting on the ground, she beckoned the purple soul ring towards her, beginning the process of merging it with her own martial spirit. Faintly, a spectral figure resembling her emerged behind her. This was her martial spirit. Once an unsightly jelly-like form, it had now transformed into a representation of herself. Tang Ge had named this martial spirit the Forest Elf. Indeed, the remarkably handsome youth who had approached the elven girl was none other than Tang Ge, who had departed from the Sacred Soul Village 6 years prior. Now, 5 years had passed since he parted ways with Tang San and left Nodding City. The experiences of these 5 years had not only transformed Tang Ge, but also the elven girl before him, who had changed beyond recognition. Her name was Lin Yuechan, the once shy girl from the Hunting Soul Forest. had he not witnessed her profound transformation over these 5 years. Tang Ge would never have believed she was the same person. The change was indeed astonishing, he mused. Chapter 54. The Spiral of Wind. As he watched Lin Yuechan, who was meditating to merge with the 1,000-year soul ring, Tang Ge couldn't help but reflect on his own journey over the past 5 years. After narrowly escaping from the hunting soul forest following an encounter with the dark demon Evil God Tiger, the entire forest soon fell under martial law, with soldiers from the Heaven Do Empire conducting thorough investigations outside its borders. Consequently, Tang Ge was compelled to abandon his training in the hunting soul forest. Having reached level 25 at that time, he found little purpose remaining at Nodding Academy and left a note for Tang San before departing Nodding City. During the first year, he did not rush to find a place to settle, but wandered aimlessly. During this time, he encountered both kind-hearted individuals and malicious characters, engaged with merchants, and even attempted to sneak into an entertainment venue seeking a release. However, the proprietor, upon discovering Tang Ge was a child, unceremoniously expelled him, leaving him quite disheartened. Disillusioned, Tang Ge decided to abandon his aimless wandering and set his sights towards Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, intending to find shelter there until he could draw a new soul ring through the celestial roulette and then train earnestly in the Star Do Great Forest. Unfortunately, acquiring a soul ring proved to be a challenge. After exhausting his 3 chances accumulated over the year, he had only drawn 2 9-crystal golden pills and a meditation technique. The meditation technique was simply named the Forest Elf Meditation. Tang Ge had initially stored it in the system space until he met Lin Yuechan. The once bashful girl hiding behind her sister was captured by several adventurers, seemingly destined for sale. Tang Ge promptly intervened, rescuing her and learning of her sister's demise during an adventure. Out of compassion and recognizing that her martial spirit could aid him in his training, he took her under his wing. Thus, the once solitary Tang Ge found himself accompanied by a loyal companion, and their bond deepened over 4 years. At one point, he discreetly transferred the Forest Elf Meditation into her mind, significantly accelerating her training. Lin Yuechan grew increasingly attached to Tang Ge, even pleading to share a room whenever they returned to town. Thus, he found himself living on the floor. As his thoughts returned to the present, Tang Ge gazed at Lin Yuechan, who had blossomed into an even more enchanting figure due to the influence of the Forest Elf Meditation. He felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what transformations would unfold after she absorbed her 3rd soul ring. As time passed, the 5 adventurers regained consciousness. Reluctantly bidding farewell at Tang Ge's gesture, they departed. After fully integrating the soul ring, Lin Yuechan finally opened her eyes. Upon seeing Tang Ge, a joyful smile illuminated her delicate features as she stood up. "Brother," she exclaimed, "you keep calling me sister even though you're 2 years older than me. It makes me feel like I'm the elder." Tang Ge couldn't help but ruffle Lin Yuechan's hair, chuckling. "Well, if you insist on calling me brother, I suppose I can oblige." With a playful shake of his head, he changed the subject. "Now that you have successfully merged with your 3rd soul ring, show me your new soul skill." Trusting her most reliable ally, Lin Yuechan revealed her abilities. As Tang Ge requested to see her soul skill, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged beneath her. In an instant, a vibrant green longbow appeared in her hands. As a gust of wind surrounded her, Lin Yuechan astonishingly levitated off the ground, her feet barely a meter above the earth, astonishing Tang Ge. Could this be her 3rd soul skill? While he pondered, Lin Yuechan, enveloped in a gentle breeze, suddenly shouted, releasing a condensed arrow. Compared to before, this arrow flew with greater speed, enveloped by a miniature whirlwind, spinning rapidly as it soared. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck a distant hill with a resounding crash, penetrating it and causing it to collapse into a mound of rubble. Behind it lay a deep gully, spiraled and extending several dozen meters outward. Tang Ge was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Yuechan, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "What an impressive soul technique. What is it called?" "Wind spiral," Lin Yuechan replied, landing gracefully back on the ground. Feeling the intensity of Tang Ge's gaze, her cheeks flushed as she continued. "After using the wind spiral, I can briefly leave the ground and move within a small area. Moreover, when combined with my 1st soul technique, it transforms into the wind spiral arrow, wielding power akin to what you just witnessed." "Wind spiral, you say?" Upon hearing Lin Yuechan's explanation, Tang Ge quickly understood that this was indeed a displacement-type soul technique, enhancing her ability to protect herself. Furthermore, the remarkable synergy between her third and first soul techniques amplified the latter's power. One could not deny Lin Yuechan's fortuitous luck. Observing the anticipation in her eyes after she spoke, Tang Ge smiled and nodded. Indeed, a formidable soul technique. The praise from Tang Ge made Lin Yuechan shyly lower her head, yet inside, she felt as if she were savoring honey. Tang Ge found her reaction amusing. However, recalling the significant events that were about to unfold, he decided against lingering any longer. He reached out and gently ruffled Lin Yuechan's soft hair. Let us return to Soto City. All right. As the Black Soul ring materialized, the wings of Yin and Yang appeared behind Tang Ge. He then embraced Lin Yuechan and soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Chapter 55, Long Time No See, in the Bala Kingdom. Soto City. After returning from a Stardow Forest, having traversed hundreds of miles with Lin Yuechan, Tang Ge promptly vacated their previous accommodations and sought a new hotel. The establishment was named the Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel boasted 3 elegantly designed floors, adorned in a captivating rose-red hue, resembling a giant rose in bloom. Initially, Lin Yuechan was puzzled as to why Tang Ge had brought her to this hotel. However, upon checking in and ascending to their room on the 3rd floor, she was greeted by an enormous heart-shaped bed surrounded by scattered red rose petals, exuding a delightful floral fragrance. Lin Yuechan momentarily froze, and after a brief pause, her cheeks flushed crimson as realization dawned upon her. Brother Tang, perhaps we should consider changing to another room? She suggested timidly. No need to change. All the rooms in this hotel share this decor. Tang Ge replied with a teasing smile, glancing back at her before striding towards the heart-shaped bed. Watching Tang Ge's retreating figure, Lin Yuechan wrestled with her feelings for a moment. Ultimately, she felt unprepared and, blushing, murmured, Brother, I'll go buy something. With that, she turned and hurriedly exited the room, shutting the door behind her. As Tang Ge reached the bedside, he looked back and shook his head, amused. This girl is just overthinking. He then removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Inhaling the intoxicating scent of roses, his personal information panel materialized before him. Shocking system. Host. Tang Ge level 39 Soul Master. Martial Soul. Twin martial souls of Yin-Yang Life and Death Map. 4 Swords of Extermination. Soul Rings. Yin-Yang Life and Death Map Purple. Black. Soul Techniques. Joy. Yin-Yang Wings. Life and Death Array. Life and Death Great Seal. Martial Techniques. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method. Secret of the Walking Character. Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist. Physique. Ancient Holy Body Fusion. Level 99. Shocking value. 3250. Compared to 5 years ago, Tang Ge's strength had seen a remarkable ascension. Not only had his soul power reached the pinnacle of level 39, but the fusion level of his ancient holy body had also achieved 99. This was a result of dedicating most of his resources to the ancient holy body. Otherwise, had he solely pursued soul power without considering the age of his soul rings, he might have already attained the rank of soul sect. Yet, Tang Ge was confident that, should he unleash his full power, even a soul sect master would struggle against him. Such was the advantage of possessing profound foundations. Regrettably, while elevating soul power was relatively straightforward, enhancing the ancient holy body was exceedingly challenging, even if only a single % remained. Overcoming that hurdle to successfully awaken the ancient holy body would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of resources. Thus, he had resolved in his heart that once he reached level 40, he would hunt thousand-year soul beasts, harnessing the energy released during the fusion of thousand-year soul rings to attempt a breakthrough into the awakening phase of the ancient holy body. He could only hope for success when the time came. However, a sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart, prompting a soft sigh. Shifting his focus to the soul techniques section, he noted the lavish configuration of 1 purple and 2 black rings. Although he had not hunted thousand-year soul beasts, he had instead elevated the latter 2,000-year soul rings to 10,000-year ones through the sublimation feather and the sea god-S baptism. Consequently, he had acquired a 3rd soul technique, Life and Death Great Seal. Life and Death Great Seal. By condensing the power of Yin and Yang into a Life and Death Seal, It manifests as a colossal palm that can strike down foes while simultaneously siphoning their vitality to replenish oneself. This third soul technique could be regarded as Tang Ge's first offensive soul technique, which brought him great satisfaction. As for the remaining 1,000-year soul ring, though it felt somewhat lacking, he would have to devise a solution in due course. Shaking his head, Tang Ge dismissed further thoughts. He stored the information panel and rose from the bed, making his way towards the door. He could not bear to leave Lin Yuechan alone outside. Additionally, it was time to prepare for the upcoming enrollment. As a thought crossed his mind, a smile crept onto his face, and his figure gradually vanished from sight. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Tang Ge devoted most of his hours to cultivation within the confines of his room. As for Lin Yuechan, Tang Ge could not withstand her bashfulness and ultimately secured her a separate room. Although the layout remained identical, at least she would not have to worry about being seen during private moments in the evening. On the morning of the 4th day, while Tang Ge was immersed in his training, Lin Yuechan rushed into the room, breathless. "Brother, there's a commotion downstairs. What is the rush? Speak slowly. What is happening?" Tang Ge opened his eyes, observing the flustered Lin Yuechan with mild reproach. Her face flushed. Lin Yuechan took a moment to steady her racing heart before recounting what she had witnessed. Upon hearing her words, Tang Ge's heart stirred, realizing that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. A smile broke across his face as he sprang from the bed. "Let us go join the excitement." Huh? Lin Yuechan was momentarily bewildered by Tang Ge's words. However, regaining her composure, she hurriedly followed him out the door. In the lobby of a Rose Hotel, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, 2 figures were engaged in combat. As the third purple Millennium Soul ring emerged around one of the individuals, a low shout escaped his lips. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a resounding crash, a blinding golden light erupted, unleashing a terrifying force. The youth, with a phantom white tiger manifesting behind him, exerted a slight force, effortlessly shredding the resilient black vines that ensnared him. He then surged forward with remarkable speed, his sharp claws striking down, sending his opponent, another youth adorned with merely 2 yellow soul rings, hurtling away. With a thud, the latter came to a halt upon colliding with a platform behind him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he glanced up and was momentarily taken aback, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. At the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, a man and woman had appeared, none other than Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan, who had just descended from the 3rd floor. Upon locking eyes with the youth on the platform, Tang Ge's face broke into a smile as he waved. "Long time no see, Tang San. Long time no see, Tang San." The sound of Tang Ge's voice, though soft, instantly rendered the youth across from him speechless. After a considerable pause, he tentatively inquired, "Why, you're Tang Ge?" "Huh? He is Tang Ge?" The girl accompanying the youth rushed over, and upon hearing his words, her delicate features mirrored astonishment. They were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had shared a room with Tang Ge 5 years prior. However, they had changed significantly since then, embodying a handsome and quirky charm. Had it not been for their recognizable appearances, Tang Ge might not have recognized them at all. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of superiority in his own handsomeness. As he approached Tang San, he extended a hand to help him up, grinning as he remarked, "What is the matter? Are you taken aback by my dashing appearance?" His voice, though not loud, resonated in the quiet hall, causing several onlookers to stifle their laughter. Is someone daring to laugh? Tang Ge frowned, turning toward the source of the laughter. There, in the corner of the hall, stood 2 strikingly beautiful and tall twin sisters. Tang Ge's eyes brightened, and he called out, "Ladies, how about we share a meal tonight, and perhaps take a drive?" At Tang Ge's invitation, the twin sisters merely giggled, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, Tang San, regaining his composure, could not help but ask, "What does take a drive mean?" "I can't explain in detail, but I assure you, it's incredibly fun. If you get the chance, you and Xiao Wu should try it out." Tang Ge replied with a mysterious smile. "Is it really that fun?" Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with interest. Even Lin Yuechan, upon hearing this, fidgeted with her clothing, her watery gaze directed at Tang Ge, revealing her desire to partake in this intriguing activity. However, at that moment, an irritable voice broke through the air. "That brat, who does he think he is? Daring to set his sights on my woman? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" The 4 of them turned to see the previously mentioned youth with the strength of a soul master glaring at them, his focus primarily on Tang Ge, who had audaciously encroached upon his territory. Tang Ge, he is Dai Mubai, the evil-eye white tiger, a soul master at level 37, Tang San whispered, a serious expression in his eyes, understanding the implications of Tang San's warning. Tang Ge was well aware of Dai Mubai's prowess and his status as a prince of the Star Luo Empire. But so what? He dismissed the threat with a scoff. Just level 37? And you're in such a disheveled state after a little scuffle. One might mistake you for a commoner at the Rose Hotel. Don't you think so, Tang San? Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond to such a scathing remark. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's laughter rang out, clearly still irked by Dai Mubai's earlier actions towards her brother. Dai Mubai trembled with fury, his gaze fixed on Tang Ge, his eyes reddening as he seethed. Kid, tell me your name. I, Dai Mubai, do not bully those without names. Apologies, but revealing my name to someone like you would be an affront to my dignity. Tang Ge replied, his smile unwavering and merciless. This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Many in the spacious hall recognized Dai Mubai and had witnessed the recent display of power, fully aware of his formidable strength. Yet, someone had dared to openly provoke him with such harsh words. The onlookers speculated that the challenger must either possess strength surpassing Dai Mubai's or was simply courting disaster. Even the twin sisters accompanying Dai Mubai could not contain their surprise, their expressions shifting from amusement to intrigue as they regarded Tang Ge. Sensing their curiosity, Dai Mubai was on the brink of losing control. He had never encountered such disrespect and, in a fit of rage, tossed a gold soul coin to the hall manager, darkly commanding, clear the room. I, Dai Mubai, will compensate for any damages afterward. The hall manager, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily instructed everyone to vacate the premises. In the end, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Lin Yuechan, and the twin sisters remained, retreating to a corner of the hall to avoid disrupting the impending duel. Once the area was cleared, Dai Mubai, with his heterochromatic eyes fixated coldly on Tang Ge, stated, Kid, I give you one last chance to apologize. Otherwise, after today, you will remember the name of the evil-eye white tiger, Dai Mubai, for eternity. Tang Ge rolled his eyes, silently scoffing at the theatrics. Let's just get on with it. Why all the preamble? Are you dissatisfied with my earlier mockery? Thus, he retorted, evil-eye white tiger? More like blind-eye white tiger. Fine, I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. Otherwise, you 1T have another opportunity. Brother Tang Ge, beat him up, came Xiao Wu's enthusiastic cry from the corner. Lin Yuechan, influenced by her excitement, clenched her small fists and softly cheered, Go, brother. Tang San, watching the unfolding scene, could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed they were determined to escalate the situation. Nonetheless, after 5 years apart, his curiosity regarding Tang Ge's strength was piqued, and he eagerly anticipated the confrontation with Dai Mubai, who could no longer maintain his usual composure. As the 3 spirit rings of yellow and purple emerged beneath his feet, he instantly activated both the White Tiger Guardian Barrier and the White Tiger Diamond Transformation Techniques. With a sharp sound, Dai Mubai's upper garments were completely torn apart, revealing the terrifying contours of his muscles. At the moment the concentration of spirit power reached its zenith, he faced Tang Ge and let out a sudden roar. White Tiger's fierce light. A column of pearlescent light descended from above, directly infusing into Dai Mubai's body. His roar abruptly ceased, and unable to resist the comforting sensation, he closed his eyes, a blissful smile gracing his face. However, this state of euphoria did not last long. Upon regaining consciousness, he was met with Tang Ge's peculiar gaze, causing a jolt of alarm in his heart as he prepared to strike first. Yet, just as he raised his hand, another column of pearlescent light appeared, granting him no chance to react as it surged into his body. Simultaneously, Tang Ge's light laughter echoed. There's nothing a beam of light can't resolve. If it doesn't work, let us try another. Chapter 57. Flender, the eavesdropper, emerges. It appeared once more. Upon witnessing the purple halo manifest beneath Tang Ge's feet, and with a wave of his hand, 2 beams of light bound Dai Mubai in place. Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a tremor in their hearts. Having experienced the uniqueness of this light, they understood the extraordinary sensation of being caught in its grasp. Yet, should they face Tang Ge in combat, they would rather concede than endure that experience again. Thus, their gazes toward Dai Mubai were filled with sympathy. Another young man was about to be ensnared by Tang Ge. Lin Yuechan had witnessed Tang Ge utilize this technique against spirit beasts before, so she was not surprised. However, the twin sisters were oblivious to this. They observed the usually formidable Dai Mubai being so easily subdued, stirring doubt within them. Was this fellow merely a fade? All show and no substance? Meanwhile, the manifestation of the Millennium Spirit Ring beneath Tang Ge also astonished the two sisters. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Shocked by Shui, earning 50 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Shocked by Nian, earning 50 shock points. The system prompts echoed in Tang Ge's mind. Having just used 2 spirit techniques to immerse Dai Mubai in comfort, he couldn't help but scoff. A mere 100 points? Clearly, mere aesthetics were of no practical value. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, after 5 years apart, they had grown somewhat stingy. Enough of them for now. There will be other opportunities, Tang Ge mused. Redirecting his focus back to Dai Mubai, he slightly raised his hand, as if to unleash his previous spirit technique once more. Just as Dai Mubai had shaken off the peculiar state, he caught sight of this scene, and his heart quivered, prompting him to shout, "Have the courage to face me. Dai Mubai, in a fair battle. Don't be a coward." Startled by the shout, Tang Ge almost unleashed another beam of light. Yet, seeing the almost tearful expression on the dignified white tiger Dai Mubai, he restrained the impulse. Under Dai Mubai's pleading gaze, Tang Ge finally nodded, "Very well, as you wish." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was overwhelmed with excitement, and he bellowed the words he had not previously articulated. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Yet before the final syllable could escape his lips, a fist suddenly appeared, crashing heavily into his face. Blood gushed from his nose as he was sent flying backward, his vision blurring with pain. In the fleeting moment before darkness engulfed him, he glimpsed Tang Ge, who had just retracted his fist. "Isn't this supposed to be a fair fight? Why did you ambush me?" Dai Mubai's heart brimmed with indignation. Thud! Once he crashed to the ground, perhaps realizing his humiliation, he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Ge approached Dai Mubai, observing his bloodied visage, and couldn't help but shake his head. Still so young. Indeed, a child who has not faced the harshness of society is incomplete. He then turned to the 2 dazed twin sisters. "Xiao Shui, Xiao Nian, aren't you going to take your brother Dai Mubai to treat his injuries? And don't forget to check his head." On the ground, as Tang Ge spoke, Dai Mubai's face twitched slightly. Nevertheless, he remained quietly sprawled, not rising from his stupor. The twin sisters, startled by Tang Ge directly addressing them by name, wondered, how does he know our names? Although puzzled, they refrained from questioning him and hurriedly called for help to carry Dai Mubai away. After everyone had departed, the hotel manager returned. Initially, he intended to demand a hefty compensation from Dai Mubai, but upon seeing the largely intact lobby, he felt immensely frustrated. Wasn't he a spirit master? Shouldn't this have concluded more swiftly? With no other recourse, the manager turned to Tang Ge, unable to suppress his words. "You see, the damages in the lobby, stop. Whoever made you that promise, go ask them. I want to compensate you. Don't even think about it." Tang Ge interrupted without hesitation. He then turned to the nearby Tang San, cheerfully urging, "Xiao San, isn't there's still one room left in this hotel? Hurry and pay. Let us head upstairs. Also, let Xiao Wu and Xiao Chan share a room, and you can take the one you just booked." "How ridiculous. I'm not sharing a room with Xiao Wu." With that, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. However, for Tang San, hearing Tang Ge's arrangement brought a slight sense of relief, while Xiao Wu seemed somewhat displeased, huffing at Tang Ge. Soon, the last remaining room was also located on the 3rd floor. After Tang San settled the payment, the 4 of them ascended together to the hotel's 3rd floor. In an instant, only the manager remained in the lobby, staring at the disarray before him, on the verge of tears. Thus, after 5 years, Tang Ge and Tang San reunited once more, and without realizing it, 2 days passed. Knowing that both had come to Soto City for the same purpose, enrollment in Shrek Academy, they departed the Rose Hotel together on the 3rd morning. Exiting through the southern gate of Soto City, they proceeded toward the outskirts, where Shrek Academy was located. However, the journey seemed far longer than anticipated. Initially, Xiao Wu intended to have Tang San carry her, but upon noticing Lin Yuechan quietly following behind Tang Ge, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Consequently, Xiao Wu vented her frustration on Shrek Academy. "Xiao San, Did Master get the address wrong? How could a school be situated in such a remote location outside the city? And we haven't seen a single soul yet. How much longer must we walk? Later, Tang Ge listened intently, smiling as he chimed in. Xiao Wu was correct. The master must have misjudged the location. If the Shrek Academy were indeed situated in such a remote area, it would undoubtedly be impoverished, lacking even basic accommodations. Xiao Wu, just consider it. Would it not be terrifying for a young girl to sleep in a dilapidated house infested with cockroaches? The mere thought of cockroaches seemed to conjure unpleasant images, causing Xiao Wu to shudder involuntarily. She quickly turned to Tang San, her eyes filled with pity, and pleaded, Tang San, shall we perhaps seek a more suitable academy? As soon as she spoke, a sudden crack of a breaking twig drew their attention. A figure plummeted from a nearby tree. The four of them were immediately captivated. The president of Shrek Academy, Flender, particularly Tang Ge, who was secretly astonished upon recognizing the fallen individual. Chapter 58. Scared away merely 7 or 8 meters away. The one who had just descended from the tree was none other than Flender, the esteemed president of Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage with a soul power of 78. With his owl-like martial soul and spectacles, he was often referred to as the four-eyed owl. However, Flender now found himself in an embarrassing predicament. How could a dignified soul sage have accidentally fallen from a tree? If word of this got out, where would he hide his face? Yet, it was that insufferable Tang Ge who had the audacity to malign his academy, claiming it was infested with cockroaches. This had so angered him that he momentarily lost his composure, resulting in this misfortune. Thus, Flender resolved that if the young ones could enter his academy, they would need to learn that some words should not be carelessly spoken. Meanwhile, Tang Ge had not anticipated that a prestigious academy president would eavesdrop. How gossipy must one be to act in such a manner? As for whether Flender would harbor resentment upon hearing his earlier comments, he felt no concern. Once they entered the academy, Tang Ge would enlighten this eavesdropping soul sage on the essence of the true fragrance principle. Lost in thought, a sudden exclamation from the side interrupted him. Tang San, isn't that uncle the one who sold you the ores? Why is he here? It turned out Xiao Wu had recognized the bespectacled Flender, but was unaware of his true identity, assuming him to still be the shopkeeper. Hearing Xiao Wu, Tang San nodded. He then turned to Flender, furrowing his brows as he spoke. Uncle, why are you following us? Do you regret selling me the metal? Following you? Wait, I'm not stalking you. As a soul sage, would I be so petty? It's merely a worthless piece of, or how could I possibly regret it? Flender nearly blurted out his identity in frustration, but managed to restrain himself, huffing coldly. I have no time to follow you little rascals. With that, without caring whether the youngsters believed him, Flender marched on, gradually disappearing from sight. The four friends exchanged glances, pondering the peculiar uncle's departure. Finally, Lin Yuechan quietly suggested, Brother Tang, shall we still proceed to Shrek Academy? Upon hearing this, Tang Ge was about to respond when Tang San, seemingly fearing that this fellow might charm Xiao Wu away, quickly interjected. Since Shrek Academy was recommended by our teacher, it can't be as dreadful as Tang Ge claims. Let us take a look before making a decision. Indeed, if Tang San says we should go, then I shall go. Xiao Wu, shedding her previous reluctance, raised both hands in support. Seeing this, Tang Ge shook his head in resignation. Womans, is it so difficult to trust one another a bit more? Subsequently, with 2 in favor and 1 abstaining, the quartet continued onward. Fortunately, this time they did not traverse a great distance. Soon, a small village, home to about 100 families and surrounded by a fence, came into view. At the entrance, a crowd had gathered, seemingly engaged in some activity. However, beyond them, a weathered signboard hung from an archway constructed of wood, emblazoned with the 5 characters of Shrek Academy. Beneath the inscription, there was a green emblem resembling a humanoid creature. Could this be Shrek Academy? Upon seeing the sign, Xiao Wu's face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, Tang San, how can there be an academy built in a village? It can't possibly be, as Tang Ge said, infested with cockroaches, right? Tang San was equally taken aback. However, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, he feigned anger and replied, Don't listen to Tang Ge's nonsense. There are no cockroaches. Hee, I was just teasing you. Xiao Wu stuck her tongue out at Tang San, then skipped eagerly toward the village entrance where the crowd was gathered. Once Xiao Wu had departed, Tang Ge turned to Tang San, a playful smile spreading across his face. Tang San, if there really are cockroaches, prepare yourself for sleepless nights as you catch them for Xiao Wu. TSK. Just thinking about it is pitiful. Lin Yuechan, let him ponder his regrets here. We shall join Xiao Wu. Lin Yuechan nodded, suppressing her laughter. Left alone, Tang San watched as Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan walked away, suddenly envisioning an unpleasant scenario that made him shiver involuntarily. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the image and reassuring himself. Catching cockroaches, how could it possibly take all night? With that, Tang San hurried after them. At the village entrance, a long line had formed by the time the four arrived, primarily consisting of young children accompanied by their parents. At the front, an elderly man sat behind a table, collecting registration fees while examining the hands of the applicants. Clearly, he was the person in charge. However, at this moment, a father and son were embroiled in a dispute with the elder, dissatisfied that they could not enroll and yet would not receive a refund for their registration fee. The father, unable to contain his anger, shouted, "Since my child was not selected, why should we not get a refund? This is clearly a scam. If you do not refund our registration fee today, we will not leave. I will ensure everyone knows that your so-called Shrek Academy is a fraud." His voice boomed, drawing the attention of those waiting in line. Instantly, many parents began to hesitate, some even turning to leave. The elder behind the table frowned at the scene and calmly said, "Move by. Someone wants a refund. Handle it." Not far away, in the branches of a large tree, a figure had been dozing. Upon hearing the elder's words, he swiftly leapt down, appearing before the group of applicants. It was Dai Mu Bai, whose wounds had healed, displaying an expression of resignation. As he was preparing to unleash his soul ring to scare off the troublesome father and son, his gaze inadvertently glanced back, and he instantly spotted Tang Ge and his companions forming a queue behind him. At that moment, Tang Ge was also looking at Dai Mu Bai with a broad smile. Their eyes met. The expression of helplessness on Dai Mu Bai's face abruptly froze. Then, under the astonished gaze of the elder, he seemed startled and swiftly turned to flee into the distance. It was not until his figure vanished from sight that his slightly panicked voice floated back on the wind. "Teacher, my stomach hurts. I need to leave for a while." Chapter 59. I feel I can be more extravagant now, at the back of the line. When Dai Mu Bai appeared, it was not just Tang Ge who noticed. Tang San and Xiao Wu also recognized the opponent who had been knocked unconscious by Tang Ge's previous punch. However, before they could greet him, he suddenly ran away again. Yet, the last words from Dai Mu Bai were clearly heard by the four of them. Xiao Wu immediately scoffed. "What stomachache?" He clearly got scared off when he saw us. Tang San, in agreement, shook his head and replied, "Xiao Wu, perhaps he really had a stomachache, so let us refrain from saying such things." Oh, Xiao Wu, though somewhat headstrong, was obedient to Tang San's words, nodding in acknowledgement and refraining from further comments. Just then, Lin Yuechan, who had been quite quiet, suddenly gasped. "Brother Tang, look over there. What happened?" The sudden exclamation from Lin Yuechan startled Tang Ge and his companions, filling their faces with confusion. However, when their attention shifted back to the front, their expressions morphed into shock. It turned out that the elder, who had initially intended for Dai Mu Bai to handle the unruly father and son, had ultimately decided to take matters into his own hands when Dai Mu Bai refused to intervene. Rising from behind the table, the elder cast a calm gaze at the father and son, immediately emanating an aura of immense power. As his presence emerged, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even Tang Ge and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet, what truly astonished them was the vivid crimson light that radiated from the elder as he conjured a long staff adorned with countless intricate patterns into his hand. Simultaneously, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath the elder's feet, their dazzling brilliance becoming the focal point of the gathering. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. This elder was evidently a formidable soul emperor of over level 60. Upon witnessing the 6 soul rings, Xiao Wu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Beside her, Tang San gasped in disbelief. It was known that even in the entire Balik Kingdom, soul emperors of level 60 were exceedingly rare. And now, a soul emperor of such caliber was stationed right at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Indeed, the teacher's recommendation held merit. Shrek Academy was no ordinary institution. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the elder's staff struck the ground with a heavy thud, creating a fissure in the earth, followed by a resonant sound that rippled through the air. The elder's gaze fixed upon the father and son before him as he spoke in a calm manner. Do you still wish to pay the registration fee? And no, we don't want it. The man, pale with fright, shook his head vigorously. He hurriedly took his child and fled the scene. Instantly, the atmosphere grew silent. After retracting his staff, the 6 soul rings gradually dissipated as the elder's soul power receded. He surveyed the remaining crowd with a commanding gaze and spoke coolly. Do not blame me for using my advantage over the week, prior to enrolling students. Shrek Academy has already announced the registration regulations. If you did not understand this and came here, you are simply wasting your registration fee. However, I am not unreasonable. I will reiterate, our academy, named after monsters, only accepts those who are extraordinary, not ordinary individuals. Therefore, if any of you are over the age of 12 or have a spirit power below level 21, you need not waste your time here. With that, the elder turned and resumed his seat behind the table. Faced with a soul emperor-level powerhouse, none of the parents dared to voice their objections any longer. Consequently, as the Academy's enrollment rules were reiterated, 9 out of 10 parents revealed expressions of disappointment, silently leading their children away. In an instant, only a handful of individuals remained in the queue. The elder was unfazed and continued with his registration process. At the end of the line, a smile crept onto Tang San's face as he looked at Xiao Wu, saying, an academy that only accepts monsters. Surely, we Haven team made a mistake in coming here. Does that mean we're all monsters? Xiao Wu teased, playfully making a face in response to Tang San's comment. Tang San nodded. Yes, we are all monsters. However, being a monster also signifies being a genius. So Xiao Wu, you are indeed a genius. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. Nearby, Tang Ge couldn't help but shiver at the scene, finding it overly sentimental. Yet, he noticed that Lin Yuechan appeared somewhat downcast, prompting him to inquire, what's wrong? Brother, do you think I won't be able to get into Shrek Academy? Lin Yuechan's voice trembled as she nearly broke into tears. Tang Ge, initially puzzled by her distress, found himself chuckling at her concern. He comforted her, rest assured. The teacher clearly stated the enrollment requirements of being under 12 years of age or possessing a spirit power above level 20. Even though you are 2 years older, your prowess is more than sufficient to join this academy. If they really don't accept you, I will accompany you in leaving. After all, there are other academies available. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Now, stop overthinking it. We'll be called up shortly. Tang Ge smiled as he affectionately tousled Lin Yuechan's hair. With a grateful whisper of thanks to her brother, she settled down to wait quietly. Observing that Lin Yuechan had calmed down, Tang Ge redirected his attention to the remaining participants in line. He recalled that in the story, Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was among them. As expected, after the elder had assessed a few more children, a girl dressed in a flowing white gown with golden hair soon stood before him. This girl was unaccompanied by any guardians. The elder merely examined her wrist and frowned. Are your family members aware that you are here? In response to the elder's inquiry, the girl did not answer directly. Instead, she smiled and said, It is said that there are no distinctions in education. Since I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason not to accept me, do you? Very well. You've passed. However, please wait over there for the time being, the elder replied with a hint of resignation, nodding in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Tang Ge naturally overheard the exchange between the two. As the girl turned around, revealing an exquisitely delicate face, Tang Ge instantly comprehended. This girl must be Ning Rongrong. In that case, it would not be long before Zhu Zhuqing made her appearance as well. The thought of the future prodigies gathering here made Tang Ge unable to suppress a smile, secretly contemplating, I feel I could be a bit more ostentatious now. Chapter 60. 1 purple, 2 black, the brightest star in the arena. The elder moved with remarkable speed, swiftly inspecting the dozen or so students queued ahead. Unfortunately, only a few remained, standing alongside the girl in the flowing white dress. Observing this, the elder furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. What's taking Mu by so long? Where is he? He then turned his attention to the last 4 registrants yet to be tested, preparing to urge them on, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the distance, approaching swiftly. Soon, this figure came into view. It was a girl, approximately 11 years of age. She possessed a cascade of jet black hair, with cat ears adorning either side, while the rest flowed over her shoulders. Despite her young age, her figure was remarkably alluring, especially accentuated by the tight-fitting black leather attire that showcased her curves enticingly. Upon her arrival, she instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. However, as the heated gazes fell upon her, the girl exhibited no reaction whatsoever. On the contrary, her expression remained utterly indifferent, emanating a profound chill, her dark eyes devoid of any warmth. This icy demeanor, juxtaposed with her strikingly beautiful visage, created a dissonance that was both intriguing and compelling. Tang Ge, standing closest to her, felt the palpable coldness emanating from her. As for her identity, there was no one else here with such a remarkable figure at such a tender age, except Su Yuntao. Just then, a delicate huff pierced the air beside him. Tang San, why don't you stand here? I can enter the academy alone. It turned out Xiao Wu was displeased with Tang San for stealing glances at Su Yuntao. She glared at him fiercely, pinching his hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Especially when he caught Tang Ge's teasing smile, his embarrassment intensified. Fortunately, at that moment, the elder seated at the table spoke up, urging them, "What are you dawdling for? Both of you, come forth for the test." Tang San sighed in relief upon hearing this, and quickly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, stepping forward. Following the plot, as Tang Ge had anticipated, both Tang San and Xiao Wu passed the preliminary test with ease. Tang San's ability to cultivate his spirit power to such a level with his blue-silver grass astonished the elder overseeing the examination. As for Lin Yuechan, her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a fairy when she manifested her martial spirit, also elicited gasps of admiration. Moreover, with her 31st level soul master cultivation, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback. Sister Xiaochan, she is actually a soul master? Unconsciously, their gazes shifted to Tang Ge, who, as of now, had yet to reveal his soul power level. At this moment, due to Lin Yuechan's impressive soul master prowess, the elder could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, just a couple of years difference. Our Shrek Academy welcomes a talent like you with open arms. Go on, wait over there with them. Thank you. Once Lin Yuechan dispersed her spirit rings and returned to her normal appearance, she obediently moved to the side. Finally, only Tang Ge and Su Yuntao remained. Turning to Su Yuntao, Tang Ge said with a smile, "Why don't you go first? I'll stay back for last." Su Yuntao glanced at Tang Ge, her eyes devoid of emotion before she lowered her gaze again. Tang Ge, feeling somewhat helpless, added, "Do not misunderstand. I mean no offense. I merely fear that once I proceed with the test, all of you outstanding talents will pale in comparison. Thus, I am willing to grant you the opportunity to showcase your abilities first." Upon hearing these words, Su Yuntao raised her head once more. Although her eyes still bore an icy demeanor, a hint of something else flickered within, contempt. Almost immediately, a cool yet melodious voice reached Tang Ge's ears. Childish. By the time Tang Ge processed her words, Su Yuntao, clad in her black leather attire, was already striding forward. He watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, in this day and age, even speaking the truth goes untrusted. With that, Tang Ge followed suit. Due to the elder's swift pace, upon confirming Su Yuntang's age and examining her martial spirit, the elder promptly announced her passage of the preliminary test. At this point, Tang Ge was the sole individual left in the queue. Tang San and the others who had just completed their tests turned their attention toward Tang Ge. The elder, in high spirits due to the rare encounter with several promising candidates, looked at Tang Ge, who towered over the others, and chuckled. "Youngster, you haven't surpassed 12 years of age, have you? And now you're the only one left. Feeling pressured?" Hearing the elder's words, Tang Ge smiled brightly. "Whether I have exceeded 12 years, esteemed elder, you will know once you take a look. 1 TU. As for pressure," he paused momentarily before continuing. "To be honest, the ones who should feel pressure next are them." With this declaration, an overwhelming confidence radiated from Tang Ge. Even the elder was momentarily taken aback. Then, he laughed heartily. "Haha, good lad, you have guts. In that case, extend your hand." Ignoring the hostile stares surrounding him, Tang Ge extended his right hand toward the elder. The elder probed with his spirit power, nodding in approval. "Indeed, not yet 12. Now, let me see your..." Before he could finish, a dazzling interplay of black and white spirit power erupted before him. Suddenly, 3 radiant lights, 1 purple, 2 black, ascended magnificently. Upon realizing that these 3 lights emanated from the spirit rings of the young lad, the elder, who had remained composed until now, sprang from his seat in shock. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed incredulously, 1,000-year spirit ring, 2 10,000-year spirit rings. Youngster, did you dye your spirit rings? In his excitement, the elder even let slip a curse. It was evident that his body trembled with exhilaration. As for Tang San and the others who had previously passed the preliminary test, they were unable to tear their eyes away from the astonishing sight of Tang Ge's 3 spirit rings. 1 purple, 2 black. In that instant, merely standing there, Tang Ge instantly became the brightest star in the arena. Chapter 61. The Law of True Fragrance in a Different World, as 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, were released. Even the elder with the cultivation of a soul emperor could not help but shout in excitement. Tang Ge instantly became the brightest star in the arena, basking in his moment of glory. The system's voice rang in his mind like the incessant clanging of iron beams. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Tang San, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Zhu Zhuqing, earning 800 shock points. Before long, Tang Ge noticed his shock points skyrocketing from over 3,000 to more than 12,000, primarily contributed by Tang San and his companions, as well as the Soul Emperor Elder. And this was just the beginning. Thus, with a sense of triumph swelling within him, he gazed at the Elder, who was astonished by his 3 high-level soul rings, and retorted, "What do you mean died? My soul rings are genuine treasures." However, had Yu Xiaojing been present, he would have wholeheartedly agreed with the Elder's earlier comment. After all, in the annals of history, no soul master had ever achieved such a magnificent array of soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, at such a young age. At this moment, the Elder no longer saw Tang Ge as a mere anomaly, but rather as a prodigious genius. Realizing he had lost his composure upon hearing Tang Ge's complaint, the Elder eagerly produced a soul-testing stone, exclaiming, "Come, let us test your soul power level." Though Tang Ge was aware of his own level, he refrained from divulging it and confidently placed his hand on the stone. As his soul power surged into it, brilliant light erupted, revealing his soul power level. 39. The Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, and gasps of astonishment echoed around. Meanwhile, Tang Ge seized this rare opportunity to eagerly accumulate more shock points, inching closer to 20,000, unable to contain himself any longer. The Elder responsible for the initial assessment suddenly channeled his soul power and bellowed towards the village where Shrek Academy was located. "Principal Flandra, if you don't come soon, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius might slip right out of our academy's grasp." His voice seemed amplified 1,000-fold, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Even Tang Ge had to take a few steps back, using his soul power to dispel the echoing shout. He looked at the Elder, bemused. "I never said I wouldn't join your academy. Was it necessary to yell so loudly?" Just then, a voice emerged from the village. "Old man, why are you shouting so loudly? My ears aren't deaf, but I must wonder what kind of genius is causing you to lose your composure. I, Flandra, must see for myself." With a whoosh, a shadow darted through the sky, rapidly approaching the village entrance. It was none other than Principal Flandra of Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage with a power level of 78. At that moment, he had summoned his martial spirit, the owl, manifesting a pair of black wings that fluttered as he hovered in the air. Upon arrival, Flandra intended to inquire about the commotion, but was startled when his gaze fell upon the young boy beside the Elder. His previously calm breath quickened. 1 purple and 2 black? How could this young lad possess 2 10,000-year soul rings at such a tender age? Flandra's eyes shimmered with a purple-black glow, fixated on the soul rings beneath the boy's feet, utterly incredulous. Yet, he soon realized that this boy must indeed be the prodigious talent the Elder had spoken of. Suppressing his shock, Flandra continued to scrutinize the boy's appearance. But when he finally beheld the child's smiling face, his soul power surged violently, nearly causing him to lose his balance and plummet. Simultaneously, a fit of coughing erupted from his throat. After a considerable moment, Flandra regained his composure, but hesitated, contemplating whether to descend. He finally recognized that the genius standing at the entrance of his academy was none other than the mischievous boy who had previously claimed his academy was infested with cockroaches. This same boy had nearly caused him to suffer embarrassment. For this reason, Flandre had intended to keep a close eye on him, should he be fortunate enough to join Shrek Academy. But now, it seemed that luck was on the boy's side, and Flandre found himself in a predicament. Meanwhile, observing Flandre hovering in the air, the elder responsible for the initial assessment assumed he too was taken aback, unable to suppress an amused laugh. What do you think? This boy has reached the rank of 39 at just 12 years old, and possesses 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. Such a prodigious talent is something you would covet, perfectly suited for our Shrek Academy. The next steps are in your hands, Principal. He then turned to Tang Ge, patting his shoulder encouragingly. Little one, this principal is a soul sage of 78. Feel free to make any requests. I am certain he will do his utmost to accommodate you. Thank you, Senior. Tang Ge replied with a smile and a nod. However, Flandre in the air grimaced, pondering how such an outspoken soul emperor could exist within his academy. Yet, given the circumstances and the audience surrounding them, Flandre felt it was essential to maintain his composure as the principal, or past grievances in the face of genius. With that thought, Flandre felt considerably lighter in spirit. He forced a warm smile and gracefully descended from the air, landing before Tang Ge. Little one, you are truly remarkable. Tang Ye inhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction on his face. Remarkable? Interrupted, Flandre, puzzled, inquired. What do you mean by remarkable? Nothing, Principal. My name is Tang Ge. Please continue, Tang Ge replied, shaking his head with a smile. Flandre nodded, finding the prodigious talent's quirks quite normal. So, Tang Ge, as you have just heard, I am the principal of Shrek Academy. Feel free to express any requests. I shall do my best to fulfill them, provided you agree to join our esteemed academy. Chapter 62. Dai Mubai's Farewell, Oscar's Debut. Seeing Flandre's amiable demeanor, Tang Ge felt a chuckle bubbling within him, almost wanting to exclaim, I will forever be the father you cannot attain. However, he sensed that should he dare utter such words, even as a prodigious genius with 1 purple and 2 black soul rings, he would likely be met with dire consequences. Thus, Tang Ge restrained his impulse, shaking his head and feigning sincerity. I will follow the arrangements of the esteemed principal. Follow my arrangements? Flandre was momentarily taken aback by Tang Ge's reply, mentally scoffing, I was hoping you would pay to join Shrek Academy. Seeing your earnest demeanor, if I were to truly believe you, it would surely be akin to an owl losing its sight. However, regardless of my reluctance, if I were to withhold valuable offerings, it would reflect poorly on Shrek Academy. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Flandre earnestly turned his gaze towards Tang Ge. He spoke, since you have come here to enroll, it is evident that you lean towards joining Shrek Academy. As the principal, I assure you that you shall not be treated poorly. If you are willing, as a soul sage, I can take you as my direct disciple. Furthermore, I will cover all your living expenses during your time at the academy. Additionally, I will exert every effort to assist you in obtaining soul rings from soul master to soul sage, with a minimum age requirement no less than your current 10,000-year soul ring. In an instant, Flandre articulated the benefits he was promising. Beyond merely becoming a disciple of a soul sage, such resources are abundant, and the status would alleviate numerous troubles while traversing the continent. Moreover, Flandre personally guaranteed to aid Tang Ge in acquiring soul rings from soul master to soul sage, all of which would not fall below the 10,000-year mark. This was indeed a substantial offer. It was clear that Flandre sincerely wished for Tang Ge to join Shrek Academy. With such a multitude of conditions combined, it was not only Tang Ge who was moved. Even Tang San and the others, who had been lingering nearby, were filled with envy. Alas, they were not part of this opportunity. Coincidentally, at that moment, Dai Mubai, who had previously excused himself due to a stomach ache, perhaps fearing the ire of the elder responsible for the initial test, had taken his time returning. He presumed that after such a lengthy interval, the boy who had embarrassed him would have already entered the academy. However, upon arrival, Dai Mubai overheard Principal Flandre's promises to Tang Ge, and he was nearly struck dumb with shock. Without a second thought, Dai Mubai turned and fled back towards the academy. He even resolved in his heart to quickly gather his belongings and embark on a training journey, lest he encounter the two again and feel utterly humiliated. At the enrollment location by the village entrance, Dai Mubai came and went without alerting a soul. At this moment, Everyone's attention was focused on Principal Flanders and Tang Ge. After articulating his conditions, Flanders fixed his gaze on Tang Ge and earnestly asked, "These are all the promises I can make. Do you accept?" Tang Ge shook his head. Flanders was momentarily taken aback, assuming it was a rejection, and a look of disappointment washed over his face. It was understandable if Tang Ge did not consider their academy worthy. After all, a talent such as he could pursue other options. However, before Flanders could finish his thought, Tang Ge interrupted. "Who says I do not value your academy? I wish to join. My earlier headshake was merely a refusal to become your direct disciple. All other conditions are acceptable." Flanders felt his emotions oscillating wildly, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. Nevertheless, at least the academy had finally secured a truly dazzling talent who could blind others with his brilliance. With this thought, Flanders felt a wave of relief wash over him. He sighed, "Perhaps I am not worthy to be your master, but since you are joining the academy, I shall treat you as my direct disciple. Then I must officially be a student of the academy now, correct?" Tang Ge inquired with a smile upon hearing Flanders' words. Flanders nodded in affirmation. Not far behind, Xiao Wu, who had been watching this exchange, could no longer contain herself and called out, "Uncle Principal, what about us? You all?" Flanders turned to look at Tang San and Xiao Wu, regaining his authoritative demeanor. "While you two are talented, there remains a significant gap between you and Tang Ge. Therefore, continue to follow the academy's procedures." "What? Continue with the procedures?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nearly erupted in frustration. Ultimately, Tang San, with a wry smile, restrained her and cast a resentful glance towards Tang Ge, who was enjoying special treatment. Seeing this, Tang Ge shrugged, indicating he could do nothing to assist. It is a reality that even among geniuses, disparities exist. As the principal, Flanders naturally paid no heed to the discontent of the children. He turned to the elder in charge of the initial test and said, "You may take charge of them. I have other matters to attend to and must be away for a while." The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Flanders then took to the skies, flapping his wings, and swiftly vanished beyond the village. Once he departed, the elder observed the group of students who had passed the initial test and frowned slightly, pondering, "What is taking Mubai so long? Forget it, I shall not seek him out." With that thought, the elder shouted into the village, "Oscar, come out." This time, no one responded. However, after a short while, the sound of approaching voices grew louder, and soon a figure appeared, standing on a small pushcart, rushing towards them. It was evident that he was a bearded man, continually shouting, "Hey, there are so many people here. Would you like to buy a sausage and have a taste?" The elder's face twitched slightly upon hearing this. He then turned to Tang Ge and Tang San, pointing at the approaching vendor, and said with a smile, "This is Oscar. Although he has not been in the academy for long, he is quite familiar with it and can guide you through the next phase of your examination." "He is also a student of the academy?" Everyone turned to where the elder was pointing, and upon seeing the bearded man on the pushcart, their expressions turned peculiar. Xiao Wu, ever blunt, could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, doesn't your academy only accept students under 12? Why is there an old uncle among you?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Oscar, who had just been pushing the cart, stumbled and fell off. When he got up, he immediately began to protest, "Classmate, did you just call me an old uncle? Please, I'm only 14 years old. Once I shave, I will show you my handsome and dashing side. A true gentleman." Chapter 63. "I want another one, please. I am only 14 years old. Once I shave, I will show you my handsome and dashing side. A true gentleman." After saying this, Oscar struck a pose he believed to be quite charming. The elder in charge of the initial test could no longer bear to watch and kicked Oscar, exclaiming, "You were brought here to guide the initial test students through the next assessment. Spare us your nonsense and hurry along." "All right, teacher." Ding, ding, ding. "Hop on my beloved little pushcart. Students, follow me." Oscar adjusted his goggles and promptly leaped onto the sausage cart, heading into the village. After bidding farewell to the elder, Tang Ge and Tang San followed Oscar into the village. Upon entering, they introduced themselves to one another, and soon enough, perhaps due to the absence of a teacher, Oscar began to promote his sausages once more. "Dear classmates, would you like to try a sausage?" Feeling the expectant gaze from Oscar, Tang San couldn't help but find the expression on his face quite awkward. He hesitated and asked, "Are you truly only 14 years old?" Oscar, upon hearing this, immediately became displeased. He stopped his cart and, with a serious expression, declared, "You may doubt my character, but you must never question my age. I, Oscar, am 14 this year, a first-year student of Shrek Academy. Ask anyone, and they will confirm my age. So, please do not label me as an old man, just because I have slightly thicker hair. Tang San was momentarily speechless, glancing at Oscar's bushy beard, thinking to himself that such hairiness was not merely a trivial matter. Nevertheless, he apologetically replied, "Senior, my apologies for my earlier rudeness. How much for one of those sausages on your cart? I would like to try one." Oscar's face lit up with joy. He quickly skewered a sausage, about 10 centimeters long, with a bamboo stick and handed it to Tang San, while cheerfully stating, "As long as you enjoy my sausages, I won't be upset." "One sausage for a silver coin." Tang San nodded, producing a silver coin for Oscar. He took a bite of the sausage, and his eyes instantly sparkled with surprise. "This sausage is quite delicious." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes squinted with delight. He eagerly began to promote his sausages to the others. "Would anyone like a sausage?" Next to Tang San, Xiao Wu poked him and whispered, "Is it really that good?" "Indeed," Tang San nodded, after receiving his confirmation. The food-loving Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "Give me one. I want one too." Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white dress, chimed in. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she maintained her aloof demeanor, keeping her distance. Soon, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong each held a sausage and began to eat, followed by exclamations of delight. "Wow, what are these sausages made of? They are incredibly delicious." Ning Rongrong remarked, Ning Rongrong, have tasted many things, but this sausage is quite good. Is there more? I want another." Seeing his beautiful classmates enjoy his sausages so much, Oscar felt almost overwhelmed with emotion. He couldn't help but say, "No worries. Eat as much as you like. I have plenty more." He then turned to Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan, eagerly asking, "Aren't you two going to try some?" Noticing that Xiao Chan seemed eager to sample as well, Tang Ge suppressed a laugh and nodded. "The sausages on your cart have been there for a while. Could you provide me with a fresh one?" Nearby, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, still savoring their food, exchanged disdainful glances upon hearing Tang Ge ask for something fresh. Ning Rongrong huffed, "Even I, Ning Rongrong, do not pick and choose. How embarrassing for you, a man, to be so picky." Tang San merely smiled in response to Ning Rongrong's scorn. Meanwhile, Oscar's expression abruptly faltered, revealing a hint of hesitation. "What? No fresh ones?" Tang Ge urged with a smile. Reluctantly, Oscar extended his right hand and, in a somewhat sheepish tone, announced, "I have a large sausage." As yellow light gathered in his palm, 2 yellow rings rose from beneath his feet. Moments later, a sausage identical to the one roasting on the cart appeared in his hand. Upon hearing Oscar's proclamation, Tang San froze momentarily. When he saw the sausage materialize in Oscar's hand, he felt a wave of nausea. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, blissfully indulging in their sausages, immediately discarded them and doubled over to vomit. Zhu Zhuqing, with her usual icy demeanor, could be seen trembling slightly, seemingly suppressing laughter. However, her gaze towards Oscar was anything but kind. Beside Tang Ge, Lin Yuechan, recovering from her shock, blushed deeply. She couldn't help but pinch her clothing and murmured, "Brother, did you know about this?" "What do you mean by no?" "Don't speak nonsense. I know nothing." Tang Ge quickly denied. "If I admitted to knowing, I'd be swarmed by a pack of angry women." As expected, after Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong finished retching, they shot furious glares at Oscar. It was palpable that their soul power began to surge. Oscar, sensing the brewing storm, was taken aback and without a second thought, abandoned his cart and fled. Behind him, sharp cries filled with rage echoed. Fuming, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong unleashed their martial spirits, pursuing the fleeing Oscar. Tang Ge and the others, taken by surprise at this turn of events, hurriedly followed suit, anxious about what might transpire. Thus, they unwittingly missed the second and third assessments of their enrollment and raced towards the location of the final test. Eventually, after Oscar was caught and soundly beaten by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, they realized they had run past their destination. Soon, a robust figure came into view. A dozen meters away, beneath a roof overhang, a stout yet slightly shorter middle-aged man lay with his eyes closed on a rattan chair, emitting a thunderous snoring sound. With their anger still simmering, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were about to unleash their frustration once more when Oscar, alarmed, quickly pointed at the man in the rattan chair and whispered, "Ladies, please calm down. Do you see that man? He is our academy's revered teacher, Zhao Wujing, known as the Unmoved King. If we anger him, we are all doomed." Hearing Oscar's warning, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had just raised their fists, lowered them again. In response to his almost pleading gaze, they huffed in unison. We'll let you off this time, but you must never sell that dreadful sausage in front of us again. As they recalled the earlier situation, their stomachs churned once more. Gradually regaining composure, they began to question the earlier events. Why did Tang Ge wait until they finished eating before asking for fresh sausage? Could he have known beforehand? Thus, Ning Rongrong, clad in her white dress, approached Tang Ge, looking up at the boy who had even caught the attention of the academy's principal, and angrily demanded, "Speak. Were you doing this on purpose? Beautiful lady, I consider you a classmate. You cannot wrongfully accuse me." Tang Ge feigned innocence. However, Ning Rongrong was not convinced. With a fierce glare, she brandished her small tiger teeth and threatened, "Humph. I don't care how powerful your spirit rings are. If I find out you deceived me, I, Ning Rongrong, will not let you off easily." After speaking, Ning Rongrong turned and walked away, leaving Tang Ge with an arrogant silhouette. Tang Ge chuckled, feeling no anger, and shifted his gaze back to Oscar. "Oscar, could you enlighten us about that, Teacher Zhao?" Oscar did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his head and coughed a few times, causing a fluctuation of soul power to emerge. When he finally turned back, the injuries on his face had miraculously improved. Tang Ge was taken aback, realizing he must have been secretly consuming sausages. Seemingly aware of Tang Ge's peculiar gaze, Oscar suddenly felt embarrassed. However, he quickly composed himself and said softly, "Originally, Senior Dai Mubai was supposed to bring you here today, but he seems to have disappeared, so I was tasked with guiding you for the test. From what I know, Teacher Zhao is responsible for supervising the 4th round, which assesses the practical combat abilities of new students. It's just a combat ability test. Neither Xiao San nor I fear actual combat." Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly. Tang San tugged at Xiao Wu to silence her, then smiled at Oscar. "Please continue, Senior." Oscar nodded. The 4th round tests practical experience. Some students possess excellent martial souls and control, but having grown up in aristocratic families, they have little understanding of the outside world, let alone combat. Therefore, such students are not accepted by the academy. The dean has stated that pampered individuals are not welcome. Xiao Wu fell silent, but Ning Rongrong could not help but interject. "Are you selecting students or prospective spouses? This is too stringent. Moreover, who says that children from noble families are always spoiled? I'm different." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin, as if to demonstrate her exceptional qualities. Having just endured a beating from this young lady, Oscar dared not retort. He merely pointed to a figure lying on a recliner in the distance and sighed. However, regardless of practical experience, the final round will not be easy. Do you know? Teacher Zhao is a soul sage of level 76, with a beast martial soul and a battle soul. He is the deputy dean of the academy, second only to the dean in comprehensive strength. If Teacher Zhao were to suddenly decide to personally test your combat abilities, you would truly be in for a rough time. At this, Oscar seemed to recall some unpleasant imagery, and he shuddered involuntarily. Tang San and the other's pupils also slightly contracted. 76? If combined with the dean's level, wouldn't Shrek Academy possess 2 soul sage-level powerhouses? At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. He is the unmoved king, Zhao Wujin, who had a conflict with the Spear Hall. He has been missing for a decade, and I had no idea he was teaching at Shrek Academy. I heard that Zhao Wujin had a feud with the Spirit Hall. They wanted to punish him, but he broke free from the siege of 16 bishops. That matter eventually faded into obscurity. It's worth noting that the bishops of the Spirit Hall are all at least level 60 Soul Emperors, and at that time, Zhao Wujin was probably only in his 60s. I can't believe he has now reached Soul Sage. That's incredible." Just as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, a thunderous laugh suddenly erupted. "Ha ha ha, I never expected that after 10 years of disappearance, a little girl would know my history." With that, the imposing figure who had been reclining in the chair stood up and walked toward them. Soon, the figure of Zhao Wujin, known as the Unmoved King, appeared before Tang Ge and his companions. Among them, Tang Ge was the tallest, nearly standing at 1.70 meters, while Tang San was slightly shorter at about 1.60 meters. Yet, the approaching Zhao Wujin was even shorter than Tang San, though his robust physique exuded a sense of grandeur. He scanned the 5 of them, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. It seems you will provide me with a good warm-up. Shouldn't Senior Dai Mubai be the one to take charge of the 4th round arranged by the dean? Moreover, I just remembered that those 3 testing points in front have yet to be visited. Hearing that Zhao Wujin was indeed going to take action personally, Oscar was taken aback and quickly said, trying to usher Tang Ge and the others away. However, since Zhao Wujin had already stood up, he would not allow them to leave. He reached out and grabbed Oscar by the collar, tossing him away, while expressing his dissatisfaction. Dai Mubai didn't come. So why are you babbling? Go sell your sausages. With a thud, Oscar landed in a patch of grass several meters away, only to crawl out awkwardly after a while. Yet he did not leave. Instead, he shouted, "Classmates, when teacher Zhao makes his move, you are on your own, but rest assured, I have various sausages and cured meats for restoring soul power and healing injuries, which I will provide for free." Meanwhile, Tang San and the others ignored Oscar, who was still promoting his sausages, and focused all their attention on the formidable Zhao Wujin. Knowing that he was a soul sage, Tang San took the initiative to speak. "Might I request the esteemed elder to explain how we can pass this final assessment?" Hearing Tang San's inquiry, Zhao Wujin nodded in approval. "Good. You maintain your composure even after learning I am a soul sage. You are indeed qualified to stand before me. In that case, please state your names and soul power levels, so I can gauge your strengths. If your abilities suffice during the subsequent assessment, as long as you can endure for the duration of an incense stick's burning time against me, even if only one of you remains, I will consider you to have passed." With that, he crossed his arms and stood aside. "An incense stick's time?" Tang San took a deep breath and spoke first. "I am Tang San, with a blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 29 control-type battle soul master. I am Xiao Wu, with a rabbit beast martial soul, a level 29 assault-type battle soul master." Xiao Wu followed suit as she noticed Tang San had spoken. Then it was Lin Yuechan and Zhu Zhuqing's turn. "I'm Lin Yuechan, with a forest spirit beast martial soul, a level 31 assault-type battle soul grandmaster. I am Zhu Zhuqing, with a nethercat beast martial soul, a level 27 agility-type battle soul master." There's actually a level 31 soul grandmaster among you? And when did blue silver grass reach level 29? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's strengths and martial souls were average, but upon hearing about Tang San and Lin Yuechan, Zhao Wujin's thick brows raised in surprise. Especially Lin Yuechan's level 31 battle soul grandmaster strength startled him. In that moment, Zhao Wujin couldn't help but think, it seems the academy has recruited quite a number of promising talents this year. In a flowing white gown, Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before speaking up. She was a spirit master of the auxiliary type, wielding the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and possessing a cultivation level of 26. As soon as her words fell, she felt the gaze of everyone around her converge upon her. Tang San exclaimed in surprise, "Your spirit is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. So, you hail from the 7 treasures glazed sect?" Under such scrutiny, Ning Rongrong felt a bit shy. She playfully stuck out her adorable tongue and said, "Don't stare. I'm just like any ordinary person. In a bit, I will assist you all. I should be able to maintain it for a duration equivalent to a burning incense stick." The 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a lineage spirit, could only be possessed by the direct descendants of the 7 treasures glazed sect throughout the entire Douluo continent. The evaluation of this spirit by other spirit masters was succinct. The most powerful auxiliary spirit across the continent, the finest companion for all battle-type spirit masters. This clearly indicated the esteemed position of the sect on the continent. However, for Zhao Wujin, this posed no threat. He was merely astonished that the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed sect had sneaked away from home to join Shrek Academy. Finally, Zhao Wujin's gaze shifted to Tang Ge, who had yet to introduce himself. "And you, little fellow?" he inquired. "Me? I don't think I need to," Tang Ge replied, momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. Upon hearing Tang Ge's refusal, Zhao Wujin furrowed his brows, displaying displeasure. Fortunately, Tang San quickly stepped in to explain, "Teacher Zhao, Tang Ge's situation is special. At the first testing point, he was personally accepted into the academy by the dean. He is merely here to familiarize himself with the environment and does not need to participate in the assessment." What kind of talent does this lad possess that warranted the dean's direct involvement in his admission? Zhao Wujin pondered, recalling the earlier loud shout, and cast several more glances at Tang Ge. He refrained from further questioning and nodded at Tang San and the others. "In that case, it will be the 5 of you. Additionally, to prevent any accusations of bullying youngsters, let me first inform you of my abilities. My spirit is the powerful beast spirit. The mighty diamond bear, adept at defense, almost impervious, in fact. There's little else to say. Discussing it further would be futile, so do not harbor excessive hopes. Upon hearing Zhao Wujuan's remarks, Tang San and the others exchanged glances, speechless. Was it truly necessary to dampen their spirits so? However, they said nothing and quickly gathered together to strategize after receiving a preparation time equivalent to a burning incense stick. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujuan stared intently at Tang Ge, making him somewhat uneasy. Before long, the incense stick was almost burned down. Zhao Wujuan finally shifted his gaze away from Tang Ge, and as Tang San and the others dispersed quickly, he planted a newly lit incense stick into the ground. The assessment begins now, he declared. With that, accompanied by a surge of spirit power, Zhao Wujuan, who appeared exceptionally robust, transformed into an immensely powerful bear upon summoning his spirit. Without hesitation, Tang San and the others launched their attack. 8 meters away, Tang Ge had seemingly appeared beside Oscar, seated on a rock, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of the skirmish between Tang San's group and Zhao Wujuan. Oscar, now aware of Tang Ge's special admission, couldn't help but ask Tang Ge, "Do you think Tang San and the others can hold out against Teacher Zhao for a whole incense stick's time?" "Difficult," Tang Ge replied, shaking his head. Though the situation was altered from the original storyline due to Lin Yuechan's presence, Zhao Wujuan had immediately activated his spirit, unlike the original plot, where he was initially caught off guard. Moreover, after activating his first Spirit Ring's ability, he embodied the true essence of the unmoving king, seamlessly blending offense and defense. The attacks from Tang San and the others not only failed to harm him, but also rebounded, inflicting damage upon themselves. An incense stick's duration? Unless Tang San resorted to his hidden weapons as he did in the original story, it would be exceedingly challenging to endure for such a long time. Oscar, unaware of these circumstances but cognizant of Zhao Wujuan's might, nodded in agreement with Tang Ge's assessment. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. While it was difficult, if I were to join the fray, the outcome could be quite different, Tang Ge added with a smile. As anticipated, not long after, under Zhao Wujuan's relentless onslaught, the girls, including Xiao Wu, could no longer hold their ground and were swept out of the arena, leaving only Tang San standing. At this point, the incense stick had barely burned down to half its length. Yet, perhaps having overheard Tang Ge and Oscar's discussion, Zhao Wujuan suddenly halted as Xiao Wu fell unconscious. He shouted in Tang Ge's direction, "Hey, kid named Tang Ge, stop watching. I'm talking to you. Come over here so I can gauge your strength." Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, standing up with a light chuckle. "Teacher Zhao, are you certain you want me to join?" Chapter 66. Tang Ge enters the fray. The ultimate support teacher Zhao, "Are you certain you want me to join?" Tang Ge stood up from the ground, a playful smile on his face. 8 meters away, seeing Tang Ge's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Wujuan grew infuriated and snapped, "At such a young age, you're already so fussy. Just come over here without all this nonsense." Tang Ge rolled his eyes at the admonishment, but proceeded to walk towards the opposite side. After all, one must seize the opportunity. One cannot expect an abundance of benefits to simply fall from the sky. From behind, Oscar's encouraging voice rang out, "Tang Ge, go for it. Be ready with the sausages. I suspect Teacher Zhao will need a snack after the battle." Tang Ge laughed, waving his hand without looking back. This remark only served to further infuriate Zhao Wujuan, causing his 7 spirit rings, symbolizing his soul sage status, to manifest uncontrollably. When Tang Ge approached, Zhao Wujuan glared at him, his voice laced with menace. "You sharp-tongued little brat. I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp later." "Not necessarily," Tang Ge retorted with a smile, then turned to Tang San, who was cradling the unconscious Xiao Wu, and asked, "What do you think? Can we continue?" "We can continue, but it will be just the 2 of us," Tang San replied, his expression somewhat grave. Before he could finish, Tang Ge interrupted, "Who said it's only the 2 of us?" With that, as Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing looked on in confusion, Tang Ge summoned his spirit, the yin-yang life and death diagram, revealing 2 spirit rings, one black and one purple, beneath his feet. Unaware of the events that had transpired at the village entrance, Zhao Wujuan's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the 2 spirit rings materialize around Tang Ge. This kid actually possesses a 1,000-year spirit ring and a 10,000-year spirit ring? Is he pulling my leg? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for astonishing Zhao Wujian, earning 800 astonishment points. In an instant, the remarkable talents of Tang Ge were unveiled. Upon hearing the system notification echoing in his mind, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first and second soul skills. A milky white beam of light surged forth, infusing itself into the unconscious Xiao Wu. As her pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, hinting at her imminent awakening, he proceeded to bestow his martial spirit mark upon several companions. Ultimately, the life-preserving formation emerged, enveloping a 10-meter radius around them. Within this sacred space, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Yuechan sensed their wounds healing at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, they were fully restored, even recovering a significant portion of their previously expended soul power. Moreover, they could distinctly feel that as long as this white formation remained, they would continue to receive ongoing healing. This revelation filled the four with astonishment and elation. At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been in a deep slumber, began to stir. Upon realizing she was lying in Tang San's embrace, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she could not help but voice her confusion. "Xiao San, I thought I was injured and unconscious? How is it that I feel perfectly fine now?" Tang San clarified. "It was Tang Ge who used his soul skills to heal you." Observing this, Tang Ge couldn't resist teasing. "Xiao Wu, now that you're awake, why not get up? This isn't the time for you and Xiao San to indulge in each other's affections." I won't let you dictate that," Xiao Wu retorted, her face flushed once more. Though she promptly extricated herself from Tang San's arms and stood up. In the blink of an eye, the once battered challenge team not only regained their peak condition, but also welcomed Tang Ge, a prodigious talent who had been granted direct admission without examination. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia observed the scene unfold before him, although he could not grasp the effects of the white formation on the ground. Witnessing Xiao Wu's miraculous recovery and the restoration of Tang San and his companion's injuries significantly elevated Tang Ge's status in his eyes. Consequently, Zhao Wujia finally set aside his previous disdain. He gazed at Tang Ge, who had turned the tide with a single hand. Admiration evident in his eyes as he boisterously declared, "Little one, you are igniting my battle spirit. Tell me, what level is your soul power?" Tang Ge, Martial Spirit Yin-Yang Life and Death Chart, 39th level Soul Master, the most potent support type Soul Master. For the first time, Tang Ge unveiled the name of his martial spirit. Simultaneously, his third soul ring, a 10,000-year spirit ring, ascended from beneath him. At that moment, Tang Ge was once again surrounded by a dazzling array of 1 purple and 2 black soul rings, radiating brilliance. Zhao Wujia, witnessing this, momentarily lost his smile. An overwhelming wave of jealousy washing over him. Unable to maintain his teacher's composure, he crouched low to the ground and then sprang toward Tang Ge with great force. As he soared through the air, Zhao Wujia's voice boomed. "The match continues." Clearly, he had completely abandoned Ning Rongrong, now prioritizing the elimination of Tang Ge. 1 purple and 2 black, an opening move that revived all comrades. Such a healing support ability transcended mere exaggeration. It was nothing short of monstrous. If Tang Ge remained in the fray, Zhao Wujia sensed that he might very well face defeat. Thus, he wasted no time in targeting Tang Ge. However, as Zhao Wujia leaped into the air, the battle-hardened Tang San instantly grasped his intent. He shouted, "Everyone, unleash your full power to restrain Teacher Zhao. Do not let him approach Tang Ge." Nearby, upon hearing Tang San's command, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of reluctance. After all, she had previously been the strongest support in the team, the one in need of protection. Now, she found herself in the position of defending others, leaving her quite uncomfortable. Yet, she recognized that this was not the moment for such musings. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed her 2 soul skills. The 7 treasures glazed tower in her hand spun rapidly, and she called out, "7 treasures. First, strength. 7 treasures. Second, speed." As her voice resonated, beams of light poured forth, enveloping Tang Ge and his companions, instantly enhancing their power and swiftness. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San channeled his first soul skill, entangling the formidable Zhao Wujia. With a burst of blue light from his blue silvergrass, he summoned numerous thick vines that surged toward Zhao Wujia, who remained suspended in midair. aware that his second soul skill, Parasitic, would have little effect on Zhao Wujia's formidable defenses and potent soul power. Tang San focused solely on his first soul skill, Entanglement. As the vines, akin to venomous serpents, swiftly ensnared Zhao Wujia, he commanded, "Xiao Wu, Meteor Hammer." In an instant, Xiao Wu leapt, using her toes to spring off Tang San's shoulder before launching herself at Zhao Wujia's head. Zhao Wujia, noticing her approach, let out a hearty laugh, intent on tearing apart the vines and snaring him. Just then, a milky white beam descended, surging into his body. Zhao Wujia's laughter faltered, his expression momentarily dazed. Although he quickly regained his composure, Xiao Wu, propelled by Tang San's martial spirit, appeared before him. With a resounding thud, Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wujia's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, entangled in vines, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Yet, the assault did not conclude there. As Zhao Wujia struggled to free himself from the vines and rise from the pit, Lin Yuechan, poised and ready, released her grip. Wind Spiral Arrow. With a sharp whoosh, a rapidly spinning arrow surged forth, trailing a green flame, aimed directly at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a tremendous wave of soul power, shattering the vines that restrained him. He reached out to intercept the spiraling arrow before him. However, just as he raised his hand, yet another white beam descended from above. Damn it! In that fleeting moment of disorientation, he shot a furious glare at Tang Ge, a fierce impulse to tear him apart surging within him. Simultaneously, the spiraling arrow, unimpeded, struck Zhao Wujia squarely in the chest. With a grinding sound, the arrow and Zhao Wujia's indomitable body clashed, producing a cacophony of friction. Finally awakening, Zhao Wujia forcefully shattered the arrow with a swift motion. Yet when he glanced down, he was astonished to find blood seeping from his chest. "I've been injured?" At this moment, Zhao Wujia was stunned, yet an uncontrollable wave of intense anger surged within him. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze and fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, who was rapidly approaching, her figure blurring in midair. "You wretched little ones have truly provoked my wrath." With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wujia unleashed a sound wave infused with soul power, causing not only Tang San and the others to feel dazed, but also sending Zhu Zhuqing plummeting from the sky. Pain flickered across her icy visage. Simultaneously, a large hand struck out unexpectedly, reaching directly for her neck. In the background, Ning Rongrong gasped in alarm. "Be careful!" Xiao Wu sprang into action. Tang San, noticing the unfolding scene, shouted urgently. Upon hearing Tang San's command, Xiao Wu, already prepared, let her eyes flash with crimson light, directing it toward Zhao Wujia, who was charging at Zhu Zhuqing. Enchantment skill, activate. Unfortunately, as the red light touched Zhao Wujia, Xiao Wu suddenly groaned and staggered back a few steps. Yet, almost immediately, a column of milky white light descended upon her, beginning to heal her injuries. The white formation beneath her continued to provide an unceasing flow of healing energy. Tang San seemed to anticipate this, showing no concern for Xiao Wu. As she employed her enchanting skill, a slender vine swiftly extended from him, wrapping around Zhu Zhuqing's body and pulling her back swiftly, retreating several meters. Observing the situation, Tang Ge smiled subtly, feeling his abundant soul power surge within him as he unleashed his first soul skill in rapid succession. Concurrently, the white formation enveloping the ground transformed swiftly into a black array. Death Array, activate! Boom, boom, boom. As Zhao Wujia reached the spot where Zhu Zhuqing had been, he felt the cruel twist of fate once more. Columns of milky white light descended upon him, continuously infusing him with energy, causing him to involuntarily halt in his tracks. Overwhelmed by an unexpected sense of comfort. Damn it, what kind of absurd healing skill is this? I should be furious, yet why do I feel such pleasure? Zhao Wuji's body was beyond his control, and all he could do was scream in frustration within his mind. Seizing the moment, Tang Ge could not help but urge, "Hurry!" Tang San and the others, feeling the new formation's enhancement beneath their feet, exchanged determined glances and launched another assault on Zhao Wujia. Due to the corrosive nature of the death array on soul power, Zhao Wuji's immovable king body diminished significantly, unable to resist the toxins carried by Tang San's blue silvergrass. In a short while, he became utterly disheveled, his body swollen as if stung by countless scorpions. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing, empowered by her martial spirit, raked her claws across Zhao Wuji, leaving deep gashes. With a piercing sound, a sharp spiral arrow shot through the air, piercing Zhao Wuji's arm and causing blood to spurt forth. Simultaneously, the dark energy clinging to the arrow began to invade Zhao Wuji's body, wreaking havoc within him. However, due to the continuous healing provided by the earlier milky white light columns, Zhao Wuji was simultaneously receiving treatment. Yet, even so, the pain finally jolted him awake. He glanced at the incense not far away, which had burned down to its lowest point. Zhao Wuji's face twitched in frustration. He never expected to be so thoroughly humiliated by a group of mere children. And the root cause of all this was that detestable brat who unleashed the light columns. I cannot allow this to stand. Gravity enhancement. In that moment, Zhao Wuji could no longer tolerate the humiliation and unleashed his third soul skill. At that instant, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt as if a mountain had crashed onto their shoulders, causing them to collapse to the ground. They were pressed down, their faces flushed, unable to move, let alone continue their assault. Zhao Wuji disregarded the fallen children, his gaze fixated on the only one still standing, Tang Ge. His eyes glinted with malevolence as he gritted his teeth. "You little brat, I have endured you for far too long. Now that your companions are down, let us see how you can continue to hide." Great strength King Palm. With a roar, Zhao Wuji abruptly raised his palm, condensing a golden hand that shot directly toward Tang Ge. Instead of succumbing to fear at the incoming energy palm, Tang Ge merely smiled calmly. "Teacher Zhao, who said I was merely hiding." He then formed a hand seal, and amidst the fluctuations of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he too conjured a massive hand of swirling yin and yang energy in midair. At this moment, the great strength King Palm met the life and death hand seal. Chapter 68. Enraged and humiliated Zhao Wuji. Since Tang Ge's entrance, every skill he had employed, whether for healing or restriction, had aligned perfectly with his identity as a supportive soul master. Thus, apart from Lin Yuechan and Tang San, who had witnessed Tang Ge tear apart the mandala snake with his bare hands, the others believed he was indeed just a supportive soul master. Even Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, was no exception. Therefore, after using gravity enhancement to suppress Tang San and the others, he felt that dealing with a mere supportive soul master like Tang Ge would be a piece of cake. As he unleashed the great strength King Palm, Zhao Wuji could not help but laugh maniacally. "You little brat, today I shall thoroughly spank you." However, before his laughter could fade, the black and white light flashed before his eyes, causing him to widen them in shock. Opposite him, the seemingly defenseless Tang Ge, with the manifestation of the yin-yang life and death diagram, summoned forth a massive hand, half black and half white, swirling with energy. The life and death hand seal. Tang Ge's deep voice resonated as the hand he had conjured collided forcefully with the incoming great strength King Palm. Boom! A deafening sound akin to thunder erupted. Under the incredulous gazes of Tang San and the others, the great strength King Palm was crushed almost instantly, while the black and white giant hand remained undeterred, descending heavily upon Zhao Wuji. Before the palm print could reach him, Zhao Wuji felt an alarming drain on his soul power. It was as if the very essence of his life was being siphoned away, flowing out of him uncontrollably. Damn it! What kind of bizarre 10,000-year soul ring did this boy acquire by killing some soul beast? Zhao Wuji could not help but roar within his mind. Left with no choice, he bypassed his fourth soul skill and activated his fifth soul skill. Gravity compression, accompanied by an anguished roar, a black 10,000-year soul ring finally illuminated Zhao Wuji. Under the immense pressure of his soul power, the space above him appeared as if it were about to collapse, warping in waves. The descending life and death hand seal collided with it, erupting in a blinding flash. Countless yin and yang energies were torn apart and dissipated. The yin-yang giant hand seal shrank in size. However, thanks to Ning Rongrong's martial spirit enhancement, the power of Tang Ge's yin-yang giant hand seal was significantly augmented compared to before. As the two 10,000-year soul skills clashed, Zhao Wuji's gravity compression ultimately could not withstand the onslaught until the very end. The lingering imprint of the yin-yang great hand was forcefully stamped upon him under the furious gaze of Zhao Wuji. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust billowed upward, causing all present to shudder involuntarily. As they turned their eyes towards Tang Ge, their expressions were flooded with astonishment and complexity. When did auxiliary soul masters become so formidable? Tang Ge, acutely aware of the gazes upon him, felt a surge of delight in his heart, for the system's notification resonated incessantly in his mind. While he reveled in his triumph, he also exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite his formidable strength, having attained the rank of 39 as a soul venerable, the continuous release of soul techniques had rendered him quite fatigued. Particularly, the final Yin-Yang Great Hand had nearly drained the scant soul power he had left. Yet, all of it was worth it. The shock value was nearing the threshold of 30,000. With this thought, a smile graced Tang Ge's face as he seated himself cross-legged on the ground. Not far away, amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly emerged. It was Zhao Wujie. However, in stark contrast to his previous imposing demeanor, Zhao Wujie's attire was tattered, and his swollen face was caked with grime. Upon noticing Tang Ge sitting on the ground, he uttered not a word but raised his hand once more. Tang Ge, startled, quickly interjected, "Stop! Stop! Stop! What? Are you finally ready to concede?" Zhao Wujie grinned, revealing a menacing smile. Tang Ge, feeling helpless, pointed to the ground nearby. "Teacher Zhao, you misunderstand. I merely wish to inform you that the incense is burned down to its base. Time's up." At Tang Ge's words, both Zhao Wujie and Tang San could not help but turn their heads. Indeed, the incense that had been planted in the ground had dwindled to mere embers. Upon witnessing this, Tang San and the others collectively released a sigh of relief. However, Zhao Wujie's expression darkened dramatically. As a formidable soul saint of level 76, the thought of being defeated by a group of young ones, each merely in their 20s, was a blow to his pride. No, this could not stand. With this in mind, Zhao Wujie fixed his gaze back on Tang Ge. With a sneer, he said, "You, by your very presence, are outside the scope of this assessment. Thus, it stands to reason that those 5 youngsters have lost. However, if you can allow me to strike you and still remain standing, I might consider acknowledging their success." At this proclamation, Tang San and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Xiao could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "You're being unreasonable." Indeed, Ning Rongrong added indignantly, "The esteemed, immovable king dares not admit his defeat. What a disgrace it would be if this were spread." Zhao Wujie, unfazed by the protests of the 2 young women, coldly retorted, "In this academy, aside from the principal, my word is law. Of course, should you refuse, you are free to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome students who shy from battle." The 4 girls, including Xiao Wu, gritted their teeth in anger. Yet, after shaking his head at them, Tang San rose to his feet. Gazing at Zhao Wujie, he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Since Teacher Zhao insists, let us restart and engage in a truly fair contest." "Are you certain you wish to restart?" Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing Tang San's words. "I am certain," Tang San affirmed resolutely. At this, Zhao Wujie regarded him with newfound admiration. He appreciated students who exhibited such unwavering resolve. Thus, he was prepared to nod in agreement. Yet, before he could voice his consent, a voice filled with exasperation interrupted. "Have you two considered my opinion as the party involved?" When Tang San and Zhao Wujie turned toward the source of the voice, they were startled to find Tang Ge, who had been recovering on the ground, now standing. "Tang Ge, Tang San began, but Tang Ge waved his hand to interrupt him, turning his gaze back to Zhao Wujie with a fearless smile. "Since Teacher Zhao desires to strike me so fervently, I suppose I must reluctantly fulfill your wish." Chapter 69. I, Tang Ge, persuade with reason. As Tang Ge spoke, Zhao Wujie's attention returned to him. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Youngster, are you truly prepared to receive my strike while standing? If I exert too much force, it could be fatal." Yet, as he uttered these words, Zhao Wujie internally resolved to temper his strength during the strike, merely intending to teach Tang Ge a lesson. After all, how could he face these students as their teacher if he could not even best them? However, what Zhao Wujie did not anticipate was that upon hearing his words, the previously resolute Tang Ge hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Fatal? Upon reflection, perhaps I should refrain, as an auxiliary soul master is ill-suited for such perilous encounters. Zhao Wujie was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his breath becoming labored. He could hardly fathom how a person with such audacity could exist within Shrek Academy. An auxiliary soul master? Who has ever seen an auxiliary soul master capable of shattering his mighty golden king palm with a single strike? Suddenly, a stifled laugh broke the tension. Tang Ge turned to find that the laughter had come from Zhu Yuqing. In that moment, the usually icy Zhu Yuqing exuded an unexpected charm. Tang Ge could not help but compliment Sister Zhu Yuqing. "There's something rather peculiar about your smile." At his remark, Zhu Yuqing's expression stiffened, reverting to her customary coldness. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, believing Tang Ge to be mocking her, indignantly defended. "Tang Ge, what is so strange about Sister Zhu's smile? Could you be clearer? Quite adorable." Tang Ge added cheerfully. Ning Rongrong. She suddenly felt foolish for having engaged with such a despicable person. Even Tang San and the others regarded Tang Ge with a mix of bewilderment. As for Zhu Yuqing, her face flushed crimson. Had the assessment not been ongoing, she would have fled in embarrassment. Suddenly, a grinding sound echoed in the air. Realizing that he had just teased Zhu Yuqing, Tang Ge quickly shifted his focus back to the now contorted face of Zhao Wujie, apologetically stating, "Teacher Zhao, please do not misunderstand. I merely sought to alleviate the tense atmosphere here." "Then, are you planning to continue this banter with me?" Zhao Wujie glared at Tang Ge, his fist cracking ominously. Tang Ge shook his head, his expression shifting back to seriousness. He earnestly inquired, "Teacher Zhao, I sincerely ask, do you truly believe that with their abilities and talents, Xiao San and the others cannot gain admission to Shrek Academy? Very well, you may continue to maintain your silence. What I wish to convey is that I arrived here with them. Should they be unable to stay due to your actions today, I too shall depart. I firmly believe that whether it is my talent or that of Xiao San and the others, gaining admission to other academies poses no challenge whatsoever. Surely, you do not believe that this continent harbors no institutions beyond Shrek Academy? As the saying goes, one should leave a thread of connection for future encounters. If Teacher Zhao were to act excessively now, it would not bode well for him. Who knows, one day, someone even more formidable than Teacher Zhao might just give him a thorough beating." As the conversation drew to a close, Tang Ge cast a calm gaze upon Zhao Wujie. For the first time, Zhao Wujie felt an unexpected weight emanating from a mere 12-year-old child. Moreover, he found himself threatened, being told he might be beaten. Zhao Wujie felt profoundly uncomfortable, but could not deny the validity of the child's words. However, he found himself in a precarious position. To concede to a group of children would utterly tarnish the dignity of the esteemed title Douluo. In that moment, Zhao Wujie was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Perhaps sensing Zhao Wujie's turmoil, Tang Ge's serious expression shifted to one of mirth as he spoke. "Of course, I understand that Teacher Zhao's intentions are for our benefit. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem. Right, Xiao San?" "Huh. Yes, Teacher Zhao is only acting in our best interest." Tang San, taken aback by Tang Ge's sudden inquiry, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Tang Ge inwardly chuckled, observing Zhao Wujie's demeanor soften considerably, and continued, "Teacher Zhao, think it over. As the Academy's second-in-command, you will undoubtedly be tasked with teaching us in the future. Not to mention, with my extraordinary talents, alongside Tang San and the others, we have already surpassed 99% of our peers. Consider this. Should any of us become a title Douluo, would you not transform into a title Douluo's mentor? A title Douluo's mentor. Would you willingly relinquish such an opportunity to be remembered in history? If it were me, I certainly wouldn't." With those words, Zhao Wujie could no longer maintain his composure. He snorted in response, "I am not foolish. I would never give this opportunity to others. Fine. I suppose I will begrudgingly serve as your teacher for a few years. Oscar, what are you still doing standing there? Bring me a few of those small sausages." "Coming right up," came Oscar's voice from a distance. Before Oscar could arrive, Tang Ge smiled and offered, "Teacher, allow me to administer some healing." Without waiting for Zhao Wujie's consent, he waved his hand, conjuring a milky white beam of light that flowed directly into Zhao Wujie's body. A surge of vitality enveloped them, and Zhao Wujie instantly felt his injuries rapidly healing. He nodded in satisfaction. This soul skill is quite commendable, though the user's tongue could use some restraint. That is something to be amended in the future. Since you have passed the assessment, let Oscar arrange accommodations for you." With that, Zhao Wujie turned and strode away, a triumphant expression gracing his face. Tang Ge could not help but smirk. When he withdrew his gaze, he noticed Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others staring at him in astonishment. Is there something on me? Tang Ge asked, puzzled. They all shook their heads. Ning Rongrong pointed in the direction Zhao Wuji had departed, still in disbelief, and remarked, "You just made teacher Zhao so angry." And he walked away, just like that. So that was it. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, a confident smile spread across Tang Ge's face. I, Tang Ge, am a master of persuasion. Chapter 70. An early morning prize drawl in the distance. Oscar finally approached, carrying 2 crispy little sausages. However, aside from the few new students who had participated in the 4th round of assessments, Zhao Wuji was nowhere to be found. With a puzzled expression, Oscar inquired, "Where's teacher Zhao?" "He just left," Tang Ge replied, patting Oscar on the shoulder with a smile. "And you need not worry. I've already healed teacher Zhao's injuries." "Healed him, you say?" Oscar glanced at the sausages in his hand and then at his fellow students, who had emerged from battle with minimal injuries, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to sell more sausages during such a fortuitous opportunity. Nevertheless, Oscar's spirits soon lifted again as he recalled the breathtaking assessment he had just witnessed, his face lighting up with excitement. "You all are amazing. I initially thought you wouldn't pass teacher Zhao's rigorous examination, yet not only did you succeed, but you also left him in quite a predicament. And Tang Ge, you possess 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. Simply incredible. What is the name of the soul skill you used that even broke through teacher Zhao's mighty Vajra palm? I might as well start calling you boss." Seeing Oscar more animated than himself, Tang Ge felt a bit speechless. However, upon hearing the last remark, he chuckled. "Why ponder? Just call me boss. I won't refuse you." "Shouldn't Boss Dai know about this? He might be upset." Oscar's voice suddenly diminished. "Boss Dai? You must mean Dai Mu Bai." Tang Ge raised an eyebrow and laughed. "I would indeed like to find an opportunity to meet this Boss Dai you speak of. Perhaps he would agree as well. But for now, let us not dwell on that. Since the assessment has concluded, you ought to lead us to our lodgings. Rest assured, I haven't forgotten this matter. Come along, classmates." The dean has already made arrangements. As Oscar swiftly finished off the sausages, he nodded. Under Oscar's guidance, Tang Ge and his group of 6 departed from the assessment site. Although Shrek Academy may seem somewhat impoverished compared to other prestigious Soul Master academies, such austerity has its advantages. At the very least, the academy is situated in this quaint village with fresh air, which greatly benefits the students' training. Before long, Oscar brought Tang Ge and the others to their accommodation. The lodging comprised charming 2-story wooden pavilions, with only the 2nd floor being occupied. Perhaps due to their special enrollment, Tang Ge was fortunate enough to have an entire pavilion to himself, allowing him to savor the splendid view. Meanwhile, the others shared rooms, with Tang San and Oscar happily becoming roommates. Instantly, Tang Ge became the envy of several girls, who wished they could occupy his quarters. However, Tang Ge had no intention of relinquishing his pavilion. Upon entering, he promptly shut the door. The moment he sat on the bed, he finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Sensing the dwindling soul power within him, Tang Ge smiled faintly and murmured to himself, "I must elevate my soul power to level 40 soon, so I can prepare for my 4th soul ring." With that thought, he closed his eyes and began his cultivation. As the hell furnace was gently stirred, a unique element gradually converged in the air, entering Tang Ge's body. Under the refinement of the hell furnace, Tang Ge's soul power began to steadily increase. The following day, as dawn broke, Tang Ge, who had been cultivating throughout the night, suddenly opened his eyes. Hearing the footsteps on the rooftop in the distance, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. After 5 years apart, this little brother had actually learned to climb onto the roof to collect the essence of the sun and moon. By the way, it seemed that he had heard the system notification sound during his cultivation last night. With this thought, Tang Ge's consciousness was once again immersed in the system panel. Indeed, there were 2 system notifications. One was a contribution from Zhao Wuji, directly providing 3,500 shock points. The other was from Flinder, the president of Shrek Academy, granting 3,100 shock points. Logically, Flinder's strength surpassed Zhao Wuji's, thus he should have provided more shock points. Yet the result was evidently otherwise. Tang Ge speculated that perhaps Flinder was not as shocking as Zhao Wuji. But how could these 2 formidable figures be astonished by him in the dead of night? Could it be due to that beating he had received? Tang Ge pondered, unable to comprehend. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, as long as he had the shock points. That was sufficient. Noticing that it was still early outside, Tang Ge immediately summoned his personal data panel. Shock system, host, Tang Ge level 39 Soul Master, Martial Soul, twin martial souls of yin-yang life and death diagram. 4 swords of immortal slaying, soul rings, yin-yang life and death diagram purple, black, soul skills, joy, wings of yin-yang, life and death array. Life and death great seal. Martial skills, chaotic cloak hammer technique, walking character secret, hell refinement. Heaven's divine fist, physique, 99 fusion of ancient sacred body, shock points, 31,150, 3,000 points already. Tang Ge's gaze swiftly fell upon the shock points at the end of the list. Seeing the substantial amount of over 30,000 shock points, his eyes sparkled with excitement. With shock points arriving so early in the morning, it seemed today was fortuitous. Time to draw a prize. He promptly chanted in his heart, "Open the celestial roulette." Ding dong. Consuming 10,000 shock points, the celestial roulette commenced. With the system notification, a colossal wheel appeared before Tang Ge's eyes, beginning to rotate slowly. Tang Ge was already accustomed to this, merely waiting in silence. After a while, the celestial roulette came to a halt, and amidst a flurry of light, the system notification resounded once more. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a thunderbolt pill. A thunderbolt pill? Confused, Tang Ge couldn't help but check the information of the pill that was already stored in the system's space, which emanated a flicker of lightning. He soon discovered that the primary function of this thunderbolt pill was to enhance the success rate of tribulation crossing. However, he had no need for tribulation crossing. Tang Ge felt a tinge of frustration, yet he continued to draw again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a yin-yang profound dragon pill. Yin-yang profound dragon pill. When severely injured or on the brink of death, consuming this pill not only restores injuries, but also allows for a resurgence in power. This is a fine pill. I shall keep it. Although the second draw yielded yet another pill, its efficacy brightened Tang Ge's mood considerably. With 1,000 shock points remaining, he could only draw once more. Feeling fortunate, Tang Ge gritted his teeth and expended this last opportunity. Then, as the celestial roulette ceased its rotation, a dazzling blue light suddenly surged forth. Chapter 71, Meteor Tears. Buzz. The blinding blue light surged, nearly dazzling Tang Ge's eyes. However, rather than complain, he felt a surge of excitement. The intensity of the light emanating from the celestial roulette surely indicated a remarkable treasure. In his exhilaration, Tang Ge stood up from his bed, disregarding the risk of hitting his head on the ceiling, his gaze fixed intently on the deep blue light enveloping the celestial roulette. Gradually, the deep blue glow receded. A drop of deep blue crystalline liquid, resembling tears, appeared before Tang Ge's eyes. Could this be? As if struck by a realization, Tang Ge's body trembled with excitement. Simultaneously, the system notification echoed in his mind alongside the appearance of the deep blue crystal. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a drop of meteor tears. It truly is meteor tears. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Ge couldn't help but clench his fists. He had not anticipated such good fortune that morning, drawing such a precious treasure in one go. It is well known that meteor tears are the tears of the life god king from the world of star transformation, formed from the energy that enveloped him at the moment of his demise. Meteor tears not only heal injuries and provide a continuous source of energy for cultivation, but also encompass the life god king's profound understanding of the laws of space and time. Such meteor tears are exceedingly rare in the entire realm of star transformation, with only 2 drops existing. Acquiring them all would surely lead to becoming the next life god king. Tang Ge could hardly believe that 1 drop of meteor tears had found its way into his hands. Of course, he did not aspire to become the life god king. Rather, he was focused on the terrifying energy contained within the meteor tears. Tang Ge was convinced that with this drop of meteor tears, he could undoubtedly elevate the ancient sacred body to the awakening stage during the process of fusing with the 10,000-year soul rings. Furthermore, in the future, meteor tears would provide him with an unending source of energy. With this thought, Tang Ge suppressed his excitement, eagerly retrieving the meteor tears. The deep blue crystal, resembling tears, appeared in his palm, radiating light, and Tang Ge felt as though he were enveloped by an ethereal presence. The soft, comforting sensation tempted him to lose himself in its embrace. Buzz! Suddenly, the meteor tears detached from Tang Ge's palm and directly entered his heart. The hell furnace began its uncontrollable autonomous operation. Waves of surging deep blue energy began to emanate from the meteor tears, continuously being absorbed into the hell furnace. Time passed, and when a sudden knock on the door interrupted the stillness, Tang Ge, who had been sitting on his bed with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Within him, a barrier seemed to shatter, followed by an overwhelming surge of soul power. Though he had not checked his personal data panel, he instantly understood that his soul power had risen to the next level. Level 40 Soul Master. Is this the power of meteor tears? Feeling the meteor tears that had fused with his heart, and witnessing no change after their recent consumption, Tang Ge was both astonished and elated. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Ge, are you awake? Just then, another series of knocks resounded, accompanied by Tang San's inquiry. Tang Ge took a deep breath, allowing himself to gradually calm down. He knew that upon reaching level 40, he could venture into the Star Dove Forest to seek a suitable soul ring. Yet, having only just entered the academy, Tang Ge planned to proceed cautiously and wait a while before taking action. Moreover, with the assistance of meteor tears, he is confident that after breaking through to the Soul Master level, he will experience yet another significant enhancement. Falling behind? Absolutely out of the question. With this thought, Tang Ge smiled faintly, rising from his bed and heading towards the door. Outside the door, as Tang Ge emerged, he raised an eyebrow, surprised to find not only Tang San but also Xiao Wu and the four girls. Ning Rongrong, Lin Yuechan, and Zhu Zhuqing had all gathered. Even Oscar, having shaved, was yawning and looking around in a daze. The moment Tang Ge stepped out, Oscar's vacant eyes suddenly lit up, and he eagerly urged, Tang Ge, you're finally awake. Now that everyone is here, let us go eat. Oh, poor Oscar here, not even allowed to sleep in. Hearing Oscar's complaint, Tang San shook his head with a wry smile, knowing it was he who had awakened Oscar. Xiao Wu, however, didn't ponder much. Upon hearing about the meal, her eyes sparkled. Her stomach had been growling for quite a while, so upon seeing Tang Ge, she immediately grabbed Ning Rongrong and Lin Yuechan, as well as Zhu Zhuqing, and headed in the direction of the cafeteria. Weren't you calling me? Don't just stand there. Let us go. Tang Ge said with a smile as he descended from the loft. The three of them quickly followed suit. Since it was still early and Shrek Academy had rented half of the village, their journey was notably peaceful. However, as Tang Ge and his companions approached the cafeteria, they suddenly spotted two figures coming from the other half of the village. As they drew closer and recognized the approaching individuals, Oscar exclaimed in delight, Dai Lauda, over here. He waved his hand excitedly. Upon hearing Oscar's voice, the two figures halted. One of them was none other than Dai Mubai, who had not shown his face all day. He was equally surprised to see Oscar, but just as he was about to greet him, his gaze flicked to the side, and he instinctively turned to leave. Observing this, Tang Ge chuckled, it's you. What is this? Meeting an old friend and already planning to leave without a word, he leisurely walked over. Oscar, bewildered, couldn't he help but ask Tang San, do Tang Ge and Dai Lauda know each other? Tang San hesitated, unsure whether to answer. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, recognizing Dai Mubai as well, cheerfully recounted the events that had transpired at the Rose Hotel. Upon hearing that Dai Mubai had taken two twin girls to the Rose Hotel, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she huffed, what a lecher. Though Zhu Zhuqing said nothing. A flicker of disdain crossed her cold gaze as she looked at Dai Mubai in the distance. Standing beside Tang San, Oscar was equally astonished. He had never imagined that his Dai Lauda had such a dubious history. No wonder he had mysteriously vanished when tasked with bringing in new students. However, he mused, this new classmate, Tang Ge, was quite impressive, having defeated Dai Lauda even before enrollment. In that moment, Oscar suddenly felt that perhaps a change in leadership wouldn't be so bad after all. Chapter 72, Dai Lauda, also known as Dai Larer, without delving into the discussions of Xiao Wu and the others. When Tang Ge approached Dai Mubai, he smiled and said, I remember seeing you at the village entrance yesterday. I had intended to greet you, but you left so abruptly. Dai Mubai could detect the teasing tone in Tang Ge's words and felt an urge to punch him. Yet, realizing he couldn't overpower Tang Ge, He chose to let it go, feigning innocence as he replied, I was feeling unwell at the time. If I had known you were here, I would have definitely greeted the teacher in charge of the initial assessment. By the way, have you and your friends passed the evaluation? This question was merely a ploy by Dai Mubai to alleviate the awkwardness of their unexpected encounter. To his surprise, the sturdy youth beside him suddenly exclaimed, Are you Tang Ge, the genius who startled the dean with 3 soul rings yesterday at the village entrance? Tang Ge's attention shifted to the sturdy boy, and, recognizing his identity from the earlier system prompt, he responded with a smile. If you're referring to the genius Tang Ge who astonished the dean, then that would indeed be me. May I ask your name? Upon hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, the sturdy youth proudly thumped his chest, declaring, Ma Hongjun, Wuhuan Phoenix. Level 28 Battle Soul Master. Ah, a future Phoenix. Yet, at present, you appear to be merely a fledgling chicken. Tang Ge thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. Ma Hongjun, oblivious to Tang Ge's inner thoughts, turned his gaze back to Dai Mubai after recognizing Tang Ge. His surprise was evident as he remarked Dai Lauda. If Oscar and Tang Ge are together, it's clear they VE passed the assessment. How could you be unaware of this? Are you pretending? Feeling the scrutiny from Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai experienced the full brunt of the frustration that came from having a pig teammate. After all his efforts to create an escape route for himself, it was undone by a teammate's blunder. It was infuriating. Yet, Dai Mubai couldn't berate Ma Hongjun at that moment. He could only force a smile and explain, I had to step out for a bit, so I was fully informed. Tang Ge chuckled, but did not press the issue, instead focusing on Ma Hongjun, who was eyeing Xiao Wu and the other girls with a rather eager expression. He patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and squinted his eyes, asking, What do you think? Are they beautiful? Very beautiful. Ma Hongjun nodded enthusiastically. Tang Ge's eyes narrowed into slits, and a cold glint flashed within them, causing even Dai Mubai to shudder and retreat a few steps. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, he continued, Tang Ge, don't you know these lovely classmates? Could you introduce me to one? Of course. Tang Ge readily agreed. Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the response, but, after a moment of surprise, his excitement surged. Let us go now, he exclaimed eagerly. Hold on, let us go this way first. I'll give you some tips, Tang Ge said with a smile, leading Ma Hongjun towards a concealed area. With his mind filled with thoughts of women, Ma Hongjun eagerly followed without a second thought. However, moments later, a series of loud thuds accompanied by anguished screams echoed from behind the concealment. Though Dai Mubai could not see what transpired, the sounds painted a grim picture in his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily and refrain from further contemplation. After a while, Oscar and Tang San approached from a distance, just as Tang Ge and Ma Hongjun emerged from behind the cover. Upon witnessing the severely swollen visage of Ma Hongjun, resembling that of a pig, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? Tang San could not restrain himself from inquiring. With a playful smile, Tang Ge explained, This is our dear classmate Ma Hongjun, who has suffered from severe internal heat due to consuming unsavory food recently, leading to his current state. Am I not correct? Ma Hongjun? Yes. Big brother Tang Ge is right. I have indeed succumbed to internal heat, Ma Hongjun stammered, trembling at the recollection of recent events and hastily nodding in agreement. The previous thoughts that had crossed his mind were swiftly dismissed. It was truly a matter of life and death. However, Tang San and the others were not convinced by Tang Ge's explanation. Could one truly suffer such severe repercussions from mere dietary indiscretions? What nonsense! After all, they had observed the mischievous Dai Mubai attempting to stifle his laughter moments prior. Tang Ge seemed to notice this as his gaze shifted directly to Dai Mubai. With a gentle smile, he inquired, I have heard Oscar and Ma Hongjun refer to you as Big Brother Dai. Should we not likewise address you as such? At this remark, Dai Mubai, who had been struggling to contain his laughter, suddenly wore a frozen expression. He sensed that a misstep in his response could lead to unfavorable consequences. Thus, he feigned calmness and waved dismissively, saying, What, Big Brother Dai? That is merely a hollow title. Besides, with you, Tang Ge, present, how could I allow you to call me that? I should be addressing you as Big Brother instead. Big Brother Dai, Tang Ye Sudenlu exclaimed. Dai Mubai's voice faltered, and he stared blankly at Tang Ge, momentarily unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Witnessing Dai Mubai's bewildered expression, Tang Ge fought to suppress his amusement as he approached, smoothing out Dai Mubai's slightly wrinkled collar while earnestly stating, "Big brother Dai, although I shall be your leader henceforth. Your position as big brother is nonetheless of great significance. You must fulfill your role diligently, ensuring the welfare of your classmates. Do not let me down, understood?" Dai Mubai was rendered speechless, his voice trembling as he struggled to respond. Tang Ge gave his shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to the equally dumbfounded Tang San and the others. His gaze then landed on Oscar, and with a smile, he said, "Oscar, I trust you now know how to address me?" Oscar, regaining his composure, glanced between Dai Mubai and Tang Ge before cautiously stating, "Big brother Tang Ge?" "Indeed, it is big brother Tang Ge," Ma Hongjun affirmed resolutely, still reeling from his prior encounter. The girls, including Xiao Wu, were visibly discontented upon hearing this. However, they preferred the notion of Dai Mubai, the rogue, being relegated to the position of big brother, preferably for an eternity. Subsequently, Tang Ge beckoned for everyone to proceed towards the cafeteria. Ultimately, Dai Mubai found himself alone, standing in solitude, his eyes devoid of focus. Who am I? Where am I? Why have I become big brother? Chapter 73. Accompanying you in revelry and recreation, dong, dong, dong. The sudden tolling of the bell resonated throughout Shrek Academy in the morning. Having already partaken in breakfast, Tang Ge and his companions hastened to the academy's main grounds after learning from Dai Mubai that the dean had summoned the students. During their journey, they had all become acquainted with each other's names and soul power levels. Particularly, Ma Hongjuan's peculiar mutated martial soul left the girls, including Xiao Wu, blushing with embarrassment, whispering incredulously about the existence of such a bizarre martial soul. Ma Hongjun, feeling innocent in the matter, refrained from retorting, knowing well the consequences of provoking Tang Ge. As for Dai Mubai, the erstwhile big brother Dai, after being demoted to big brother, had resigned himself to his fate. Unable to compete physically and outnumbered by his peers, he recognized that even a vote would not secure him victory. Considering his own 37 level compared to his opponent's 40 and the age of their soul rings, he sighed in acceptance. On the way to the main grounds, Dai Mubai chose to lower his head and address Tang Ge as big brother for the first time. However, upon doing so, he realized that perhaps being big brother was not so lamentable after all, and he relinquished his earlier fixation on the issue. Soon, the group arrived at Shrek Academy's main grounds, where they found themselves in solitude. In truth, only Tang Ge and his 9 companions were present at the academy at that moment. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man dressed in black attire and sporting glasses approached from a distance. Upon seeing him, the chatting group of 10 quickly fell silent. With deliberate steps, the bespectacled middle-aged man approached Tang Ge and his companions. It was none other than Flandra, the dean of Shrek Academy. Upon closer inspection, the students noticed the dark bruises adorning the dean's face, leaving them astonished. Had the dean been assaulted? Tang Ge felt a surge of surprise, quickly recalling the system notification he had seen earlier that morning. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what indiscreet remarks the dean had made the previous night that warranted such a beating. Had he perhaps been dragged down by Zhao Wujie? As he pondered, Flandra suddenly spoke, casting his gaze over all present. "I am delighted to welcome 6 new prodigies to our academy this year. As the dean, I extend my warmest greetings to you all." He continued, "Shortly, you are to each submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees finances." Dai Mubai. "Dean." Dai Mubai responded, stepping forward, his eyes filled with respect and admiration as he regarded Flandra. Flandra instructed, "You will be responsible for informing these new students about the Academy's rules. Afterward, return to your quarters and adjust your conditions to their optimal state before nightfall. Your first class will commence tonight. And do not say I did not warn you. Our Academy's curriculum differs from that of others. You may encounter peril, so remember my words." With that, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others turned to depart. Just as Tang Ge was about to leave, he heard Flandra call out once more, "Tang Ge, you 2 must stay." At last, only Tang Ge, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong remained. After briefly fixing his gaze on Tang Ge, Flandra then addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stating, "The reason I have chosen to retain you both is that you are support soul masters. While it is true that support soul masters do not engage in combat and receive protection from their comrades on the battlefield, this very aspect renders them more vulnerable, making them prime targets for enemies. Thus, as support soul masters, Your foremost responsibility in assisting your teammates is to ensure your own survival. I have arranged a task for you today, physical training. From this moment, you are to run 20 laps around the village. Should you fail to complete this by noon, do not return for lunch. You may utilize your martial souls to assist you. So commence now. After listening, Oscar's expression immediately fell. He was well aware that the 20 laps that Dean mentioned encompassed not only the village but also the surrounding farmland. When calculated, 20 laps were indeed quite daunting. Even someone at the 20th level of soul power would struggle to endure such a task. Despite this, Oscar dared not voice any complaints. The Dean's orders were absolute. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong cast a curious glance at Tang Ge, who was present, and couldn't help but inquire, "Is he joining us?" "He won't be running with you, but he will accompany you to supervise your progress," Flinder replied nonchalantly. "What? Am I to remain here as a monitor for Ning Rongrong?" "Dean, surely this isn't a deliberate ploy?" Tang Ge muttered to himself in disbelief upon hearing Flinder's words. Others might be oblivious, but he knew full well that Ning Rongrong was a little demoness. It was unlikely she would manage even 2 laps, let alone 20. If Tang Ge were to foolishly compel her to complete the 20 laps, he would undoubtedly become her foremost adversary in her eyes, bearing the brunt of her resentment. After all, the little demoness of the 7-treasure glazed tile school had earned her moniker for a reason. With this in mind, Tang Ge smiled and nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Dean, I will diligently oversee their progress." Ning Rongrong pouted, clearly displeased. Nevertheless, she turned and began to jog slowly away from the academy. Observing her departure, Tang Ge and Oscar followed suit, beginning their own run. Once they had all left, Flinder couldn't help but touch his slightly bruised face. He grimaced and muttered, "It takes a villain to train a villain. My old bones can scarcely withstand this." Outside the village, Tang Ge and the others were jogging steadily. However, as they ventured further from the village, Ning Rongrong abruptly halted. She looked at Tang Ge and Oscar, though her primary focus was on Tang Ge, hands on her hips, declaring, "I'm not running anymore. You two can go ahead." "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "The Dean instructed us." Oscar attempted to persuade her. But before he could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong shot him a fierce glare, silencing him immediately. Tang Ge, who had also stopped, smiled and asked, "If you're not running, where are you heading?" "I'm going to the city. I refuse to waste time here," Ning Rongrong replied, her pretty face filled with disdain, already plotting how to counter Tang Ge's objections. To her surprise, Tang Ge not only refrained from opposing her, but rather nodded in agreement. "It's not safe for a girl to go to the city alone. In that case, I shall accompany you, and Oscar can run here by himself." "Really? You intend to join me? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Ning Rongrong questioned, filled with skepticism. However, Tang Ge had already begun walking ahead, his voice cheerful as he urged, "Let us go. Today, I shall reluctantly accompany you for food and fun, and we won't return until it's dark." Chapter 74. She suddenly enlightened watching Tang Ge stride ahead. Ning Rongrong snapped back to reality, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She stomped her foot, feigning displeasure. "What do you mean by accompanying me for food and fun? You just want to be lazy." But considering you're my classmate, I shall reluctantly agree to your request." "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." In no time, Ning Rongrong, lifting her white skirt, hurried to catch up. Any prior impression of Tang Ge as arrogant and conceited vanished in that moment. Anyone willing to spend time with her Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly a good friend. Meanwhile, Oscar stood frozen in place, watching as Tang Ge and Ning Rongrong, who were supposed to run alongside him, grew increasingly distant. He couldn't help but murmur, "Is that it? Are they just leaving me behind?" Glancing around at the vast fields, Oscar suddenly found the prospect of running rather unappealing. "Perhaps I should go to the city as well," he thought. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, scattering leaves and revealing a feather that gracefully floated before him. To his astonishment, he sensed a trace of soul power emanating from the feather. This revelation jolted Oscar into action, and without hesitation, he resumed his task of running 20 laps. At one moment, a shadow flitted across the space above him, vanishing swiftly from sight. Accompanying the wealthy on outings certainly had its advantages, especially when the companion was a beautiful heiress. After agreeing to join Ning Rongrong, the little princess from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, on a trip to Soto City, Tang Ge found her more than willing to cover all expenses. As Soto City was the second largest city in the Baloch Kingdom, its prosperity was second to none. Throughout the day, Tang Ge fulfilled his promise of accompanying her for food and fun, while Ning Rongrong generously covered the costs. They indulged in delightful meals and enjoyed themselves thoroughly, seemingly forgetting the lapse assigned by the dean. As evening approached, recalling that there was training scheduled for Xiao Wu and the others later that night, Ning Rongrong reluctantly agreed to conclude their day of exploration in Soto City. And together with Tang Ge, they began their return to the village where Shrek Academy was located. On the way back, the evening glow bathed the two handsome young men and beautiful young women, creating a picturesque scene. As they walked, a vast expanse of farmland came into view, and in the distance lay the village where the academy was situated. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong stopped. Turning to Tang Ge with a slight blush, she quietly asked, Tang Ge, you know if we don't complete our running, the dean will surely be angry and punish us. But why were you willing to accompany me to Soto City today? Are you truly concerned for my safety as a girl? Tang Ge halted as well. Facing the somewhat shy Ning Rongrong, he smiled gently. Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? Truth? Lie? Ning Rongrong was puzzled by his question, but decided to respond. I want to hear the truth. The truth is, I have reached level 40. Tang Ge declared, a hint of pride in his voice. Level 40? That means you're approaching the soul sect, right? How did you level up so quickly? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. She recalled that during the assessment yesterday, he had only been at 39, yet in just one night, he had advanced another level. Reflecting on her own progress, which was only 26, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of discontent and a sense of competitiveness. As the esteemed little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, how could a person without any sect background surpass her in soul power? As for Tang Ge, even though the system notification had chimed in his mind, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ning Rongrong's description of him. What do you mean I leveled up quickly? I've always been fast. No. I've been consistently progressing well in my training. Regardless of Ning Rongrong's current thoughts, Tang Ge continued to smile. In addition to my soul power reaching the formidable level of 40, I possess 1 purple and 2 black soul rings, with the imminent arrival of a 3rd black 10,000-year soul ring. At that point, I shall undoubtedly break through to become a soul master at the tender age of 12. Furthermore, as you witnessed during yesterday's assessment, my soul abilities not only possess the capacity to heal my comrades, but also include formidable offensive skills. Even Teacher Zhao, a soul sage, found himself at a disadvantage against my prowess. Thus, the conclusion drawn from these merits is clear. Not even a month without training could allow my peers to surpass me in terms of soul power and rings. Upon learning of my soul power level, the Academy's headmaster would not only refrain from reprimanding me, but would also commend my balance of work and rest, making every effort to assist me in acquiring my 4th soul ring. Lastly, even if I were to face the battlefield one day, and my exceptional healing abilities were discovered by the enemy, do they truly believe they could vanquish me? This entire monologue was delivered by Tang Ge in a self-aggrandizing manner, yet every word he spoke was rooted in truth. However, for Ning Rongrong, each phrase struck like daggers. Every word reverberated through her, leaving her trembling, her once radiant face growing increasingly pale. 2 shimmering tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. Finally, biting her pale lip, Ning Rongrong abruptly turned and sprinted away, her stubborn sobs filling the air. Tang Ge, you may return. I, Ning Rongrong, am determined to complete the 20 laps assigned by the headmaster today. A gust of wind swirled nearby, and then a figure descended gracefully from above, none other than Flander, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. He cast his gaze towards the distance where Ning Rongrong had vanished, his brow furrowing slightly. What is she up to? Running laps, Tang Ge replied, as if he had anticipated Flander's arrival, showing no surprise. Did you not assign her 20 laps today? She is yet to finish. But hasn't she decided against running? Flander retorted, his frustration palpable. He had intended for this young man to supervise Ning Rongrong and Oscar, only to find that Tang Ge had chosen a frolic in Soto City with Ning Rongrong instead. Yet, Flander refrained from intervening, choosing to wait until this moment to reveal himself. Tang Ge, fully aware of Flander's thoughts, offered no justification for his actions. Instead, he smiled and said, Isn't it precisely your desire to see Ning Rongrong persist in her lapse? Perhaps after a day of fun, she has come to a realization on her own. With that, Tang Ge continued on his path toward the academy. Chapter 75, The Grand Soul Arena. She has come to a realization? Flander pondered. momentarily taken aback by Tang Ge's retreating figure. He could not suppress a scoff. Did he truly believe I hadn't heard his earlier remarks? To consume and take advantage of others, all while bullying a young girl. Such a cunning little rascal. Nevertheless, this saves me the trouble of intervening personally. Moreover, the lad has already reached level 40. It seems I must return and consult with Zhao Wuji on our plans. With this thought, a satisfied smile crept onto Flander's lips. He lingered no longer, merging with his martial soul and soaring into the sky, pursuing the direction in which Ning Rongrong had departed. As evening descended and the sky darkened slightly, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others emerged from their respective quarters, gathering on the academy's training ground. Oscar was notably absent, having exhausted himself from running 20 laps, and was now fast asleep in his bed. When Tang Ge approached from a distance, the eyes of Tang San and the others fell upon him, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. Tang Ge, I heard you spent the day with Ning Rongrong in Soto City? Dai Mubai inquired, stepping closer to Tang Ge. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. Dai Mubai bow to no one, but I must concede to you. Upon receiving confirmation, Dai Mubai expressed his admiration. Even he would hesitate to openly defy the headmaster's orders. Yet Tang Ge had done so without facing any consequences. This was the quality that compelled Dai Mubai to respect him. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, since you have returned, where is Ning Rongrong? She should still be running laps. Tang Ge replied uncertainly, running laps? Wait, weren't you just saying you went to the city? How has it suddenly changed to running laps? At Tang Ge's words, Dai Mubai appeared perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, a figure slowly approached from the distance. Soon, the figure stood before the group of 8, revealing none other than Headmaster Flander. However, he was not alone. Ning Rongrong lay sprawled on his back, her eyes tightly shut, her once fair face now smeared with dirt. Headmaster, Dai Mubai began, wishing to inquire about the situation. Yet, Flander did not pause as he passed through the training ground, heading toward the students' living quarters. After a brief interval, he returned alone. Noticing the students' looks of confusion and concern, Flander explained. This girl became too fatigued from running and fell asleep, so I took her back to rest. Since you are all gathered, let us set off. He did not specify their destination, seemingly intent on testing Tang Ge and the others. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he effortlessly sped away. Once they exited the village, Flander maintained a remarkably swift pace. To keep up, Tang San and the others had no choice but to exert themselves to their utmost, quickly forming a straight line due to the differences in speed. Tang Ge, however, felt no urgency, as he was well aware of their destination, leisurely trailing at the rear. The girl, Lin Yuechan, who could easily keep pace, deliberately slowed her speed to accompany Tang Ge, lagging behind. Flander, noticing this discrepancy, found himself at a loss regarding what to do with Tang Ge, who exhibited exceptional talent and strength. Frustrated, he directed his dissatisfaction toward Tang San and the others, significantly increasing his own speed. Consequently, by the time they arrived at Soto City for their training, Tang San and Dai Mubai were nearly exhausted. In stark contrast, Tang Ge and the blushing Lin Yuechan strolled leisurely, prompting a look of resentment from the 6 others. That insufferable headmaster, treating us so differently. Fortunately, Flander soon recognized the fatigue of Tang, San, and the others. Upon entering Soto City, he sought out a tea shop, sitting down to rest and sip tea. The night in Soto City remained vibrant and bustling, with crowds filling the spacious streets. Even while enjoying tea, Ma Hongjuan's eyes wandered restlessly, fixated on passing women, nearly toppling over in his eagerness. As the dean, Flander could hardly contain his discontent and snorted, "Sit still and refrain from aimless gazing." Oh, Ma Hongjun, feeling the weight of the dean's stern gaze, instinctively shrank his neck and reluctantly withdrew his eyes. After a while, observing that the students had nearly completed their rest, Flander abruptly rose from his chair. He pointed to a location across from them and declared, "Do you see that? That is where you will conduct your first training session tonight." Tang San and his companions followed the dean's gesture, and before them stood a vast array of towering structures, nearly 100 meters high and immensely imposing. In the darkness of night, flickers of light were intermittently visible within the buildings. Upon sighting this edifice, Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Dean, are you sending Tang San and the others there on their first day? Remember, You are all extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. As extraordinary beings, you must adopt the training methods befitting your kind. Facing the puzzled expressions of Tang, San, and the others, Flander replied coolly, that structure is called the Soto Great Spirit Arena, a venue for spirit battles, where soul masters engage in combat. Only cities of a certain caliber possess such arenas. The Academy will teach you how to wield your spirit and acquire superior soul rings. But practical experience can only be garnered through your own efforts. Thus, your first lesson will be practical combat, and that place will serve as your classroom. Finally, I assign you the task of obtaining at least a silver spirit badge before graduation. Now, let us proceed inside to familiarize ourselves with the environment. I shall leave the rest to Mubai to explain. With that, he took the lead toward the massive edifice. Let us follow suit and discuss the badge classifications and promotion rules along the way. Hearing the dean's graduation assignment, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat resigned as he glanced at Tang San and the others, who had yet to grasp the challenges ahead. Tang San and his companions nodded in agreement. Thus, as they continued on their path, Dai Mubai, adhering to Flander's instructions, elucidated the progression from the iron badge through copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond. The 8 levels of badges. He then detailed the points required for each level of promotion, as well as the scoring system for victories and defeats. Initially, Tang San and his companions found it unremarkable. However, upon learning that Dai Mubai had a record of 29 victories and 27 defeats, yet only possessed 2 points, they were taken aback, realizing the formidable nature of task. The Soto Great Spirit Arena was predominantly elliptical, standing at a height of 120 meters, divided into a main arena and 24 sub-arena. This venue was not only a place for soul masters to spar and exchange techniques, but also a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. To cater to the audience's needs, the entire arena could accommodate up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. While Tang San and his group initially felt indifferent from the outside, once they entered, they were immediately awestruck by the scene within. They finally understood why the dean had remarked that the scale of a great spirit arena could symbolize the strength of a city or even a nation. Before them stood a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with a multitude of names. Beside it, Flander remarked, "Do you see that? The names etched there belong to the fallen of the arena. If you do not wish to join their ranks, then exert yourselves to the fullest." With that, he strode directly into the main arena, leaving Tang San and his companions behind. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Dai Mubai chuckled and reassured them. There is no need to be overly concerned. Here, battles are categorized into 3 types. The first is a friendly spar, where lethal force is prohibited. The second is a life and death struggle, meant to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The final type is a wager battle, judged by the arena, where both sides send forth an equal number of soul masters, and the victor claims all that was wagered. Our purpose today is to participate in friendly sparring, primarily to enhance our practical combat experience. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun chimed in, "If it were that easy to perish, I would have died 12 times for my 12 losses." This remark elicited chuckles from Tang San and the others. Subsequently, they refrained from further discussion and proceeded to the registration area, where they measured their soul power and provided their names, ages, places of birth, and soul information, successfully obtaining their Iron Spirit badges. However, the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins did indeed cause a moment of heartache for Tang San and his companions. Fortunately, they only needed to win 1 match to earn a reward of 10 gold soul coins. In the rest area, numerous competitors were taking a breather. Upon seeing a group of children around 11 or 12 years old enter, expressions of surprise flickered across their faces, as they wondered if these were students from some academy on a training excursion. After all, such occurrences were quite common in the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Nevertheless, while the competitors were intrigued and curious, they did not inquire further. Instead, they resumed their meditation to recover their soul power, aiming to maintain peak condition for their next matches. The newcomers were, of course, Tang San and his group of 8. Yet after only a short while, Xiaowu could not contain herself any longer and suggested Tang San, "How about we sign up for a 2-on-2 spirit battle? This way, we can accumulate points more swiftly." "No problem. After all, we are here to enhance our practical experience, so gaining more experience is certainly beneficial." Tang San nodded with a smile. He then turned to Tang Ge and the others, seeking their input, are you joining us? Dai Mubai was eager to participate, secretly wishing to team up with Zhu Zhuqing. However, he was disheartened to find that despite her soul power being incompatible with his, she seemed entirely indifferent toward him. Instead, he noticed that Zhu Zhuqing's gaze often lingered on Tang Ge. Although most of her looks appeared to be mere curiosity, Dai Mubai, as a seasoned player in matters of the heart, understood that once a woman became curious about a man, more significant developments were bound to follow. This realization left him feeling both begrudging and utterly despondent. After a moment, he dejectedly remarked, "You all go ahead. I'm already a soul master, so it wouldn't be of much use for me to join. Tang Ge, what about you and Lin Yuechan?" Upon hearing Dai Mubai's refusal, Tang San turned to Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan. Initially uninterested, Tang Ge reconsidered upon noticing Lin Yuechan's curious and eager expression, and after a brief moment of thought, he smiled and nodded. "All right, let's go take a look." Lin Yuechan's face also lit up with a joyful smile. They then departed the rest area, heading directly toward the 2-on-2 registration area. The registration area for 2-on-2 battles was not far from the rest area. Upon reaching, Tang Ge and his companions stated their intentions, and the staff member in charge of registration replied, "The registration fee is 10 gold coins, and for each victory, you'll earn a total of 10 gold coins. Furthermore, please provide a name for your team." "A name?" Xiao Wu's eyes brightened, and she quickly urged Tang San, "Quickly think of a nice name for our team. How about?" Tang San pondered for a moment, preparing to voice a suggestion, when Tang Ge, standing nearby, seemed to have an idea and jestingly said, "Let us call it the Song and Dance Duo. How delightful it sounds to be skilled in song and dance." However, Xiao was quite displeased upon hearing this. She tilted her head, proudly declaring, "I am part of the Sanwu duo, not yours. It should be Sanwu instead of Yorgo Wu. What do you think, San? How does the name Sanwu sound?" Before Tang San could nod in agreement, a staff member who had been busy suddenly interjected, "All right, the Guwu duo has been registered." As he spoke, he handed over 2 iron soul badges. Upon receiving their respective badges, Tang San and Xiao Wu noticed the inscription Guwu duo and their expressions darkened. Xiao Wu, infuriated, confronted the staff member. "I clearly said Sanwu duo. Why did you inscribe Guwu duo?" The staff member, slightly taken aback, pointed at Tang Ge beside them. Feeling the intense, murderous glare from Xiao Wu, Tang Ge awkwardly replied, "I truly did not mean to." Tang San, equally speechless, turned to the staff member and inquired, "Is there no way to change it?" "You can change it, but you'll need to re-register the Iron Soul badge, and all your previous achievements will be erased." The staff member replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan gently tugged at Xiao Wu's hand and said softly, "Xiao Wu, don't be angry. The name can be changed." Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. "Xiao Wu, your one-on-one soul battle is about to begin. Hurry over. For Sister Yuechan's sake. I shall not hold a grudge against you." With the urging voice, Xiao Wu shot Tang Ge a fierce glare before dashing towards the one-on-one battle area. Seeing this, Tang San could only helplessly abandon the plan to re-register the Iron Soul badge and join Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan in the special viewing area prepared for the contestants. Chapter 77. Finally, it's my turn. The Great Soul Arena is divided into the main battle platform and the sub-battle platforms. But only soul masters of a certain strength are allowed to compete on the main platform. Thus, Tang Ge and the others found themselves assigned to the sub-battle platform. However, despite being a sub-platform, it still boasted a considerable area of 20 meters in diameter, providing ample space for the soul masters to showcase their skills. Unfortunately, the audience surrounding the 14 sub-battle platforms was sparse, with only about 1/5 of the seats occupied. As it was Xiao Wu's turn to compete, Tang Ge and his companions arrived at a special section on the lowest tier of the audience stands, designated for the contestants. At that moment, the middle-aged host in a tailcoat announced the commencement of the first match, and a formidable soul master stepped onto the stage. This soul master's name was Qingbao, and with his beast martial spirit, the Ironhorn Bull, he appeared remarkably robust, standing around 2 meters tall. Moreover, he was a 3-time consecutive champion. Consequently, when the seemingly delicate Xiao Wu stepped onto the stage, murmurs of doubt and concern rippled through the audience. Many spectators harbored skepticism about the young girl's ability to withstand even a minute against a seasoned champion. In the contestant viewing area, upon seeing Xiao Wu's opponent, Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim, "This guy looks quite strong." Do you think your Xiao Wu can handle it? Hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, Tang San smiled calmly. Just wait and see. Xiao Wu's soul skills are particularly wary of power-type soul masters, especially when the opponent's strength vastly exceeds hers. However, at the same level, a power-type soul master stands no chance once they are in close quarters. Meanwhile, the match on the battle platform commenced, and Tang San and the others ceased their discussions, focusing intently on the contest. Knowing the storyline all too well, Tang Ge was aware that Xiao Wu would emerge victorious. Indeed, in a moment of overconfidence from the power-type competitor Qing Bao, the seemingly fragile Xiao Wu swiftly closed the distance, her long legs propelling her into the air as she delivered a kick aimed at his neck. In a swift motion, she covered the several meters in an instant, her legs striking true. With a resounding thud, Qing Bao did not retreat an inch, and Xiao Wu's kick remained firm. Instead, she ensnared his neck with one foot while the other pressed against his sturdy chest. As a pink glow surged forth, two sparkling yellow rings appeared around Xiao Wu, affirming her identity as a great soul master to the audience. In the viewing area, as Tang San witnessed Xiao Wu's foot accurately grasping Qing Bao's neck, a smile crept onto his lips. Goodbye. With the activation of her soul skill, Xiao Wu rendered Qing Bao incapable of resistance, sending him soaring into the air. Following this, she delivered a powerful kick that launched him off the battle platform. With a heavy crash, the beast martial spirit master Qing Bao fell face first onto the ground. In that instant, the surrounding area of the sub-battle platform fell into stunned silence. Not only the audience, but even the hosts stood with their mouths agape, astonished that such a battle could conclude so swiftly, with the victor being a girl who appeared to be merely in her teens. In fact, throughout the brief encounter, the brawny Qing Bao had not even had the chance to unleash his martial spirit. However, a jubilant cheer soon erupted throughout the arena. Congratulations to Master Xiao Wu for winning the first battle. Let's all cheer for her. The host, microphone in hand, stood atop the rotating podium, enthusiastically calling out. Shortly thereafter, the audience, regaining their composure, joined in the excited shouts. In an instant, Xiao Wu became the focal point of the entire arena, the flashing lights illuminating her slightly flushed cheeks. Below the stage, witnessing Xiao Wu's victory, Tang San and his companions beamed with smiles. The competition continued, and having witnessed Xiao Wu's prowess, the audience no longer dared to underestimate the youthful Lin Yuechan, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai when they took the stage. In fact, these three young contestants delivered great surprises, not to mention Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who had prior competition data and rich practical experience, swiftly defeating their opponents. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechan's debut as a forest spirit elicited a chorus of screams from a group of women, captivated by her enchanting appearance. The men were equally drawn to Lin Yuechan's portrayal. However, upon witnessing her unleash a barrage of arrows that sent her opponents leaping off the stage in tears, they shivered and dared not harbor any further thoughts. The only unfortunate occurrence was that Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing faced off against each other, resulting in an internal battle within the Shrek Academy. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's swift speed as a ghostly feline spirit, she ultimately fell to Tang San amidst a barrage of blue silvergrass. It could be said, with Tang San's current soul power level and the resilience of blue silvergrass, unless their martial spirits are mutually restraining, there is no one of the same rank who could rival him. However, when facing Tang Ge, who is of equal rank, Tang San finds himself utterly helpless. He even questions whether he can inflict any harm on Tang Ge, even with hidden weapons, given the latter's extraordinary physical prowess. Unbeknownst to them, the match has concluded, and Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing have descended from the soul fighting platform, returning to the viewing area. Observing the composed Tang Ge still seated, Tang San's face lights up with anticipation as he inquires, Tang Ge, you are the last one left. Are you confident in winning? Just then, the host's passionate voice resonates once more from the soul fighting platform, announcing the next duel between two soul masters. One is Tang Ge, an auxiliary soul master wielding the martial spirit of the yin-yang life and death diagram, entering the fray as a newcomer against the seasoned combat soul master Guangzhan, who boasts 34 victories and wields the martial spirit of a stone blade. Now, let us invite these two soul masters to the stage. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Tang Ge rises with a smile from his seat. After a long wait, it is finally his turn. He then glances at Tang San and raises an eyebrow, saying, "Earlier you asked if I was confident. Be resolute, Xiao San. You should say, Tang Ge, you are truly formidable, and you will surely win." With that, amidst Tang San's wry smile and the audience's excited cheers, Tang Ge strides confidently toward the soul fighting platform. Chapter 78, A Single Punch. Shocking the entire arena. On the soul fighting platform, Tang Ge strolls leisurely onto the stage, facing a young man dressed in black combat attire, approximately 24-25 years of age. This young man, named Quang Zhan, possesses the strength of a soul master at such a young age, which, while not extraordinary, is commendable nonetheless. However, when compared to the 12-year-old Tang Ge, the disparity between them is stark and insurmountable. Moreover, with the frequent appearances and victories of Tang San and Xiao Wu, the audience has come to recognize that Tang Ge is part of their group. Consequently, as they glance at the young Quang Zhan, their eyes brim with sympathy, convinced that he is destined to lose this match. Quang Zhan, acutely aware of the pity and sighs directed towards him, feels a shadow of anger darken his expression. The host announces the commencement of the duel. With a surge of soul power, Quang Zhan's martial spirit, the stone blade, materializes in his grasp. Simultaneously, a white and two yellow soul rings appear, encircling his body in a slow rotation. Merely a 10-year soul ring and 200-year soul rings. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge perceives that this battle lacks any challenge. He can easily overpower his opponent based solely on the age of their soul rings. The only aspect that piques his interest is Quang Zhan's stone blade martial spirit. Thus, he inquires with a smile, "Has your martial spirit undergone any mutations?" Enough with the idle chatter. Reveal your martial spirit. I, Quang Zhan, will not show mercy simply because you are younger. Quang Zhan retorts coldly, refusing to answer. Tang Ge, unfazed, shakes his head with a grin. "In that case, you should strike first. I fear that once I make my move, you might not have another opportunity." Such audacity. At these words, Quang Zhan nearly explodes with rage. He refrains from further conversation, lifting the 2-meter-long stone blade and charging toward Tang Ge with heavy footfalls. As he approaches, he suddenly leaps into the air, letting out a fierce shout. Jumping slash. A dazzling white light flashes as a colossal stone blade, enveloped in soul power, descends upon Tang Ge. The blade's edge emits a faint glimmer, creating ripples in the air, while the sound of air friction resonates uncomfortably in Tang Ge's ears. Yet, rather than evade, he extends his right hand to meet the descending strike, seemingly intent on blocking the blade with his bare hand. In midair, Quang Zhan is taken aback by Tang Ge's audacious response, especially since the latter has yet to employ his martial spirit or soul power. How arrogant! The humiliation stirs a fierce anger within Quang Zhan, and as the stone blade nears its target, he bellows once more, second soul skill, doubling power. Boom! At this moment, a tangible blade aura erupts from the stone blade. The stone blade strikes down, merging with the blade aura, and crashes against Tang Ge's outstretched palm. The tremendous force unleashes a wave of ripples that rapidly spreads outward. Accompanied by a blinding light, the audience instinctively shuts their eyes. However, in the contestants area, Tang San utilizes his purple extreme demon eye to discern the unfolding scene within the brilliance. He cannot help but shudder, his face reflecting disbelief. This power. After a moment, as the light dissipates, the scene on the soul fighting platform becomes clear to the spectators. One by one, the audience rises in shock from their seats. In their incredulous gaze, they see Tang Ge standing steadfastly in place. The previously descending stone blade not only failing to harm him, but now firmly grasped in his right hand. On the other end, Quang Zhan clings to the hilt, suspended in midair. He is lifted, or rather, from the moment the stone blade fell into Tang Ge's grasp, he lost any chance of touching the ground. Staring at the close proximity of Tang Ge, Quang Zhan's fury dissipates, replaced by disbelief as he trembles, exclaiming, "How is it possible for you to withstand that?" In Tang Ge's mind, the system's notification chimes incessantly. Though many of the spectators are ordinary people, a significant number are soul masters. In a brief span, the soul fighting arena has provided Tang Ge with nearly 10,000 points of shock value. At this moment, he feels elated and, in a rare moment of mirth, explains to Quang Zhan, "There is no other way. I am inherently this powerful, and to assure you of my strength, I intend to deliver a punch. Are you ready?" As he speaks, Tang Ge slowly raises his previously relaxed left hand. As he clenches his fist, an overwhelming aura radiates from his being. At that instant, Kuang Zhan's body bristles with fear, akin to facing a 10,000-year soul beast. This sensation is terrifying. Kuang Zhan's pupils constrict, his gaze betraying his panic. Without hesitation, he cries out, "Third soul skill. Stone prison." Buzz. The yellow 100-year soul ring's light surges as a stone prison materializes. Originally intended for his opponent, Kuang Zhan now encases himself within it. In an instant, he finds himself surrounded by a prison composed of tightly interwoven stone bars. Tang Ge, observing this development, does not intervene, but allows Kuang Zhan to unleash his third soul skill. As the prison envelopes Kuang Zhan, he cannot help but chuckle softly. "It seems you're already prepared." Before his words have fully settled, Tang Ge's tightly clenched left fist strikes down heavily. Bang! The impact of his fist meeting the stone prison creates a deafening sound. Hiding within the stone prison, the fierce warrior, Kuang Zhan, noticed the intact soul technique and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, a sudden cracking sound shattered the stillness. Before Kuang Zhan could react, the prison that enveloped him exploded into fragments. In that moment, a fist struck heavily against his chest. Bang! With a splatter, the dispersing yellow soul energy sent Kuang Zhan flying like a kite severed from its string. In midair, blood gushed from his mouth. Thud! Finally, he crashed to the ground outside the soul arena, losing consciousness instantly. The booming sounds gradually faded, and the once lively arena fell into an eerie silence. The stunned audience, who had risen to their feet in shock, were so taken aback that even the host forgot to announce the results. In his mind, the image of Tang Ge shattering the prison with a single punch lingered. No martial spirit was summoned, no soul power was deployed, nor was there a soul technique in sight. Just a single punch. The soul technique of a soul master, empowered by a century-old soul ring, was obliterated in an instant. Such strength was unparalleled. Chapter 79. Zhu Zhuqing's request, watching Kuang Zhan, who had been defeated and sent flying from the soul arena by his punch, Tang Ge withdrew his fist, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This time, he had not utilized any soul power. He had merely unleashed a fraction of the ancient sacred body's might, easily overcoming a soul master of considerable strength. If he were to fully harness the 99 fusion of the ancient sacred body, combined with the secret techniques and the heavenly divine fist, Tang Ge was confident that a blow from him would even spell doom for a soul sect master. As for the more powerful soul kings, he conservatively estimated a 50-50 chance. At this moment, a flurry of system notifications echoed in his mind, and the shock value began to surge rapidly once more. Tang Ge believed that if he were to display the 2 black and 1 purple soul rings, it would surely attract even greater shock value. However, this was not Shrek Academy. With so many eyes around, an overly dazzling performance could bring unwanted attention. Tang Ge felt it prudent to wait until his strength increased further before making a grand entrance. Therefore, he turned to the host, who was still in a daze, and could not help but urge with a smile, "Surely this match counts as my victory?" His voice was soft, yet it reached the host's ears clearly. In an instant, the host snapped back to reality and erupted into an excited shout. "Did you see that?" After Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lin Yuechan, yet another young soul master, barely 13 years old, has flawlessly won his debut match in the soul arena. Remember his name, Tang Ge. Let us cheer for him with fervent applause. With the host's exuberant exclamation, the audience, regaining their composure, erupted into enthusiastic applause. Under the spotlight, Tang Ge descended from the soul arena with a beaming smile. Upon returning to the viewing area, he found the gazes of his companions, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, focused intently upon him. Dai Mubai could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Tang Ge, are you truly only at the soul master level and not a soul king? Do you believe me if I say I am a soul Douluo?" Tang Ge rolled his eyes. Dai Mubai nodded earnestly in response. "Regardless of what others think, I believe you. I have never seen anyone shatter 100-year soul ring's defensive soul technique with a single punch. Furthermore, the dean mentioned that Shrek Academy students are monsters. But compared to you, you are the true monster." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the others nodded in agreement, vividly recalling the fierce battle they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, the soul matches in this division continued. Unfortunately, Due to the rule that each soul master could only participate in one match per day, Tang Ge and his companions, having already fought, could not enter the arena again. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu and Tang San were set to compete in a 2-on-2 match, and lingering here held little appeal. Thus, Tang Ge, Daimu Bai, and the others followed Xiao Wu and Tang San to the 2-on-2 arena. Compared to the 1-on-1 arena, the 2-on-2 arena featured a battle platform nearly double the size and seating that accommodated at least half more spectators. Tang Ge did not sign up for the 2-on-2 matches, but chose to remain in the audience with Daimu Bai and the others. After waiting for nearly 2 rounds, Tang San and Xiao Wu, whose soul power had nearly fully recovered, ascended the battle arena upon the host's announcement. Sitting in the audience, Tang Ge watched the duel between Tang San and Xiao Wu while accessing his personal information panel. Shock system, host, Tang Ge level 40 soul master, martial spirit, twin martial spirits, yin-yang life, and death diagram. 4 swords of immortal execution, soul rings, yin-yang life, and death diagram purple, black, soul techniques, joy, yin-yang wings, life and death formation. Life and death great hand seal. Martial techniques, chaotic hammer method, secret of the line, hell refining, heavenly divine fist, physique, ancient sacred body fusion rate 99, shock value, 23. 470. Observing his current status, particularly the shock value, which had risen from just over 1,000 to over 20,000 in a single night. Tang Ge felt an overwhelming urge to remain in the Grand Soul arena indefinitely. He wondered if, within a month's time, he could amass 1,000,000 shock points. At that point, even with the worst luck, he should manage to draw some remarkable items, right? However, Tang Ge knew he could only indulge in such thoughts. If he dared to act on them, he would undoubtedly invite trouble. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he could defeat a tidal Douluo with a single punch before executing such a plan. Finally, Tang Ge shook his head, dismissing that notion. As for the newly surpassed 20,000 shock value, he intended to conserve it for a while, believing it was prudent to wait for the right moment to draw. With that, he tucked away the information panel and turned his full attention back to the competition. Unbeknownst to him, an hour slipped by. After Tang San and Xiao Wu concluded their match, they departed the Grand Soul Arena, having received prior instructions from Dean Flandra. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, Ma Hongjun, influenced by his martial spirit, decided to stay in Soto City for some relaxation. Out of habit, he extended a token invitation to Dai Mu Bai, who surprisingly accepted. Thus, only Tang Ge, Lin Yuechan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San and Xiao Wu remained, departing Soto City to return to Shrek Academy. In the inky blackness of night, twinkling stars playfully blinked in the sky, while the silvery moon gently caressed the mysterious continent with her soft light. At the entrance of Shrek Academy's village, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly halted, her cool visage betraying a weight of unspoken thoughts. She looked at Tang Ge, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Tang Ge, could you stay for a while? You want me to stay? Tang Ge was taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's request, as he surveyed his surroundings once more, apart from Lin Yuechan and Tang San, who remained here with Xiao Wu. There were indeed no other individuals present. Suddenly, Tang Ge's heart swelled with anticipation. Therefore, instead of hastily inquiring about the matter at hand, he nodded in agreement and addressed the 3 of them. In that case, you may return first. Lin Yuechan seemed to want to say something, but Xiao Wu directly grasped her hand and urged Tang San, leading them swiftly into the village, gradually disappearing into the shadows. In an instant, only Tang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge smiled and said, "Speak up. Is there a particular matter that necessitated my solitude? I want you to apply some pressure on me." Zhu Zhuqing lightly bit her lip as she articulated her objective. Chapter 8. A heavy burden what? You want me to apply some pressure on you? Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's request, Tang Ge nearly bit his own tongue in surprise. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Zhu Zhuqing, and said, "While I find this place quite agreeable, after all, sleeping beneath the sky and resting on the earth offers an intimate connection with nature, free from disturbances, I still wish to confirm. Do you truly desire to remain here rather than accompany me back to Sudoa City to find a hotel? If we were to seek accommodation, I believe the Rose Hotel would be quite splendid, with its large and comfortable beds. Once there, I can surely apply ample pressure on you." As he spoke these words, an expression of eager anticipation blossomed on his face. Initially, Zhu Yuqing struggled to comprehend his words. However, upon witnessing the expression on Tang Ge's face, her previously chilly demeanor transformed into a rosy hue reminiscent of a ripened apple. Additionally, with quickened breaths, her heart surged with intensity, resembling colossal waves crashing upon the shore, one after another. Tang Ge found himself irresistibly drawn to her. "Where are you looking?" Feeling as though her garments were being stripped away, Zhu Yuqing's face flushed crimson, and she couldn't resist glaring at Tang Ge, exclaiming in embarrassment. In that moment, she regretted having asked him to stay. However, Tang Ge was no ordinary individual. Having cultivated the ancient holy body, his strength was formidable, and his physique was extraordinary, including his countenance. Thus, in response to Zhu Yuqing's chastisement, he chuckled and retorted, "I was merely peering into your heart." Truth be told, under different circumstances, Tang Ge would not have engaged in such playful banter. Yet, who stood before him now was Zhu Yuqing, strikingly beautiful and possessing an impeccable figure. More importantly, her aloof personality, always maintaining a distance from others, left much unsaid, and tonight, Tang Ge was eager to test the waters. Once their playful exchange reached its conclusion, he swiftly shifted his demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Observing Zhu Yuqing, who appeared flustered and on the verge of turning away, Tang Ge earnestly stated, "Do not dwell on trivial thoughts. Since you wish for me to apply pressure, I must inform you that my earlier words have already imparted some pressure upon you. However, I presume the pressure you seek is to engage in combat with me. Can you elucidate the reason behind this?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhu Yuqing's tumultuous emotions gradually settled. He was correct. She had indeed felt pressure from his earlier remarks. Yet it was insufficient. Feeling the sincerity in Tang Ge's earnest gaze, she experienced an unexpected desire to confide in someone. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, "Tang Ge, perhaps you may freely navigate your own life. However, my path has been predetermined since birth. Yet I do not wish for this. I refuse to compromise myself for the sake of others. Thus, I continuously impose pressure on myself, striving diligently in my cultivation. Furthermore, I wish to prove that I am not inferior to anyone else. I once believed I had exerted myself sufficiently in my training, but upon encountering you, I realized I still have a long way to go. The pressure I impose upon myself is far from adequate." At this juncture, Zhu Yuqing's eyes sparkled with determination and a yearning for strength. She gazed earnestly at Tang Ge, declaring, "Therefore, I implore you to engage me in a fierce battle, allowing me to witness the extent of the gap between myself and true geniuses. Dear girl, reality is indeed harsh. If I were to unleash my full power upon you, it would not be pressure, but rather despair. You must understand that the chasm between us is not merely two towering mountains and a gaping chasm. It is an entirely different world." Tang Ge mused inwardly upon hearing Zhu Yuqing's request. Nevertheless, considering how this typically aloof girl had courageously voiced her desire in such a secluded countryside lane, he felt it would be unkind to refuse her. However, whether he would truly unleash his full strength remained his own prerogative. Thus, gazing at Zhu Yuqing, Tang Ge nodded. "We are classmates and friends. Therefore, I have no reason to decline, regardless of the circumstances. But are you truly prepared?" With that, Tang Ge's gaze deepened and grew serious. Zhu Yuqing nodded without hesitation. "I am prepared." "Very well. Make your move, and let me witness the power of your nether cat." Tang Ge responded, retreating 7 or 8 meters before beckoning Zhu Yuqing with a gesture. Having witnessed Tang Ge's prowess in the Great Soul Arena, Zhu Yuqing knew the extent of his formidable strength. Thus, at this moment, she held nothing back. As her martial spirit manifested, 2 yellow, century-old soul rings emerged from beneath her feet. With her spirit enveloping her, a shadowy figure of a sleek black cat could be faintly discerned behind her. Then, with all her might, she propelled herself forward, swiftly closing the distance to Tang Ge. Just 2 meters away, she leaped into the air and unleashed her first soul skill, Nether Strike. Swish! Channeling her soul power, Zhu Yuqing's hands transformed into lethal claws, aiming with ferocity towards Tang Ge's chest. "Oh, an immediate strike to a vital point. How ferocious," Tang Ge remarked, raising an eyebrow and revealing a smile. However, he refrained from employing any soul skills. At the crucial moment, just as her claws were about to strike, he suddenly reached out his hands. In an instant, all claw traces vanished. Zhu Zhuqing's wrists were firmly grasped by Tang Ge. Sensing the softness within his grasp, Tang Ge turned to Zhu Zhuqing and teased. If this is all the strength you possess, I might just have to take advantage of you. He then willingly released his hold. As her wrists were freed, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she let out a cold snort before promptly unleashing her second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws. Thud, 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 thud. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing morphed into an afterimage, swirling around Tang Ge, unleashing a flurry of sharp claw strikes. It appeared as though Tang Ge were unresponsive, allowing every claw strike to land upon him. In mere moments, he had sustained no less than 2 attacks from the nether claws across various parts of his body. After executing Nether 100 Claws, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly retreated 7 or 8 meters, fixing her gaze intently upon the impacted Tang Ge. Under her eagerly anticipative gaze, with a sudden rip, Tang Ge's attire was instantly reduced to tatters, scattering like confetti around him, revealing his well-proportioned and graceful physique. A gust of night breeze swept by, causing Tang Ge to shiver involuntarily. He lifted his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing across from him, wearing a look of helplessness. Beautiful lady, even if you cannot defeat me, is it necessary to shred my clothing? You see me fully exposed. Chapter 81. The wildness hidden beneath the cold Zhu Zhuqing was a sensitive attack-type spirit master. Whether employing the Nether Claw or the Nether Strike, she possessed both incredible speed and formidable penetration. Typically, an ordinary spirit master would struggle to withstand her onslaught. However, Tang Ge was no ordinary individual. Thus, the result of Zhu Zhuqing's relentless attacks was that all of his garments, save for the close-fitting ones underneath, were reduced to fragments. Yet, remarkably, his exposed, sculpted body bore not a single mark, not even the faintest trace of white. Tang Ge was immensely satisfied with this outcome. However, observing Zhu Zhuqing still staring at him a daze, he couldn't help but smile and jest. Have you seen enough? If not, I could take my time getting dressed. His voice was soft, yet it jolted Zhu Zhuqing back to reality. Instantly, her lovely face flushed a deep crimson. She hastily turned away, her voice trembling as she urged, "You should put on your clothes quickly. Where am I supposed to find clothes in this desolate wilderness?" Tang Ge invadlu grumbled. Fortunately, he had access to a system space that contained numerous outfits, so he promptly retrieved one and donned it. Once he was dressed, he remarked, "All clear now. You may turn around." Zhu Zhuqing slowly turned around, eyes closed. Only when she cautiously opened them to confirm that Tang Ge was not deceiving her did she fully open her eyes, seemingly recalling the awkwardness of her earlier words. She was taken aback to see Tang Ge had indeed pulled out a new garment and put on. However, she refrained from probing into Tang Ge's secret. Instead, as she recalled the near-perfect physique she had glimpsed, her cheeks flushed anew. Yet, beyond her embarrassment, Zhu Zhuqing was filled with astonishment and confusion. The second soul skill she had just unleashed had inflicted no damage upon Tang Ge, who had not even attempted to evade. Was such terrifying physical resilience truly characteristic of an auxiliary spirit master? No, he was not merely an auxiliary spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but recall the moment during the assessment when Tang Ge had similarly shattered Zhao Wujia's formidable golden palm with a single soul skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for astonishing Zhu Zhuqing, earning 700 astonishment points. At that moment, the system notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind. Observing the perplexed yet amazed expression on Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face illuminated by the moonlight, he couldn't help but smile and inquire, "So what do you think? Does my physique impress you?" Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her eyes revealing curiosity. Tang Ge chose not to elaborate further. Instead, sharing a memory from when he was 6 years old, he casually stated, "You are aware of the first soul ring of Shao San? It originated from a 400-year-old mandala snake. I was the one who killed that mandala snake with my bare hands when I was just 6. 6 years old? You killed a 400-year-old mandala snake with your bare hands?" Zhu Zhuqing gasped in disbelief. She knew that Shao San's first soul ring came from a mandala snake, but she had never imagined it was slain by Tang Ge. Such an unfathomable event left her utterly astounded. Only now did she truly comprehend why Tang Ge had achieved the status of a spirit ancestor at the tender age of 12, boasting 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. Looking at Tang Ge, Zhu Zhuqing earnestly declared, Dai Mubai was right. compared to us, you are the true monster. Can I take that as a compliment? Tang Ge replied with a broad smile. Then, shifting his tone, he continued, having witnessed my defensive capabilities. Do you still wish to challenge me? Zhu Yuqing fell silent for a moment. Then, with a hint of reluctance, admitted, I acknowledge your strength, but I still wish to experience your true prowess, not merely stand there defensively. Sighing, Tang Ge thought, indeed, all girls are equally challenging. He shook his head in resignation and remarked, if you can't feel anything while I stand still, do you really think you can withstand my movements? Nevertheless, he relented. Since you insist on testing your limits, allow me to truly demonstrate my strength. With that, he merely lifted a foot and took a gentle step forward, abruptly vanishing from his position. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Yuqing's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, she unleashed her nether claw, surrounding herself with a flurry of claw shadows. Yet before she could catch her breath, a powerful gust of wind rushed toward her. Suddenly, Tang Ge's figure appeared mere inches from her, his presence overwhelming. How about now? Do you wish to continue? Tang Ge asked with a calm smile. Zhu Yuqing, seemingly struck, lowered her head and dispelled her nether claw. After a moment, she raised her gaze to the formidable and enigmatic companion before her, her eyes reflecting a sense of dazed wonder. The frantic beating of her heart gradually found solace. Calming down, before Tang Ge could react, Zhu Yuqing unexpectedly leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Observing Tang Ge's astonished expression, her previously cold demeanor transformed into a radiant smile, akin to a blossoming flower. Thank you, Tang Ge, for staying with me tonight. I am genuinely happy. Although I know you didn't exert your full strength, I felt the pressure. This pressure will remain in my heart, urging me to strive harder. And one day I'll catch up to you. Thank you so much. With that, Zhu Yuqing summoned her martial soul's power, transforming into a shadow that swiftly vanished into the night. When Tang Ge regained his senses, only the lingering scent of her presence remained in the air. He couldn't resist touching the spot where she had kissed him, chuckling as he shook his head. I never imagined I would be teased by Zhu Yuqing in the end. Yet he had to admit, that sensation was indeed delightful. A moment's reflection brought a reminiscent smile to his face. Zhu Yuqing's performance tonight had thoroughly exceeded his expectations. Beneath her frigid exterior lay a wildness that was bold and unrestrained. Regrettably, she had fled too swiftly. Otherwise, Tang Ge would have certainly returned the kiss. Moreover, he had yet to address the matter of being seen unclothed. Oh well, that could be discussed another time. Glancing at the deepening darkness of the night, Tang Ge shook his head to dispel his wandering thoughts and promptly set off towards the direction of the academy dormitory. At the village entrance, the summer cicadas sang continuously. No one knew that an intriguing encounter had just unfolded here. Chapter 82, Oscar Spring, Seeking Recommendations. The next day, dawn broke. As the bell tolled, Tang Ge and his group of 9 reconvened in the academy's grand playground after breakfast. With Dean Flanders yet to arrive, the atmosphere was lighthearted. As everyone discussed their gains from the previous night's Great Soul Arena, Tang Ge stood aside, a smile gracing his face as he observed the scene. According to the original plot, there would have been a conflict between Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, leading her to resolve to change herself. Simultaneously, Oscar would have experienced a surge in his soul power, elevating him from level 29 to 30 overnight. However, with Tang Ge's intervention, everything had shifted. Zhu Yuqing and Dai Mubai had grown increasingly distant, their attention instead gravitating towards Tang Ge. Faced with Tang Ge, who could easily overpower him, Dai Mubai found himself in a state of helpless decline. Ning Rongrong, stimulated by Tang Ge's words, finally recognized the impending crisis, her desire for strength intensifying. In summary, all these changes were for the better. The only source of Tang Ge's distress was that, following yesterday's events, both Zhu Yuqing and Ning Rongrong occasionally glanced his way during conversations. This peculiar phenomenon immediately caught Xiao Wu's attention. She looked at Ning Rongrong, then at Zhu Yuqing, unable to suppress her curiosity. Rongrong, didn't you go to Soto City yesterday? Why are you back here running laps? She inquired. And Yuqing, you called Tang Ge so late last night. What were the two of you doing at the village entrance? What? You know I slacked off and went to Soto City yesterday? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Xiao Wu's questions. I wasn't playing. I just had something to attend to, she retorted, casting a fierce glare at Tang Ge, mistakenly believing he had divulged her secret. Tang Ge, sensing her displeasure, could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed he was caught in the crossfire. As for Zhu Yuqing, she had reverted to her usual icy demeanor, offering no response to Xiao Wu's inquiries. However, this only fueled the curiosity of the others. Dai Mubai, upon hearing about Zhu Yuqing and Tang Ge staying at the village entrance, felt a pang of anxiety clench his heart. He sought to glean something from Zhu Yuqing's expression, but found himself at a loss for words. His hands had unconsciously formed fists, veins bulging on the backs. Suddenly, Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun beside him, forcing a smile. Do you have any plans for tonight? I'm not going out tonight. I plan to stay in the dormitory and sleep, Ma Hongjun replied, shaking his head. Then, a look of surprise crossed his face. What? Do you have plans? Dai Ergo? Yes, I plan to visit Soto City tonight to see those twin sisters. It's been a while since we hung out, Dai Mubai said, nodding with a smile. However, as he spoke, he cast several furtive glances in Zhu Yuqing's direction. Regrettably, Zhu Yuqing remained unfazed by Dai Mubai's words, not even sparing him a glance. Dai Mubai's smile began to stiffen. Meanwhile, Tang Ge had overheard their exchange and noted Zhu Yuqing's indifference, feeling a swell of pride. Indeed, my charm far surpasses that of Dai Mubai. Just then, the sudden sound of footsteps captured everyone's attention. Tang San and the others turned to see Dean Flanders approaching. They greeted him in unison. Good day, Dean. Upon reaching them, Flanders raised his hand to silence the chatter. With a smile, he began, I heard about your performances in yesterday's matches. You all did quite well, so keep up the effort. Now, I announce today, as training exercise, all 9 of you, except for Oscar, will consume one of the 2 types of sausages created with Oscar's soul power. At this announcement, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had previously tasted Oscar sausages, felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Flanders observed their reactions, his expression darkening. Don't think I'm unaware of what you're thinking. Let me remind you, Oscar is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power and his martial soul. The sausage is the best I have ever encountered. If you form a rapport with Oscar, he will become your finest ally. Moreover, this is also a test of your mindset. If you cannot overcome this minor challenge, your future achievements will be limited. At this, the group fell silent. However, Ning Rongrong, after casting a glance at Tang Ge, could not help but exclaim, but Tang Ge can assist us too. Her words ignited a spark of interest among everyone, as they recalled Tang Ge's extraordinary healing abilities. Yet, Flanders merely laughed coldly, declaring, you dare to consider having Tang Ge, who can withstand Zhao Wu's mighty Vajra palm, assist you? How audacious! And do not forget, Tang Ge is already at level 40. He will not be with you indefinitely. So for now on, abandon any thoughts of having Tang Ge assist you. With that, he disregarded their reactions and instructed Oscar to produce 2 sausages. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. As Oscar chanted his peculiar incantation, 2 sausages appeared in his hands. He scanned his classmates with eager anticipation. Who will go first? I will. Without hesitation, Tang Ge stepped forward, taking a sausage and consuming it without any reluctance. Finally, he offered his assessment. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. The taste is quite delightful. He then held up the remaining small sausage. Who will eat this one? To everyone's surprise, Ning Rongrong was the second to step up. Without any hesitation, she devoured the small sausage. Feeling the astonished gazes around her, an inexplicable sense of pride surged within her. She couldn't help but huff, and, with her head held high, declared, it's just this. I, Ning Rongrong, have eaten far worse. Zhu Yuqing, having approached at some point, glanced at the dazed Oscar and calmly stated, I'll have one too. Oh, just a moment. Oscar, snapping back to reality, quickly prepared 2 more sausages. Zhu Yuqing expressionlessly consumed one and then turned to return to her spot. In the gathering of 9 Shrek Academy students, Zhu Yuqing, reserved and taciturn, and Ning Rongrong, suffering from a severe case of princess syndrome, were typically the least likely to communicate. Yet now, witnessing these 2 complete Dean Flanders assigned tasks consecutively left Tang San and the others in utter astonishment. Especially Xiao Wu, who bore a psychological scar from Oscar's sausages, nearly gasped, quickly covering her mouth. She couldn't help but whisper, Tang San, did you see? Ning Rongrong actually ate it. Let us proceed. Otherwise, the dean may become displeased. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San could not help but smile wryly. After all, the girls had already eaten, and as a man, he had no reason to shy away from sausage. Thus, the remaining 5, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai, approached Oscar in turn, each taking a sausage or a cured sausage from him, thereby completing their classroom exercise. When Oscar saw that everyone had savored the sausages he had crafted using his soul power, he was nearly moved to tears of joy. His sausages had finally garnered the approval of his peers. Suddenly, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from Oscar. Initially taken aback, Oscar could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha! Dean, I have broken through to level 30. The others, who had been puzzled by the soul power fluctuations emanating from Oscar, were astonished to hear his exclamation. Oscar had reached level 30 so swiftly? Dean Flender nodded with a look of satisfaction. From this moment forth, you are the second student in our academy to reach level 30, following Mu Bai. As for Tang Ge, the anomaly who achieved level 40 long ago, he does not count. Overwhelmed by the astonishment of his classmates and the dean's praise, Oscar felt as though he might float with joy. Meanwhile, Tang Ge felt somewhat speechless. He had thought that his intervention would delay Oscar's breakthrough. Yet unexpectedly, it had occurred just because everyone had shared sausage. Such an unconventional method of advancement was truly peculiar. If all goes as planned, we should be preparing for an expedition to the Douluo forest tomorrow, Tang Ge mused. As anticipated, after praising Oscar, Flender continued, since Oscar has reached level 30 and Tang Ge has attained level 40. We will arrange an expedition to the Douluo forest tomorrow to assist the two of them in acquiring soul rings. Zhao Wujin will lead the team. And this journey will also serve as a trial for you all. I hope you will take it seriously. At this point, Flender seemed to recall something and turned his gaze specifically toward Tang Ge. Zhao Wujin's strength is comparable to mine. How do you feel about him leading the expedition to help you obtain your soul ring? He had initially promised to assist Tang Ge personally, but due to other commitments, he could only delegate the task to Zhao Wujin. Thus, Flender sought Tang Ge's opinion. Tang Ge had no objections. I trust teacher Zhao Wujin's abilities. That will be perfectly fine. Flender nodded in agreement and announced, today's training concludes here. Return to prepare. We shall gather here tomorrow morning. With that, he turned and departed. Once Flender left, Tang Ge also intended to return to his dormitory. However, Ning Rongrong suddenly called out to him. Tang Yi, I plan to run 10 laps around the village. You must accompany me. Why? Tang Yi replied, put slid. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, reverted to her princess-like demeanor, asserting, the dean instructed you to supervise me, so you must follow? Wait, just yesterday, you asked me to accompany you to Soto City. Tang Ge retorted, exasperated by Ning Rongrong's reasoning. To his surprise, Lin Yuechan and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have conspired, simultaneously declaring, I want to run laps too. Faced with their resolute expressions, Tang Ge felt overwhelmed. He genuinely wished to express that his physical condition was more than adequate and that he had no need to run laps. Nevertheless, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you in running laps. However, let it be understood that we will be heading to the Douluo forest tomorrow. So do not overexert yourselves. He then turned to Tang San and the others, inquiring, what about you? Will you join us in running? You all go ahead. Xiao San and I have other matters to attend to. Without waiting for Tang San's affirmation, Xiao Wu quickly interjected. She made a face at Tang Ge and pulled Tang San away. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you two come with me to prepare for tomorrow's expedition. I shall help you train ahead of time. Dai Mu Bai, Sudin Likaim Din. Ma Hongjun had no objections, as he had no intention of running. He was eager to test the power of his Phoenix martial spirit against Dai Mu Bai's White Tiger martial spirit. However, sensing Dai Mu Bai's subtly displeased gaze, Oscar refrained from joining. Thus, the three moved away, leaving only Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Yuechan on the vast playground. What are you waiting for? Let's go, Tang Ge said, feeling exasperated as he glanced at the three girls. They were eager to begin, and upon hearing Tang Ge's prompt, they immediately took off running. Before long, 4 vibrant figures emerged along the path surrounding the village. Time flew, and soon it was the following morning. The 9 members of Shrek Academy, having had breakfast, arrived at the playground early, prepared for their journey to the Douluo forest, with small bundles containing the necessary supplies for their adventure. Before long, the imposing Zhao Wujin approached from a distance. Although he had rested for 2 days, the bruises on his face had not fully healed, leaving patches of purple and blue. Aware of his somewhat disheveled appearance, Zhao Wujin immediately released his soul saint aura. Observing the students before him, subdued by his presence, a flicker of pride crossed his eyes. Can I, a soul saint, not keep you little ones in check? Once he sensed it was sufficient, Zhao Wujin withdrew his aura. Scanning the group of 9, he waved his hand decisively. Now that everyone is present, I declare that we shall depart. Our destination is the Douluo Forest. Chapter 84. Conflict. The Douluo Forest lies in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small section bordering it. And Soto City is conveniently located in the southeast of the kingdom. Thus, the distance from Soto City to the Douluo Forest is not far, approximately 500 kilometers. To maximize the training time for Tang San and his 8 classmates, Zhao Wujin opted for a trek rather than hiring a carriage. Furthermore, considering the complex and ever-changing environment of the Douluo Forest, he arranged a formation to enhance the survival and cooperation skills of the 8 students. However, Tang Ge was not included in this arrangement, as he was alongside Zhao Wujin. With the aid of the formation, the coordination among Tang San and the others improved significantly. Coupled with the assistance of Oscar's sausages, their speed did not diminish at all. At the same time, Ning Rongrong, serving as an auxiliary spirit master, couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for having engaged in running exercises over the past few days. Otherwise, despite continuously consuming sausages to replenish her stamina and spirit power, she would not have been able to endure for long. As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively turned her head to glance back while running forward. Unable to suppress her envy, she muttered softly, "How infuriating! Why don't I have that?" Just then, a sharp reprimand from Zhao Wujia echoed. "Ning Rongrong, what are you daydreaming about? Watch the road and don't run into a tree." Startled by the scolding, Ning Rongrong quickly dismissed her thoughts and focused on the journey ahead. Meanwhile, a mere 10 meters behind, Zhao Wujia was closely trailing the group of youngsters. However, for him, a soul sage, traveling was as effortless as drinking water. Each step he took covered several meters. At this moment, a shadow nearly level with him hovered above Tang Ge, who had previously gone missing. On his back, wings of yin and yang, formed from his spirit power, gently flapped, propelling him forward in perfect harmony with Zhao Wujia's pace. This speed was already quite slow for Tang Ge, placing no burden on his spirit power. Furthermore, with the Hell Furnace cultivation method and a drop of meteor tear embedded in his heart, he was continuously regenerating spirit power with every breath. Competing in spirit power consumption, Tang Ge had no fear. Thus, while gliding leisurely, he couldn't help but glance down at Zhao Wujia and teasingly remarked, "Teacher Zhao, your speed is lacking." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhao Wujia's expression twitched, a mix of envy and indignation washing over him. He had never anticipated that Tang Ge possessed a flying spirit skill, one that not every spirit master was fortunate enough to acquire. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujia retorted, "You little brat, it's just a pair of useless wings. What is so impressive about that?" "Huh, my wings are indeed impressive. How about a speed contest, Teacher Zhao?" Tang Ge replied, brimming with pride. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but snort. "As a dignified soul sage, I would not fear a little brat like you. Come on, let me see your speed." With that, his spirit power surged, and his martial spirit, the great strength diamond bear, fused with his body. Boom! With the ground trembling beneath him, Zhao Wujia stomped down and leaped into the air. By the time he landed again, he was already 10 meters away. In a series of powerful jumps, he swiftly overtook Tang San and the other 8 who had been leading the way. Seeing this unfold, Tang Ge smiled slightly, flapping his yin and yang wings, transforming into a fleeting shadow that pursued after him. Unbeknownst to them, their figures had become 2 distant black dots. "Let us quicken our pace. Otherwise, we won't catch up to Teacher Zhao and Tang Ge." Daimu Bai, responsible for leading the group, observed the situation and was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a wry smile. Tang San and the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. However, they had no choice but to accelerate once more, chasing after the ever-distant Zhao Wujia and Tang Ge. As the day passed, evening descended upon a small town nearly 100 kilometers away from the Douluo Forest. After a full day of running, Tang San and the other 7 finally arrived. Utterly exhausted, this was with the assistance of Oscar's sausages. Otherwise, reaching this point would have been questionable. Over here, in the distance, at the entrance of a hotel, Tang Ge was smiling and waving. Upon seeing him, the 8 hurried over. "Where's Teacher Zhao?" Dai Mubai inquired. Tang Ge gestured towards the hotel behind him, saying, "Teacher Zhao has already entered and asked me to wait for you here. We will be staying the night, departing for the Star Doe Forest tomorrow." Finally, they could rest. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, everyone sighed in relief. Yet, as they recalled the reason they were nearly exhausted, they gazed at Tang Ge with a hint of resentment. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but complain, "Tang Ge, you are truly too. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll dig out your eyes." Before Ning Rongrong could finish, a sudden burst of angry shouts approached. Unbeknownst to them, a group of about 10 spirit masters clad in matching uniforms had appeared from afar, displaying an air of arrogance. As they arrived, Ma Hongjuan's fiery spirit was ignited, his gaze fixated shamelessly on one of the female spirit masters. Consequently, this drew the ire of her companions, who began to hurl insults. The middle-aged male spirit master leading the group merely observed with a cold gaze, making no attempt to intervene. As the angry shouts rang out, the attention of Tang Ge and the others was immediately drawn. Upon seeing the uniforms and insignia worn by these spirit masters, disdain spread across their faces. A mere lowly Songhui Academy, flaunting such ostentation, did they wish to be beaten? Dai Mubai scolded. Beside him, Ma Hongjun, still stung by their earlier insults, shot back, digging out my eyes. "You bunch of wimps. I alone could take all of you down." The moment those words left his mouth, the Songhui Academy members were enraged. "What audacity! Which academy do you hail from? You're courting death. Don't waste time talking to them. Just take them down and make them kneel and surrender." Tang Ge observed the scene, shaking his head. He was well aware of the unfolding drama. Although the setting had shifted from inside the hotel to outside, the outcome had already been sealed. The Songhui Academy members, oblivious to the reality that they were not facing ordinary spirit masters, but rather a group of formidable monsters, were about to learn a hard lesson. Chapter 85. Battle with the Soul King. There was nothing wrong with the Songhui Academy's display of bravado. After all, they did appear superior compared to some disorganized rogue cultivators. However, they had misfortune to encounter the little monsters from Shrek Academy. It is known that Shrek Academy adheres to the principle that those who fear trouble are merely mediocre, showing no fear of conflict. Moreover, after a long day of travel, Dai Mubai and the others were utterly fatigued and in a foul mood, eager to vent their frustrations. Now that the Songhui Academy spirit masters had voluntarily presented themselves, how could they let this opportunity slip away? Observing the audacity of the Songhui Academy members, Dai Mubai suddenly shouted, "Attack! Let us end this quickly." With that command, Tang San instantly summoned his blue silver grass. Channeling his spirit power, thick vines erupted from the ground with swift precision. First spirit skill, bind. In an instant, these vines, resembling serpents, coiled around the unsuspecting Songhui Academy spirit masters. The terrifying constriction immobilized them completely. Simultaneously, the vines released a paralyzing toxin that robbed these spirit masters of their ability to resist for a short while. Another fight? How delightful. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Wu giggled as she activated her martial spirit, the rabbit, and charged forward. As she leaped into the air, her slender form twisted and turned, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages with each kick. Bang, 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 accompanied by a series of dull thuds. Nearly 10 soul masters from the Songhui Academy, ensnared by vines, emitted cries of anguish as they were sent flying. The spectral claws of the nether cat, embodied by Zhu Zhuqing, swiftly followed, her agile body transforming into a shadow in midair, unleashing a barrage of sharp, ethereal talons. However, just as these claw shadows were about to descend upon the Songhui Academy's soul masters, an enraged shout abruptly erupted. "A bunch of little brats. You dare attack my students in front of me? How audacious! Xuangu, manifest!" With the emergence of a white light accompanied by 2 yellow and 2 purple glows, a massive turtle shell materialized, blocking all of Zhu Zhuqing's spectral claws. Simultaneously, a formidable aura surged forth, causing Dai Mubai and his companions to stagger, their expressions turning grave. Before them, the middle-aged man, originally leading the team from Songhui Academy, had undergone a complete transformation. His limbs had shrunk by nearly a quarter, and a colossal turtle shell protruded from his back, 5 soul rings flickering beneath his feet. He was, in fact, a Soul King with a level exceeding 50. The commotion outside had drawn the attention of numerous diners within the restaurant, who had gathered at the entrance, gasping at the sight of a Soul King's appearance. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a window was suddenly flung open, revealing Zhao Wuji's figure. Observing the unfolding scene below, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Level 50 Soul King? I suppose I'll get to experience what it feels like to fight without relying on soul power shortly. Down below, in the open space in front of the restaurant, the middle-aged man from Tsanghue Academy, Yi Zhiqiu, cast a frigid gaze upon Dai Mubai and his companions. Which academy do you hail from? We are from Shrek Academy. What? Unable to handle us. And your teacher is ready to step in personally? Dai Mubai replied with a smile. Although he was momentarily taken aback by the opponent's Soul King strength, he felt no fear. Shrek Academy? What a small, unknown institution. I've never heard of it. Upon confirming that these youngsters were not from a renowned academy, Yi Zhiqiu relaxed. He scolded Dai Mubai. Such rudeness from child. Haven't your elders taught you how to speak to your betters? Hurry, summon your teacher. Tsanghue Academy is not unreasonable. As long as your teacher apologizes, I shall overlook your actions. What? You expect teacher Zhao, a soul sage, to apologize to you? Are you dreaming? The incredulity of Yi Zhiqiu's demand astonished Tang San and the others. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Regarding Yi Zhiqiu as if he were a fool. In the back, Tang Ge could no longer contain himself and urged Xiao Sandai air. Why waste words with a turtle? Just take action. Otherwise, if teacher Zhao becomes impatient, you'll be in for a punishment. As Tang Ge's words rang out, Yi Zhiqiu's calm demeanor shattered, his eyes blazing with fury. Due to his martial soul, being called a turtle was the most loathsome insult he could endure. And now, an insignificant student from an unknown academy dared to utter such words. A torrent of rage surged within him as he bellowed, "You're seeking death." With the illumination of his third soul ring, he unleashed his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong. A black torrent erupted from his mouth, billowing cold mist towards Tang Ge. However, standing before Tang Ge were Tang San and the others. Startled by the approaching icy current, Ma Hongjun instinctively unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, and his second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the enhanced flame he expelled collided with the incoming cold current. The two forces clashing and enveloping the surroundings in mist. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai executed his second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. A spherical light orb swiftly coalesced, piercing through the fog and hurtling towards Yi Zhiqiu. Unfortunately, Yi Zhiqiu merely sneered coldly and spun halfway around, revealing his turtle shell. Bang! The orb struck the shell, generating ripples of soul power but dealing minimal damage. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, struggling against the cold current, was beginning to falter, shivering as he cried out, "Hurry! Someone come help me! 7 treasures glazed tower. 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. 7 treasures are renowned. The second is speed." Unbeknownst to them, Ning Rongrong, shielded in the center, had summoned a treasure tower. As she spoke, beams of light surged forth, landing on Tang San and the others. Bolstered by the 7 treasures glazed tower, Tang San and his companions felt their strength surge. Dai Mubai, sensing the momentum, issued a battle command. "Xiao San, use your soul skills to help Ma Hongjun withstand the cold current. Xiao Wu and I will engage this old turtle. Zhu Zhuqing, provide support from the side, and Yue Chan, stay back to prepare a decisive strike. And what about me?" Oscar could not help but inquire, having not heard his name. Yet, faced with a Soul King-level adversary, Dai Mubai, having given his orders, paid no heed to Oscar's question and charged towards Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 86. A single slap shatters the turtle shell as a Soul King exceeding level 50. Yi Zhiqiu, the leading teacher of Tsanghue Academy, appeared outwardly at ease. Yet internally he was in a state of panic. Previously, he had assumed these youngsters were merely students from an ordinary academy. However, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong summon the 7 treasures glazed tower to enhance her companion's soul skills, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Such an unmistakable martial soul belonging to the continent's premier support sect, the 7 treasures glazed sect, if he failed to recognize it, he might as well crash into a wall and end it all. Yet how could members of the 7 treasures glazed sect be present in this small town? Moreover, Alongside the pressure exerted by Dai Mubai and his companions' coordinated efforts, Yi Zhiqiu felt an overwhelming burden. With two powerful attackers, one agile combatant, and one ranged attacker, their combined efforts maximized their offensive capabilities. Despite Yi Zhiqiu's proficiency in defense with his Xian Gui martial soul and his first soul skill being defensive in nature, he still found himself reeling from the relentless assaults, his vital energy boiling and his soul power rapidly depleting. Furthermore, he observed that the third soul skill he had just employed, Xian Shui Jidong, was being hindered by the numerous blue-silver grass vines that had sprouted. The flames surging forth quickly consumed the blue-silver grass, diminishing the efficacy of Xian Shui Jidong. Yi Zhiqiu's heart raced in astonishment. What kind of existence was Shrek Academy that could cultivate so many young yet powerful soul masters? He also realized that if this continued, even if he did not face defeat, it would be utterly humiliating for a soul king to be outmaneuvered by mere children. With this thought, Yi Zhiqiu steeled his resolve and, despite enduring an arrow shot by Lin Yuechan from a distance, leaped towards Ning Rongrong. Aware of Ning Rongrong's identity, he refrained from harming her, but aimed to disrupt the coordination of the soul masters around her. As expected, when Yi Zhiqiu made his move, Dai Mubai, having discerned his intent, immediately shouted a warning. Stop him. Do not let him approach Ning Rongrong. Simultaneously, he unleashed a white tiger's fierce light wave. Hearing Dai Mubai's alert, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also employed their abilities, attempting to intercept Yi Zhiqiu's advance towards Ning Rongrong. Faced with this, Yi Zhiqiu's body shimmered with dark energy as he let out a furious roar. He exhaled a mist of cold fog that enveloped him, simultaneously spewing forth spheres of water that froze into ice balls upon contact with the cold air. These ice projectiles hurtled towards Dai Mubai and the others. Bang! 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 They were forced to defend against the onslaught of ice balls, but the intense chill emanating from them caused their bodies to stiffen, significantly slowing their movements. With no one to obstruct him, Yi Zhiqiu's icy gaze locked onto the increasingly close Ning Rongrong, rendering her pale with fear. Just as she braced for capture by this formidable soul king, a familiar voice rang out beside her. Xiao San, Lao Air, you are not performing well. After all this time, you still cannot deal with an old turtle. It is a disgrace to our Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Ge, who had been observing from a distance, had approached Ning Rongrong's side. Dai Mubai, still recovering from being frozen, nearly spat blood upon hearing Tang Ge's remarks. His face contorted with anger. We are all students of Shrek Academy. One would think you were our leading instructor, and even if he carries a turtle shell, he's still a soul king above level 50. If you have the capability, why not crush him with a single slap? At that moment, not only was Dai Mubai feeling frustrated, but Tang San and the others also looked at Tang Ge with exasperation. However, their attention was quickly diverted back to Yi Zhiqiu, who was drawing nearer to Ning Rongrong, their hearts filled with both concern and anticipation. Could Tang Ge stop him? Sensing Tang Ge's arrival to protect her, Ning Rongrong was moved and said, Tang Ge, Yet before she could finish, Tang Ge interrupted with a smile. Do not speak. Allow me to handle this old turtle. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly. Tang Ge then wiped the smile from his face, turning towards Yi Zhiqiu, and calmly declared, Old turtle, it is time for this to end. With that, the diagram of life and death appeared in his palm, and as his black and white soul power rippled, 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, rose majestically from beneath his feet. The dazzling purple and black light shone vividly against the night, blinding the surrounding onlookers. Gasps and exclamations erupted in the air. 1 purple and 2 black? My goodness, those are 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings. Am I dreaming? The stunned spectators, including the irate Yi Zhiqiu, halted in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the soul rings beneath Tang Ge. How is this possible? Yi Zhiqiu muttered, trembling. Nothing is impossible. This will send you on your way. Tang Ge smiled faintly, ignoring the system prompt echoing in his mind as he slowly raised his hand. Third soul skill, life and death great palm. In an instant, waves of yin and yang energy surged from the diagram, coalescing into an enormous hand mid-air. As Tang Ge pressed downward with his right hand, it descended like a mountain, crashing towards Yi Zhiqiu. Mystic Turtle Shield. Mystic Water Freeze. Faced with the imminent threat, Yi Zhiqiu's expression turned to one of dread, and without hesitation, he activated his first and second soul skills. As his head and limbs withdrew into his turtle shell, the massive shell radiated with soul power and was immediately encased in ice. With a thunderous crash, the 10,000-year soul skill, life and death great palm, struck the turtle shell with overwhelming force. The terrifying power unleashed shattered the icy encasement in an instant, and the once impenetrable shell crumbled under the impact. A chilling scream erupted from within. Though Yi Zhiqiu was a soul king above level 50, his earlier encounter with Tang San and the others had drained much of his soul power. Tang Ge, being a soul master of rank 40, held a significant advantage due to the vast disparity in the ages of their soul rings. Consequently, Yi Zhiqiu could not withstand the full force of Tang Ge's attack. As the turtle shell shattered into fragments, he let out a piercing scream, his body being driven deep into the ground, leaving only his bloodied head exposed. A few dozen meters away, the students of Songhue Academy, who had hoped for their instructor to avenge them, were left aghast at the sight, their faces drained of color. Eyes wide with terror. Teacher Yi has lost? Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding soul masters fell into stunned silence, gazing blankly at the scene. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Zhao Wujia, who had been watching from the second floor, could no longer contain himself and leaped down. Observing the barely conscious Yi Zhiqiu, with only his head above ground, his facial muscles twitched. Zhao Wujia had initially intended to watch the show before intervening, using the opportunity to vent his previous frustrations. Yet, before he could make his entrance, the spectacle had concluded. Thinking back to how Tang Ge had effortlessly driven Yi Zhiqiu into the ground, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but curse inwardly. For a soul king above level 50, how could he be so easily defeated? Truly pathetic. Nevertheless, the fact that someone had been defeated still carried weight. Suppressing his frustrations, Zhao Wujia glanced at the still-dazed Oscar and impatiently urged, "What are you waiting for? Feed this old turtle a sausage. We can't let him die." Upon regaining his composure, Oscar hastily fashioned a small sausage and approached, bending down to forcibly insert it into Yi Zhiqiu's mouth. The students from Songhue Academy, standing in the back, were already terrified, and even though they were unaware of what Oscar had fed their teacher, they dared not step forward to intervene. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the semi-conscious Yi Zhiqiu gradually began to awaken. However, upon witnessing the scene before him and his own disheveled appearance, he promptly closed his eyes once more, the eyelids trembling faintly. Zhao Wujia naturally noticed this and felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he refrained from addressing it. He turned to the students of Songhue Academy and scoffed, "Do not linger here and disgrace yourselves. Take your teacher and leave immediately. Tang San, you all should return to rest as well." With that, Zhao Wujia turned and re-entered the hotel. The students of Songhue Academy, fearful of remaining any longer, hurriedly extracted Yi Zhiqiu from the ground and swiftly made their exit. Tang Ge had already retracted his spirit ring and returned to a normal state, showing no signs of someone who could easily incapacitate a soul king of over 50 levels. However, as the onlooking soul masters regained their composure, they no longer dared to treat Tang Ge or the few young men before them as ordinary soul masters. Consequently, by the time Tang Ge and Tang San entered the hotel lobby, the staff treated them with utmost courtesy. Seated at the table, Ning Rongrong paid no heed to the sumptuous feast before her, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Tang Ge. Blushing as if infatuated, she shyly remarked, "Tang Ge, you are truly impressive." At this proclamation, all eyes turned to Tang Ge, filled with a mix of envy, disdain, and indignation, causing him to shiver slightly and hastily change the subject. "After such a fight, you must be hungry. Let us eat quickly, for we must venture into the Star-Do forest tomorrow." With that, he ignored the others and promptly began to devour the delicacies on the table. In no time, he filled his belly, then rose to request a room from the innkeeper before swiftly returning to his own quarters. Once Tang Ge departed, Dai Mubai and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely concerned that if he lingered, Ning Rongrong might continue to utter remarks that would provoke them, for they acknowledged Tang Ge's prowess. Yet, even so, Yi Zhiqiu's defeat bore a share of their contribution. Thus, Ning Rongrong's exclamation of admiration left Dai Mubai and Tang San feeling quite disheartened. Thus, after finishing their meal, Tang San and the others dispersed to their respective rooms. The following day, just as dawn broke, Zhao Wujia bellowed with a voice powerful enough to rattle the hotel, awakening all 9 of Tang Ge. After arranging their formation, they continued their journey toward the Stardow Forest. This forest was not merely a hunting ground cultivated by the Empire. It was teeming with formidable soul beasts. Upon entering the densely shaded Stardow Forest, Zhao Wujia immediately instructed Oscar to produce a plethora of sausages to distribute among the students. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to impart valuable knowledge regarding the dangers of adventuring within the Stardow Forest, ensuring that the group would not stray from the path. Of course, for Tang Ge, who had already spent considerable time navigating the Stardow Forest, this information was of little use. Even Lin Yuechan was more familiar with the forest than Dai Mubai and the others. As they progressed, she unconsciously supplanted Dai Mubai, using a translucent arrow in her hand to continually adjust their course. In an instant, they successfully avoided the low-level soul beasts along their path. Zhao Wujia, noticing this, was astounded, and upon inquiry, he discovered that the small arrow Lin Yuechan wielded could sense the presence of nearby soul beasts. This revelation filled him with both shock and delight, as such a spirit ability was exceptionally suited for locating soul beasts and acquiring spirit rings. Henceforth, he directly appointed Lin Yuechan to lead the group's navigation, while Dai Mubai was tasked solely with clearing the way ahead. Time slipped by unnoticed, and an hour passed. As the group rested for about half an hour, both Tang San and Zhao Wujia suddenly cast their gazes in the same direction. Before they could speak, Lin Yuechan's voice rang out. "A 1,000-year soul beast is approaching." "A 1,000-year soul beast?" The others, upon hearing this, were taken aback and quickly rose from their seats. Zhao Wujia, trusting Lin Yuechan's judgment, immediately instructed Tang Ge. "Tang Ge, you can fly. Ascend and determine what soul beast it is." He was certain it was the 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Tang Ge could deduce this without even looking. Nevertheless, upon hearing Zhao Wujia's command, he activated his yin-yang wings and soared into the sky. Upon reaching a height, Tang Ge spotted a serpent with a vividly red comb on its head and a fan-shaped tail rapidly approaching. Its back bore wings, albeit flying at a low altitude of about 3 meters. Indeed, it was the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Having confirmed the identity of the soul beast, Tang Ge relayed his observations to Zhao Wujia. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia's eyes gleamed with excitement. He exclaimed, "It is the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, a rather rare soul beast, and the comb atop its head possesses many remarkable properties. Oscar, you have found a treasure." From this moment on, everyone remained vigilant and prepare for battle. Tang Ge then descended from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San quickly inquired, "Tang Ge, how long is the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, and what color are its wings?" "The wings are a pale red, and their length is approximately between 6 to 8 meters. Tang Ge replied with a smile. "About 7 meters? Tang San pondered for a moment before confidently addressing the group without a doubt. "This is a 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake. The pale red wings signify its evolution over a millennium." Hearing Tang San so effortlessly ascertain the age and cultivation of a soul beast, while also roughly determining the capabilities of its spirit ring, everyone except Xiao Wu regarded him with newfound respect. He was indeed a living encyclopedia of the spirit realm. Zhao Wujia, in particular, praised Xiao San. "You possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Had it not been for this expedition, I would have never realized how much information you hold." "All of this is thanks to my teacher," Tang San replied with a bashful smile. Yet, feeling the admiration in his companion's gazes, he swelled with pride and couldn't help but glance at Tang Ge. Tang Ge, sensing Tang San's gaze, though no words were spoken, could guess what thoughts lay within. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, "It seems that Tang San has been overshadowed by my brilliance for too long and is now seeking opportunities to showcase his own strengths." Tang Ge chose not to comment. Gold will always shine, but no matter how bright the golden light, it pales in comparison to the radiance of a diamond that emits a spectrum of colors. Just then, in the dense jungle ahead, a series of ominous sounds echoed, drawing closer with alarming speed. Zhu Zhuqing, already perched atop one of the trees, narrowed her gaze and, as she issued a warning, transformed into a shadowy spirit cat. Leaping into action, Just then, a colossal serpent, identical to the one described by Tang Ge, emerged from the underbrush. It was none other than the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Upon sighting the serpent, Zhu Yuqing was well prepared. As her soul rings materialized, she swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, Ethereal Pounce. In an instant, her hands manifested into two razor-sharp claws, striking forcefully towards the serpent's crimson crest. However, being a 1,000-year soul beast, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake sensed danger and evaded her lethal grasp just in time. With a resounding thud, Zhu Yuqing's claws collided with the serpent's body, causing its speed to diminish significantly. Alarmed and aware of the numerous threats surrounding it, the serpent tilted its head and unleashed a torrent of colorful mist. Simultaneously, it bared its sharp fangs and lunged at Zhu Yuqing. "Be careful," shouted Dai Mubai from a distance. Soon after, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. 7 treasures glazed tile. The first treasure grants strength. The second treasure grants speed. Radiant beams of light enveloped all present, enhancing their power and swiftness by nearly 30%. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Yuqing retreated rapidly. Yet, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake feigned an attack, and upon noticing her withdrawal, its crimson crest glowed brilliantly, accelerating its retreat once more. The colorful mist it exhaled was merely a spectacle, devoid of toxins, Tang San's voice confirmed. Hearing this, Zhu Yuqing, who had already distanced herself, wore an even colder expression as she prepared to channel her soul power to pursue the serpent. Meanwhile, unnoticed by others, Tang Ge suddenly smiled and activated his first soul skill. Instantly, beams of milky light enveloped Zhao Wujin and Tang San, their movements momentarily stifled by a wave of delightful energy. By the time they regained their composure, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had already fled several dozen meters away. Confused glances fell upon Tang Ge, with Dai Mubai exclaiming, "Tang Ge, don't rush to heal us. Conserve your soul power for that serpent." Understood, Tang Ge nodded. Prompted by Zhao Wujin, Dai Mubai and the others did not linger, unleashing their abilities to chase after the serpent. In truth, a 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake posed little threat. Should Zhao Wujin intervene personally with his soul sage prowess, not even a serpent of this age could escape. However, this endeavor was not only to assist Oscar in acquiring a soul ring, but also to hone Tang San and his companions' combat skills and enhance their teamwork. The serpent's power was aptly suited for this purpose. Thus Zhao Wujin would not intervene until absolutely necessary. Yet, the unfolding events left everyone feeling exceedingly frustrated. Upon catching up to the serpent, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared it swiftly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dai Mubai, Zhu Yuqing, and Lin Yuechan launched their attacks, severely wounding the serpent. Nevertheless, in the ensuing melee, both Dai Mubai and Zhu Yuqing sustained minor injuries from the serpent's counterattack. Once again, Tang Ge invoked his first soul skill. As the milky light descended, none were overlooked, all basked in the euphoria of healing. When they regained their senses, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had not only freed itself from the blue-silver grass, but had also escaped several dozen meters away, seemingly unscathed. This back and forth continued, with Tang Ge's precise release of each light beam prolonging the battle that should have concluded swiftly for nearly an hour. Ultimately, the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake remained vigorous, while Tang San and Dai Mubai emerged unscathed. Yet, both the serpent and the 8 companions appeared utterly drained. Their spirits waned, casting wary glances at Tang Ge as if he were a fiend. Unbeknownst to them, they had strayed far from the original battleground.